I clearly reincarnated as an ugly spider in the game, but I was contracted by a lowly girl player. She not only didn't mind my spider appearance for the past 2.5 years, but also generously gave me billions of gold coins, just because this game will soon invade reality, with various powerful alien beasts descending and causing the collapse of the world order. Only those players who have contracted with alien beasts in the game can gain the ability to resist. In my previous life, I only contracted with a spotted deer, but in the end, it was devoured by a more powerful exotic beast. I never expected to be reborn into the game because of this, and I even became a spider. Although it is just an ordinary species, as long as I spend enough money, I can take off after the game is launched. The only thing that worries me a little is whether no one will choose to contract with me. After all, not everyone likes spiders. As I was contemplating, a voice suddenly rang in my mind. Detected someone wishing to form a contract with the host. Do you accept? Upon hearing this, I was momentarily stunned, but quickly responded and chose to accept. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing a contract with the Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Beast Record Forum is now open for the host, and the twin system has been successfully activated. Species, common spider. Rank, E. Active talent, none. Passive talent, none. Evolution points, 1/100. The moment the system sound fell, the contract was already completed. I found that besides being able to log into the forum of the game Beast Records, I could also connect to some external network dynamics, although it was of little use, but better than nothing. After a simple exploration of the system's functions, I focused on my own attribute panel, which was simply weak, not to mention the low rank. I didn't even have a usable skill. In Beast Records, I was completely a toy to be played with by others. It seems that we can only rely on the contractor for hope. It would be great if the contractor were a big spender, but the name Cosmic Tyrannosaurus doesn't seem very reliable. No, it's better to rely on oneself than on others. Meanwhile, in the real world, a young girl is looking at the tablet in her hand, with a look of surprise on her face. The game screen displayed on the tablet shows a spider using its silk to form a long message. Want your contract beast to grow quickly? Then hurry up and spend money on me. As long as you spend money, I can grow infinitely. The girl Su Meng rubbed her eyes in disbelief, only to find that the words on the screen did not disappear, but instead increased. At this moment, Su Meng's eyes lit up. Could this be a new way of spending money in the game? Thinking of this, Su Meng became interested and thought it was quite novel. Let me spend a little bit first and see what changes will happen to the little spider. The next second, I received a system prompt while in the game. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus, has spent 100,000 credits for you, converted into 1,000 evolution points, meeting the evolution requirements. Host, do you want to start the evolution? Excited by the sound of the prompt, I almost jumped up. I didn't expect that just one sentence from me would make the contractor spend 100,000 credits. It seems I have some potential. I actually got close to the big brother. Imagine, I once again weaved with spider silk. Thank you for your help, foster father. I will definitely protect you well in the future. After doing all this, I let the system start my evolution, accompanied by a pure power surging from within my body. My whole body was covered with a layer of light, and about 10 minutes later, the light faded away. My entire body had doubled in strength, and I gained a new skill called Heaven's Net, Earth's Web, which allows me to spew extremely sticky spider silk from my mouth to capture prey. To test the power of the new skill, I immediately aimed at a passing flying chicken and sprayed a spider web from my mouth. The flying chicken was instantly bound by the spider web on the ground. Such a powerful ability left me speechless. Before this, my spider silk could only stick to some frogs at most. I didn't expect that after evolving, I could easily capture such a large bird. And I am sure this is not my limit yet. Afterwards, I swallowed the captured flying chicken. While devouring it, I checked the attribute panel. Species, bloodsucking spider. Rank, E. Active talent, Heaven's Net. Passive talent, none. Evolution points, 901/300. I didn't expect that this time the host's spending would leave behind 900 evolution points, while evolution only requires 300. Just as I was preparing to evolve again, a thunderous hoof sound rang out in the forest, and I saw a golden eagle with a wingspan of about 2 meters soaring towards me like lightning. It's got its eye on me. Facing its sharp gaze, the hairs on Jian Yuan's entire body almost exploded. He could feel the intense crisis brought about by this golden beak eagle. This is definitely not something he can resist. Race, golden-beaked eagle. Level, D. Active talents, crowing, clawing. Passive gift, not yet available. Class D Fey. A flash of strong scorn flashed in Jian Yuan's eyes while he quickly walked towards the nest. Although it was said that the D-grade Fey, in the record of 10,000 beasts, was not a high Fey grade, and there were 4 stages upwards: C, B, A, and S. But his own current rank can be even lower than it. Of course, it is not that the higher the rank the stronger the strength, but also need to consider their own racial bloodline. But no matter whether it was from the racial bloodline or the rank, Jiang Yuan would not be a match for this golden beak eagle at the moment. Jiang Yuan didn't want to be disturbed by it when he was evolving. That wouldn't be fun. But not even a D-rank Fae with talent? Returning to the nest, Jiang Yuan fixed his gaze on the talent column with slight regret. He was still fantasizing about having a talent when he ascended to D rank. Now it seems completely out of the question. Each time the host upgrades, there is a chance that he or she will gain a primary and passive talent. The system seemed to know the conjecture in Jiang Yuan's mind and quickly gave an answer. So it is. Jiang Yuan gently nodded his head, his eyes staring straight at the distant golden beak eagle. For some reason, a bold thought rose in his mind. If he devoured this golden beak eagle, I'm afraid he could directly evolve. However, with its current strength, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream to try to devour this golden beak eagle. It's still most important to boost your strength now. Until this golden beak eagle disappeared from view, Jiang Yuan retrieved his thoughts, and after determining that the vicinity was safe, Jiang Yuan immediately voiced out, "System, I want to evolve." As the guy who clearly knew that the game would come down to reality, there's no one who wants to progress in their strength more. Evolving for the host. Click. As the system's voice fell, the familiar energy swept through his body once again, and his size gained an insane rise. Jiang Yuan, who had experience, quickly climbed out of his old shell. He realized that after 2 evolutions, he was now the size of a small television. Not only had he gotten bigger, but his originally snow-white body had hardened considerably, with rows and rows of downy hairs standing out on his body. From a distance, it looked like he was wearing armor. Jiang Yuan tentatively fiddled with the fluff. It was very hard and the tip was quite sharp. It seems that its own defense has indeed been enhanced. Congratulations to the host for successful evolution and obtaining the active talent Venom Splash. It can spew extremely toxic venom from its mouth as a means of inflicting damage on foreign animals. It looks like we can go and try to hunt some lower-ranked alien beasts. Seeing his 2 current active talents, Jiang Yuan was invigorated. In this forest, the fact that a D-ranked golden-beaked eagle could hunt like a beast like this was enough to prove that there weren't any overly strong foreign beasts in this area. With his current strength, he should be able to hunt in the neighborhood. With this in mind, Jiang Yuan spat out a spider silk and slowly descended towards the ground. In the forest, the prey that can be caught in the air is ultimately not the majority. Compared to the underground prey is much more. In the meantime, Blue Star. Sumang was lying on her bed casually swiping tigerfish live. She couldn't seem to lie still, her body tossing and turning, letting the spring light under her knee-length skirt leak out. How come no one's fae can communicate as well as the little arachnid? As she swiped through several live streams of the record of 10,000 beasts one after another, she couldn't help but frown, because she found a very odd point. Regardless of which anchor streamed the Book of Beasts, and regardless of how much kryptonite was used, the alien beasts they contracted were not at all able to communicate with themselves like the little arachnid. It seems that only the little arachnid can communicate with me? Cocking his head and meditating for a long time, Su Meng suddenly gave birth to a bold guess. The thought made her freeze in place, her casually wriggling body tensing up. No, wouldn't it? The doubt in her mind made her quickly open the tablet on the side and logged into the record of all beasts. Abruptly her face gained a wisp of a smile that outlined the shallow pearly swirls on her cheeks. Righteous Father, thanks for the financial support and saving your life? That's what little arachnid told me? Can it really communicate with me? Muttering in the bottom of her heart, the gradual convergence of Su Meng's face, her small mouth slightly pouted. But little spider, I'm not a righteous father. I'm a mother. Chapter 3, Devouring the Centipede. Transforming into a D-stage Fey beast. Su Meng spat, but soon a pair of beautiful eyes were attracted to the evolved Jiang Yuan. Ha, the little arachnid looks like it's a little bigger after evolving. Snow White, so cute. Su Meng's eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at Jiang Yuan. I really want to see how the little spider grows up. Isn't it just as cute as it is now? But the little arachnid seems to be going hunting? Suddenly noticing something, Su Meng rested one small hand on her cheek and raised her eyebrows lightly. It's so late. The little arachnid still needs to hunt. Ha, shall we? More kryptonite? In the meantime, inside the Book of 10,000 Beasts. Quack. Just a few minutes down the road as Suman was about to recharge, he ran into Frog. Although the frogs were unorthodox beasts, Jiang Yuan, who was adhering to the principle that more points were better than none, still acted immediately. A simple spider web easily caught the frog. Action. Jiang Yuan walked over and was about to devour it when he felt a faint sense of crisis spreading out from behind. He subconsciously tensed his body and immediately turned his body to look over. That's a big tree. It was from behind the big tree that the crisis came. Hiss! Under Jiang Yuan's gaze, a centipede crawled out from behind a large tree. The centipede was as thick as an adult's arm, and its back was covered by a layer of blackened scale armor, with a section of toes growing underneath his body. A person with an intense phobia would think that a single glance would make his scalp feel numb. At this moment, it was topping its tentacles and slowly crawling towards Jiang Yuan. Race, hardened armored centipede. Rank, E+. Active talents, jaws. Poison hook. Passive gift, none. The panel that appeared in front of his eyes made Jiang Yuan instantly alert. His eyes dead set on the slowly coming hardened armored centipede. It was in existence on the same level as his own. At this point, in Jiang Yuan's line of sight, after the hardened armored centipede came to a certain distance, its figure steeply accelerated and opened its jaws and teeth to viciously pounce at him. Humph! Jiang Yuan grunted and immediately raised his forelimbs to use to parry. Bang! The force of the hardened armored centipede flying and crashing caused Jiang Yuan to take a few steps backward. Up close he stared at the hardened armored centipede, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty red light. Click! Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan bit down on the hardened armored centipede's brain. This bite made Jiang Yuan a little surprised. His fangs didn't even pierce down, just a spark on its back armor. Hiss! The hardened armored centipede showed a touch of humanized sneer in its eyes and made a gesture to press towards Jiang Yuan once again. Bang! Jiang Yuan immediately opened his mouth and spat out a spider web. At close range, the hardened armored centipede had the intention to dodge, but it was still bound by the spider web. However, when Jiang Yuan wanted to spray the venom, something unexpected happened to Jiang Yuan, only to see that under the hardened armored centipede's struggle to break free, the spider web only lasted for a few seconds before he broke a hole in it. His speed was surprisingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he ran 10 meters away. Hiss! Half of its body was propped up, staring at Jiang Yuan from above. It's really worthy of being an E+ grade alien beast. Jiang Yuan sucked in a breath. His eyes were quite heavy. The hardened armored centipede was fast, and without the help of the spider web, it would be a bit difficult for one's venom to hit, and using venom splash frequently was a considerable burden for him. It looks like it's going to take a venom injection from the fangs to do it. With his mind fighting, Jiang Yuan had a way to deal with it. Hiss! At this moment, the hardened poison armored centipede took advantage of the victory to pursue the attack. It once again twisted its ponderous body and opened its jaws and teeth to bite at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan had no doubt that if he were to be bitten by him, he would definitely be seriously injured, so he tensed his body, and when the hardened armored centipede was about to come to his side, he pushed hard with his steps and feet. The entire body leapt up high to instantly dodge the attack of the hardened armored centipede. Bang! Jiang Yuan had only just left when the hardened armored centipede's burly body crashed hard into the tree behind him. The powerful force induced the large trees to shake continuously. Pust! Jiang Yuan seized the moment and sprayed out a spider web once again. While the hardened armored centipede was stained by the spider web, he leaped and jumped directly onto the back of the hardened armored centipede. At the same time, he used his forelegs to contain the hardened armored centipede in death. Hiss! The hardened armored centipede didn't panic, and its long and narrow body instead tried to curl up and entangle Jiang Yuan. Humph! A cold light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Taking advantage of the fact that he rolled his body and exposed his abdomen, he immediately opened his mouth and utilized his poisonous fangs to bite over. Take it while it's sick. The hardened armor centipede was in pain and its whole body was trembling, but its body curled up even more crazily, clearly having no intention of letting Jiang Yuan go. Jiang Yuan's brain raced, immediately bouncing, wanting to leave this place of wrongdoing. He didn't have the armor of the hardened armored centipede, so it would be bad if he was wrapped up. Jiang Yuan's movements were quick, darting to the side. Next, Jiang Yuan didn't tangle with the hardened armored centipede again, and kept spitting out spider silk, which he used to pull himself as a way to avoid the hardened armored centipede's attack. After all, the hardened armored centipede had already been poisoned. Jiang Yuan would not go up and fight for his life on this. A few seconds later, hiss! The hardened armored centipede let out a hiss and gradually slumped to the ground. Occasionally its body would only tremble a little, as if it had run out of gas. Phew! Jiang Yuan's eyes were cold as he did not make the slightest move. Although he had been reduced to food in his mouth in his previous life, he more or less still knew that this group of beasts, their intelligence could be quite a bit higher than that of ordinary animals. Jiang Yuan wouldn't let his guard down until he was completely extinct. As expected, it was not what Jiang Yuan expected. This hardened armored centipede seemed to know that Jiang Yuan wouldn't go up and back, rubbing its head back and pouncing. Looking at its ferocious appearance, it was obvious that it wanted to drag Jiang Yuan to die with it. Humph! A death-defying counterattack. Jiang Yuan could see what the hardened armored centipede was trying to do. His forelegs pressed down slightly, and when he came to his side, His forelegs were like steel clamps deadening the hardened armored centipede's body. Seeing that it still wanted to wrap itself, this time Jiang Yuan didn't run and once again bit down with his fangs. Pust. With this venom injection, the hardened armored centipede no longer had any breath. Jiang Yuan still waited for a while before putting it down, then wrapped the hardened armored centipede and the frog in spider silk and brought them back to their nest. It was dangerous outside, and Jiang Yuan didn't want to be disturbed by another foreign beast coming over while he was eating. Ding! The host devours the frog and gains 1 evolution point. Ding! Host devours E+ great alien beast hardened armored centipede, gaining 100 evolution points. Ding! The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 20 W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 2,000 evolution points. Ding! The evolution points have met the demand for evolution. May I ask if the host will start evolution? Listening to the sound from the system, Jiang Yuan did not return to his senses for a long time. After a moment, digesting the beep, he said in a daze, *********. Righteous Father, you're for real. Righteous Father, from now on, you'll be my new parent. Jiang Yuan was so grateful that he immediately wrote a long paragraph of gratitude with a spider web before preparing to evolve. The host is evolving. Chapter 4, Sorrow as a Mother. Whether the child is male or female. Click. As the system's voice fell, the familiar energy swept through his body once again, and his size gained another insane rise. Jiang Yuan, who had experience, quickly climbed out of his old shell. After 3 evolutions, Jiang Yuan actually developed an illusion. He felt horribly strong now. Not bad for a kryptonite male, alien beast. Just then, the system tone rang in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful evolution and obtaining the active talent Evil Spider's Eye. The eye of the evil spider, it can take the soul, disturb and weaken the mind of living creatures, and eat the souls of beasts to nourish themselves. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Yuan felt a warm sensation emanate from his eyes. When the sensation dispersed, Jiang Yuan realized that the originally dark eyes had turned lavender, with a vaguely evil aura. The eye of the evil spider? Host, Jiang Yuan. Species, winking evil spider. Level, D-. Active talents, Dragnet. Venom Splash. Eye of the evil spider. Passive gift, not yet available. Evolution points, 1801/2700. Briefly scanning the attribute panel, Jiang Yuan took the first look at the evolution points. After discovering the evolution points needed for evolution, he exhaled a little bit of cloudy air, and his heart was quite pleasant. This time it's only twice as much as before. It seems that each level requires different evolution points. That's a good thing for me. However, Jiang Yuan hadn't been excited for too long when his eyes suddenly noticed his own kind. May, he shouted through gritted teeth. A dang big man. How can you use the word winks? Humph, winks, right? Okay. System, you'd better pray that this one talent is awesome, or else. Jiang Yuan viciously walked out of the nest and flew on the spider silk and fell to the ground. Before he could take a few steps, Jiang Yuan detected a faint threat. What's that? After realizing that this crisis was not strong, Jiang Yuan, who was furious, directly met the attack. Race, Green Anaconda. Rank, E+. Active talents, Entanglement. Fangs, passive gift, none. Soon Jiang Yuan found the source of the crisis in a bush. Hiss. When Jiang Yuan saw the green sky boa, it naturally saw Jiang Yuan as well. It violently raised its upper body high, spitting out letters and continuously hissing in warning of Jiang Yuan. Obviously, it had sensed the danger brought by Jiang Yuan's body, so it did not move out rashly. But, it didn't want to attack. But Jiang Yuan had no intention of letting it go. As Jiang Yuan approached little by little, the green sky boa was a bit unable to hold back. It let out a hiss and charged towards Jiang Yuan with its mouth wide open. Jiang Yuan stood still and didn't move, but just as it approached his side, a cloud of mauve ethereal light suddenly rose up. It froze in place in a daze, letting the venom spat out by the distant white spider hit its body. Hiss! The green sky boa screamed out. But in the end, it was hard to escape death. Is this the power of the evil spider's eye? Okay, winks are winks. It's not something unacceptable. Jiang Yuan, who was pulling the green sky boa towards the nest, chose to follow his heart. It was really the eye of the evil spider, a talent that was too outrageous. One had to know how hard he had fought against an E-ranked hardened armored centipede before. This time, relying on the eye of the evil spider, he was able to do it in seconds. What else is there to count? Ding! The host devours the E+ great alien beast green sky boa, gaining 100 evolution points. But at this rate, I'm afraid that golden-beaked eagle isn't even a match for me, right? As the devouring ended, Jiang Yuan raised his head slightly and looked at the dense forest shrouded in moonlight, his heart excited. Then he set out again. ready to go hunting more as a way to improve his strength. The night was silent, and Zhang Yuan really captured quite a lot of prey throughout the night. Unfortunately, they were all small exotic beasts that did not provide him with a high number of evolution points. Only 200 evolution points in full. If we still follow this efficiency, when the game descends to reality himself as a D-class alien beast at the top of the day, that's still a role to be rubbed in. It seems like we have to find another way out to capture some large foreign beasts. Zhang Yuan quietly crouched down inside the nest, hiding from the sunlight while he began to think. He would like to find his righteous father, but someone else had already charged himself 30W. He wasn't sure if he could still recharge. Rich people are rich, but other people aren't cuties. In the meantime, sure enough, after kryptonite, the little arachnid has become powerful again. Su Meng, who woke up in the morning, couldn't wait to log on to the record of 10,000 beasts. She looked at Zhang Yuan after her advancement, and a bright luster flashed out in her eyes. But why is the little arachnid lying still? Still not chatting with me? Su Meng tapped the screen with her hand a few times, and when she saw that Zhang Yuan was still lying motionless within the nest, she couldn't help but beep her mouth again. Unfortunately, currently only Zhang Yuan could communicate with her, and she had absolutely no idea how to communicate with him. Is it hungry? Su Meng had a bitter face, playing with her crocheted hair in her hands, and a guess made her beautiful eyes glow brightly. But it seems I can only give kryptonite, not food, Suman muttered, her little face spanning again. No, I remember recharging in the game gives something away. I've filled it up quite a bit. There should be some food given away in there, right? With hope, Su Meng raised her small hand as snowy as jade fat and gently clicked on the activity interface. There were really a lot of things to be collected. Su Meng did not care about it. She collected them all together. Shouldn't that be a problem now? After collecting all of them, Su Meng looked at Zhang Yuan, who was still lying down inside the nest, and placed all of the things in her backpack by Zhang Yuan's side. Little arachnid, you've got to grow up fast. After doing everything, Su Meng lay on the bed and carefully looked at her cell phone, and her pair of pink feet swung back and forth just like her mood. Zhang Yuan's closed eyes, who was hiding inside the nest, suddenly snapped open, because just then, he smelled a very wonderful scent. He couldn't help but get excited when he saw the items displayed in front of him. Items: D-rank beast meat, devour for 150 evolution points. Article: 1000 threads. Devouring it will strengthen the spider's silk, and it will shoot like an arrow. The array of contraptions in front of me was invariably all good. Moreover, Zhang Yuan simply calculated that after eating these he was almost close to evolving. This is from the indentured servant? He remembered that looting and trading was possible within the game. Record of 10,000 beasts. So it's highly likely that these things were exchanged by contractors through monetary transactions. After understanding, Zhang Yuan forced himself to hold back the longing in his heart and quickly used his spider silk to weave a few large characters nearby. Thank you, righteous father. Righteous father, you are my new parent. From now on, if you call me east, I will never go west. Righteous father, big. May righteous father be a groom night after night. When the knitting was done, Zhang Yuan's old face blushed, but on second thought, licking the righteous father, that's not shabby. Shaking his head, Zhang Yuan then began to devour it. But after seeing the news woven by Zhang Yuan, Su Meng's cheeks reddened a piece. This, little spider, how to be like this? Wow, but the little arachnid is so cute even when she's eating. Wow, how come little arachnid is even so cute when she eats? Su Meng looked at Zhang Yuan and was quickly distracted. She lay on the bed with her chin propped up on her hands, full of joy. But the little arachnid can communicate with me. How can I communicate with him? I'm dying to ask if the little arachnid is male or female. Su Meng said. A pair of big eyes still can't help but look over to Zhang Yuan's lower side. Chapter 5, The Crisis of the Ferocious Beasts. After looking at it for a while, she withdrew her gaze and scratched her head sardonically before immediately exiting the record of 10,000 beasts and quickly opening the doxa and typing in a few large words. Please tell me what to look for in a spider's gender. Under Su Meng's search, 1001 messages presented themselves. She immediately put her mind to it and began to peruse it. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts. Ding! The host devours the remnants of a D-class alien beast and gains 150 evolution points. Ding! The host absorbs the spider silk. The hardness of a single spider silk is strengthened. Ding! Host absorbs toxin. Venom ability improved. The sound of the system that kept ringing in his head made Zhang Yuan devour it even more cheerfully. At the same time, Zhang Yuan also tested his spider silk, and it had indeed been strengthened. Not only was it more sticky, even the toughness degree had been improved to a certain extent. The same goes for venom. Fresh. However, at that moment, A loud cry of a cry that pierced the sky suddenly came out from Jiang Yuan's ears. His body shook as a strong sense of crisis instantly swept over him. This crisis was far more intense than the hardened armored centipede from before. He immediately stopped devouring it, his body tensing up while looking towards the source of the crisis. From afar, he saw a 3-meter gold-beaked eagle standing on a tree trunk, its sharp eyes staring deathly in the direction of his side. This was the golden beak eagle that Jiang Yuan had seen before. The difference was that it was even more massive, grasping at the trunk of the tree with both claws actually deeply embedded. Especially its eagle's beak glowed with a cold, chilling light under the sunlight. In a short time, he's gotten stronger. Jiang Yuan looked it up and down and finally landed underneath it. There was a faint sheen there, a symbol of being contracted by the player. Species, golden-billed eagle. Level, D+. Active talents, fiery feather, which shoots out its own feathers. Steel claw, and cry. Passive talent, plume, feathers are immune to toxins. Upon reading its attribute panel, Jiang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. Sure enough, with the contractor, the golden beak eagle had already improved tremendously in one night. It's got its eye on me? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but take a step backward in the face of the powerful golden beak eagle. But why didn't it attack? Jiang Yuan gave a dark cry and suddenly he understood. He himself could feel the danger posed by the golden beak eagle, and as a fellow deranked fey beast it naturally knew that he could potentially cause harm to it. The key itself was inside the nest, and it would definitely be disadvantageous for it if it did it now. This thought caused a new doubt to bubble up in Jiang Yuan. Why would it pop up now if it's not good for it? Nope, it's trying to get rid of me. As if he had thought of something, Jiang Yuan's heart came down with clarity. Its goal was not itself, but the various heavenly treasures within the nest. A cold light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Returning from rebirth, Jiang Yuan was very protective of his life. He didn't want to take any chances until he had to, but giving up the heavenly treasures that came into his hands, he really didn't want to. These are undoubtedly in his eyes to enhance the strength of the evolution point, such as if their own strength cannot be improved. I am afraid that the previous life of the miserable situation they still have to experience again. Wanted my heavenly treasures? Then be prepared to leave your life behind. With this in mind, Jiang Yuan didn't retreat as he began to frantically spit out spider silks, ready to protect the nest and his heavenly treasures first. After the strengthening just now, Jiang Yuan not only the toughness of the spider web could be, the toughness of a single spider silk was also incomparably strong. Half an hour later, Jiang Yuan, who had covered the inner layer of the nest with a layer of cobwebs, coldly stared at the golden-beaked eagle that was still standing outside. Ding! The host devours the strange fruit and gains 100 evolution points. Ding! The host devours the remnants of a D+ great alien beast and gains 200 chemistry points. Next, he began devouring the remaining heavenly materials while pondering in his mind the method to deal with the golden-beaked eagle. Golden-beaked eagle. Its rank was higher than his own, and it could also fly, so even though he had a variety of means, I was afraid that his chances of winning against it were not high. However, if the battlefield was changed to the underground, then with his multiple means, he would definitely have the strength to have a battle with it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but look at its wings, the light in his eyes flowing continuously. Fresh, and as the golden beak eagle seemed to have sensed the fading of the heavenly treasures, it began to get a little restless. Blue Star. Some tigerfish livestream. A man with glasses is looking at his cell phone. The image presented by the cell phone was clearly the perspective of the golden-beaked eagle in the record of 10,000 beasts. Families. I didn't expect that this white spider would want to take this heavenly treasure all by itself. What to do with it? You guys? He looked at the live camera and playfully inquired. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and plunder. That's right. This white spider is still a deranked fey beast, and devouring it will still allow it to evolve. Isn't that 2 birds with 1 stone? Hunt him down and I'll trade you for these heavenly treasures. Alright, now that everyone has said that, then I'll make this white spider realize what it can't touch. The man scanned the pop-ups and immediately began to authorize the golden-beaked eagle to launch an attack. In the meantime, the Book of All Beasts. Fresh. A cry that cut through the sky rang out as the golden-beaked eagle flapped its wings and swooped in Jiang Yuan's direction. Bang! A muffled sound came from the tree where Jiang Yuan was. Wood chips flew, and the trunk at the mouth of the nest was even ripped out a big hole by it, leaving Jiang Yuan's nest exposed. When incomparably looking clearly at the heavenly treasures in the nest, the golden-beaked eagle was thoroughly excited. Taking advantage of this, Jiang Yuan hastily sprayed a reinforced spider silk at its wings. Bang! The spider silk instantly struck the golden-beaked eagle's wings, instantly causing its crimson blood to splatter out. So powerful. Jiang Yuan was slightly surprised. You have to know that this was a D+ grade fey beast. If you were to be at the same rank as yourself, I'm afraid that the spider silk would be enough to penetrate its body. Right? Fresh. the golden beak eagle cried out in pain. And even though its wings were injured, making it a bit unsteady, the intense pain caused its wings to flap, and countless plumes came at Jiang Yuan like dense rain. Jiang Yuan's entire body tensed up and hastily sprayed out a spider silk to stick to the ground. As the spider's silk contracted, Jiang Yuan dodged the blow and steadily landed on the bottom. Oomph! At the same moment, Jiang Yuan spewed out a spider silk that flew like an arrow off a string and hit the other wing of the golden beak eagle. Pust! Crimson blood sprayed out, and the golden beak eagle staggered a few times, but quickly stabilized its body. It hissed and its sharp eyes shifted to Jiang Yuan's body. Fresh! The golden-beaked eagle cried out, opened its wings and soared up, and then like a sharp sword, it attacked and killed Jiang Yuan in a straight line. This strike made Jiang Yuan's face heavy, and he spat out a spider web one after another to ward it off. Shoo shoo shoo! A flash of disdain flashed through the golden-beak eagle's sharp eyes, and its sharp claws swung, instantly tearing the spider web in half. Jiang Yuan looked at it in his eyes, but he didn't panic at all. Instead he was continuing to spray the spider web, only this time it had interspersed some extremely hard spider silk in it. Fresh, continuous tearing. The golden-beaked eagle did not pay attention to the tiny spider silk wrapped within. A careless it will be the spider silk to get blood overflow. Fresh. However, by this time, it had already approached Jiang Yuan's side, and it let out a furious roar. Then it charged towards Jiang Yuan with increased speed. Receiving heavy blows to its body one after another had long given it the idea of wanting to thoroughly understand Jiang Yuan. The moment. In Jiang Yuan's eyes, the golden beak eagle's body was enlarging. The speed was so fast that it had no possibility of dodging at all. However, Jiang Yuan acted calm and collected, and his eyes even floated with a sense of teasing. Because, this strike it had anticipated. Chapter 6, an in-depth exchange with the righteous father. Ha ha ha, now I'll see how this white spider can run away. Inside the tigerfish's live broadcast room, the host who had contracted the golden beak eagle shouted loudly. It was as if in his eyes, he could already see the image of Jiang Yuan being completely annihilated by the golden beak eagle. Anchor, my contracted beast is a small snake, and it that toxin heavenly. $100, I'll take it. Speaking of which, this white spider is indeed outrageous enough to be this strong for a D-rank alien beast. I wonder how much kryptonite its indentured servant gave him. Wouldn't this be a cry for death? What can you do then? Who let it know no better? There was no shortage of viewers in the live broadcast room who felt sorry for Jiang Yuan. This was because each contractor could only contract one fey beast, unless they were lucky and contracted a fey beast of extremely high grade. Otherwise, you need kryptonite to train the fey. Not only that, but if the beast dies, you'll have to start all over again to continue the game, and you'll have to pay a large sum of money to buy the hatchling eggs. Simply put, in-game fey are like living, breathing human beings with only one life. Death that's really death, can't be resurrected. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, regardless of how emotional the viewers in the live broadcast room were, Jiang Yuan could feel a stern aura coming over him in the face of the running golden beak eagle, but he remained calm. Fresh, accompanied by a cry, this golden beak eagle had already rushed to within half a meter of Jiang Yuan. This distance for the golden beak eagle, only one more second would be needed to completely hunt Jiang Yuan. Eye of the evil spider. It was also at this time that Jiang Yuan teasingly raised his head. 8 lavender eyes were directed straight at the golden-beaked eagle. Fresh, the golden-beaked eagle, which was originally still speeding along, even stumbled strangely and nearly fell to the ground. Fresh, in the end, it was a D+ great alien beast. It quickly reacted, but there was still a wave of fear wrapped in its eyes, because just a moment ago, it sensed that a mysterious force actually seemed to want to pull its soul out of its body, even if it was only for a moment. That was enough to make it panic. If the soul is gone, the body is an empty shell. Is it something you're afraid of? Jiang Yuan didn't wait for the golden beak eagle's intention. Moving his steps and feet, he lightly swung out a sentence. Thousand silk lead. As Jiang Yuan's words fell, the spider silk that originally remained on the golden beak eagle's body violently tightened its force to both sides. Phew! Visible to the naked eye, the face of the golden beak eagle that had originally stayed in place then had an additional flash of pain on it. Bang! Next, it was as if a pair of large invisible hands had pressed down on the golden beak eagle, hardening its wings and tearing them in half. Fresh! A miserable cry exploded out. The golden beak eagle that was still soaring in the air fell down hard like a crashed airplane. Taking advantage of this, Jiang Yuan arrived at the golden beak eagle's side as fast as he could before biting down and injecting the deadly venom into it. Fresh wash! Letting out a final cry, the golden beak eagle was motionless, clearly dead beyond repair. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan immediately came up and started devouring it. It wasn't that Jiang Yuan was careless, but he knew that when he was engaged in a fight with the golden beak eagle, The surrounding beasts had long since hid far away for fear of being affected. At this moment, there wouldn't be a single foreign beast on the scene except for Jiang Yuan. The host devours a D+ great alien beast and gains 400 evolution points. The exotic beast Golden Beak Eagle is a contracted beast. Devouring it gains an additional 400 evolution points. Can it still be? Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. It seems that contracting a beast in the future is his ultimate goal. Just as he was thinking of this, the system's voice suddenly sounded again in Jiang Yuan's mind. Evolution points have met the demand for evolution. Does the host want to start evolution? Evolution! Jiang Yuan didn't hesitate for a second. With the Golden Beak Eagle taken care of, there was nothing nearby that could threaten him anymore. It's just that with this evolution, I don't know if I'll be able to reap the benefits of the rumored talent. With anticipation in his heart, Jiang Yuan was in the process of evolving. Blue Star. Inside the live feed, after witnessing Jiang Yuan's comeback, all the spectators were wide-eyed and filled with incredulity. How did this golden-beaked eagle suddenly not move, and its body exploded? The game is bugged? Or am I hallucinating? I don't really understand what's going on, though, but I'm sure this white spider is terrifying as hell. Ah, grass! Scanning the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, this male anchor slammed his fist on the keyboard with anger. He roared in rage, treading white spider, dare to eat my contracted beast. You're going to die, I told you. Jesus can't keep you. His heart was literally dripping blood at this point. In order to cultivate this golden-beaked eagle, he can spend more than 100,000 yuan. I did not expect to be so wasted. Thinking of this, he immediately turned to the live streaming camera and viciously said, "Brothers, I must exterminate this white spider. If there is a brother in the live room, who can find this white spider? I offer a reward of 1W. No, 10W. Take its head and sacrifice it to my golden-beaked eagle." These words made the live viewers' eyes go green. 10W is not a small amount for the vast majority of the average person. There's no one who can say no to that. At that moment, many people teamed up with each other and logged in together within the record of 10,000 beasts to investigate Jiang Yuan's traces. Among them are prevalent among students, large and small, who have a lot of time on their hands, and for whom 10,000 is an even bigger sum of money. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, at this moment, Jiang Yuan was completely unaware that he had been rewarded by someone else. He was still concentrating on his evolution. Congratulations to the host for successful evolution and obtaining the passive talent Evil Spider's Body. Evil Spider Body. Evil spiders are the source of all poisons. You are immune to toxins, and the other party may be infected with toxins if they come into contact with the host. As Jiang Yuan molted out of his shell, the evolution was soon completed with it. As the system's sound rang out, Jiang Yuan's newly opened eyes couldn't help but flash out a bright color. With this evolution, he not only gained the heartfelt passive talent, this talent is still so unbelievable. Immunotoxins. It also attaches to toxins. It can be a bit scary. Immune to toxins. Then some poisons are much less of a threat to yourself, and to be able to poison someone else, that certainly improves one's ability to fight. One could even use this talent to easily challenge some powerful poisonous creatures over the levels. Nice talent. As Jiang Yuan lamented, he couldn't help but open the attribute panel as well. Host, Jiang Yuan. Species, Winking Evil Spider. Level, D. Active talents, Dragnet. Venom Splash. Eye of the Evil Spider. Passive gift, Body of the Evil Spider. Evolution points, 1501/8100. When he landed on the required evolution points, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Sure enough, as it evolves, it requires more and more evolution points. It's much more difficult to evolve with my ability to hunt alien beasts. It seems like I still need to let my righteous father have more kryptonite. That's the way to go. Just how do I get my righteous father to make more kryptonite for me? That's a lot of time in a month for me to rush. While muttering, Jiang Yuan returned to the nest and prepared to devour the remaining heavenly treasures together. The host devours the 100 spirit grass and gains 100 evolution points. The host devours the blood and flesh of a D-great alien beast and gains 100 evolution points. He didn't know how long he had been devouring it, but Jiang Yuan suddenly had an idea in his head. He was sure that his righteous father would have more kryptonite for him if he showed up with his hand. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan immediately began to spit silk, ready to communicate with the universe Tyrannosaurus Rex beast this righteous father. Chapter 7, My righteous father's kryptonite millions help me become a god. Blue Star. Snaky Snake. Good morning. Wow. Big A. Why are you bullying little A in the morning? Didn't I tell you guys? Good brothers have to love each other. Su Meng, who had just gotten up, huffed and puffed as she separated the two beetles that were fighting, following her as she ordered takeout while opening the forum of the record of 10,000 beasts. wanting to see if there were any trade items that could be fed to the little arachnid. This strange fruit is not bad. You can trade it over to the little spider. There's also this D+ great alien beast remnant meat, which the little arachnid ate with gusto yesterday. Or you can take it down and use it for trade. What do you mean? Su Meng, who was brushing through the dynamics of the forum, suddenly noticed a post, and her eyes stared slightly. Just on this thread, the picture inside is of a snow-white spider. Ouch! This spider kind of looks like a little arachnid. Su Meng let out a puzzled cry and clicked on the thread in passing. It was a very long thread filled with profanity. Brothers, give me a full web to kill this white spider. As long as you succeed in executing it and take its head, you can come to me to collect the 10W bounty. The bottom of the post has even drawn a number of player comments. Woohoo! Brother, with your words, I will bring you the head of this white spider. 10W bounty. I'll take it. No one can take it. Nuts. Guys, get to work. After this one, I'm taking my brothers to the foot wash. This spider is vicious. After reading the comments, Su Meng shrunk her neck. She had originally thought that this white spider was a small arachnid, but after careful discernment, she was clear. Definitely not. Ugh. It clearly looks similar to my little arachnid, but the difference in personality is too much, isn't it? Or is my little arachnid better? Always peace-loving, either eat or sleep. As she spoke, she logged on to the record of 10,000 beasts. Just after logging in, Su Meng couldn't help but sit up straight as she realized that Zhang Yuan had utilized the spider silk to write her another long paragraph. My righteous father, I don't know where you are, but 31 you must not believe in the city. Mark my words, don't ever go to Noborabetsu. Please trust me then, and if you want me to have more talent, please continue to kryptonize me and let me grow. Su Meng's expression was blank as she looked at the words Zhang Yuan had woven, and subconsciously said, this, Letter City? Today seems to be the 31st, and there's nothing unusual about Letter City. Ding dong. Just as her words fell, a message beep suddenly came from her cell phone. She subconsciously raised her eyes to see what was reflected in a news media release about the development. The City of Faith has been receiving continuous heavy rains. The lake has broken through the embankment along the way, and many areas have been flooded, with water and power outages in various towns, which has resulted in 10 injuries so far. Please be patient with residents everywhere. Officials are organizing manpower to rescue them. Upon seeing this message, Su Meng's pupils shrunk violently. This. Her eyes flicked back and forth between the record of 10,000 beasts and the news updates, shock gradually covering her small face. How come it's all been said by the little spider? It was silent for a long time before she digested the news, and a pair of eyes that were clearly tinged with curiosity landed on Zhang Yuan's body. She seemed to be thinking, tilting her head. A pair of crochets angled slightly, but she didn't care, and unconsciously put her jade-moist fingers on her little mouth and nibbled on them. After a long time had passed, she murmured, could it be that the little spider can foretell the future? Saying that, Su Meng's face couldn't help but have a few more flushes. Does that little spider know that I peeked under it yesterday? She asked Don Yang, but unfortunately, the answer given by Don Yang was somewhat incomprehensible to her when placed on Zhang Yuan. Luckily, after going through Zhang Yuan's racial introduction, she still roughly knew Zhang Yuan's gender. It was definitely a girl. After all, what kind of male spider is named after Winx? I'm a mom and it's normal to want to know if it's a son or a daughter. A moment later, Su Meng raised her head with a righteous look. After regaining her composure, Su Meng analyzed the meaning of Zhang Yuan's words again. Rather, the second half of the little arachnid's meaning is to say that as long as it is given kryptonite, it will be able to know more things? Then continue the kryptonite. Su Meng immediately had a resolution, but when she was ready to recharge, a footstep sounded outside the room door. Miss, I looked up only to see a cool-looking woman in a leather jacket and pants walk in. Sister Willow, you're here. Sister Ryu is her bodyguard, although it is a bodyguard. Su Meng, whose parents were not around when she was a child, has long taken it as her closest person. Miss, are you ready to fill up again? Yeah. Suman nodded. Miss, you've recharged a lot in the record of 10,000 beasts during this time. If the boss asks, gee, you don't have to worry about this. Before the words fell, Su Meng interrupted. There was a pause, and Willow didn't say another word. Just in the back of my mind, I couldn't help but speculate. Miss, is this a trick? How to charge so much in one game? She was genuinely worried about Su Meng being cheated. After all, the family fortune is large and coveted, and Su Meng had already recharged it this time. After doing all this, her eyes buling looked at Zhang Yuan. Oh little arachnid, grow up quickly. I'd like to see what else you're capable of surprising me with. Muttering, Su Meng's eyes smiled into the shape of a crescent moon. and her pair of small, onion-white feet shook with excitement. In the meantime, the contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 50W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 5,000 evolution points. Items, D-rank beast meat, devour for 150 evolution points. Item, 1000 years of chi and blood fruit, devour for 500. Asterisk. Zhang Yuan, who was faking sleep, was jolted. 50W? Zhang Yuan repeated dully. He had thought that his righteous father would be a kryptonite, but he really didn't expect it to be this much. Nice guy. What a great guy. It seems that you have not fallen for big money, but for the biggest of big money. Moreover, Zhang Yuan briefly swept his eyes, and he realized that apart from the kryptonite, the heavenly treasures gifted to him by his righteous father were exceptionally rich. If all of them were eaten, it was estimated that he would be able to start a new round of evolution. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has reached the amount of 50W for the first time for the host's kryptonite. The online chat function is officially opened. Just as Zhang Yuan was getting excited, another system sound rang out in his mind. Immediately after, he only felt a flash before his eyes as a chat interface appeared on the side of the attribute panel. There was no one else in the interface, only someone nicknamed Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Beast. So, I get to chat directly with my righteous father? After digesting this news, Zhang Yuan was extraordinarily excited in his heart. Being able to contact his righteous father in real time, that was definitely much better than before when he could only contact him with a spider web. While excited to the core, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think, for righteous father to be so quick to kryptonite, I think it shouldn't have been long since he first learned of the city of faith in the real world. If I tell him about Gainfall now, it should add a lot of credibility. No, can't. It's just that, if I say it, will righteous father trust it? Although Zhang Yuan has a bottom, there is always a risk. In case righteous father doesn't believe me, I'll have one less shortcut that will allow me to upgrade quickly. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan vetoed the idea. Anyway, there was still some time before the game came down, so he could take advantage of it to brainwash his righteous father. When I was just watching the news, I think it was the 30th, and I think I remember the 31st being a world soccer game. At that time, the team that won the championship seemed to be cold, and the whole network was hot. Or, just give the righteous father a hint. Chapter 8, The Player's Hunt. Speaking of which, if this matter hadn't been hotly debated all over the internet, Zhang Yuan wouldn't have been able to remember it. After thinking about it, Zhang Yuan thanked him first before revealing this matter. Zhang Yuan felt that only by doing so would he end up convincing his righteous father of his words. It was only after doing all this that Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to devour the food. After devouring it plus what the righteous father's kryptonite had brought him, he had enough for a wave of evolution. The host devours the remnants of a D+ great alien beast and gains 200 evolution points. The host devours the chi and blood fruit and gains 500 evolution points. While devouring his food, Zhang Yuan not only opened the record of 10,000 beasts for him to see what noteworthy news there was. What? Someone contracted to a B-class Fey beast? What kind of luck is this? Holy, number 1 on today's recharge list. I didn't realize that righteous father was also on the list. Is this about my bounty? While browsing, Zhang Yuan quickly noticed the post about himself. Interesting. After browsing through them one by one, Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The reward is 10W. Wanting my head. Is my head only worth 10W? Isn't that underestimating me a bit? But since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being rude to you. Between the low murmurs, a touch of hidden killing intent crept into Zhang Yuan's eyes. Returning from rebirth, Zhang Yuan didn't want to recreate the tragedy of his previous life. He will surely step to the top. Evolution points have met the demand for evolution. Does the host open evolution? At this time, the system's voice brought Zhang Yuan back to his senses slightly. Evolution. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to open his mouth, facing the group of guys who wanted to chase after him. How could he do it without some strength? With this, Su Meng, who was finishing taking out her takeout, discovered that Zhang Yuan was ready to evolve again and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Little arachnid, you grow up quickly. I can't wait to see what you look like when you grow up. Isn't that just as pretty as mommy? Su Meng's eyes showed longing, and without realizing it her eyes noticed a small red dot on the game interface. OCD made her tap it, trying to get rid of the red dot. But when she clicked on the red dot and saw the message inside, she was stunned. This is little arachnid talking to me. I seem to be able to talk to it too. After taking several deep breaths, Su Meng suppressed the urgency in her heart and checked up on Zhang Yuan's words first. The team? She has not paid much attention to the team. But since the little arachnid has said so, let's vote a little. Saying that, she made a call to her bodyguard and told her to go and buy soccer betting tickets as Zhang Yuan wanted. Next, She left several remarks for Zhang Yuan full of excitement. With this in another part of the Blue Star. Did you find the white spider? Watching the live stream earlier, it seemed like it appeared in this area. Just look again. Surely you'll find it. When the time comes, kill him, and we'll split that 10W equally between us. In a college dormitory, a few close friends were talking to each other while playing the record of 10,000 beasts. I can feel that fragrant 10W beckoning us. Me too. If I can get the 10W, I'll be able to buy my goddess lots and lots of presents. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts. Ding! The host has successfully evolved. Congratulations to the host for successful evolution and obtaining the active talent Demon Shadow Thousand Weight. Devil's Shadow Thousandfold can run at weird speeds, fast enough to transform shadows into phantoms if the spiritual power is vast, and has 50% of the original body's attack ability. This system sound made Zhang Yuan overjoyed, more excited than even the original means of attack he had gotten. This was because in the record of 10,000 beasts, there were many more exotic beasts that were tougher than him, with his D+ rank, let alone not being good enough in front of those S-class Fae. Just one A-class alien beast was enough to stomp him to death. Now that he possessed the Demon Shadow Thousand Weight, Zhang Yuan could at least run away if he went to face them in the current situation. But then again, it's time for me to get out of this area. After moving his body, Zhang Yuan collected his excitement and gazed into the distance. In this forest, the one with the highest rank before would be that falcon. And currently Zhang Yuan was definitely considered the well-deserved king of this area. If he didn't know that the 10,000 beasts record would subsequently descend into reality, Zhang Yuan would be happy to be in this greenhouse. But the subsequent game can come down to reality. If you don't take the time to improve your strength now, the only thing that awaits you after that descent is to be robbed. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan left this area without the slightest thought and set foot on the unknown area ahead. Demon Shadow Thousand. Shun over the spider silk to step on the ground. Zhang Yuan instantly executed the Demon Shadow Thousand Weights. He instantly turned into a white light and flew through this dense forest. This Demon Shadow Thousand Weight is indeed good. While rushing along, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but praise the words. After casting Demon Shadow Thousand Weight, his speed was extremely fast. According to Zhang Yuan's understanding, not to mention a C-class alien beast, even a B-class alien beast would not be able to catch up with him. It was only a pity that Zhang Yuan was a bit regretful that he had also tried to open the phantom. However, it was extremely draining on his spiritual energy, and he couldn't support it for long at all. Although I won't be able to hold out for long in my current condition, it's enough if I'm just catching up. Understanding the toughness of the Demon Shadow Thousand, he didn't suppress the aura that belonged to a D+ grade foreign beast and flew along the way. Many of the surrounding beasts were trembling in fear by this aura of Zhang Yuan, not even daring to show their heads. Zhang Yuan didn't care about them. For him now, devouring these weak beasts was a waste of time and essence, and the evolution points gained were completely disproportionate to the effort. And when Zhang Yuan released his breath, he found a point of surprise. It was as if he had an invisible eye at that moment, and everything around him took on a whole new dimension. It was as if he had come into a world of only black and white with a number of blinking red dots. These were the existences that were the same as him, the same beasts. It was only that the red dots emanating from these foreign beasts were all very small, so small that Zhang Yuan didn't even have the idea of devouring them. Is this my spiritual power? Zhang Yuan was slightly novel. In fact, he had heard of it in his previous life, but he was not strong enough to develop it before. It feels kind of marvelous now that it's been developed, and I can actually perceive a 500-meter radius now. Zhang Yuan was newly surprised at this new discovery. In this way, he was able to precisely search for a suitable foreign beast for him to devour. Slightly to Zhang Yuan's regret, with his current spiritual power, he could only probe up to 1,000 meters, and could not probe beyond that. Just then, Zhang Yuan suddenly sensed a larger red dot. Looking at the specifications of the red dots, this foreign beast should have D strength. Although it wasn't particularly strong, it slightly raised Zhang Yuan's interest. He seems to be rushing my way? Soon Zhang Yuan made a new discovery. Then why don't I just wait here and see what it's going to do? With a dark voice, Zhang Yuan slightly collected his aura and hid to the side. A moment later, a tiger with sharp fangs appeared in Zhang Yuan's vision. Species, Great Fang Red Tiger. Level, D. Active talents, Tiger's Whistle, Tiger's Pounce, Tail of the Ascendant. Sprint, when running away. Speed is increased by 2 times. Passive talent, Ruddy Body. As more time is spent in battle, the ruddy body surface will flow and rise like blood, increasing one's attack by up to 50%. Chapter 9, The Player's Triad Hunt. Roar. When it came to Zhang Yuan's original position, it even stopped strangely. It lifted its head, and its eyes were still constantly looking around. Come for me? Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan's gaze slightly condensed as he saw that a faint luster was emanating from this red tiger. It was obvious that it had an indentured servant. It's likely that the indentured servant saw the bounty and came after it on purpose, but just to take a D-rank alien beast over to seek revenge. That's looking down on me too much, isn't it? Jiang Yuan secretly laughed, and with that, he no longer hesitated, utilizing the demon shadow thousand weights to speedily rush to the side of the giant Fang red tiger. Roar! Jiang Yuan didn't attack first. Instead, he poked it first with his forefoot. Ho ho ho! The giant Fang red tiger subconsciously twisted its head to look over. Upon discovering Jiang Yuan, before it could react in any way, Jiang Yuan instantly spat out a spider silk straight from his mouth. Pust! The thin, cicada-like spider silk instantly struck the body of the giant Fang red tiger, and its ponderous body instantly flew backwards. In mid-air, his body even shot out a splash of blood like a bright firework. Roar! The giant Fang red tiger fell to the ground and howled in agony. His pupils were filled with terror as he looked at Jiang Yuan. Ho ho ho! Seeing Jiang Yuan walking slowly, the giant Fang red tiger's whole body trembled and fled backward like a madman. A simple strike had made it realize that it was by no means Jiang Yuan's opponent. You have to call for help to beat it. Holy, after not seeing it for a short period of time, why do I feel that this white spider has become powerful again? Damn, where are you people? Hurry up and come over. I can't hold it alone anymore. Easy, easy, I'm coming. Hurry up. If you guys don't come, I'm really going to lose it. This white spider is chasing me so hard. In the dormitory, the indentured servant of the giant Fang red tiger began to call out to his friends, and those around him who heard his voice immediately moved into action. As they got closer, a touch of exhilaration hung on their faces. As long as you exterminate Jiang Yuan, you can get a 10W bounty. The only person who had been hunted down by Jiang Yuan was the indentured servant of the giant Fang red tiger. Upon realizing that Jiang Yuan was getting closer and closer to him, his expression was panicked. It would be terrible to be caught up. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, Jiang Yuan had been chasing and killing. Gradually a few more teasing smiles appeared on his face. So it's because you want to surround and kill me? Jiang Yuan's face teased even more. It was because through his perception, Jiang Yuan detected two larger red dots rushing this way. Looking at the size of the red dots, they are roughly D+. If he had faced these beasts before, Jiang Yuan would not have had much of a choice but to hide. But now, it can be completely different. Here it comes. Just then, Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. From a distance, he saw two ponderous figures speeding towards him, both of them bearing the symbol of being contracted. Looking more closely, Jiang Yuan realized that they were a silver-backed gorilla and a snake-like creature covered in black scales. It was roughly 7 or 8 meters long, with a body roughly as thick as an adult man's thigh. The most horrifying thing was that it also had a huge dark green tumor growing on top of its head, like a sign of the strength of the venom it contained. The aura emanating from these two foreign beasts were both very strong, far from being comparable to the falcon that Jiang Yuan had faced before. And along with their fast pace, the ground was made to shake continuously. Species, silverback gorilla. Level, D+. Active talents, meteorite fall. Tarzan, hand of steel. Race, black-scaled viper. Level, D+. Active talents, sticky acid. Tail of the divine. Invincible sawtooth. Passive gift, iron body, effective in blocking attacks. So it's you guys. Upon seeing it too, Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with a thick, cold color. He also remembered that in his previous life, there were quite a few players who did not have too much kryptonite, but were especially lucky to have contracted a stronger fey beast. After the game descended, they acted haphazardly by virtue of their contracted strong beasts, seemingly venting their earlier unhappiness. And Jiang Yuan had been rubbed by the owners of these two foreign beasts in his previous life. Unexpectedly, now that the game had not yet descended, he had come across these two beasts first. Since it's you guys, I'll collect some interest in advance. Looking at the black-scaled viper that was frantically fleeing ahead, Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, with the giant Fang red tiger directly in front of this. When it saw the silverback gorilla and the black-scaled viper, its pupils were filled with a light of hope, and its own speed was accelerating. It knew that as long as it could hide behind the silverback gorilla and the giant Fang red tiger, it would be safe. Pust. However, just as it was about to arrive behind the silverback gorilla and the black-scaled giant snake, a white lightning bolt rose up from behind. It also wondered how lightning could appear when there was no thunder either, and how it was still white lightning. This white lightning bolt, however, picked up speed once again and easily ran through its body. Pust. A tiny sound rang out, and blood suddenly burst out like a fountain. Roar! The giant Fang red tiger let out a roar filled with pain, but it did so as its head fell to the ground. Instead, he realized that his body seemed to split in two. And what stood in its way wasn't a silver-backed gorilla or a black-scaled viper, but a white spider with a snowy white body. At this moment, the color of fear filled its pupils. It wriggled as if it was still trying to struggle, but it was no longer helpful. Your contracted beast is dead. Inside the dormitory, the indentured servant of the giant fawn red tiger stared blankly at the big red letters in the game. Holy! After a while, he reacted, gritting his teeth and shouting to the two people next to him, "Shame! Shame!" With his speed just now, he clearly could have killed me in the morning, and it waited for you guys to get there before it did it. You must avenge me. Kill the white spider. I won't sleep well for the rest of my life until I kill him. Don't worry, leave it to us. Don't be angry either. When we've executed this white spider, we'll go take a bath together. The two people next to him immediately spoke out to comfort him, while their gazes were firmly fixed on the interface of the record of 10,000 beasts. Through the actions of this white spider just now, they understood that this white spider was somewhat powerful, and they had to be careful in dealing with it. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, at this point, a spider, a snake and a scarab faced each other. Jiang Yuan was cold and composed, his 8 eyes sizing up the two beasts back and forth as if he was picking out some food, and the silverback gorilla and the black-scaled viper looked as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Obviously, the scene of Jiang Yuan killing the giant fawn red tiger just now was deeply imprinted in their hearts. The three parties faced each other for a long time, before the silver-backed gorilla and the black-scaled viper looked at each other twice. The silverback gorilla let out a roar breaking the silence of the scene. Hiss! Just when Jiang Yuan thought that the silverback gorilla was about to make a move, he saw the black-scaled viper that was spitting out a letter suddenly let out a hiss as it swam and quickly rushed towards Jiang Yuan. Chapter 10. The coming of a monster comparable to a natural disaster. Hiss! When it came in front of him, the black-scaled viper opened its huge mouth and leapt up to attack Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan stood still and could clearly smell the faint odor of blood mixed in the mouth of the black-scaled viper. Quite a bit of pizzazz. But unfortunately, it's me who's facing it. In the face of this strike, Jiang Yuan was calm and relaxed, commenting with interest. It was only when the black-scaled viper was about to come to his side that he violently raised his forefoot and contained its head with a quick and precise blow. Hiss! The black-scaled viper froze, just as if he hadn't expected this outcome. When she reacted, she twisted her body forcefully and a giant tail wrapped in strong wind instantly attacked Jiang Yuan from the side. At the same time, the black-scaled viper fought to open its huge mouth, revealing two sharp fangs about to bite at Jiang Yuan. Humph! Sculpture! Facing a double crisis, a cold and stern light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. With a twist of his body, he instantly dropped the black-scaled viper's head, and then with a lift of his forefoot, he grabbed the black-scaled viper's running giant tail. Roar! The black-scaled viper that had just eased up still wanted to resist. Its head lifted up and opened its fangs before biting towards Jiang Yuan once again. It was too late. Jiang Yuan's body was thrown violently, and the black-scaled viper was thrown in the air like a long floating belt, accompanied by Jiang Yuan's forefoot letting go. The black-scaled viper was like a kite with broken strings, drawing a perfect parabola in the air. Pangran smashed heavily on the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Hiss! The black-scaled viper climbed up from the distance with a gray head, its icy pupils filled with anger. Hiss! It then arched its body and opened its mouth to spit out a thick venom at Jiang Yuan as well. Jiang Yuan smiled. He hadn't tried how the passive talent 10,000 poison's body was yet. This is just the right time to try to experiment. And seeing this, the black-scaled viper was excited. The other beasts didn't know how strong their venom was, but it knew it well. He himself had relied on his strong venom, which had steadily become a D+ grade alien beast. To put it simply, Jiang Yuan has already taken the way to death with this hand. Roar! The silverback gorilla that had been inactive also roared out at that moment, its arms constantly beating its chest. Following that, it unfolded its arms, pinched up a huge stone from the side and threw it at Jiang Yuan as if it was throwing garbage. Now it's dead. The three people in the dormitory looked at the images within the record of 10,000 beasts and quickly came to a resolution, and a hideous smile grew in their eyes. In the next instant, the smiles they raised on their faces froze in their eyes, because they had seen with their own eyes that the venom of the black-scaled viper was staining Jiang Yuan's body. This white spider did not show any signs of poisoning, and easily destroyed the boulder thrown by the silverback orangutan. Looking at Jiang Yuan within the record of 10,000 beasts, the three of them could only feel chills. This white spider is so weird. Come on, get it together. It's only possible to exterminate him. Ho ho ho! Hisses. In fact, there was no need for them to authorize it. The silverback gorilla and the black-scaled viper were already prepared to join forces. The two beasts roared out at each other, followed by the silverback gorilla hammering his chest, his teeth and claws waving as if he was an evil spirit coming out of hell to take the lead in launching an attack on Jiang Yuan. Hiss! the black-scaled viper was not idle either, its ponderous body weaving in and out of the ground, preparing to attack Zhang Yuan from the side. If you can't beat one, all of them together, you can beat me? Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he opened his mouth and spat out, spraying several spider silks. Put! Accompanied by the sound of sharp whistling, the cicada-like thin spider silk had already shot to the front of his eyes. In their haste, the silverback gorilla and the black-scaled viper tried to dodge. However, he could not avoid being penetrated by the tree root spider silk. Pust! A dense mass of blood flowers instantly blossomed out from the two beasts' ponderous bodies, looking as if they were brilliant and colorful fireworks. Roar! Hiss! The injuries that ran through them caused the two beasts to resist, letting out a gurgling hiss that was permeated with pain. Zhang Yuan calmly watched all of this and followed with a silent shake of his head. In fact, he could have solved these two foreign beasts a long time ago. The only reason he stayed for so long was because he wanted to test just how strong his current equal rank was. Now through the silverback gorilla and the black-scaled viper, Zhang Yuan understood a little bit. Unusual D+ grade alien beasts were not a match for themselves at all, and it was thought that their strength should be equal to C- grade alien beasts, or even C grade alien beasts. It's not bad, and it's quite a challenge to cross over. Zhang Yuan nodded with considerable satisfaction. You are now considered to have accomplished your mission. Zhang Yuan's voice soon attracted the attention of the silver-backed gorilla and the black-scaled viper. As the words fell, his 8 purple eyes suddenly bloomed with a purple ethereal light. At this moment, the silver-backed gorilla and the black-scaled viper, who were originally still howling in pain, froze in place as if they were walking corpses. Phew! The Devil Shadow Thousand Heaviness instantly launched and came to the side of both of it. Zhang Yuan didn't hold back and opened his mouth to inject venom into both of them respectively. Hiss! Roar! A stabbing pain made the silverback gorilla and the black-scaled viper react, and they roared out in anger. But before they could launch into action, their faces suddenly flashed with a few wisps of pain. Immediately afterward, the two ponderous bodies collapsed helplessly to the ground. Dang D+ grade alien beasts. I didn't expect it to be only at these levels. Looking at the two beasts that were no longer silent, Zhang Yuan slowly walked over and just wanted to devour them. 2 D+ grade alien beasts plus a D grade alien beast was enough for him to collect some evolution points. Dead. In the dormitory, the 3 college students froze in place when they saw the scene in the screen of the record of all beasts. How could they not expect that the 3 of them would join hands and be exterminated by Zhang Yuan? The scene was too unbelievable for them. Obviously, they were both D+ grade alien beasts. What made the difference so great? What the hell is this based on? What made it even more difficult for them was that their contracted beasts died. So starting over, it was unlikely that their luck would be as good as it was before to be able to contract a D-ranked or higher Fey beast. Everything can just have to start all over again. That's even worse than killing them. Nope, something's coming. Look, you guys. Just then, the contractee of the giant fawn red tiger seemed to have realized something and cried out in shock. It's them. With them around, this white spider will definitely fall. Although I can't personally take revenge, it's still pretty good to see this white spider die. And we'll be able to collect the bounty with this too. His words caused the remaining 2 to light up and bet their eyes on the game screen of the record of 10,000 beasts. In the picture, there was a dark, tidal wave-like scene as far as the eye could see, and every now and then there was a splash of oozing scarlet red. At this moment, at the end of this black tide, it was precisely Zhang Yuan. Chapter 11, The Usefulness of Spider Silk. With this, Zhang Yuan within the record of 10,000 beasts was about to engage in devouring when a breeze blew treacherously around him. Phew! 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 The gusty wind howled. Zhang Yuan's eyes stared slightly. His head lifted to look far into the distance. In his perception, he noticed a group of small red dots rushing this way. They were fast, traveling tens of meters almost every second, and as they got closer, the breeze that Zhang Yuan could feel had turned into a gale. Soon, a black figure appeared within Zhang Yuan's field of vision. Their bodies were pitch black, their pupils as red as snow, flashing with a bloodthirsty and ferocious light. When it came running from afar, it was like a sea of black tides, and a single glance was intimidating. Seeing the sea of tides not far away, a bad feeling arose in Zhang Yuan's heart. Species, Gale Wolf. Level, D-. Active talents, Gale, Bite, Berserk. Passive talent, work together. When a team cooperates with each other, their rank will increase by 1 level. As the clear attribute panel surfaced before his eyes, Zhang Yuan's brows had wrinkled deeply. He roughly scanned the area, and there were hundreds of blizzard wolves in front of him. This is an extremely ghastly number. Zhang Yuan had seen blizzard wolves in his previous life. They were insatiable, and wherever there was the smell of blood, there was their figure. Although they were not considered strong individually, as long as they were united with each other, with sophisticated teamwork, the power they could explode was endless. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan had seen with his own eyes that an A-ranked Fey beast had drank its heart out under the siege of a group of B-ranked blizzard wolves. Fortunately, though, no leader has yet emerged from this group. Carefully inspecting the spot, Zhang Yuan finally found a good news: the Blast Leader, which evolved from the Blast Wolf. It is said that the Blizzard Wolf will be promoted to become the leader after going through the layers of challenges within the pack, and at that time, the Blasted Wolf who became the king would also shift his form and become a legendary werewolf. Ow! Just as Zhang Yuan thought of this, a mournful wolf howl rang out one after another. The sound exploded in the ears as if it were a sound wave, causing the surrounding trees to make a vibrating rustling sound. Zhang Yuan looked up and saw that they had rushed towards him in an encircling circle. Each of them flared their teeth and claws, as if they wouldn't hesitate to rush at him and tear him to pieces as soon as they were ordered to do so. Just as well. Let's see who the deer are then. Zhang Yuan looked behind him at the foreign beasts that he had yet to devour. He was ready to put up a fight. He really didn't want to give up the prey in his mouth. Furthermore, he had the demon Shadow 1000 weight, so he could walk away in case he really couldn't fight. Hiss! Zhang Yuan looked at the group of blizzard wolves with a cold gaze and opened his mouth to spit out a thick cloud of venom. Snap! Although the speed of the venom splash wasn't too fast, there were many blizzard wolves, so it was inevitable that one or two of them were still stained by the venom. Ow! These two blizzard wolves let out a miserable howl, and there were clearly a few signs of poisoning on their bodies. However, they still braced themselves and stared at Zhang Yuan dead in the face. Ow! Seeing this, the other blizzard wolves couldn't sit still and frantically attacked and killed Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's body was tense as he watched a grinning blizzard wolf get closer and closer to him. His eyes burst open, a cold chill flashing through his eyes, followed by directly moving his steps and feet, rushing straight towards the blizzard wolves. His stance was extremely fast, and his stepping feet and fangs were more than capable of dealing damage to the blizzard wolf with ease. In just a few moments of work, a single blizzard wolf had already been poisoned under the light of day with Zhang Yuan. But even though Zhang Yuan was so fierce, this group of blizzard wolves still had no intention of stopping. The miserable howls of their companions instead made them even more frantic. The crimson eyes, the hideous face, it was as if it was silently saying that he would not rest until he got Zhang Yuan killed. Zhang Yuan wasn't ambiguous either, and had been battling against them. His current condition was fine, although he was only a lone beast. With his spider silk, demon Shadow 1000 weights, and venom, he was able to inflict great damage on the blizzard wolf with a single easy strike. But I'll have to think of some other way to do it. Although many of the blizzard wolves have fallen to the ground incapable of fighting, the rest of the blizzard wolves have become more courageous. In the long run, I'm afraid I'll run out of stamina. Ow! As Zhang Yuan pondered, a roar suddenly exploded. He twisted his head and saw a blast wolf actually coming in a frantic rush with its mouth open. But the target of its attack was not Zhang Yuan, but his trophy, the body of the black-scaled viper. How dare you touch my prey? Zhang Yuan's eyes were glued together. Taking advantage of the gap between the attacks, he immediately spat out a spider silk and pulled the black-scaled viper to his feet. Looking at the black-scaled viper beside him, and then at the fallen blizzard wolves around him, Zhang Yuan's head suddenly flashed with a bright light. It does seem a bit hard to do that with one person, but what if we let them kill each other? Try it first and see if it works. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan immediately spat out a spider silk and hit those injured blizzard wolves. Get up for me! With a soft cry, under the traction of Zhang Yuan's spider silk, several fallen and wailing blizzard wolves stood up, then actually ran straight to Zhang Yuan's side, protecting him tightly inside. Ow! The rest of the blizzard wolves were completely baffled at the sight of this scene, not understanding at all why their teammates were on opposite sides. Works great. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, revealed a cruel smile, trying to rob me of my prey. Then do it to your own brothers in arms first. With a command, Zhang Yuan used his spider silk to pull the blizzard wolves to launch an attack on their companions. Ow! Ow! Several black shadows ran out. For a while, the blood in the field continued to flow, making this entire area look like it had turned into a hell on earth. To Zhang Yuan's slight surprise, the group of unmanipulated blizzard wolves appeared to be wary of their attack in the face of their former teammates, only attempting to try and rush through their obstacles and directly kill Zhang Yuan. It was a pity that under Zhang Yuan's manipulation, they couldn't seek any opportunity. Even if there were fish that escaped the net, with Zhang Yuan's means, he could easily take care of them. Ow! After a few moments, the blizzard wolf seemed to know that it couldn't gain any advantage in Zhang Yuan's hands, and eventually withdrew from the area reluctantly. Phew! Seeing the blizzard wolves withdrawing, Zhang Yuan did not go soft and simply slaughtered the blizzard wolves that were manipulated by the spider silk completely. After doing all this, Zhang Yuan's eyes carried amazement. Spider! He found a new use for it. However, Jiang Yuan felt that not only spider silk, but all of his talents could develop new uses. Just as Jiang Yuan felt surprised, a voice suddenly rang out from above the dome of the sky. The Book of 10,000 Beasts has been in service for 6 days. The newest edition is now the Experience Mystery. D rank Fey Secret Realm. Requirements: Fey with a rank of D may enter. Opening time: 7 days after the opening of the service. The current remaining 24 hours to open. Chapter 12, The Copy opens. The Crisis of Murder. Blue Star. Somewhere inside a university dormitory, they naturally heard the beeps within the record of 10,000 beasts. Before the change, they would have been thrilled. After all, there are a lot of treasures in the secret realm. But now that the contracted beast was dead, they completely ignored the passage. How can this white spider, survive the blast wolf pack? And the means are so bizarre. Until now, the scene of Jiang Yuan driving away the blizzard wolves still echoed in their minds. They had also encountered blizzard wolves in the record of 10,000 beasts. But not to mention them, even some contractors who possess C-ranked Fey would mostly choose to retreat when confronted with blizzard wolves. That white spider is fine. It was hard to believe that a mere D+ grade alien beast could still be tougher than a C- grade alien beast. This is outrageous, isn't it? The three of them looked at each other silently, their eyes filled with bitterness. It seems, by virtue of us going to exterminate this white spider, we are really whimsical. More than whimsical, I think only Lu's contracted beast has the potential to defeat this white spider. Oh, what are you guys talking about? As soon as the words fell, suddenly an amused voice came from outside the dormitory door. The three of them whipped their heads around to see a young man in a hipster suit walk in with a smile on his face. This man was none other than the man they called Brother Lu, whose first name was Lu Fugue. As his name suggests, he's a rich kid, and his family has enough dozens of units to use to collect rent. Seeing him, the three seemed to think of something and couldn't help but reveal a lecherous smile. Brother Lu, you're back so early today. Brother Lu, did you have to eat last night? What's that chick like in bed? Quickly tell your brothers. Hey. Lu Fugue waved his hand and curiously repeated the question he had just asked. The three of them looked at each other, and then spoke up and told them all about what had just happened. What? Are you guys saying that the white spider, which has been miserably rewarded recently, has gotten another evolution? And just now, he made the blizzard wolf retreat with a very bizarre means by his own strength? Is he really that good? Are you guys sure you're not kidding? Brother Lu, someone sighed. You should stop talking about it. Our three contracted foreign beasts. It was also taken care of by it. Perhaps next time his strength will be improved even more. Interesting. Originally a D-ranked foreign beast wasn't worth me stepping out for the reward. But since it's so odd, Lu Fugue rubbed his chin, and a brilliant light flowed in his eyes as he said, if my contracted beast can devour this white spider, I think it will still be able to get a great boost. Quick, you guys, tell me where this white spider is now. When the three of them heard this, a bright light was released in their eyes. The three of them were playing day and night with the idea of earning some pocket money only after they learned that the items within the record of 10,000 beasts could be traded with players. Lu Fugue, on the other hand, was completely different from them. Simply put, in the record of the 10,000 beasts, he's the legendary kryptonite of the gods and goddesses. 10,000 beasts record has only been opened soon. He has kryptonized hundreds of thousands of going down for his contracted beast, the six-clawed void panther. Currently, his contracted beasts were even higher than C rank. With him out of the way, a D+ ranked white spider wouldn't be able to make any waves after all. Thinking about this, several people immediately pulled Lu Fugue's hand and cried loudly, Brother Lu, you must avenge us. As long as you avenge us, you'll be my own brother from now on. More than pro-brother. Brother Lu, I'll put my words here. When you go out in the future and have a girl, you choose first. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, Jiang Yuan didn't know the situation in the outside world at all. At this moment, he was devouring it with vigor. The host devours the D- grade alien beast blizzard wolf and gains 200 evolution points. The host devours a D+ grade silverback gorilla and gains 400 evolution points. The alien beast silverback gorilla is a contracted beast. Devouring it gains an additional 400 evolution points, accompanied by a series of system beeps. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but burp as he fell to the ground. Host, Jiang Yuan. Species, winking evil spider. Level, D+. Active talents, Dragnet. Venom Splash. Eye of the evil spider. Thousand Shadows. Passive gift, body of the evil spider. Evolution points, 4500/24300. After devouring so many D-stage alien beasts, I've only gained over 4,000 evolution points. Looking at the evolution points needed for the attribute panel, Jiang Yuan sighed. He himself was only a D+ grade alien beast now, and he needed to use up so many evolution points. It was really hard for him to imagine how many evolution points would be consumed when the level rises up later. Thinking about coming to that time even if one wanted to raise one rank, it would be an extremely difficult thing to do. It's still kryptonite that's cool. Not only do you get evolution points for yourself, but you also get some heavenly treasures for upgrading. Although the kryptonite 10W, they can only get 1000 evolution points, but with the recharge rebate and so on activities, they can actually get the evolution points will only be much more than 1000. Shaking his head a bit, Jiang Yuan was not thinking deeply. He knew in the bottom of his heart that even though his righteous father had money, it was absolutely impossible for him to take it all out in one breath. One must wait until the righteous father believes in him completely. During this period, one must also acquire the maximum number of evolution points within a limited time to do so. That way you can prevent problems before they happen. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan's heart flooded with a mutter. So, this D-rank secret realm, should I go or not? The secret realm is a great feature in the book of 10,000 beasts. Simply put, there were quite a few heavenly treasures in the secret realm, and as long as one could explore them it would be a huge boost to one's strength. As far as Jiang Yuan knew, in his previous life, there was also a heavenly treasure hidden in this D-stage secret realm, which was subsequently auctioned for millions of dollars in the trading house. It could be said that this was very appealing to Jiang Yuan. However, he was also clear that the Fey beasts traveling to the secret realm were definitely not just himself, and when the time came, there was a possibility that he might clash not only with the Fey beasts in the secret realm, but also with other Fey beasts as well, and he himself had just hunted down a couple of player-contracted D-rank alien beasts. The video couldn't help but reach the forums, and by then you might have to face a C-ranked indentured Fey if you went by yourself. This was definitely not a good experience for Jiang Yuan. First, let's see what kind of sensation I've got happening in the forums. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuan, who still didn't have a clue, thought of going to the forum first. How explosive this behavior of his own really is in saying that. However, after browsing, Jiang Yuan realized that there was no video on the forum about this matter. Instead, there's a treaty warfare thread. Contracted white spider player, Long Ao Tian. Formally make an appointment for battle with you at the entrance to the D-rank secret realm. If you dare to come, we'll fight squarely and see who's better. If you're afraid to come, face the entire internet and say you're just a greedy clown. The post was succinct, but the comments section has long been drenched with players. Although this white spider is a D-ranked creature, this secret realm, I dare conclude that he will definitely not dare to come. That's right, that player who contracted the white spider hasn't shown up until now. He must have known about his bounty. If I were that player, I would only dare to cower in my nest now. Where would I dare to come out? Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. You guys don't talk big. Okay, what an embarrassment to others. Looking at it now, that player doesn't even dare to show his face. He was probably scared out of his wits long ago. Chapter 13, Swarming. Most of the comments under the comment section were cynical, and Jiang Yuan, who had finished reading, revealed a cold smile. At this moment, he was sure of his heart. Go! As he scanned the comments, Jiang Yuan also looked at their contract information. Most of them were players who had contracted deranked Fey beasts. Although Jiang Yuan wasn't sure why those players who had been brutally abused by him earlier hadn't sent the video out. But one thing he did confirm was that the entire network didn't know that he possessed the strength to abuse D-rank creatures. Traveling to the D-rank mystic realm, it was estimated that the greatest possibility was to encounter a siege of D-rank foreign beasts. To Jiang Yuan, it was no different from coming to deliver evolution points. With that thought, he put away the forum and quietly plopped down on the ground, ready to rest for a while first. Well, wait for the D-rank mysteries to open up and deal a crushing blow to the many players. In the meantime, as the posts shouting at Jiang Yuan within the record of 10,000 beasts exploded, Suman noticed it too. This white spider is miserable. She pursed her lips and couldn't help but shake her head a little. So many players want to surround it. Better my little arachnid. Peace-loving and even less likely to suffer siege from others. Obviously they all look the same. And there's a personality gap. Speaking of this, Su Meng's voice stopped abruptly, and a touch of nervousness crossed her small face. Yeah, looking the same. She was aware that the white spider that was being offered a bounty on the post was not her own little arachnid, but others don't know that. Wouldn't it be bad if someone recognized it wrong? No, I'll have to remind the little arachnid to stay out of the house lately. Climbing into the record of 10,000 beasts, Su Meng saw Jiang Yuan, who was resting on the ground. At a glance, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily no player had mistaken Jiang Yuan for that white spider now, but there should be a reminder, and Su Monk felt that it couldn't be missing. Little arachnid, you've got to grow up fast. And oh, I saw a spider that kills beasts on the forums today, and now it's tragically being hunted all over the web. so don't you learn the hard way. Let's be good peace-loving spiders. For the time being, if you can, stay in this neighborhood for now and don't move around. If you can, tell me what you want to eat and I'll buy it for you. After a few words were sent, Su-meng was only relieved when a pleasant ringtone came from her cell phone. It was his own bodyguard calling. Su-meng pressed answer, and a pretty female voice came out from the other end of the phone. Little Miss, what's wrong? Hearing the shock contained in the opposite tone, Su-meng asked in a warm voice. Miss, it's like this. You asked me to purchase the lottery ticket. Hit the jackpot. A full 100W. Now, wait a minute. It seems there are media outlets that want to interview me. Hiss. Su-meng's small mouth was slightly open, and she was really somewhat shocked. 100W, though, isn't a huge amount for her, but this 100W acquisition can be completely attributed to Zhang Yuan. Little spider foretells the future. There was a long silence before Su-meng pretended to make a calm face and said, then go to the lottery store and cash this money. I'll go over there later. Oh, yes, ma'am. After the simple conversation ended, Su-meng looked at Zhang Yuan within the record of 10,000 beasts with glowing eyes. To be honest, she still had the feeling that she was in a dream. Little arachnid. You're good. Can't wait to see how good you are when you grow up. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, Su-meng's thoughts were unknown to Zhang Yuan, but after receiving the message sent by her, Zhang Yuan also checked it at the first time. After reading it, a few strands of black lines flashed across Zhang Yuan's forehead. What to say about this comment? It rather gave Zhang Yuan a sense of vestigial feeling of facing his old mother. And where is one peace-loving? Don't you realize that it's me who has a bounty on the forum? Gotta. Scanning his righteous father's online time, a touch of helplessness flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Just now, when he himself fought against the player's contracted beast, his righteous father happened to miss it perfectly. Zhang Yuan's divine thoughts moved slightly, and he was eager to tell these things to his righteous father. Forget it, anyway, when the secret realm opens, righteous father will know what he should know, and explains. To be honest, Zhang Yuan didn't know how to explain it properly. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yuan finally put away the chat interface and began to recuperate his energy. A few hours later, fully loaded and ready to go, Zhang Yuan moved his steps and feet and quickly headed towards his destination. When he came near the secret realm, in order to avoid himself from being discovered, Zhang Yuan restrained his breath and walked slowly towards the depths of the secret realm. The closer he got to the secret realm, the more foreign beasts Zhang Yuan could sense. Inside, there were Fae with a full body sheen that had been contracted down by the contractors, and there were also Fae without contractors. There were many foreign beasts, and the only thing that made Zhang Yuan relax was that none of them had reached the C rank. Since you don't have the strength of the C rank, you can all stay here for me. Zhang Yuan took a breath and immediately released his own aura completely. As soon as their breath leaked out, many foreign beasts of low strength avoided Zhang Yuan for fear of being targeted by him. Zhang Yuan didn't care about them and made his way to the entrance of the secret realm unhindered. From afar, he saw a number of foreign beasts gathered among them. Those foreign beasts that had not been contracted were panicked and made way after sensing their strong aura. Those who were indentured, on the other hand, each stared at themselves with green eyes after the initial panic. Species, giant alligator. Level, D-. Active talents, death spin. Giant tail, aqua dive. Passive gift, not yet available. Species, flamingo. Level, D. Active talents, thick flame. Firestorm, claws. Passive gift, flame. Feathers transform into flames during battle, effectively reducing blows. Scanning their attribute panels, Zhang Yuan's eyes were filled with a cold and stern light. Those are just evolution points coming to his mouth for him. Blue Star. A young man was playing the record of 10,000 beasts in his bedroom, and when he saw Zhang Yuan appear, his entire spirit shook and his eyes stared at the screen without blinking. It's that white spider. I didn't expect it to come over as well. It still has an indentured servant. Doesn't its indentured servant know it has a bounty on it? Whatever. Keep an eye on it first. With a full 10W bounty, I'll see who dares to rob it from me. This scene didn't just happen here. Almost all the players who had traveled to the secret copy of the realm all tensed their heartstrings after discovering Zhang Yuan. To them, Zhang Yuan is a piece of steamed bread. It's not even the usual flavorful buns. $100,000, after all, is not a small amount of money. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, roar! Just as Zhang Yuan was about to launch his attack, the foremost spotted giant crocodile let out a hiss. It moved its thick limbs to take the lead in charging Zhang Yuan and attacking. Active attack? Then I'll take you first. Zhang Yuan eyes a piece of coldness. He does not retreat. Unleash the magic shadow of 1,000 weight instantly came to the side of the glistening giant crocodile. Chapter 14, C-Class Alien Beasts Out in Crisis. Click. Without waiting for the glistening giant crocodile to react, Zhang Yuan's steps and feet grabbed it tightly, and after powerfully lifting it up, Zhang Yuan's poisonous fangs bit down. Roar! The giant glistening crocodile let out a dull to the point of hissing as it twisted its body in an attempt to resist. It was closely followed by a shivering of the body. Finally it fell to the ground without a sound. Holy! This white spider has actually gotten stronger again. Outrageous! Outrageous! This scene made quite a few players who stopped by the Secret Realm copy look dumbfounded. However, the fall of the other players' contracted beasts didn't make them want to give up the bounty that was within their reach, and a common idea popped into each person's head instead. That is, together. They still didn't believe that this white spider was that outrageous. It's not possible to defeat all of them. As for the bounty, well, you'd have to kill this white spider before you could get it, wouldn't you? Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, Zhang Yuan devoured the glistening giant crocodile as if it was a beast. To him, he didn't bring fear to this group of D-rank alien beasts, not even how many came. The host devours the D-order alien beast, the spotted giant crocodile, and gains 200 evolution points. The exotic beast spotted giant crocodile is a contracted beast, gaining an additional 200 evolution points. As he devoured it, Zhang Yuan's bold move seemed to have upset the players so much that even the group of foreign beasts stirred. Finally, a foreign beast couldn't help himself. He let out a hiss and then charged over from the distance. Its action seemed like a horn for a charge, and many of the contracted beasts that were stationed in place all scrambled to run towards Zhang Yuan after letting out hisses. Zhang Yuan raised his head, a murderous intent emerging from his eyes. However, before he could act, suddenly an earth-shattering beast roar rang out in the distance. Ow! Immediately afterward, a gust of wind swiftly rolled up. Accompanying the rise was a black figure impacting towards Zhang Yuan at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Bang! Ear-piercing clashing sounds rang out as Zhang Yuan and this foreign beast fought together. Numerous players fixed their eyes on it, only to realize that the black figure was a 5-meter, black fur-covered beast, with only its pupils as red as blood. It resembles a wolf but not a wolf, a beast but not a beast. Ow! And as Zhang Yuan and this foreign beast fought more and more fiercely, a roar resounded. It was as if a black silhouette had appeared out of nowhere. It's the Blast Wolf. My god! How did the Blast Wolf show up? The one fighting with that white spider still seems to be the leader of the Blast Wolf. The many players of Blue Star who saw this scene through the game had their pupils shrinking one by one, as if they were seeing a ghost. To talk about the race that players don't want to mess with in the book of 10,000 beasts, Blast Wolf definitely has a place. It's really as if the word Jarius is engraved in their bones. Anyone who messes with them is absolutely immortal. If one dares to provoke it, the best thing to do is to exterminate all of this one family. Otherwise, it's best not to mess with it. Just as the players were wondering, a peculiar point delighted them. The Blizzard Wolves did not strike at the rest of the Fey beasts. They just rushed Zhang Yuan to form an encirclement. That hideous look was as if Zhang Yuan was their life and death enemy. By the looks of it, the Blizzard Wolf Pack has a grudge against this white spider. In that case, it's possible to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Sit back and reap the benefits at the end. The players are not cuties. Through the situation at hand quickly made a move in their favor. Ow! Hiss! Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan and the Blizzard Wolf leader were fighting fiercely together. Type, Blasted Werewolf. Level, D+. Active talents, Windclaw. Godspeed. Storm Roll. Vicious Bite. Passive gift, King's Crown, 50% increase in each of its abilities when leading a pack in battle. Looking at the Blizzard Werewolf's panel, Zhang Yuan couldn't find a way to deal with it for a while. After all, the contracted Fey beasts next to him, as well as the Blizzard Wolves, all required Zhang Yuan to be vigilant, and it was impossible for him to let go of his mind and fight the Blizzard Wolves. The current copy of the Secret World is officially open. D-ranked exotics are allowed inside. Just as Zhang Yuan was thinking, a voice suddenly resounded above the sky. With a sideways glance, Zhang Yuan realized that the originally darkened entrance to the secret realm had turned into a vortex-like portal. The starlight above twinkled like a dream, as if it was connected to an earthly paradise. Enter the secret realm first. We'll fight them when the time comes. Zhang Yuan also quickly had a resolution. After the new round of collision with the Blizzard Werewolf ended, Zhang Yuan directly drew back and stepped into the secret realm. Ow! The Blizzard Werewolf let out a roar and also followed Zhang Yuan's footsteps and rushed in, as did the Blizzard Wolves. With both parties leaving, only the indentured Fey were left in the field. The secret realm is open. Should we go in and take a look? Forget it, there's no use going in there. Even if you harvested heavenly treasures inside, it would be impossible to sell them for a high price of $100,000. Might as well wait here for this white spider to come out. Taking it down could be 10W in. But what if it gets wiped out by the Blizzard Wolves while it's in there? In the Blue Star, Players looked at the screen within the record of 10,000 beasts, and various thoughts surfaced one by one. This also caused the players to start splitting into two. One way heading to the secret realm, while the other was still waiting in place, wanting to wait for Jiang Yuan to come out and then kill him completely. At the same time, the news of Jiang Yuan's appearance in the D-rank Mystic Realm also spread on the 10,000 Beasts record forum. In just a few minutes, this post was topped to the #1 spot among the hottest posts in the record of 10,000 Beasts. A whopping 10W bounty is enough to set most players on fire. It was important to realize that some of the current items that could be traded could be far from arriving at this value of Jiang Yuan. This white spider even dares to appear in the D-rank secret realm? Its contractors are truly not afraid of this white spider dying. If it were up to me, I would have hid and evolved slowly before coming out and shocking everyone. Never mind. Its indentured servant is brain dead, which is a good thing for us. Brothers, 10W bounty. Any want to team up? Kill the white spider, and then we'll split the money together. The post exploded and was also seen by Lu Fugue, who was preparing to travel to Jiang Yuan's original location. Yo, you still dare to go to the D-rank secret realm? Just who gave you the guts? Lu Fugue scanned the post, the corner of his lips slightly hooked. But this is a good thing for me. Six-clawed void leopard. Let's go. Let's go around to the entrance of the D-rank secret realm. Roar. Within the record of 10,000 beasts, the six-clawed void leopard let out a jarring roar. Following that, it leapt up at speed, ignoring the wall in front of it, and went straight across. Just as it was approaching the wall, it saw its figure steeply illusory, as if it did not exist. The most jaw-dropping thing was that it had treacherously passed through the wall directly to the other side of the wall. Six-clawed void leopard. The solid body is both illusory. With this hand, Lu Fugue didn't know how many foreign beasts whose ranks were stronger than the six-clawed void leopard he had defeated. This time, it was also a sure thing that it would take down Jiang Yuan. When the outside world was stirring, Jiang Yuan had already stepped inside the secret realm. Looking around, Jiang Yuan only felt that the secret realm was filled with an oppressive aura and a strong smell of blood. Directly in front of them, several other massive beasts over 5 meters were hissing incessantly. It was dark all over, and had a bit of fiery red veins, which looked a bit scary indeed. At this moment, they were staring at Jiang Yuan closely, as if Jiang Yuan would face a merciless strangulation if he dared to take another step. Chapter 15, The Fire Phoenix Egg Lurking in the Secret Realm. Category, Iron Man. Level, D-. Active talents, Slamming Headbutt, Iron Fist. Passive talent, Hardened Body, additional reinforcement under the fire. When in protracted combat, the body will burst into flames, and will sear opponents when struck at close range by them. Looking at the monster in front of him, a flash of contempt flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. This creature was as good as a gift of evolution points to him. Of course this was only for Jiang Yuan. For the other D-rank alien beasts, it has few talents, but passive talents that bring out the best in the group, and it's still a bit tough to beat. If you are not careful, you may even perish on the spot. After briefly checking it out, Jiang Yuan directly walked forward. Roar! One of the foreign beasts let out a roar and immediately charged over. What matched its huge body was that its speed was not fast, and in Jiang Yuan's eyes it was incomparably slow. Facing its attack, Jiang Yuan directly sprayed out a spider web before stabbing his fangs into its body. Roar! In less than 2 seconds, the beast collapsed to the ground with an unwilling scream. Ho ho ho! Seeing this, the other surrounding foreign beasts roared out in anger and stormed towards Jiang Yuan. Ow! Just when Jiang Yuan wanted to kill them completely in seconds, the hissing of the blizzard werewolf made him change his mind. He twisted his head to look, only to see the blast wolfman leading a large pack of blast wolves also charging into the secret realm. As soon as the blizzard werewolf saw Jiang Yuan, he even lunged straight at him. What an annoyance! The Devil Shadow 1000 weights was instantly launched, and after Jiang Yuan lightly dodged it, a flash of gloom flashed across his eyes. I don't have time to play with you here right now. Ho ho ho! At that exact moment, the beast behind Jiang Yuan let out another hissing sound. Looking at them, and then at the blizzard werewolf, Jiang Yuan had an idea in a flash of light. So the next second, taking advantage of the blizzard werewolf charging over again, Jiang Yuan utilized his spider silk to directly move the long poison Iron Man in front of him. As he watched the blizzard werewolf's attack hit the body of the beast, Jiang Yuan directly activated the Demon Shadow 1000 weights to leave the scene. Ow! Ho ho ho! Within a short time, Jiang Yuan could hear the hissing of the blizzard wolf and the roar of the Iron Man. It was thought that the two sides had fought. Oh blasted werewolf! If you want to find me, then defeat them first, Jiang Yuan said with a smirk as his figure steeply accelerated, advancing all the way deeper. At the same time, it was also continuously utilizing the spider silk to pull the fey beasts in the secret realm towards the location of the blizzard werewolf. To Jiang Yuan, although the foreign beasts in the secret realm were evolution points to the mouth. But these evolution points, he could swallow no matter what. On the contrary, that heavenly treasure that was worth millions of dollars couldn't let other foreign beasts get there first. Otherwise, there's really no place to even regret it. That's why he was thinking of using the Man of Steel to block the blasted werewolf. It was also blocking some of the rest of the alien beasts. In this way, one could obtain the treasure without anything to disturb it, all the way into the depths, until Zhang Yuan could not perceive the scent of any foreign beasts. Zhang Yuan then slowed down his pace a little, and at the same time began to hunt some of the beasts in the secret realm as a way to increase his evolution points. It wasn't that Zhang Yuan wasn't interested in the heavenly treasures in the depths anymore. Rather, it was clear to him that he was the first one in, and that no Fae had gone before him. Plus, after such a mess just now, it would undoubtedly be much harder for those foreign beasts to catch up with them. Along the way, Zhang Yuan devoured to gain evolution points while rushing towards the depths. When Zhang Yuan had harvested a full 2,000 evolution points in it, he found himself in a whole new world. He hadn't felt it before, but as he leaned deeper and deeper into the sea, Zhang Yuan actually felt more and more dry around him. As long as he took in a breath, Zhang Yuan felt that his throat was a little dry. Not only that, Zhang Yuan also noticed that the ground that originally still had sandy soil had long since turned into inches of cracked earth by now. It looks rather a sense of extreme desolation. And how the earth is still dark. It looks as if it's on fire. Surveying the surroundings, Zhang Yuan inevitably smacked his lips and spat. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that in his previous life, he clearly knew that there were good things in this secret realm, Zhang Yuan was truly unable to imagine what heavenly material could grow in such a desolate place. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan stopped his steps and looked far ahead. There was a tall tree there. The tall trees were as bare as their surroundings, with no semblance of branches or leaves. The tree was like an old man in his twilight years, as if it might collapse at any moment. But there is a conspicuous nest in the thickest branch of the tree. In the nest, there is an egg. Yeah, right. At a glance, Zhang Yuan felt that this egg was exactly the same as an egg except for the extra crimson lines on the shell, and the fact that it was a bit bigger. After briefly sweeping his eyes, Zhang Yuan glanced around some more. Only after making sure there really wasn't anything around him did he return his gaze to the egg. It can't be that this is a heavenly treasure worth millions? He couldn't see how the egg could be worth $1 million. Did it mean that it was rich in energy, and that if you devoured it, you could gain a bounty of evolution points? Just as Zhang Yuan was wondering, the panel given by the system made his breath catch. Item, Fire Phoenix Egg. Fire Phoenix, a trace of vermilion bird bloodline is conceived in his body, and he has the chance to evolve into a vermilion bird by virtue of his bloodline after conception. Active talent, not yet available. Passive gift, immortality, upon death. It will reappear as an egg and reappear again after a period of gestation. Limitation period, 1 month. Current status, to be hatched, incubation time 24 hours. A fire phoenix egg? Could this be? Zhang Yuan muttered as a flash of color swept across his eyes. He remembers a contracted person doing wrong with the fire phoenix he contracted after the game descended. In his previous life, many people dared not speak out even though they were bullied over the head by him. Zhang Yuan was also one of the group. There's no way around it. After the game came down, the order of the blue planet changed drastically and everything was based on the strongest. As for the law, in the face of absolute strength, it's not so different from a blank sheet of paper. Thinking about this, Zhang Yuan was jolted and his eyes gleamed as he looked at the fiery phoenix egg. You bullied me in my previous life, then it's only right that I take this fire phoenix egg. When the game descends into reality, I'd like to see what you can do to enslave others without the fire phoenix. Speaking of this, Zhang Yuan's eyes converged with a flash of brilliant light. He followed with his steps and feet and was about to rush over to prepare to take down this fire phoenix egg, but only halfway there, Zhang Yuan's body suddenly tensed up. It was at this moment that he felt a sense of crisis. One must know that with his current strength that far exceeded the D+ grade, he could be called an invincible existence in this secret realm. Could it be that in this secret realm, there's still the existence of C-class alien beasts? Zhang Yuan's brows locked tightly. Roar! Suddenly a heavenly roar resounded from the side. Zhang Yuan's body tensed and turned his head to see a bloody mouth biting brightly at him. At this distance, Zhang Yuan could clearly see the rows and rows of dense teeth in its mouth, and he could smell the thick fishy odor emanating from its mouth even more clearly. Accompanied by a bloody mouth approaching, Zhang Yuan could detect a death aura instantly enveloping the whole body. Chapter 16, Is the Righteous Father Actually a Rich Woman? Zhang Yuan was horrified in his heart and did not hesitate to retreat backward. That bloody mouth obviously didn't want to let Zhang Yuan go. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan reacted quickly and pulled out a spider silk to keep pulling himself backward, which allowed him to leave the range of the bloody mouth's attack. At this moment, His body was tense and his gaze was horrified as he looked at the figure directly in front of him. It was 10 meters in size, and at first glance it looked like an enlarged lizard. The difference was that its entire body was covered in crimson scale armor. Type, red phosphorus fire scale. Level, D+. Active talents, jet of flame. Flame headbutt, claws of inferno. Passive talent, fiery scale armor. When fighting, the scale armor of the whole body will dance like flames, and it will be burned when close contact is made. Roar! The attribute panel just appeared and Zhang Yuan's pupils shrunk. But soon, Zhang Yuan had another wisp of a smile on his face. He realized that the red phosphorus fire Jiao did not attack him again, but instead guarded the withered tree to the death. Zhang Yuan had human intelligence and quickly figured out the whole thing. He could sense the threat of the red phosphorus fire Jiao, and it could naturally feel the crisis it brought. In other words, as long as one didn't want to go get the fire phoenix egg or step into its territory, it wouldn't appear. So, it's guarding this fire phoenix egg? Or are you defending your territory? With this in mind, Zhang Yuan tentatively thought of approaching the fire phoenix egg from the other side, and was again quickly faced with the red phosphorus fire Jiao's attack. But, after a certain range, it holds its ground and stops attacking, and as long as Zhang Yuan's aim wasn't towards that withered tree, the red phosphorus fire Jiao wouldn't unleash an attack on him, and would only look at him warily. So it is. The successive attempts made Zhang Yuan's thoughts clear. This red phosphorus fire Jiao just didn't want it to get close to the fire phoenix egg. It's just a pity that the fire phoenix egg is also something I have my eye on. Zhang Yuan shook his head and was about to cast the demon shadow 1000 weights to snatch over the fire phoenix egg. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 100 W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 1 W of evolution points. Items, aroma clearing herb, devour for 500 evolution points. Amazing flowers, devour for 300 evolution points. But the sound of the system following close behind stopped him in his tracks. Righteous Father, did you get your money from the wind? His whole body trembled with excitement as he raised his eyes to look around at the extra heavenly treasures that had appeared out of nowhere. Through his calculations, he found that he would usher in a new round of evolution once he devoured these heavenly materials. In time, he could just wade into the sea order. In virtue of his means, it could be said that within the record of 10,000 beasts, he was considered to have the ability to defend himself. Roar! At that exact moment, the red phosphorus fire Jiao let out a roar. Zhang Yuan twisted his head card anger, and saw the red phosphorus fire Jiao's eyes looking straight at the heavenly treasures around him. Obviously this is extremely attractive to it as well. But, the red phosphorus fire Jiao was still hovering around the fire phoenix egg just like it was originally. Obviously, although the heavenly treasures were tempting, they were completely inferior to the fire phoenix egg. TSK, just wanna be around the fire phoenix egg so badly? Then I'll see how long you can gluttonize. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan opened his mouth and took a bite on the surrounding heavenly material. The host devours the dragon amazing flower and gains 300 evolution points, accompanied by a burst of system sounds. Zhang Yuan, who was observing the red phosphorus fire Jiao, felt a little bored. The red phosphorus fire Jiao didn't move as before, and at the end of the day, it even turned its back, coming to a blind eye. Boring. After looking at it for a while, Zhang Yuan shook his head silently. Follow. He then received a message from his righteous father. Little arachnid, you're a good guesser. I can't believe I actually won. Ouch. My little arachnid's great. The word sent by his righteous father caused Zhang Yuan to flash a moment of dawning realization. At the same time, I can't help but wonder what else is going to happen in the future. Zhang Yuan understood that it was unrealistic to want his righteous father to keep making kryptonite for himself. One must show one's own toughness to do so, and foresee the future. It was the strong ability that Zhang Yuan had built for himself. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and finally chose to open the system to connect to the external news media ready to take a look first. While he remembers a lot of what happened in his past life, he doesn't really know what happened and what didn't at this point. A man spends $50 on a lottery ticket and wins $100. Just open the news. A full hot dynamic attracted Zhang Yuan's attention. Could it be the righteous father? Holding a curious mind, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but click on this dynamic. Clicking on the video, Zhang Yuan didn't see his righteous father. Instead he saw a woman wearing a black leather jacket and pants. The woman was valiantly full of air and looked quite the model. It's just that she's very high-strung and only down a few times from time to time when faced with an interview. This is my righteous father? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened violently. Did I misunderstand? Is the righteous father actually a high-flying imperial lady? So I'm being bagged by a rich woman? Just as Zhang Yuan's eyes grew wider and wider, the sound coming out of the video brought him back to his senses slightly. In the video, at the request of the host, the royalty begins to talk about buying a lottery ticket. Actually, I'm not interested in buying lottery tickets. This time it was merely a family member who asked me to say by this ticket. It looks like it should be the daughter of a righteous father. A few words made Zhang Yuan understand. But who is that little girl? The looks are all a bit better than the righteous father's daughter. Zhang Yuan swept his eyes and his gaze suddenly paused not far from the camera. There stood a young girl in a long pink dress and crocheted hair. She had a smile on her face as if it was her who was receiving the award. Cannot help but Zhang Yuan emphatically looked at her several times, until the video interview ended. Zhang Yuan only then returned to his senses and focused on the date. It's the first and nothing much seems to be happening. But I remember number 2. There seems to be an antique being picked up by the righteous father to try. Between murmurs, Zhang Yuan's eyes brightened slightly as he gave a proper thanks first as he did before and then told his righteous father about this matter. Number 2. Going antique shopping? Su Meng also received Zhang Yuan's message at the first time. Alright, let's go check it out on the second then. Su Meng nodded her head with anticipation in her eyes. She was about to tell Zhang Yuan when she suddenly saw a flash of white light blossom around Zhang Yuan within the record of 10,000 beasts. The little arachnid has evolved again. That's great. I wonder what the little arachnid will evolve into this time. It's best to change slightly. Just draw a little difference from that mean little arachnid. Otherwise it won't be good for other players to think my little arachnid is that spider again. My little arachnid is obviously so peace-loving that she just tried to share her food with that big lizard. Ho ho ho! Su Meng looked at Zhang Yuan, letting out a mutter every now and then, when a hissing sound suddenly came out from her ears. Yikes! Su Meng's head twisted, and a few more moments of panic suddenly appeared on her small face. Snaky snake, that's mommy's new neighbor for you. You two need to love each other and not fight. As she said that, she lifted her small onion-white jade moist feet in the direction of the transparent side box. It was also at this time that Zhang Yuan's evolution had reached a critical point. Hiss! Zhang Yuan let out a hiss followed by a hiss as he crossed over from the D rank to the C rank. His body underwent a huge change. At this point, his carapace cracked out, and his snow-white figure was struggling to burrow out of it. But just for a moment. Roar! A hissing sound abruptly exploded from the distance. From afar, Zhang Yuan saw the red phosphorus fire Zhao's breath in full force as it rushed over with teeth and claws. Apparently it had sensed Zhang Yuan's sudden increase in aura, wanting to finish him off first. Chapter 17, Sudden Submission. Trying to fix me now? Zhang Yuan's brows lurched and a wry smile lifted up at the corner of his mouth. Gotta admit, it's a good idea. Knowing to take advantage of his greatest danger. It's just a shame that it came a little too late. Hiss! It had only come over when Zhang Yuan's head had already burrowed out of its old shell. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to C class. Gain the exclusive gift of speech mastery. The host has successfully evolved and gained the talent Blazing Fire Blade. The front feet have mutated and evolved into sharp blades, and can generate terrifying flames from the front feet. The system's beep gave Zhang Yuan a refreshing feeling. Unfortunately, before Zhang Yuan could investigate carefully, a roar came out from behind him. When he gazed at it, he saw the red phosphorus fire Zhao coming straight at Zhang Yuan with its mouth wide open. Sneak attack from behind? You think that's enough to win? Zhang Yuan let out a cold cry and twisted his body, lifting his forefoot to strike directly at the red phosphorus fire Zhao. Pust! A crunch! Under the increased forefoot that Zhang Yuan had obtained, the scale armor that the red phosphorus fire Zhao was proud of was like tofu dregs. Zhang Yuan's forefoot directly stabbed in most of the way, causing crimson blood to spray out on the spot. That's not all. Heat flames. Zhang Yuan let out a light murmur. The forefoot that stabbed in instantly rose up with a touch of hot flame, and along with it, it caused the body of the red phosphorus fire Zhao to be scorched with a ZZ sound. Ho ho ho! Under the blazing fire, the red phosphorus fire Zhao let out a mournful and extremely harsh roar, but it didn't wait for it to hiss too much. As Zhang Yuan bit the fangs down, the red phosphorus fire Zhao twitched and was already lifeless. Zhang Yuan didn't take the lead in devouring the red phosphorus fire Zhao. Instead, he first checked up on his own changes. His figure had changed dramatically, having grown in size by more than several times. Zhang Yuan felt that if the game descended now, people who see what they look like can't help but be scared to death. After all, who's ever seen a spider 5 meters in size? Not only that, in acquiring the latest talent, Zhang Yuan's 2 front feet had also changed significantly. A few streaks of blazing fire have been added to the original snowy white of the forefoot. At this time, there was still a faint glow emanating from the lines, as if they were swimming. Blazing blade? Host, Zhang Yuan. Species, red hot demon spider. Level, C-. Active talents, dragnet. Venom splash. Eye of the evil spider. Thousand shadows. Blazing blade. Passive gift, body of the evil spider. Evolution points, 0/30. 000. Briefly scanning the attribute panel, a touch of joy rose to his eyes when he saw that the type had changed, and after seeing the evolution points needed, Zhang Yuan was even more delighted. It seems that the evolution points required to step into the C rank have changed somewhat. That's a good thing for me. After all, with my current abilities, it's enough to hunt down a large number of foreign beasts without using up too much spiritual energy. Zhang Yuan dared to be so confident, and that was because the blazing fire blade required very little spiritual energy to be used up. As long as you don't release the heat flames contained within it, it's as good as not consuming it. But then again, I could go and settle my score with the blasted werewolf right now. Let it feel the power of the blazing blade. The blazing blade of fire had already put its might on display when facing the red phosphorus fire Jiao. Even the fire augur with scale armor couldn't be blocked. And that blizzard wolf pack, it wasn't even one slash at a time. Having made up his mind, Zhang Yuan first devoured the red phosphorus fire Jiao before bringing down the fire phoenix egg from the high tree. This time, no foreign beasts disturbed it. After Zhang Yuan wrapped the fire phoenix egg into a cocoon with spider silk, he quickly returned to the original path. All the way back, Zhang Yuan naturally suffered the obstruction of the secret realm Fey beasts. However, facing them, Zhang Yuan lifted his blazing fire blade and slashed them one by one. In just less than half an hour, there were dozens of foreign beasts that died under Zhang Yuan's front foot. In response, Zhang Yuan carried out devouring while slaughtering again. There were numerous foreign beasts within the secret territory, which could all be hard-won evolution points for Zhang Yuan. It wouldn't be easy to go out and try to find so many foreign beasts in one go. Roar! As Zhang Yuan was searching for the blizzard wolves, a hissing sound suddenly reverberated. It's the blasted werewolf. Only now it wasn't in the best of shape. Its fur stained with blood making its already pitch-black fur look even darker. This was normal. After all, with Zhang Yuan's interference, it could be cared for by the foreign beasts within the secret territory. As for himself, he didn't have Zhang Yuan's strength. Hiss! Zhang Yuan let out a hiss while putting his C-stage aura on display. Roar! After a period of commotion, the blizzard wolves soon settled down steadily, led by the blizzard wolves. The blizzard werewolf stared at Zhang Yuan with a fierce face, but his feet retreated back little by little. Want to go? Who dares to let you go without my permission? Zhang Yuan's voice had just fallen, but he saw that the eyes of the blast wolfman, who was still raging, suddenly glared, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Is this sensing my scent? No, is not right. Recalling what had just happened, Zhang Yuan vetoed it. Is it because I talk? As Zhang Yuan muttered, he suddenly realized that the blizzard werewolf directly in front of him slowly lowered his head to the ground, crouching on the ground and nodding a few times one after another. Before he could understand what it meant, the system's beep made him dumbfounded. The system has detected that the blast wolfman is submitting to you, whether or not the host signs a contract with it. What's the situation? Confirming this, Zhang Yuan cried and laughed a little. He had originally come to settle the score with the blizzard werewolf, but he didn't expect it to express its submission to him. So is it a deed or not? After thinking for a while, Zhang Yuan prepared the deed with a firm gaze. After all, whether within the record of 10,000 beasts or when the game descends, it's always better for a person to fight alone than to have the support of a force. And the submission of the blasted werewolf has led him in a whole new direction. Now that he could be within the record of 10,000 beasts, just like the fire phoenix that had yet to hatch, there were still quite a few strong foreign beasts within that had not been contracted. If you shortcut yourself then when the game comes down, those people who bullied themselves in their previous lives with their strong alien beasts, without the Fae, they were nothing more than clowns that could be crushed with their hands. And as Zhang Yuan's response fell, Zhang Yuan felt that the blizzard werewolf had a mysterious connection with himself. Lord. At the same time as the attribute panel appeared, a raw female voice sounded in Zhang Yuan's head. It was that of Blast Wolfman. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened as he looked up and down at the Blast Wolfman. For some reason, after learning that the blasted werewolf was a female, he actually has a feeling that the Blast Wolfman is also a good-looking man. Could this be the aftermath of rebuilding into a beast? Zhang Yuan forced down the thoughts in his heart and asked, "Why are you submitting to me?" He truly found it odd that upon sensing his C-rank strength, the Blast Wolf didn't even have the intention to submit, only thinking of retreating. It's clear enough from here that the blasted werewolf is not some willing submissive. How is it that the good is suddenly submissive again? Chapter 18, The First Underling Chases the Moon. The master is an A-rank foreign beast. It is an honor for me to follow my master. A rank foreign beast. Is it possible to wade into a rank before the foreign beast can speak? But why is it that I've seen quite a few in my previous life that could talk even if they didn't reach the A rank? The Blast Wolfman's words caused Zhang Yuan's heart to flutter. There are two conditions that can make a Fae speak. One is that the Fae can speak when it reaches a rank. One is a unique bloodline conceived in the body and will be at birth. So it is. After receiving the system's explanation, Zhang Yuan did not refute Blast Wolfman. To him, It was more than okay for the Blast Wolfman to think he was an A-rank Fae. Type, Blasted Werewolf. Level, D+. Active talents, Windclaw. Godspeed. Storm Roll. Vicious Bite. Passive gift, King's Crown, 50% increase in each of its abilities when leading a pack in battle. 2000/8100. Loyalty, 100%. After slightly checking the panel of the Blizzard Werewolf, Zhang Yuan's fierce eyes softened quite a bit. When facing his enemies, Zhang Yuan could be cold-blooded, but when facing his men, he was very different. Okay, what's your name? Called what? The Blasted Werewolf cocked his head, a flash of suspicion in his pupils. Since you don't have a name, I'll get one for you. Looking at its appearance, Zhang Yuan instantly realized that the Blizzard Werewolf was afraid that it didn't have a name yet. So he thought for a moment and said, "It is said that wolves belong to the moon, and blasted werewolves are known for their blistering winds. I'll call you Chasing Moon from now on." Chasing the Moon? My name is Chasing the Moon? The Blasted Werewolf repeated a few times, and a little more of a joyful glow appeared in the cold pupils of his eyes. It was obviously very happy with the new name. Then since you have no objections, it's decided. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan waved his hand and clapped his hands to decide. Moonchaser, you get up first. Ow. Hearing this, Blasted Werewolf. No, it should be called Chasing the Moon now. It didn't get up, but instead raised its head to the sky and let out a long whistle. Follow closely. Zhang Yuan then saw that the Blizzard Wolves behind her had followed its example, kneeling down and kowtowing towards themselves. Ow, ow. They spoke in unison, and the noise they made was deafening. Faced with such a scene, Zhang Yuan's heart was inevitably a little excited. After all, he had been reborn from a weak spider until now, and having a power in fighting alone is undoubtedly a power that is more scary. Just think about the fact that after having power, anyone who dares to move themselves, not to mention considering their own strength, or the thousands of foreign beasts behind them, will have to weigh it. Of course, Zhang Yuan also knew that his current power would not be enough to make the rest of the powerful beasts and even humans afraid even when the game came down to reality. However, Zhang Yuan believed that in the future, his power would definitely grow to a scale that would make everyone afraid. That time won't be long. He had come back to life early and could take a lot more time than others. Get up, you guys. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan suppressed the hot blood in his heart and slowly spoke. Since you have submitted to me, then I can let bygones be bygones about what happened before. Now I'll go ahead and give you a task. Anyone who sees a contracted Fae entering the secret realm, destroy them for me. As for the foreign beasts in the secret realm, leave them to me. Accompanied by Zhang Yuan's words, the Blizzard Wolves let out a beastly roar in response. Next, under the leadership of Moonchaser, the Blizzard Wolves quickly disappeared within Zhang Yuan's field of vision. With this, Zhang Yuan also acted at the first opportunity. In the meantime, another part of the secret realm, a muffled sound continuously resounded in this region. Anyone who came this way could see that there were two indentured Fae working together with each other, were fighting with each other and the Iron Men within the mysteries. At this point, the two contracted beasts were not in good shape. Their entire bodies were stained with blood, and they looked as if they had crawled out of hell. And at the feet of both of it lay the remains of several steelmen. They were the trophies of these two beasts. Bang! When a muffled sound rang out, the only remaining Iron Man eventually perished on the spot as the two beasts pinched each other. Treadmill. The creatures in the D-rank mysteries really aren't that easy to deal with. That's not nonsense. But after getting so many D-rank alien beasts' blood and flesh, taking them out for trading would probably yield another large sum of money. Within the Blue Star, two people saw this scene and wiped a non-existent, false sweat from their foreheads. But hard work is hard work, and that's always settled. It's too dangerous in the secret realm. Why don't we go out now? Ow. As the two pondered their next countermeasures, a hissing sound suddenly reverberated. It's Blast Wolfman, and the Blizzard Wolves. My god. How did they get here? The pupils of one of them shrunk, and they couldn't help but let out a shocked cry. The Blizzard Wolves. Jedi were a race they didn't want to mess with. Shoo, don't worry. The one beside him was quite a bit more composed as he shook his head. The Blizzard Wolf Pack entered this secret realm in order to find that white spider. We'll be fine as long as we don't actively provoke them. That's true too. The other man calmed down quite a bit when he heard these words. It was just less than a few seconds. Looking within the record of 10,000 beasts, the image of the Blizzard Wolves approaching under the leadership of Chasing Moon. The man tensed up again. But how did the Blizzard Wolves charge towards our side? Don't worry about it. Some people have faced the Blizzard Wolves before. They won't take the initiative to attack the Fae. At most, they should be looking at our booty. Before the word pin could be spat out, the man's eyes looking at the interface of the record of 10,000 beasts suddenly had their pupils condensed, only to see that when the Blizzard Wolves approached to a certain extent, They actually attacked the two contracted Fey beasts without the slightest sign. Unprepared. These two foreign beasts didn't resist for long before completely perishing. Your Fey has died within the book of 10,000 beasts. The contracted Fey died, and several reddish characters appeared in front of the two with it. Holy, my Fey! Why? How did the Blizzard Wolves become so crazy? The image, as if it had drained all their strength, left them paralyzed. Both eyes were lifeless, only mumbling. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that they would react this way. D-rank Fey except for some extremely lucky players who were able to contract it. The rest had more or less kryptonite. This death, which cannot be reborn, can only begin again. Doesn't that amount to all the kryptonite going down the drain? Not long after this, in the forums of the record of 10,000 beasts, another thread made it to the second of the hot searches. First, then it was the post that offered a bounty on Zhang Yuan. Alarmed, the Blizzard Wolves have changed their habits and will actually attack the Fey on their own initiative. Clicking on the post, the video is exactly the two Fey beasts being surrounded by a pack of Blizzard Wolves. Chapter 19, The Changes of the Blizzard Wolves. This situation has also led to a lot of discussion among players on it. How is this possible? It wasn't like this before when I encountered the Blast Wolf within the game. Yeah, I've encountered them before, and as long as I give up my prey to them, nothing happens. Then what should we do now to deal with the Blizzard Wolves? Urgently, between the player discussions, there were some players who gave different points. Actually, I think it's this pack of Blizzard Wolves alone that's changed. Look, you guys, it's in the secret world. The Blizzard Wolves that entered the Mystic Realm, except for the group that chased down the white spider that has been in the wind lately, pressed on. This Blizzard Wolf pack must be killing red eyes right now because they didn't find that white spider. As long as we find the white spider, the Blizzard Wolves will return to normal. This comment was immediately recognized by the majority of players. A flurry of likes sent this comment to the top of the pile. The majority of players also relax a lot about this. A lot of players waiting outside the secret world are hot, each rubbing their fists and looking at the entrance to the secret world. The Blizzard Wolves hadn't found the white spider, which meant they still had a chance. Then just take advantage of the white spider coming out and kill it fast, and you'll get the 10W bounty. 1 head, 3 heads, 30 heads. Phew. After hunting for a full 3 hours, Zhang Yuan looked at his rising evolution points and a strong color of joy surfaced in his eyes. In 3 hours, plus the contracted beasts hunted by the Blizzard Wolves, Zhang Yuan gained a full 5,000 evolution points. This was a number that Zhang Yuan hadn't even dared to think about before. Of course, Zhang Yuan was also aware that coincidence had taken up too much of the ingredients in being able to acquire so many evolution points in a short period of time. 1. The secret realm itself is full of exotic beasts. 2. Due to the explosion of posts gathering a large number of contracted exotic beasts. And 3. The kryptonite of his own righteous father. Gave myself 1W evolution points of kryptonite plus those heavenly treasures and such directly pushed myself to C rank, thus subduing the Blizzard Wolves. Host, Zhang Yuan. Species, Red Hot Demon Spider. Level, C-. Active talents, Dragnet. Venomous Splash. Eye of the Evil Spider. Thousand Shadows. Blazing Blade. Passive gift, Body of the Evil Spider. Evolution points, 5, 300/30, 000. That's really good. Looking at the extra evolution points, Zhang Yuan was excited. If it wasn't for so many coincidences, Zhang Yuan really didn't dare to imagine how long it would take to harvest so many evolution points by his own efforts alone. Ow! At that moment, the howls of the Blizzard Wolves woke Zhang Yuan up, accompanied by the gusty wind. Chasing the moon quickly arrived in front of him. Master, the contracted foreign beasts in the secret realm have already been hunted down and killed. It knelt down and Zhang Yuan's voice rang in his mind with it. The hunt is almost over. Zhang Yuan frowned, his gaze looking in the direction of the entrance to the secret realm, and said softly, since the hunt is almost over, then it's time to go out and meet that group of D-rank alien beasts. Ow! Chasing Moon's figure trembled. Zhang Yuan's tone was calm, but it could clearly detect a solemn aura rising up. Go! With a soft shout, Zhang Yuan took the lead and walked out towards the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Ow! Chasing Moon let out a growl and followed closely behind him. The secret realm was dead silent at this time. The only sound that rang out was the footsteps of the Blizzard Wolves and Zhang Yuan. At first glance, it sounds like the whisper of death. Not much longer. The group under Zhang Yuan's leadership had arrived at the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Zhang Yuan simply lifted his steps and walked out of the secret realm. The air in the outside world was far fresher than inside the secret realm, especially the swarms of foreign beasts that hovered at the mouth of the secret realm and had not left, making Zhang Yuan even more excited. It's the white spider. This white spider is out. Quickly, offer a reward of $100,000. Just exterminate him, you'll get $100,000. Zhang Yuan's appearance excited the players waiting at the entrance to the secret realm. Roar! One of the beasts let out a beastly roar and took the lead in charging towards Zhang Yuan. The rest of the players saw this and each of them were also rubbing their fists and ready to go. After knowing Zhang Yuan's methods just now, they had already discussed a countermeasure, which was to surround Zhang Yuan together. But just as they were about to authorize the indentured Fei to act, roar! Accompanied by a beastly roar, a dense sense of crisis instantly swept over them. The crowd subconsciously raised their eyes. It's the entrance and exit of the secret world. There were dozens of blizzard wolves rushing out under the leadership of Chasing Moon. Ow! With a roar, Chasing the Moon rolled up a gust of wind and hunted down the beast that was ready to pounce at Zhang Yuan in the first place. Ho ho ho! This scene caused the blizzard wolves on the scene to let out bursts of excited roars, as if cheering for their leader. First, wait a minute, don't act rashly. The wolves are targeting that white spider. We'll make our move when they fight both. That's right, it's in our best interest to let them dogfight first. After the initial panic, the players on the blue star quickly calmed down, while authorizing the foreign beasts to surround Zhang Yuan in a tight circle, so that it didn't have the slightest chance to escape. After doing so, one stared at the screen within the record of 10,000 beasts with the posture of a spectator. From the fiery post just now, they had already understood that the Blizzard Wolf Pack had been looking for Zhang Yuan and had also slaughtered a lot of contracted beasts for it, enough to see how irritated they are. And now that the annoyed ones had found Zhang Yuan, how could Zhang Yuan run away now? In the sight of the crowd, ow! Led by Chasing the Moon, the many blizzard wolves let out a long whistle before each of them attacked with open teeth and claws. Unexpectedly Chasing Moon didn't launch an attack on Zhang Yuan, but instead rushed the players' contracted Fey beasts and launched a fierce attack. Several alien beasts had their bodies bitten with crimson blood gushing out unceasingly when they were unprepared. Roar! Only now did they let out a hiss of pain. At this time, they had the intention to resist, but several blast wolves came out together and flew to tear them into pieces. In this instant, the originally peaceful entrance and exit of the secret realm was covered by a pungent smell of blood. What's going on here? Shouldn't the blast wolves have taken a shot at that white spider? How to besiege us in turn? Within the blue star, many players all panicked when they saw this scene. However, there was still a portion of players who immediately calmed down after a brief panic and began to authorize the contracted Fey beasts to unite against the Blizzard Wolves' onslaught. Ho ho ho! Ow 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 ow! For a while, the clamor of the entrance to the secret realm continuously exploded. The Blizzard Wolves and the contracted Fey beasts fought fiercely together. Zhang Yuan, who had originally received a lot of attention, didn't have many people paying attention to him at this moment. Instead, he looked calmly at what was in his eyes, as if he were a spectator. However, as more and more contracted Fey beasts reacted, the Blizzard Wolves that had the upper hand began to gradually step down. A touch of icy coldness flooded the depths of Zhang Yuan's gaze. Chapter 20, Crazy. This is only a reward of 10W. Bullying my men in front of me. Isn't that too much to take me for granted? With a murmur, Zhang Yuan's aura that was latent within his body, in this moment, rushing out. See order. Holy, this white spider. How did it become C rank? Asterisk. What the hell? What's going on? When they felt Zhang Yuan's C-step aura, the eyes of the players on the blue star dilated and unbelief was written all over their faces. How could they not expect that Zhang Yuan would become a C-rank alien beast just by going in the secret realm for a bit and then coming out again? And the scene was even more silent. The fighting party strangely stopped, staring blankly at Zhang Yuan in the center. The C rank don't look like there is only a difference of one rank from the D rank, but the improvement of each rank is huge for the Fey beasts. Simply put, the C rank is about as good as an adult and a child when facing the D rank. Have they all stopped? Looking at everything in the room, the corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth hooked into a cold smile. But you have plans to stop. I'm not. Always wanted to take my head in exchange for a bounty, so it's not too much for me to charge a little interest, right? Zhang Yuan, who held this thought, didn't wait for them to return to their senses as Zhang Yuan let out a hiss. Hiss. The moment the voice rang out, Zhang Yuan opened his mouth and sprayed out dozens of spider silks. Put. The thin, cicada-like spider silk was like a murderous, life-threatening sword. Wherever it passed, countless amounts of blood gushed out uncontrollably. Bang! As Zhang Yuan gently flicked the spider silk, those Fey beasts that had been penetrated by the spider silk had attacked the contracted Fey beasts next to them under the traction of the spider silk. Yo! Still trying to resist? If that's the case, then you're all going to die. Seeing that those foreign beasts being pulled by the spider silk were still struggling, Zhang Yuan revealed a cruel smile. At the same time, A smear of thick lavender liquid passed through the spider silk and waved over all the places at the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Not infrequently, some of the liquid stained the Fae, and as soon as they were tainted, it didn't take more than a few seconds for those alien beasts to let out a miserable cry of pity, followed closely by a collapse to the ground. Soundless. Looks like spider silk and venom work well together. Looking at all of this, Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with a few touches of surprise. This was the latest tactic he had worked out. The venom is too slow, but the toxicity is extremely strong. Whereas the speed of the spider silk was exceptionally fast, the power of a single spider silk was limited. The two combined just enough to complement each other. Ho ho ho! Ow! Ow! Moo moo moo! At this point, at the entrances and exits of the secret realm, the commotion was constant, and the mournful cries made by countless foreign beasts resounded through the clouds. But Jiang Yuan, who was the instigator of all this, did not have the slightest pity, but instead became more and more brutal. Accompanied by the hissing of the foreign beasts, a smear of crimson blood madly spilled over the scene. In this instant, this territory was transformed into a hell. Jiang Yuan, he is the master of this hell. Holy, my contracted beast. Numb, my person is directly numb. Someone save my Fae. Only a 10W reward for a foreign beast of this intensity. Next time I'll never trust a bounty again. This kind of foreign beast, if you give me $1 million, I won't come on. Blue Star. Many players saw the images within the record of 10,000 beasts, and each of them looked stupefied. They were not threatened with death, but the death of a contracted beast was no less unbearable to them than killing them. To be a D-rank Fae, more or less they had kryptonite into it. It's a good thing that all the money you've spent on kryptonite has gone down the drain. Everything will have to start again from the beginning. In the meantime, on the forums, there were also dedicated people reporting the situation on this side of the secret realm in real time. Upon learning that Jiang Yuan had evolved to the sea stage and was now massacring contracted beasts, the entire forum is about to explode with players. My god, this is the white spider from before? Fake, right? I remember it had a tough time hunting that falcon before. Now, how is hunting this group of alien beasts that are all of D rank as simple as eating and drinking water? This battle power, it's not bad. Lu Fuguwei, who had been paying attention to the news from the secret realm side, was aware of the situation since, as he watched the video, he couldn't help but marvel. This white spider's methods are really extraordinary, but it must have had a lot of kryptonite in its contractors to cultivate it to this point in a very short period of time. Lu Fuguwei whispered, a touch of pervert-like killing intent appearing in his eyes. Only such a strong foreign beast is strong enough for me to hunt. After being hunted by me, I hope that its contractee won't cry. As he spoke, Lu Fuguwei authorized the six-clawed void leopard to speed up. At the same time he posted the news of his impending arrival above the bar. Gentlemen, don't panic. I'm especially close to the secret realm right now. You guys hang in there. When I arrive, I will definitely exterminate this white spider for you. His comments attracted the attention of countless players as soon as they were made. After all, this was the real deal. A big brother with a C-rank contracted beast. It should be realized that the game hadn't been open for long now, and the number of players who possessed C-ranked Fae beasts wasn't particularly high in and of itself. The big man stepped in. And it's a sure thing. Biggie, I'm at the scene right now, so hurry up and come save us. We're really not going to be able to hold it up. I'll throw it and capture a new bigot alive. Biggie, are you still short on pendants? I'm a female. I don't have any special abilities, but I'm beautiful and kind and I can warm the bed. Lu Fuguwei's post also attracted the attention of a large portion of players. Quite a few contracted lower-ranked Fae beasts had the luxury of asking Lu Fuguwei to take them along. In response, Lu Fuguwei, who had finished reading the comments, revealed a smug smile, and then returned with a particularly pretentious comment. You guys keep a good eye out until I get to this white spider. When the time comes, anyone who wants to contact me can private message me at Blue Star. And what's going on in the Record of All Beasts forum? Jiang Yuan was not aware of it. At this moment, with a little bit of time passing by, Jiang Yuan had already hunted down most of some of the contracted beasts near the secret realm. In the secret realm, the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. At a glance, all the corpses of the foreign beasts were there, and even the ground was dyed a dark red by the blood of the contracted beasts. Hiss! Jiang Yuan hissed continuously. He was pleased with the masterpiece that came out of his own hands. Sure, he was still more satisfied with the powerful abilities he had acquired. So many D-rank alien beasts couldn't even make the slightest wave under his hands. However, it was important to realize that Jiang Yuan had only used the spider silk and venom right now. The rest of his more powerful abilities had not been used. If he used all his means, Jiang Yuan felt that even a C-class alien beast, it couldn't make a single wave in front of him. Devour first. Looking at the only remaining contracted foreign beasts, Jiang Yuan wasn't making a move. He was going to hand it over to Moonchaser. And go ahead and devour these beasts yourself. They were evolution points delivered to the mouth. And for evolution points, Jiang Yuan was fond of them. The host devours the D+ Great Alien Beast Giant Bear and gains 400 evolution points. The Fey Giant Bear is a contracted beast. Devouring it gains an additional 400 evolution points. The host devours the D-Class Exotic Beast, the Spotted Tiger, and gains 300 evolution points. Exotic Beast Spotted Tiger 4. Just as Jiang Yuan went on a massacre, his body suddenly tensed, and his gaze subconsciously looked straight ahead. There's no Fey there yet though. However, Jiang Yuan had sensed early on that something with an extremely strong sense of crisis was speeding towards him. Jiang Yuan stared closely, and suddenly his 8 eyes froze for a moment. He saw it. A panther with an eerie black body was coming from there with a sharp impact. It was 10 meters in size and carried a powerful sense of oppression all over its body. A leopard? How can you still walk through walls? And 6 claws? As it approached closer, Jiang Yuan also understood the rank of this peculiar leopard. Order C. It's also an order of magnitude higher than itself. While Jiang Yuan's expression was gloomy, the players in the arena were all excited. It was because they recognized that this C-rank Fey beast was the contracted beast of that big brother on the forum. Chapter 21, The Terror of a C-Stage Alien Beast. Coming. It's that big guy from the forums who contracted a C-rank Fey. With him here, this white spider will definitely fall. Biggie, come and help me. I'm going to give you a monkey. As long as I can kill this white spider, I'll work as a cow or a horse. As a powerful sense of oppression swept across the entire field, the surviving Fey beasts and players shouted with incomparable excitement and thrill. Roar! After the 6-clawed void leopard arrived at the scene, it stared tightly at Jiang Yuan. Its powerful limbs stepped and opened its huge mouth to pounce and bite directly at Jiang Yuan. The sharp claws whistled, cutting out a wave of air-like substance wherever they passed. Jiang Yuan's pupils shrank as he watched. He didn't hesitate to immediately shoot out dozens of spider silks mixed with venom towards the 6-clawed void leopard. It was reasonable to say that with the speed of Jiang Yuan's spider silk there was almost no beast that could dodge it. However, the 6-clawed void leopard was one step faster than him, and his figure flipped, directly dodging out. So fast, Jiang Yuan was slightly staggered. This was the first time he had not hit his opponent with his spider silk, but he didn't hesitate, and opened his mouth to spit out one spider web after another, completely blocking any direction he could dodge. As long as it was stuck by the spider web, then what awaited it next would be a series of strikes from Jiang Yuan. Roar! Seeing that the spider web was getting closer and closer to the 6-clawed void panther, an accident happened when Jiang Yuan thought it was in trouble, only to see the 6-clawed void panther's figure suddenly take on an illusory shape. The Ponzi body even treacherously passed through the spider web, and its figure completely disappeared at this moment. Even the sense of oppression emanating from its body was nowhere to be seen. It's the void. I remember it being a unique talent of the void species, the ability to transform bodies between the void and reality. This white spider is definitely finished. Many players from Blue Star began to roar with excitement when they saw the scene. Their contracted beasts had long been exterminated by Jiang Yuan. It could be said that no one wanted the 6-clawed void leopard to end Jiang Yuan more. The much-anticipated Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. Even though it was said that this hand of the 6-clawed void leopard had opened Jiang Yuan's eyes, he wasn't afraid, but instead, he was eager to try and see just how strong he currently was. Ha, this white spider is dead. I bet it doesn't even know where the 6-clawed void leopard is right now. Ha, even if he knows, can he beat it? It's a C-rank foreign beast. Coming. Just then, noticing the screen within the record of 10,000 beasts, the corners of many players' mouths lifted into a smile. See only, the 6-clawed void leopard appeared from behind Jiang Yuan. Although Jiang Yuan quickly realized it and used his forefoot to make a parry. In his haste, the 6-clawed void panther still inflicted a considerable injury on him. When Lu Fugue saw the scene within the record of 10,000 beasts, the smile on his face grew more and more victorious. This hand of the 6-clawed void leopard was his most proud means, and he didn't know how many strong foreign beasts had died from this hand. This time, Jiang Yuan, since he would not be an exception, take it while it's sick. 6-clawed void leopard. It's time to end the battle. In-game, noticing the trauma to his body, Jiang Yuan's eyes were grim. Roar! At this time, the 6-clawed void leopard let out a roar and attacked Jiang Yuan once again. After seeing that Jiang Yuan was injured, its movements became much bolder. Even the illusions were no longer used, and it simply launched a series of strikes against Jiang Yuan. That's underestimating me. But if you're going to be like this, let's see if you can hold out first. Jiang Yuan laughed out coldly. Once again facing the six-clawed void leopard, he didn't unleash the demonic shadow thousand weights. He just stared at the six-clawed void leopard while fending off its deadly attacks. Let yourself get some painless injuries. In this situation, in just 1 minute, Jiang Yuan's body had received quite a few injuries. However, he didn't panic, and instead, a thick flash of killing intent lurked in the depths of his lavender eyes. Once, 3 times, 5 times, Jiang Yuan was fending off the attacks of the six-clawed void leopard while silently counting the number of times he had been attacked by it. Ha 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 ha, already so badly wounded. Then, let me send you to the west. Looking at the scene in front of him, a flash of madness flashed through Lu Fugui's eyes. It was as if he had already seen the image of Jiang Yuan being taken down by himself. Roar! But just as the six-clawed void leopard was about to unleash its final strike, I don't know what the reason was, but the body that had been keeping steady suddenly stumbled, and the grimace couldn't help but turn a few shades of white. But soon, it returned to normal, just a little slower than before. It's now. Jiang Yuan's lavender eye stared. His body flickered, instantly launching the demon shadow thousand weights. Roar! At the same time, the six-clawed void panther had already let out a roar, lifting its sharp claws to stab directly at it. If this strike was stabbed, even if Jiang Yuan didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured and would not have the strength to fight. Pust! Its speed was so fast that in an instant, its sharp claws pierced into Jiang Yuan's body. However, the six-clawed void leopard was not as excited as he had imagined, and a beast face was written with horror, because it found that its sharp claws seemed to be stabbing not into its body, but more like into a patch of air. Ho ho ho! Without much time to think, the six-clawed void leopard suddenly let out a miserable hiss, while Jiang Yuan's figure appeared on its side. As soon as Jiang Yuan appeared, he lifted his forefoot, which was like a sharp blade, and slashed straight at its back. Does it feel good to hit me? Does poisoning taste sour? Jiang Yuan smiled coldly as his other forefoot cooperated and rose up, directly containing the six-clawed void panther's body. Then he violently opened his huge mouth and spewed out a spider web. With the double insurance of close range and being contained, the six-clawed void panther was directly hit by the spider web. Although it did not cause substantial damage to it, it was wrapped hard into a cicada chrysalis in full view of the public. If they hadn't been watching the entire time, all the players wouldn't have been able to tell that this so-called cicada chrysalis was the original six-clawed void leopard. How did this suddenly turn out? Is this white spider so fierce? No. Is this white spider really only a C-? Why do I feel like it's only a C-rank alien beast? In Blue Star, a number of players were dumbfounded at this. According to common sense, a C-rank six-clawed void leopard should completely suppress a C-rank white spider. How? Now instead is still entangled as a cicada chrysalis. Ho ho ho! As the crowd thought of this, the six-clawed void leopard within the game let out a series of hissing sounds, accompanied by its roar. The cicada chrysalis shook, and cracks appeared in many areas. It was obvious that Jiang Yuan's spider web couldn't trap it. Seeing this scene, many of Blue Star's players perked up again. It was as if they were seeing the scene of the six-clawed void leopard breaking out of its bonds and destroying Jiang Yuan with a single strike under annoyance. It's just that they seem to forget Jiang Yuan, right on the spot. Chapter 22, Increase in the amount of the reward. Still want to come out? Jiang Yuan let out a cold laugh. He knew that it was a bit difficult for the spider web to entangle the six-clawed void leopard. In the end, even though he was strong and had numerous talents. However, it was also a C-ranked Fey beast, while the six-clawed void leopard was a C-ranked Fey beast. Trying to tackle him with a spider's web alone is like a pipe dream. So, he has long been ready to prepare. In the next second, Jiang Yuan's eyes slightly condensed as he lifted his forefoot that had been evolved by the gifted blazing fireblade and directly swung dozens of slashes down. The front feet that had been upgraded by the blazing blade were like sharp blades, and in just a moment the white cicada chrysalis was dyed red with blood. Ho ho ho! The six-clawed void leopard also went from hissing vociferously in the beginning to gasping if anything in the end. All the way to the end, it was silent. Silence, as silent as death. When this scene occurred, regardless of whether it was within the record of 10,000 beasts or the many players in the Blue Star, all fell into an eerie silence. Obviously, whether it was a foreign beast or a player, neither of them had expected that in this battle, the most winner would be Jiang Yuan. Hiss. It was ultimately the hissing of chasing the moon within the record of 10,000 beasts that brought the beasts and the players back to reality. It let out a hissing roar as if celebrating Jiang Yuan's victory, and the blizzard wolves prowling around also flew into action at this moment. Accompanied by gale force winds, they are like the god of death who raises his scythe to harvest a fresh life. All of a sudden, the secret territory was filled with the wailing of a foreign beast. This scene was also spread to the forums of Record of 10,000 Beasts by quite a few players who had been watching the battle. It's like a heavy bomb dropped into a mud pit. When the many players who were waiting for news learned about the situation over here through the forums, the whole place exploded. Many people couldn't believe this scene was happening. In the end, not only were the D-ranked foreign beasts deployed this time, but there could be C-ranked foreign beasts as well. Moreover, the previous Jiang Yuan was only at the D step, entering the secret realm even if he was elevated to the C step. And how could it be a match for the C-stage foreign beast 6-clawed void leopard? This made a number of players who were up in arms think about looking up the news of the player who contracted this white spider. In the meantime, the fall of the 6-clawed void leopard caused a ball of rage to rise in Lu Fugui's heart, and on seeing the news discussed on the forum, he was like a cat that had been provoked and completely blew up. Lu Fugui gritted his teeth in death, veins rippling on his face. Tramp, don't let me know who actually contracted this white spider. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Fugui ruthlessly swept the front across the room as a way to vent his anger. As a crackling sound came out, Lu Fugui gasped for air as he looked at the messy room, taking a deep breath, and then viciously picking up his cell phone. He was ready to start over and cultivate the Fae again, waiting to grow up to take revenge. White spider, right? You dare to kill my 6-clawed void leopard? I must exterminate you once. No, not only am I going to kill you, I'm going to let someone else do it. I don't believe it. Are you one player still better than all the players of the Record of 10,000 Beasts? Said. Lu Fugui immediately opened the forum of the Record of 10,000 Beasts and added a lot of bounty to the original one. His move also completely blew up the already hot forums. Holy, what? It raised the bounty to 50W? This is not a small amount of money. So, does this mean I can buy a small house in my hometown if I kill the white spider? I don't even have 50W for a couple years of hard work. This pussy job. Whoever wants to go up to whoever wants to go up. I'm going to go to the Record of 10,000 Beasts to catch the white spiders on my horse. Inside the book of 10,000 Beasts. At the moment, Jiang Yuan was leading a pack of blizzard wolves that were devouring the hunted beasts. Host devours D plus great alien beast tiger snake, gaining 400 evolution points. The alien beast tiger snake is a contracted beast. Devouring it gains an additional 400 evolution points. The host devours the D-class alien beast snow fox and gains 300 evolution points. The Fey snow fox is a contracted beast. Devouring it gains an additional 300 evolution points. The host devours a D- grade alien beast and gains 200 evolution points. The system's voice rang in his head over and over again. While Jiang Yuan was devouring, he was also checking out the forum. Upon reading the news from the forums, his eyes could not help but cross a few streaks of gravity. Actually, he had guessed that his hand would set off an explosion on the forums, but he didn't expect Lu Fugui to come over. And even more so, he didn't expect that he would end up increasing the bounty. With this hand of his, it could be said that he had completely put Jiang Yuan on a hot griddle. It seems that once this matter is over, the players of Blue Star will be thinking of hunting me as soon as they see me. Looks like I still have to work hard to improve my strength. Jiang Yuan understood that he was able to exterminate the 6-clawed void leopard today. Actually, luck takes up most of it. If it wasn't for the 6-clawed void leopard being too gullible and displaying its killing move right from the start, and it ended up staying close enough to attempt to kill itself, causing it to be tainted with its own toxin. Otherwise, in the end, even if Jiang Yuan used all his means to win, that's definitely a bad win, too. But when he thought about it, Jiang Yuan could quite understand it. He himself was only a Fey beast that had just been promoted to the C rank, while the 6-clawed void leopard was quite a bit higher than his own rank. It's also been sinking in the C step longer than yourself. But no matter how it was interpreted, Jiang Yuan believed that as the reward amount added up and the secret realm side of things spread out, in the future, no matter what kind of foreign beasts, in the face of themselves, they would definitely not be gullible again. But fortunately, my tactics are not on full display either. And as you are trying to exterminate me, I am trying to take you to gain more evolution points. Then let's see who's better. Between thoughts, Jiang Yuan slowly stood up and led the blizzard wolves together into the distance. He couldn't stay here in the secret realm. He had to find a new place to settle down. Host, Jiang Yuan. Species, red hot demon spider. Level, C-. Active talents, Dragnet, Venomous Splash, Eye of the Evil Spider, Thousand Shadows, Blazing Blade, Passive Gift, Body of the Evil Spider, Evolution Points, 15, 000/30, 000. Nice. As he walked, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but check the panel, and when he saw the extra evolution points, a few more smiles appeared on Jiang Yuan's face filled with coldness. This time, the secret realm is considered to be richly harvested. I just don't know how the speculation is going over at Righteous Father's side. According to the character of the Righteous Father, If the speculation succeeds, I reckon I'll get another amount of evolution points. It can't be said to evolve again. At that time, even if a foreign beast comes over to look for trouble, I won't panic. Chapter 23, The True Face of the Little Arachnid. Luxurious living room. Su Mang was lying on the sofa, her eyes looking straight at the TV's new world of creepy pets. When she saw the scary place, her jade-moist little feet still couldn't help but gently hook up as if she was scared. But when one sees her bright eyes, one understands. Not only was she not scared, she was having a great time watching. Miss, it's late. You should go to bed. At that moment a woman in a leather jacket and pants with a cool look walked in. Sister Lu, watch a little longer, Su Meng said without looking back. Sister Ryu, aka her bodyguard. Although it is a bodyguard, Su Meng, whose parents were not around when she was a child, has long taken it as her closest person. Oh, right. Sister Willow, today is the second, right? Seemingly thinking of something, Su Meng stood up with a miso. Willow pondered for a moment, realizing there was nothing important about the holiday before foxing. Yeah, what's wrong? Sister Lu, help me go to the antique street today. Help me get a copper coin. Copper? Right. Su Meng said, then after repeating what Zhang Yuan described truthfully, that copper coin probably looks like this. Let's go to the antique market on Tianjie Street, and if you see any similar looking ones, buy them all back for me? Hearing this, Sister Lu looked at Su Meng rather puzzled. She remembered that Su Meng had always disliked antiques. Today, what's going on? Sister Willow, just help me out this once. Seeing this, Su Meng immediately wrapped her arms around her shoulders and rubbed them back and forth. Good. Seeing this scene, there was nothing Sister Lu could do, so she finally agreed. Sister Willow, where to? When Sister Ryu walked downstairs, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a smart suit greeted her. He's the butler of the Suman family. Miss told me to get a few antiques. Sister Willow replied back, then turned and walked out the door. Buying antiques? Before going to buy another lottery ticket. Miss, this butler looked thoughtfully in Su Meng's direction before leaving the area. It's great to watch. And Su Meng, after finishing the new world of creeping favors, couldn't get enough of it and took out her phone to board the record of 10,000 beasts. Before she even logged in, she was drawn to the forums in the Book of All Beasts, a thread full of posts about white spiders hunting players, as well as the news that the white spider bounty has been increased to 50W. Holy, how long has it been since I logged on? And so much has happened in the Book of 10,000 Beasts? After reading them one by one, Su Meng was extremely excited. The reason why? And naturally, it's simple. That would be different from Zhang Yuan's looks. This spider, finally, doesn't look like the little arachnid. Hey, now I don't have to worry about a player thinking my little arachnid is that spider anymore. The little arachnid has finally been liberated, and it's important to tell the good news to the little arachnid before it's too late. Shattering her thoughts, Su Meng immediately exited the forum and then boarded the record of 10,000 beasts, ready to check on Zhang Yuan. Just after logging in, Su Meng found Zhang Yuan and the beast lying within a cool cave. I told you, like my little spider so peace-loving, how can? She was about to praise it, but when she realized Zhang Yuan's changed appearance, her eyes widened steeply as if they were stuck in her throat. This, she stared wide-eyed for a long time, and her whole body was outright dumbfounded. She noticed that her little arachnid's appearance had changed as well, and is looking exactly like the beast-killing spiders that were revealed in the forums. The image in front of her left her silent for a long time. To say that it was similar in the beginning would be fine. How can evolution still be similar, and just such a short time apart? After a long time, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, No way. How could my little arachnid be that spider when he's so peace-loving? And that spider was accompanied by that werewolf of some sort. Not even around my little arachnid. It should be a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Inside the Book of 10,000 Beasts, what's going on? Zhang Yuan, who was lying on his back taking a nap inside the Blizzard Wolf's cave, woke up with a jolt. Just now in his sleep, he seemed to have entered a whole new world. The world was all black. He was conscious, but could not perceive his own body, as if he was in the middle of a chaos. What on earth is going on here? Zhang Yuan's eyes were deep in thought. His heart was more than a little suspicious. Back at the beginning of the crossing, he would have these dreams. Zhang Yuan originally thought that it was caused by being overly excited about being reborn, but now it seemed clearly not. What the hell was that all about? As Zhang Yuan pondered, a hot light suddenly shone within the dimly lit room, dispersing the surrounding darkness. Zhang Yuan subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Click, click, click. At the same time, a voice rang beside Zhang Yuan's ears. It was as if something had broken. Zhang Yuan, who had slowed down, immediately cast his eyes over. Only a crack appeared in the fire phoenix egg beside him. Is this going to hatch? Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in anticipation. Back when he was in the secret realm, he had learned from the system that the fire phoenix egg would hatch in 24 hours. Now do the math. And it is indeed time. Jiang Yuan stared intently as the light emanating from the fire phoenix egg became more and more brilliant, and he clearly noticed that the temperature around him was also rising dramatically. At the same time, the cracks on the fire phoenix egg grew. Next moment, click, the eggshell let out an incomparably crisp ring, and Jiang Yuan saw a small yellow claw poking out of the eggshell. Click 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 click. Soon the other paw came out as the little paw fought and twisted. And then there was the body, head, and wings were displayed one by one in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan understood. The fire phoenix had successfully hatched. Unlike the vast majority of birds, the fire phoenix has plumes on its body as soon as it is born. Its plumes were incomparably smooth and all reddish in color. Every time he swung it, it was like a burning flame, and the temperature around him would rise. It seemed that if the fire phoenix exerted a little bit of force, the surrounding area would be incinerated in an instant. Fresh! The fire phoenix let out a brittle cry as it suddenly flapped its wings and flew. Hoo hoo hoo! A strong scorching hot strong wind swept out, and Jiang Yuan could clearly notice that the temperature around him had risen. Type, Fire Phoenix. Level, D. Active talents, Red Inferno Claws, attacks with a layer of hot fire in the claws, inflicting a strong blow to the enemy. Jet Flame, Meteor Flame, can transform his plume into a meteor of fire, ravaging the earth. Passive gift, Immortality. There is a certain amount of vermilion bird bloodline, and after going through the layers of the realm, it is possible to break the bondage and sprint to the vermilion bird's body. When the panel of the fire phoenix was displayed in front of Jiang Yuan's pupils shrunk violently. Chapter 24, The Phoenix Sound. This is outrageous, isn't it? After freezing for a while, Jiang Yuan smacked his lips out. To be honest, he was a little envious. It had to be said that it was worthy of being a foreign beast with a bloodline. Having only just been born, it possessed such a strong strength, far from being comparable to an ordinary fey beast. You're my mother? After instigating for a while, the fire phoenix fluttered its eyes to look at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was dumbfounded. How could he be the mother of fire phoenix? But think about the animal world, where a number of animals consider the first person they see to be their mother. I guess the fire phoenix thought so too. That's not surprising. But he himself is a man. What's it going to be? It's going to be the father. 2. Shaking his head, Jiang Yuan quickly forgave the fire phoenix. Equals. For no other reason. Listening to the voice, he realized that Fire Phoenix was a girl. Girls, or slightly more understanding, the Fire Phoenix, is a girl again, just like chasing the moon? What would be a better name for a Fire Phoenix? In the middle of Jiang Yuan's thoughts, the Fire Phoenix vocalized again and asked, Are you my mother? In a way, I can be considered your father. After pondering for a while, Jiang Yuan gave his answer. Father? The Fire Phoenix stirred its wings and flew to Jiang Yuan's side, rubbing his body affectionately and said, Are you my father? Father? Jiang Yuan was about to reply when he suddenly heard a grunt from the fire phoenix's stomach. Chase the moon. Jiang Yuan immediately let out a light shout, and a nameless gale instantly swept over him. When the wind subsided, a wolf-like, non-wolf-like, non-human-like figure had appeared beside Jiang Yuan. Get it some food, Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice. When he hunted the foreign beasts at the entrance and exit of the secret realm, Jiang Yuan, who had known that the fire phoenix would evolve in a matter of days, stored a wave of food first, in order to wait for the fire phoenix to hatch successfully. I, Master, Chasing Moon softly responded. Follow closely, as it let out a wolf whistle. 3 or 5 blizzard wolves brought in the remnants of the fey beast's meat and placed it squarely in front of the fire phoenix. Fresh. This is for me? The fire phoenix fluttered its wings, one eye staring at the remnants of the meat, draping colors hidden in its eyes. Right. Fresh. As soon as the words fell, the fire phoenix flapped its wings and came to the remnants of the foreign beast's meat and began to feast on it. The way he wolfed down the food was like an evil spirit that hadn't had enough to eat in the last 100 years. Master, Chasing the Moon on the side just felt the threat of the fire phoenix and couldn't help but move some of her feet. When I was inspecting the territory just now, I realized that there were some extra foreign beasts around the territory that I had never seen before. According to what the master said, these should all be alien beasts contracted by players. These words made Jiang Yuan's heart sink quite a bit. He naturally knew clearly from reading the forums that these were all player-contracted Fey. It was thought that he wanted to scout out his position, then have the rest of the strong Fey beasts come to strangle him. In between his thoughts, Chasing the Moon let out a roar, only to see another group of blizzard wolves walking in with a wary expression surrounding an E-class plumed deer. Jiang Yuan twisted his head to look and was stunned. This plum blossom deer looked ordinary in appearance, and its rank was very low. The reason Jiang Yuan was stunned was simple, for he recognized the merganser as the very merganser he had contracted in his previous life. How is it still indentured now? After looking up and down, Jiang Yuan was flooded with mutterings. Could it be that my original body is still around? Or has this merganser been contracted by another player? Master, this is the Fae that we found to be finished with the contract. In between thoughts, it was Chasing Moon who spoke first. How are we going to face them later? I'll take this merganser. Jiang Yuan returned to his senses and sent out a concise voice. Once the rest are found, exterminate them all for me. Yes. Chasing the Moon answered in agreement and hurriedly retired, obviously ready to carry out Jiang Yuan's orders to the end. You come here. Yo! The plum blossom deer feared Jiang Yuan's aura and screamed in terror. A few strands of black lines flashed across Jiang Yuan's brain. He'd forgotten about that. With the plumed deer's rank, its intelligence was estimated to be the same as that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. And how could it possibly speak? Forget it. Forget it. Jiang Yuan shook his head, discarding the idea of communicating with the plum blossom deer, and began to gradually think deeply. According to Chasing the Moon, it looks like there are already quite a few players who want to hunt me. Then during this time, I must first improve my strength before I can do so. Muttering, the fire phoenix suddenly let out a cry. Jiang Yuan twisted his head to look and saw that it had already finished eating the remnants of the meat in front of it. Still hungry? Jiang Yuan asked with a smile. The fire phoenix didn't answer Jiang Yuan's words, but instead tilted its head and said, I want to hunt by myself. Wait for me, Dad. Without waiting for Jiang Yuan to reply, the fire phoenix let out a low chant before flapping its wings and soaring out to the outside. Jiang Yuan looked on but did not stop him. He knew in his heart that the fire phoenix would not leave. It's still a priority to think about what you should do subsequently to face the siege of players. He is now C-ranked, though, and his strength is indeed strong. But letting him face 2 C-class alien beasts was fine. What if dozens, or even hundreds, come at once? If it really comes to that, even if one has 1,000 means, it's still hard to cope with it, isn't it? With this river source thinking between, a contracted flying Fey beast was approaching the blizzard wolves step by step under the player's maneuver. Guys, look, this is probably where the white spider is staying. Now let me take you to reveal where the white spider is. This player authorized the beast to advance little by little, while shouting to the audience of the live broadcast. It can't be helped that the record of all beasts itself is a huge hit, and the recent explosion of the white spider setting off the record of all beasts has caused many players to turn on their live streams to go in search of it. Extremely gimmicky, these types of anchors have a good number of online viewers in their booths, and among these anchors, there is an anchor in the live broadcast of luxury charging millions. More directly indicate that it is to hunt white spiders, here to spark the internet and attract hundreds of thousands of viewers. When I make some money through live streaming, I'll charge millions too. This anchor muttered that it was still quite easy for a live room with hundreds of thousands of people to try to make $1 million out of it. Simply put, it's a very low-risk investment, and now his priority was to stabilize the audience in the live room. It wasn't a hard thing for him to do. The Fey beasts he had contracted were birds, while the blizzard wolf pack were walking beasts. As long as he didn't get attached, he asked himself that it would still be easy to get rid of them. Fresh. But just then, a loud cry exploded throughout the broadcast. Chapter 25, Streaming Fireflies. What's that? A bird? Not to mention, all ruddy red. It looks really good. The pop-ups from the live audience were naturally seen by this anchor, who quietly laughed in relief. I thought it was something. So it's a Fey that hasn't been contracted. This is the territory of the blizzard wolf pack, so I don't think it would dare to be too flashy. As long as we don't provoke it, it shouldn't actively attack. As soon as the anchor's words fell, he saw that the bird circled in the air for a while before actually charging sharply towards his Fey. Holy, this bird came at me. The anchor shrieked in surprise and hastily tried to counterattack with the Fey that had authorized him. However, fresh, a cry was the first to ring out. The bird was seen circling high in the sky constantly. A hot, fiery mass of fire swept toward him like a meteorite. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of fireballs all hit the body of this foreign beast, causing it to let out a miserable cry. Not for a moment. Under the scorching hot fire mass, the contracted bird-like beast fell to the ground like a kite with broken strings. Immediately after, a big, bright red, unbelievable word was presented in the live broadcast. Holy, what the hell is this bird? Isn't this the territory of the blizzard wolves? How did the other beasts appear? What the hell? It's obvious that this bird is also a D-rank foreign beast. How did it manage to do it in seconds? Inside the live room, the audience was talking, full of unbelievable statements. But no matter what they think, after hunting and killing the beast, the bird whose entire body seemed to be on fire left this place lightly. Soon, players on the blue planet will know that not only this anchor suffered a blow from the strange bird, but almost all of those players who waded into the territory of the Blizzard Wolves suffered a fierce blow from her. Inside the Blizzard Wolf lair, you mean there are other Fae that hunt those contracted Fae, and the vast majority of them, you have yet to explore? Listening to the report given by the Blizzard Werewolf, Zhang Yuan's gaze deepened. Could it be that there are other foreign beasts coming? Holding on to his doubts, Zhang Yuan opened the forum of the record of 10,000 beasts at the first opportunity, wanting to use it to understand the details of the matter. Holy, I thought I was the only one who came across it. So we've all met. I find it outrageous that she shows up whenever I'm near the territory of the Blizzard Wolves. The point is, she looks like she's only a D rank, but her strong strength is clearly more than that. Heavy losses. Whoever likes to take this bounty, go and take it. I don't want it anyway. The territory of the Blizzard Wolf Pack. Where can a Fey beast come from? It's totally 10 deaths once you're in there. In the forums, most of the players were talking about this matter. So it's that girl Fire Phoenix. And the Bird of Strange? TSK, that name. As he browsed on, the originally deep-set Zhang Yuan unconsciously revealed a smile. At the same time, more thoughts went through his head. He found a way to deal with these players. It is natural that one's own strength needs to be improved. But, while you are improving your own strength, you must also expand your own power. This is the only way one can become a strong generation after the game comes down to reality. Master. The Blast Wolfman who noticed Zhang Yuan's change in mood felt a bit strange. It's fine. You don't have to care about this matter. Zhang Yuan smiled. Rather, there's something I'd like to ask you. What is it? What is the territory of the Fey beasts outside the territory of the Blizzard Wolves? Chasing the Moon immediately said. There is a D-ranked bear-like alien beast in the east. To the north, there's a boa constrictor. And to the west there's. After listening to the end, Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and a kingly aura grew out of Zhang Yuan's body. You go and make contact with them. Just say, submit to me or die. Fey beasts were different from humans. Everything was honored by the strongest. As long as their strength can overpower them, then they are the most loyal henchmen. Furthermore, he still has the contract, and he is not afraid that they will be unfaithful to him. Yes, master. Upon receiving the order, Munchaser let out a long whistle and hurriedly began to carry it out. It was only until Chasing the Moon's back disappeared from view that a smirk surfaced in Zhang Yuan's lavender pupils. Blue Star players, huh? I'd like to see that when my forces are formed. And what are you going to do about it? Fresh. In the middle of the murmur, a caw came into Zhang Yuan's earwares from a distance. From a distance, he saw the figure of the Fire Phoenix. Dad! The Fire Phoenix came stirring its wings and finally stopped in front of Zhang Yuan. Did you just go looking for those contracted Fae? Don't you worry about this matter in the future. Seeing her, Zhang Yuan put on a serious expression out. Although it is very powerful, it has just been born and its strength has not yet been strengthened. And it was estimated that there would still be a C-stage alien beast coming from behind. Zhang Yuan must plan for its safety. I'm the one not looking. Fire Phoenix's head tilted slightly as he voiced a retort. How could Zhang Yuan, who had read the forums, believe it? He shook his head. The outside world is far more dangerous than inside the cave. Not letting you run around. I'm afraid you'll encounter some strong foreign beast. When the time comes, I won't be around to save you if I want to. Geez, Dad, why are you so annoying? The Fire Phoenix's voice softened a lot, but she still didn't admit that she had gone to look for the contracted Fey beast. I told you, I just went to look for food. After saying that, she seemed to get angry and took a step towards the outside. Only she didn't fly, and her steps were slow. That squirming is as good as it gets. Come on, hurry up and retain me. Otherwise I'm really leaving. Seeing her behavior, Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. After a little thought, he felt normal again. Fire Phoenix had only just made her voice known for a short while, and the little girl's heart was just right. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan spoke out. Do you want Daddy to help you pick a name? Click. Fire Phoenix's newly raised foot lurched, then retracted without a trace. Names? This thing called a name, what's so good about it? The Fire Phoenix spat as if it didn't dare to be interested, but the anticipation that was about to overflow in its eyes betrayed it early on. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan ignored her words and spoke. You belong to fire and can fly, why don't we call you Luing from now on? Ryujin? Fire Phoenix. No. Quicksilver threw his head back and smacked his lips. That's the name? Barely. Its expression was clear and cold, as if it still had a few moments of dislike, but there was clearly a flicker of pleasure in its pupils. Then put it this way, Dad, I'm going out first. As Luing said that, he flew out directly with his wings spread out. Halfway there, it met Chasing the Moon. Chase the Moon. Flowing Firefly immediately stopped it, looking very smug. Now you're not the only one with a name. I have a name too. From now on, you'll have to call me Ryujin. That's the name my dad gave me. Chapter 26, Kryptonite Millions Again. Blue Star, the room. Sumeng sat on the end of the bed, a tangled look written all over her small face. She is a peace-loving person, and it is unusual for her to have reptile pets that she doesn't want to get into fights between them. If you say you have a small arachnid, it's the one that's on fire on the forums. She was really a bit overwhelmed. Little arachnid, I don't think it's the one from the forums, is it? I don't think so, or I would have realized it. My little arachnid, clearly peace-loving. It should just be that the races are more similar, that's why they look the same. Sumeng comforted herself, then couldn't help but click on the record of 10,000 beasts. She wanted to board it to take a good look at Jiang Yuan. The look eased her mind, only to see Jiang Yuan lying on the ground. Where was the half of that contracted foreign beast that liked to brutalize and kill? Surely it should have all been a coincidence before. Yes, that's right, it's all a coincidence. As if to firm up her thoughts, she made a point of repeating herself. Well, look at little arachnid now. Should have been listening to me lately, not going out and flirting. I'm going to throw some food at him or not. Between murmurs, Sumeng couldn't help but click on the recharge interface. Jingle bells. Just as he was about to recharge, Sumeng's cell phone rang. It's Sister Ryu calling. At this point, Sister Lu stood at the entrance of the antique market. She looked at the coins in her hands, and a few complex emotions were born on her cold face. Think back to when you took the copper coin from the stallholder. There were only two words alive in her mind. Liar. Because the vendor blew it out of proportion. What this coin was passed down from above the ancestors. Rare as hell. His ancestors said it was a family heirloom and should never be put up for sale. He would have made this decision to go against his ancestors anymore if it weren't for the fact that something was going on at home. Blown so flowery, this coin if real. Even if it was for sale, it would have gone to an antique store a long time ago, wouldn't it? More stalls? Willow poked at the stall owner's explanation in a low voice. If Sumeng hadn't asked for it by name, she would have wanted to poke at it just now. Dodo. That's when the sound of a connection coming from his cell phone brought him back to his senses slightly. Miss, I bought the curio as you asked, but I feel cheated. Reflecting on the experience just now, Sister Lu couldn't help but beat down the bitter water. Miss, do you think, is it possible that someone wants to cheat you with antiques? Before her words fell, Sumeng's decisive voice came into her ears. Sister Lu, don't worry. Absolutely not. If it's fake, you should have bought the wrong one. These words caused Sister Lu to choke hard on the words that came to her mouth. She really didn't think that the young lady would be so trusting of the person who made that statement. Miss, I just looked at the antique market and the only one similar to your description is this one. On the other end of the phone, Sumeng was firm again. Oops, Sister Lu, you must have bought the wrong one. Go to the antique market again to see if there is the same one. Willow was still trying to speak when a beep came from the other end of the line. This was really hard for Ryu. Who the hell is this person? How did you make the young lady believe so much? And the book of 10,000 beasts, recently MS. Charged so much money, when the time comes we'll certainly be accountable. Never mind, let's take this coin for appraisal first. When we have the appraisal, we'll go back and have a nice chat with the lady. I could never just let someone lie to a lady like that. Willow pondered for a moment and immediately made up her mind. When Sister Lu went to find an antique store to identify, Sumeng, who hung up the phone, was not ambiguous, and directly rushed a large sum of money into it. After charging, she looked at the chat box and typed some words, wanting to send them over to ask if Jiang Yuan was the white spider, but then deleted them word for word after a moment of agonizing. She was a bit unsure of how to face Jiang Yuan if he was really that spider. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has won 50W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 15,000 evolution points. Evolution points have met the demand for evolution. Does the host open evolution? Accompanied by the system, Jiang Yuan also realized that there were some more heavenly treasures in his surroundings. Jiang Yuan understood that these were all gifted to him by his righteous father. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan first ignored the system's words. A good wave of thanks to the righteous father in the chat screen before choosing to evolve. Ding dong. After Jiang Yuan sent the message, Sumeng, who was still within the record of 10,000 beasts, also received it at the first opportunity. Righteous father, you are so nice. Give me kryptonite all day long, I really love you. Here, I wish my righteous father to be happy every day. Be a happy person from now on. Finally, I'm here to thank righteous father for the gift. Pust. When she saw the message sent by Jiang Yuan, Sumeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. In a trance, she seemed to see Jiang Yuan moving his body and offering to say these words. The image that came out of her fantasies made the nagging on Sumeng's face much less and more of a faint smile. Little arachnids, in my case, so cute, those on the web must be another spider. Between murmurs, the smile on her cheeks thickened a bit, bringing both to show light pearly swirls. In the meantime, congratulations to the host for successful evolution and obtaining the passive talent Frost Cold Blade. Frost Cold Blade, the front foot will be transformed into a blade of cold ice, and between slashes it will erupt with endless coldness and freeze everything around it. The moment the system sound started, Jiang Yuan realized that the original other forefoot had become luscious and clear, with a light layer of frost on it. It was a natural contrast to the other forefoot, which was full of crimson color. He couldn't help but get excited, especially when he felt the strong power contained within his body. Possessing such a strong strength, if one succeeds in creating a force, Jiang Yuan was confident that even if all the players of Blue Star came over, he would be able to withstand it. Frost, blazing fire? These two are quite talented. Maybe even interplay. Jiang Yuan looked at his forefoot and couldn't help but ponder in his mind. "Ow, master." Just as Jiang Yuan wanted to try it out, Chasing Moon anxiously rushed in. "What's going on?" Jiang Yuan asked curiously. "I've gone to inform the Fae. Most of the Fae are not convinced and are threatening to take you in." Hearing this, Jiang Yuan did not get angry. He'd only been reborn not long ago, and Fae didn't have a forum for the record of 10,000 beasts. They don't know what they're in for, and it's obviously unlikely that they're going to be convinced by a mouthful. "You don't have to care about this matter, just come with me when the time comes." "Master, there is one more thing." "What?" Streaming Firefly. Streaming Firefly it has taken the lead in rushing over after learning that those foreign beasts are not convinced, saying that it wants to give them a little lesson. I didn't stop it." "What?" A few more points of tension appeared on Jiang Yuan's calm face. "Then what are you waiting for? Which direction did the streaming fireflies go? Quickly take me there to see." Jiang Yuan was clear that with the character of the Blizzard Wolves, the strength of the foreign beasts that could still survive by their side was definitely not to be underestimated. Because, the strength of the weak foreign beasts, it is absolutely difficult to escape the clutches of the Blizzard Wolves. Chapter 27, The Crisis Facing My Daughter. Go! As the Devil's Shadow Thousand Weights was executed, Jiang Yuan speed soared, while he opened his own perception to the maximum as a way to check out Lu Ying's position. It's worth mentioning that when he reached C rank in his equilibrium, his perception had also been greatly enhanced. It could be said that the wind and grass in a 5,000-meter radius could not escape Jiang Yuan's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. As the distance grew closer, Jiang Yuan's ears had heard a movement of a fight. Already fighting? Jiang Yuan didn't hesitate and directly rushed over in that direction. But only just lifting his feet, Jiang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. At this moment, not only did he perceive the flow of fireflies and the D+ grade alien beast, he also sensed a C-stage alien beast. It coincidentally overlapped with the figures of Lu Ying and the D+ grade alien beast. Could it be that flowing glow has incurred a C-stage Fey beast? Jiang Yuan's heart thumped and his speed increased. Never allow anything to happen to Lu Ying. Not far. A huge beast of a different kind was chasing a bird and a fox with its wings flapping and an occasional back foot from its mouth. This beast was incomparably huge at 10 meters, and its body was also covered in brown hair. It was particularly odd-looking, with thick limbs and a long tail. It looked like it was clearly a walking beast, but it had a pair of huge wings on its back and its head was still long like a sharp eagle's. And the two beasts it was chasing, one was none other than the flowing firefly that Jiang Yuan was familiar with. One was a snow-white fox with 3 tails. At this point, under the pursuit of this monstrous beast, Lu Ying and this white fox could only flee in a sorry state. In response, the strange beast didn't seem the least bit flustered. While chasing and attacking, he let out a cry, stirring up his wings. Countless plumes were like arrows flying away from the strings to attack and kill the white fox and the flowing firefly. The streaming firefly was okay. With the advantage of speed it could still dodge a thing or two. The white fox at the bottom could suffer, instantly being hit by several plumes. Deadly nailed to the ground, a snow-white fur was even more stained with a lot of blood. Ow, ow, the white fox wailed continuously, as if it had already predicted its outcome. In the meantime, Blue Star, a certain tigerfish live. Brothers, this white fox, should we wait to finish her off first? On the contrary, this firebird, she's totally inadequate under my griffin. The anchor was smiling and interacting with the viewers in the broadcast room. He was just a small anchor at Tigerfish before, but after live streaming the Book of 10,000 Beasts, there was a gradual rise in popularity, and after rubbing off on that white spider, his online count has stabilized at 5W. Of course, he's not the scariest. The most horrible anchor, directly open broadcasting recharge million to enhance the level of foreign beasts, went to catch the white spider, but also triggered hundreds of thousands of netizens stopped to watch. This could make him envious. After all, traffic is money for anchors. Thinking of this, he added, audience lords, what do you say to killing this firebird to avenge you? My direct contracted foreign beast was killed by it. Spike her, I'm going to spike it. That's right, show the brothers just how tough a C-rank Fae is, right? I'm for it. I want to know now how strong the C-rank is, and if it's even possible for me to attack and kill that white spider? +1+1+1+1. Well then, audience members. Then watch yourselves. With the attitude that it's a game, almost all players chose to spike. This anchor also immediately smiled and responded, okay, seconds then. Between the words, this anchor immediately authorized his contracted fake griffin to turn on the big one. Roar! The griffin immediately let out a roar, and then it flapped its wings rapidly, rolling up a gust of hurricane wind. Hoo hoo hoo. Supported by the gusts of wind, the griffin flew like a beam of light to the back of the flow of fireflies. Swish! The griffin opened its front claws and made a quick grab at the flow of fireflies. At the same time, its claws shone with layers of sharp light, just as if it wanted to take advantage of this strike to disembowel the flow of fireflies. Fresh! The streaming firefly let out a cry of panic and looked terrified. It really didn't expect that it would come over to look for the white fox to fight, and the white fox didn't do it, not to mention that it was chased by the C-ranked fey beasts together with her. Quicksilver flapped his wings rapidly, trying to get away from the griffin. But the gap in their ranks, as well as the gap in their physical strength, caused the two of them to get closer and closer. More than anything, it could sense that an aura of death was sweeping towards it at a rapid pace. Dad! In fear, the streaming firefly couldn't help but let out a long cry. But it's obvious. Its move would not stop the griffin from moving. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did the C-rank ones turn out to be so tough? I've kind of seen it all. Damn, telling this firebird to go wild. Now let's see if it still dares to go wild. It still dares to go wild. This time it will probably fall directly. That's true. Anchor, can I have the legs of this bird? When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw the scene, they all started discussing what happened after the death of the streaming firefly. It was clear that all of them didn't think that the streaming fireflies would survive. However, just as the griffin's sharp claws were about to hit Lu Ying's body, a lavender light suddenly cut through the sky and came straight at the griffin. Bang! The griffin was unaware but was struck by this light. Next moment, the griffin fell backward frantically as if it had been hit by a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. It wasn't until several large trees were knocked down in quick succession that the griffin fluttered its wings and stabilized itself. It was just that compared to the original spiritedness, the griffin was now as woeful as it could be. Roar! The griffin let out a roar, his gaze fixed dead on the figure that had just appeared, and his entire body's aura rose steeply. Many creatures were trembling under this very oppressive aura. But the audience in the live broadcast room saw the image of the record of 10,000 beasts through the lens, and after a short period of dead silence, all of the audience went into a frenzy. It's a white spider, my god, that white spider is here. Holy, I can't believe that this white spider is even in this neighborhood. Anchor, quick, quick, exterminate this white spider for me. I've been looking at it for a long time. Yes, Anchor, as long as you exterminate it, you'll still get a 100W bounty. It's that white spider. A heavy color flashed in that Anchor's eyes when he saw it. If you were to ask who shadows the player the most within the Book of Beasts, then there was no doubt that it was this white spider. It's not so strong that it's hard to look at its back. However, since the opening of the record of 10,000 beasts, its brilliant battle results have been impossible to ignore. This Anchor was also the first to authorize the griffin to be ever so careful. Actually, without him having to say anything, the griffin that had encountered Zhang Yuan's strike could already feel the threat that Zhang Yuan brought. Daddy! Unlike all the players on the Blue Star, Lu Ying's eyes reddened slightly upon seeing Zhang Yuan. No matter how arrogant it is, when it is bullied, it is always the same as a child who just wants to find a parent. It's okay. Zhang Yuan gave a comforting cry first before looking at the griffin. In his gaze, coldness raged. Dare to bully my daughter. Your time to die has come. Chapter 28, A Battle Between the Halls and the C Ranks. The moment the voice fell, Zhang Yuan didn't wait for the griffin to react. Hiss. As the earth-shattering hissing sound erupted out, Zhang Yuan's aura had been raised to the extreme. The powerful aura drew the griffin into a slight daze. It was also at this moment that Zhang Yuan opened his mouth and sprayed out several spider webs. The spider web was incredibly fast, and the griffin was caught in it without reacting at all. Roar! The griffin's wings spread wide as it struggled to break free. In a few seconds, most of the cobwebs wrapped around it had been torn away. However, within these few seconds, Zhang Yuan leapt with a step and a foot and had already leapt up high, his pompous body transforming into a ghostly light that rushed straight towards the griffin. Arriving at the griffin's side, Zhang Yuan lifted his blazing fireblade and frostblade and then immediately chopped down. Roar! At this critical juncture, the griffin finally reacted. It let out a roar and the plumes on its body surged towards Zhang Yuan like sharp swords. Zhang Yuan. If he didn't dodge, the blow was bound to hit him. Zhang Yuan's gaze was eerily cold, as if he hadn't taken this strike to heart at all. Until the plume was about to approach his side, Zhang Yuan moved. He catalyzed the demon shadow thousand weights to the extreme, directly leaving a shadow that looked like it had materialized on the ground. Shoo shoo shoo. Dozens of plumes pierced through. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room, as well as the griffins, dumbfounded. What's going on here? How did it get through? Holy, I remember, this white spider also used this strike before when it fought against the six-clawed void leopard. Quick, Anchor, get the griffins out of the way. Otherwise, it's bad. Looking at the pop-ups, this Anchor also authorized up the griffin at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, in this flash of lightning, Zhang Yuan's figure condensed from the side of the griffin, and he raised his twin blades to swing down at the griffin's body at speed. Roar! A mournful roar of pain instantly exploded as the griffin continuously swayed its body, trying to throw Jiang Yuan off. Jiang Yuan didn't have the idea as it wanted. His forelegs contained the griffin's body in a deadly manner. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a spider silk to hit the griffin. Put! At close range, the spider silk hit the griffin like dense rain, and clouds of thick blood mist sprayed out. Ho ho ho! This strike sent the griffin into a complete frenzy. It let out a concussive roar before its slender tail flicked out and fiercely threw itself towards Jiang Yuan. At the same time, its huge body twisted and the eagle's beak on its head viciously stabbed towards Jiang Yuan. Hiss! Jiang Yuan was the first to notice its attack and raised his frost-covered forefoot to parry. Bang, bang, bang! Loud vibrations erupted out, as if sound waves were sweeping through the entire heaven and earth. This scene was even more hot-blooded for the viewers in the live broadcast room. Beat him to death. I've been watching this white spider for a long time. Anchor, come on, a full $1 million reward is just around the corner. Anchor, I've now called out the 7 great ants to come see you live. You mustn't disgrace me. The anchor was also lit up by the live audience and looked uplifted. Yeah, it's the same C-stage foreign beast that six-clawed void leopard from before was merely careless. This time, it's anyone's guess as to who will deer in. The anchor mumbled between voices and raised her eyes to continue looking at the broadcast. At that moment, his pupils shrunk and shock was written all over his face. See only. The griffin and the white spider didn't freeze for a moment. The white spider's other forelegs suddenly surged out in a ball of blazing fire. No. His forelegs themselves were pressed against the griffin's body, which ignited the fire, predictably. Ho ho ho! The intense pain not only caused the griffin's skin to split open, but also caused it to let out a ghostly roar of pain. Taking advantage of this, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and sprayed out another large mass of venom. Zigzag! The venom landed on the griffin's body and there was a zipping sound, making its howl of pain even more miserable. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Yuan's figure turned and landed lightly on the ground. Ho ho ho! The griffin stared at Jiang Yuan in death. At this time, its eyes were already crimson. It roared one after another, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. Immediately following, countless plumes on its body shot out towards Jiang Yuan with an appalling momentum. Brush up! Successive air-breaking sounds exploded, sharp and full of intent, just like blocking all the retreating paths of Jiang Yuan. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan's eyes remained ghostly cold, as if he was already waiting for death with his hands tied. Roar! Noticing this, the griffin flapped its wings and opened its sharp beak to pounce towards Jiang Yuan at speed. Looking at it, it clearly wanted to whip Jiang Yuan to pieces, as if that would dull the pain it brought to its body. Seeing this scene, a cold smile flashed across Jiang Yuan's eyes. He was genuinely surprised that the griffin would come charging across. Actually, it was normal to think about it. In its eyes, it was probably hard to escape, and it had been trying to attack and kill itself for a long time. However, it was cheaper for Jiang Yuan. Breath of frost. Jiang Yuan's steps and feet moved lightly, taking a slight step forward, his body surging even higher as if he was meeting Plume's attack. Next, boom! Jiang Yuan's icy blue forefoot swung out one after another, and a wave of icy blue light swept out to strike with the plumes flying from the sky. Bang, bang, bang! As soon as the light wave touched the plume, it emitted an incomparably terrifying coldness, directly freezing the plume. Snap! The condensed plume flew down to the ground with a crisp ringing sound. At the same time, as the condensed plumes piled up, the coldness of the scene was continuously surging out in all directions. And it's not over yet. Jiang Yuan continued to swing down, light waves continued to form and the griffin that was charging across the room was instantly hit by the light waves several times. A blood splatter was brought out on his torso by the wave of light. And that's not even the worst of it. The griffin realized that the light wave gave birth to a chill just as it struck. The coldness that raged out was incomparably ferocious. Not only could it make its body become stiff, even its blood seemed to freeze with it. Roar! The griffin roared, rapidly raising its own breath, trying to use it to dispel the coldness in its body. But then he suddenly noticed a cold smile flash across the lavender eyes of the white spider opposite him. Immediately after, put! As this white spider flicked its steps and feet, an unknown force instantly swept out, pulling its body up, and even giving birth to a large blood splatter. Not only that, one of his wings also suffered, being torn and destroyed in an instant. Bang! The griffin's ponderous body fell to the ground, smashing a huge deep crater. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was going on. The only one who was the originator is Jiang Yuan. 8 lavender eyes looked fatally at the spider silk that seemed so transparent in the sunlight. It's time to end it. A faint exhale fell. Jiang Yuan let out a hiss and opened his mouth already, spewing out a powerful spider silk at the deep pit. Shoo shoo shoo! As an ear-piercing sound exploded, a miserable beastly roar followed. It's a griffin! Hearing the sound of Jiang Yuan did not hesitate, several step foot lightly moving, quickly pulling up the intertwined spider silk. Chapter 29, Lufugue's response. Ho ho ho! The ear-splitting roar of misery instantly exploded, rising immediately after. Instead, it was a thick mist of blood. The blood mist crackled and dripped to the ground like rain. This time, the crowd also got a good look at the scene underneath. I don't know what kind of power it was due to, but the griffin had been disfigured, and its remnants were all over the place. If they hadn't been watching, I'm afraid no one would have been able to recognize that these remnants of flesh were the griffins that had been flinging their heave-ho before. Hiss! And Jiang Yuan, who started it all, was calm. He spewed out a spider web that wrapped the remnants of the griffin's flesh into a cocoon afterward. Then he left the scene with the fire phoenix and the heavily injured white fox. Inside the live feed, not only the audience in the live broadcast room, even the anchor was dumbfounded. It all happened so fast. It led to the griffin dying a horrible death down before they knew exactly what was going on. It was only until Jiang Yuan's figure completely disappeared that they reacted. Holy holy holy, what do I see? Why is this white spider so weird? I can't even see how it's gone. Dude, you're not alone. This white spider is too weird, isn't it? It can also breathe fire, shoot ice, and have such bizarre means. Trying to exterminate this white spider, whimsical, isn't it? Aren't you bull asterisk ting me, 100W really think a person can get it? Under the seizure of the audience in the live broadcast room, there was no lack of people posting this side of the situation to the Record of 10,000 Beasts forum to garner a huge wave of traffic. The post instantly exploded on the forum of Record of 10,000 Beasts. All the players were talking about it. And the rhetoric they are trying to convey is simple. This white spider is too much of a rebel. It's completely out of human reach. Order C. This was an existence that towered over the eyes of many players. This white spider was good, easily taking care of two of them. Could there be anything more terrifying? In the meantime, in Tigerfish's other live room with hundreds of thousands of people, most of the pop-ups were proclaiming what had just happened within the Record of 10,000 Beasts. Brother Lu, this is bad. I have a feeling you have no hope of revenge. Brother Lu, it's better to forget about it. This white spider really isn't something anyone can resist. Yeah, Brother Lu, man up. Why don't you apologize to this white spider player? This, too, is over. My advice is not to take revenge. The player who contracted the white spider doesn't know which rich man he is. But it's really rich. In just a few days, the white spider has risen in rank again. Lufugue took a deep breath and looked at the pop-up screen as he fell silent. Yes, this person who was called Brother Lu by the live broadcast audience was none other than the previous Lufugue. Ever since the sea-stage alien beast was hunted, he had offered a reward of millions. And after it all started over again, he made a point of opening a live stream of the hunt for the white spider, ready to record his revenge in its entirety. The aura of millions of bounties, millions of first charges for live broadcasts, and so on has also allowed him to attract a huge wave of attention. Now that he had only just raised his Fey equivalent rank to C rank, he had thought that he was getting closer to Jiang Yuan. Now it looks like, is not the same thing at all. It was just a bit hard for him to give up chasing that white spider just like that. Brothers, I'm not giving up on hunting down this white spider, and I'm going to completely stomp this white spider. After some thought, Lufugue had a clue in his mind. Just before his words had fully fallen, the pop-ups on the livestream were the first to pour out. Brother Lu, are you crazy? That white spider, with its strength, a C-rank alien beast is completely inadequate. You this unless you find a B-rank alien beast over. But how can a B-rank foreign beast be so easy to find? Brother Lu, why don't we withdraw the bounty of millions? The viewers in the live broadcast room were persuaded. It wasn't that they didn't want the 100W bounty. It's just that the $1 million bounty amount is already hopeless in their eyes. Brothers, I know what you guys mean, but he's a Fey at best, and I have you. With that, Lufugue's gaze hardened as he once again droned, Here, I'm going to declare war on this white spider's contracted player. If you have the guts, take this challenge for me. Let's see who's better in the end. Brothers, in the meantime I will raise the bounty to $3 million. As Lufugue's series of words fell, the audience in the live broadcast room completely fell into a frenzy. Them, being moved by Lufugue's words. Quite a few people have acted at this point. There was no lack of players with strong contracted beasts who immediately enlisted their teammates online, ready to team up to take down this white spider. After all, no one thinks they can fight alone. But what about all the players united together? With this, what Lufugue said during the live broadcast was also carried directly to the forum of the Record of 10,000 Beasts by fans. One time, there were endless reports about Jiang Yuan in the Record of 10,000 Beasts forum. At this moment, Jiang Yuan had only just returned to the cave with Luing, Chasing Moon, and that white fox. As soon as he entered, the white fox let out a timid cry and looked at Jiang Yuan with even more especially frightened eyes. It was obvious that Jiang Yuan's actions just now had very much frightened it. Shake what? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Streaming Firefly glanced at the white fox and shivered, and put on an open-mouthed look. Ow. This one was all about to scare the guts out of White Fox. Ryujin. When he saw the greatly grinning Luing, Zhang Yuan's head hurt a little. Although he hadn't read the forums, he knew that since this griffin was a contracted fae, then his own behavior, I guess he's on the forum hot seat again. Papa sputtered Rio, before finally responding obediently. Told you not to. Before Zhang Yuan's words had all fallen, he noticed that Luing had her head lowered and her eyes were slightly red. I didn't mean to, either. These words made Zhang Yuan's heart, at once, soften. Hey, forget it, in the future, you must be careful. Yay, Dad, I knew you were the best. What Zhang Yuan didn't expect was that only after his own words fell, Luing changed his aggrieved appearance and began to shout with excitement. You! Zhang Yuan shook his head. Where did he not know that Luing was pretending? He was about to chortle when a beastly roar came from outside the door. Ho ho ho! Accompanied by the beast's roar, there was also a blizzard wolf that hurriedly walked in and spoke to each other with Moonchaser. Next! Zhang Yuan's voice then echoed in his mind as he chased the moon. Master, the previously defiant Fae are now assembled and are clamoring at the door. Chapter 30, The Guy Who Came After the Door. As chasing the moon's words left his mouth, Zhang Yuan's eyes steeply rose in a ball of ethereal light. Well. Zhang Yuan laughed out loud. He didn't go looking for the group of foreign beasts, they came looking for him instead. Really? Don't know how to spell death? Go, show me. Soon Zhang Yuan made a decision. He gulped softly and signaled for Moonchaser to lead the way in front. I want to go too. Luing immediately spoke up. Zhang Yuan glanced at it and acquiesced. With himself around, nothing will happen to Luing. It was just the right time for it to see more of how cruel the world within the record of 10,000 beasts was. Ho ho ho! As they weaved their way through, many of the blizzard wolves outside bowed slightly when they saw Zhang Yuan and looked at him with fiery eyes. Under Chasing Moon's indoctrination during this period of time, Zhang Yuan was like a god to them. Zhang Yuan went straight out from the center, and in no time at all he walked out of the cave. In one glance, he saw a group of Fae standing in the doorway. The three-headed foreign beasts had the strongest aura, far more powerful than the unusual D+ rank. It seems like it's just a foot away from being close enough to break through to the C rank. They were, respectively, a hideous python, more than 50 meters long, thick as a bucket with its waist coiled into a ball, a pair of vertical pupils staring down, spitting out letters from time to time. There was also a vulture-like beast that spread its wings 8 or 9 meters long, and its claws were especially sharp, glistening under the sunlight. The last one was a black bear with a big face, as big as 10 meters. It was also the only one to drag its family around with several smaller ones behind it. Zhang Yuan swept a glance and nodded slightly. Not bad for a Fae beast that could survive near a pack of vindictive blizzard wolves. Strength is good in all of them. It's a shame to invite yourself. Then even if Jesus came, he couldn't save them. However, before Zhang Yuan could speak, they were the first to let out a hiss. Immediately after, they actually rushed at Zhang Yuan, lying on the ground in various forms. It was as if they were submitting to him. No, not as if. Rather, it is exactly that. The system has detected that the prime python is submitting to you, whether or not the host signs a contract with it. The system has detected that the exploding claw giant bear is submitting to you, whether or not the host signs a contract with it. The system has detected that the steel-clawed condor is submitting to you, whether or not the host is associated with it. As they slumped to the ground, a system beep sounded in Zhang Yuan's head. The system's words made the originally aggressive Zhang Yuan dumbfounded. He couldn't help but look at Chasing Moon beside him. He didn't open his mouth, but his eyes were as if he was saying, "Is this what you call coming to trouble? Master." Chasing Moon shrunk his neck, looking a little embarrassed. Apparently it hadn't expected this scenario at all. Ho ho ho! Not getting a response from Zhang Yuan, the three foreign beasts' expressions became a little more tense, plopped down even lower. It seemed to be saying that if Zhang Yuan didn't take them, they would never rise. You guys come in first. Zhang Yuan pondered for a while and did not rush the deed. And seeing them stand up, Zhang Yuan took the lead and walked towards the cave. Seeing this, Chasing the Moon, Luing and the group of foreign beasts also hurriedly followed Zhang Yuan's pace. After walking into the deepest part of the cave, Zhang Yuan, a beast, sat on the highest position within the cave. One by one, he swept his ringed eyes over the beasts before him. There was the Moon Chaser, the Flowing Firefly, that white fox, and also the three Fae beasts that had just joined as well as a group of wind-chasing wolves. In the end, Zhang Yuan fixed his gaze on the three foreign beasts from earlier. You guys want to join me? I welcome it. Zhang Yuan took a breath and said in a calm voice, I can also protect you all. But if you want to join, you have to follow my rules. These, you can understand. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! Those three foreign beasts looked at each other, and then they all made a sound and knelt on the ground. Ow! Not far away, the white fox saw this and with a twinkle in its eye, it also rushed at Zhang Yuan in a similar manner and fell down on its knees. Great! Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan painfully mumbled the word contract in his heart. Master! As soon as the contract was completed, 4 raw shouts rang out in Zhang Yuan's mind. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly while revealing his seriousness. You guys can call me king from now on. As for Lu Ying, she is your princess, and as for chasing the moon, she is the elder brother among your several brothers. But whenever I give an order, you must obey it. After finishing the series of words, Zhang Yuan realized that apart from Lu Ying, the rest of the Fey beasts didn't seem to have reacted, only subconsciously nodding their heads. These foreign beasts themselves are not very high in bloodline, and only have the strength of the D rank, and their spiritual wisdom has not been opened too much, so it's normal that they don't understand. But Zhang Yuan still had to say that the only way to do this was to brand them first, and then they would naturally understand what he was talking about. And they just have to understand that when the game comes down to reality, they are their own most effective helpers. As his thoughts reached this point, Zhang Yuan suddenly saw that his righteous father had sent several messages to himself one after another. Alright, that's the end of this matter. If there's anything you guys don't understand, you can also go and ask Flowing Firefly. These are a reward for you. Zhang Yuan moved his steps and feet lightly, and several spider silks threw some of the remnants of the griffin's meat in front of them. Ho ho ho! At this moment, the foreign beasts inside the cave all roared with excitement. Accompanied by the beast's roar, Zhang Yuan chose his body and returned to the depths of the cave. As the time for the game to descend into reality gets shorter and shorter, he had to play nice with his righteous father and try to get more kryptonite out of him to do so. In the meantime, Blue Star, Little Arachnid, you mustn't be okay. Since the forum of the record of 10,000 beasts about the recent explosion of Zhang Yuan. Although Su Meng had been mentally admonishing herself that the spiders on the forum were not her little arachnids, she was still inevitably worried when she saw the news on the forum. Little Arachnid, mommy really doesn't want anything to happen to you, Su Meng said, hesitating for a moment. Finally her face firmed up quite a bit. She was ready to recharge her points in again so that Zhang Yuan would be able to get through the players in peace. No, it's not some player's chase. She just wanted the little arachnid to have a few moments of self-preservation. After all, it does look too similar to that spider on the forum. Yes, that's right, that's it. Thinking of this, the tangled knot on Su Meng's small face was much less. She gently raised her small hand like a jade lotus root, and she tapped on the recharge screen. But just then, jingle bells, a phone rang in the empty room. It's Sister Ryu calling. Hey, Sister Willow. Su Meng had just connected, and an uncontrollable excited voice rang out from the other end of the phone first. Miss, you're really right, right? What's right? Su Meng wondered out loud, but the response given by Sister Lu caused her eyes to glaze over slightly, and a smirk unconsciously raised on her face. Tender onion-white feet are with her mood, cannot help but buck up. Chapter 31, Currency Worth Millions. Miss, you are unaware. I just went to an antique store to have it appraised. How much do you suppose you could sell for just this one little coin? Without waiting for Su Meng to answer, Sister Lu couldn't hold back her thoughts and said, a full $1.5 million. I only spent only 5,000 on this coin. That antique store owner even grabbed it, saying something about overversion triangular round yuan datu, and say what ganaka only. As she spoke, Ryu couldn't help but recall the experience of going to the antique store. She had only wanted to get a certificate of authenticity showing that it was fake. That's all. Never thought that the appraisal did not ask for, but instead, the antique store owner was shocked. Now that she thought about it, she still felt like the incident was like a dream. Especially the way the vendor went to great lengths to try to sell it to himself. For a moment it made her think it was fake. Now that I think about it, maybe the vendor thought the coin was fake too? Thinking of this, a monstrous wave rose steeply in Sister Lu's heart. Even the stall owner didn't know. Su Meng actually didn't know from what kind of channel, but knew that it was true. I told you it was true, didn't I? No kidding? The more Su Meng listened, the more the smile on her face grew. She then smiled and said, there. Sister Lu, come back first. After hanging up the phone, Su Meng finally couldn't help pleasuring herself, a pair of small feet swinging back and forth. With her slightly reddened cheeks, she looked incredibly cute as well as tantalizing. It's all kryptonite to the little arachnid since he earned it himself. After being excited for a while, Su Meng also immediately made up her mind. It's as if the 150W isn't a lot of money at all. The truth is actually pretty much the same. For others 150W is considered a huge amount of money. But for Su Meng, who grew up in a privileged environment, 150W, sprinkle water. In the meantime, Zhang Yuan, who had come to the depths of the cave, was checking out the message sent by his righteous father. The message wasn't much, only 5 or 6 sentences, but the words it contained shook his heart. Little arachnid, recently on the forums of the record of 10,000 beasts, there's a lot of hunting down fey beasts that are just like you. You must be careful. Don't ever have an accident. Stay well and I'll think of something for you. After briefly reading the chat log, Zhang Yuan's heart was slightly shocked. It was clear to him before that there would definitely be posts about himself on the forums after he hunted and killed a C-stage alien beast. But now, looking at my righteous father's words, it seems that the situation is much more serious than what was thought. First look. Making up his mind, Jiang Yuan immediately opened the record of 10,000 beasts forum. What came to mind were several extremely hot threads. The killer spider hunts the C-rank Fae again, its brutality can be imagined. The reward amount is raised to 300W, is there anyone who will go with me to exterminate the killer spider? The player who contracted that killer spider, come out here if you can. One post all about myself. One of them was actually about his own righteous father. However, this was something that Jiang Yuan was not worried about. Righteousness is obviously not interested in responding to these posts and naturally will not be sought out. For Jiang Yuan, he was able to let go and do what he wanted to do. Otherwise, Jiang Yuan did not want to transfer the anger of the rest of the players onto his righteous father. With that, Jiang Yuan clicked on the hottest post to take a look, and his heart steeply sank. It was a player with a C-rank contracted beast recruiting teammates. Lots of comments below. Without exception, all of them were some players commenting that they wanted to team up together to exterminate themselves. And these players, the contracted beasts displayed by each of them were not weak. Most of them are C order. Some more have come to the B order. And in order to hunt themselves, they derived a crowning reason. The only way to better maintain the game environment was to exterminate themselves so that they, the players, would not be tragically exterminated within the record of 10,000 beasts. Interesting. To think that they want to form a group to hunt me. After reading all the posts one by one, a flash of floating killing intent was raging out of Jiang Yuan's lavender eyes. In an instant, it swept through the entire cave. The ferocious killing aura caused all the foreign beasts in the cave to tremble, their gazes unconsciously looking towards the deepest part of the cave. There. It's where their king is. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 200W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 2W of evolution points. At the same time, the system tone that rang in Jiang Yuan's mind pulled him back. The righteous father gave me kryptonite again? With a murmur, Jiang Yuan returned to his senses slightly. He hadn't seen righteous father respond to the post in question just now, and now it seemed clear that righteous father knew about the post as well. Just haven't responded yet. Opening the chat interface with his righteous father, Jiang Yuan had wanted to chat for a few moments. But when he saw his righteous father say that the antiques had been picked up successfully, Jiang Yuan secretly frowned after thanking his righteous father for a wave as usual first. He thought back to his previous life, and there hadn't been much news worth picking up lately. Host, Jiang Yuan. Species, Red Hot Demon Spider. Level, C. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Eye of the Evil Spider, Shadow of 1,000 Shadows, Blaze of Fire, Frostblade. Passive gift, Body of the Evil Spider. Evolution points, 25000/60000. After briefly checking his attribute panel, Jiang Yuan shook his head. Finally his eyes fell on the required evolution points. For him, players want to hunt him. He naturally wanted to hunt the players' contracted beasts as well, because only then would he be able to gain a higher amount of evolution points, as well as being able to establish their dominance even more after the game has descended. If some of the strong foreign beasts are all hunted down, when that game came down, he was the master of the world. Looks like I'm being treated like prey in the eyes of the Blue Star players now. Unknown. True hunters come as prey. With this in mind, Jiang Yuan walked out of the cave. Master. As soon as he entered, several shivering voices rang in Jiang Yuan's ears. Jiang Yuan raised his eyes and saw that apart from Lu Ying, the rest of the foreign beasts were all cowering on the ground. Seeing them, Jiang Yuan suddenly had a flash of light in his head. He suddenly had an idea. Moonchaser, you come with me. Yes, master. Chasing the moon's body erected, immediately responding in unison. Master, what is it? Later, you're coming out with me, just like this. Like this. Yes, master, promise to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Chasing the Moon immediately gave a long whistle of reassurance. What if you fail to complete the mission? Looking at Chasing Moon who had seriousness written all over her face, Jiang Yuan asked with some amusement. If you can't finish. Chasing the Moon muttered, but soon his face was firm, and immediately opened his mouth. The task that the master explained, it's impossible not to finish. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan was amused. Compared to Lu Ying, this henchman he had taken in was a bit too proper. But it was also this look of Chasing Moon that made Jiang Yuan a little playful. He looked Chasing Moon up and down and joked, then if it's not done, I'll have to spank your ass. Ah. Spanking. Spanking. As soon as his words fell, he noticed a flushed color unconsciously rising on Chasing Moon's proper face. Chapter 32, Conspiracy. In a meadow. The night was getting late. At this moment an injured foreign beast was frantically running away. Its pitch-black fur was darkened by blood, and its whole body's aura was even more unstable. It was none other than Jiang Yuan's first submissive henchman, Moonchaser. Chasing the Moon let out a miserable chirp, and every now and then, he even turned his head to look behind him. Behind it, a ponderous figure. It was a D-plus class tiger alien beast. The aura emanating from his entire body was particularly strong, and most strikingly, a faint sheen glowed beneath it. It's a sign of being indentured by the players. Ha 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 ha, what a surprise to come out and sneak around a bit. At the moment, a teenager on the blue planet looked at the screen of his cell phone, the corner of his mouth gently hooked up, and every now and then he let out a light sound. If I hunt this blasted werewolf down, I estimate that the blood and flesh on her will earn me a few $1,000s. And if I remember correctly, this blasted werewolf was mixed up with that white spider. After hunting it down, I guess my fame will rise. Ha 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 ha. Murmuring in a low voice, he authorized his contracted fae to pick up the pace. Roar! This tiger alien beast let out a hiss and quickly quickened its pace. With its powerful pursuit, it was not long before it caught up with Chasing Moon. Roar! The tiger-like beast leapt up violently, opening its claws and flying towards Chasing the Moon to attack. Its speed was so fast that it had arrived at Chasing the Moon's side in a matter of moments. Ow 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 ow. Facing the sharp claws of the tiger fey beast, Moonchaser let out a wail. The whole body was shivering. The exhaustion made it impossible for the already injured one to do so. However, just when all the creatures in the field felt that Chasing the Moon was bound to die, hiss! Accompanied by a hissing sound, a very strong aura steeply swept through the entire heaven and earth. Roar! The terrifying aura caused the tiger fey beast to act as if it were an enemy, and its entire body instantly stiffened in place. It twisted its head with difficulty and looked toward the source of the scent. In the light of the night, it looked clear. 8 lavender eyes appeared seemingly out of nowhere behind them. Next, a blazing sharp blade instantly penetrated its body. Pus. Crimson blood kept spewing out. And in the light of the fire, it saw the owner of the eyes thoroughly. It was a spider with a snow-white body, with only its 2 forelegs glowing with an eerie light. It shuddered all over and tried to say something, but the blood that kept spraying out was eating away at its last bit of life. Eventually, this majestic tiger alien beast could no longer support its body and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Your contracted beast is dead. In the meantime, that player's cell phone interface quickly spawned a few large reddish letters. The white spider, it's the white spider. How did it get here? On the blue star, the player muttered a disoriented look. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, after the death of the tiger fey beast, the originally weak breath of Chasing Moon instantly returned to normal. It looked timidly at the white spider behind it and said, Master, you're not going to beat my ass, are you? No, you've done a great job this time. Zhang Yuan looked at it with a calm gaze. These belong to you. Saying that, Zhang Yuan divided a small half of this D+ rank tiger and gave it to Chasing Moon, then wrapped the remaining remnants of the meat into a cocoon with spider silk. After owning the power, Zhang Yuan would take out some of the remnants of the meat and store it after hunting strong foreign beasts as a way to use it as an expense for the power. Thank you, Master. A trace of surprise flashed in Chasing Moon's eyes, while her mind gradually relaxed. If he was spanked, Chasing the Moon felt that he would probably want to die. That's the 5th one tonight. At this time, Zhang Yuan raised his eyes to look at the full moon hanging in the sky and silently calculated in his heart. In fact, when faced with these foreign beasts, Zhang Yuan himself was able to carry out a simple hunt. But where is the fastest way to find prey on your own? Where is the fastest way to keep it? And this set of guarding methods could be used not only by himself, but also by the Fae under his hand. The number of foreign beasts hunted by all the foreign beasts acting together was definitely an extremely terrifying number. When Chasing Moon finished nibbling, Zhang Yuan moved his steps and feet lightly and said, Continue. Yes, Master. Chasing the Moon answered and hurriedly ran off into the distance. And while Zhang Yuan was on a hunting spree, the forums of the Record of All Beasts have seen a number of victims posting solicitations online. Brothers, don't fall for it. That killer spider is using the rest of the weaker Fae to lure us players in. Killer Spider's latest hunting tactics, don't miss it if you're passing by. Killer Spider can't use the hard way, so he's trying to use the soft way with us. These posts gathered some players who had been hunted by Zhang Yuan for their contracted beasts. Tramp, this Killer Spider even used the rest of the Fae beasts to tempt me. Massive, who the hell is its contracted player? Hurry up and come out for me. Dare to exterminate my foreign beasts, have the guts to realistically come out and touch them? Afraid to speak up in the forums and do this kind of stuff behind your back, huh? But don't ever let me know who you are. The comments at the bottom are much the same and full of pandemonium. That said, this is normal. After all, those who could raise the strength of their contracted beasts to D rank or even higher had more or less charged a lot of money into it. Now that the contracted beast died, then their money could undoubtedly go down the drain. How can these players do this? Su Meng was sitting in the living room watching the TV. She had since seen these posts on the forum. When it was finished, she puckered her mouth and her cheeks were all red from anger. How can they do this when they themselves had to hunt the weaker beasts first, and now they're being hunted by the rest of the beasts? Don't be angry, miss. On the side, her butler in a suit consoled, this is something we can just look at as bystanders. But don't gas yourself. Su Meng opened her mouth. Honestly, in the old days, she wouldn't have a clue. But now for some reason, it's clearly something that hasn't been confirmed. She'd been in denial in her mind as well, but learned of what happened to that spider on the forum. Instead, she worried about the little arachnid for no reason. Forget it. Finally Su Meng pursed her lips and just shook her head. Forget it. It's none of my business either, said Su Meng as she lifted her feet and walked towards the room. She was going to go find her cute creepy pet and have some fun as a way to soothe herself. Huh, snaky snake, how long has it been since I've seen you? Why have you gotten a little bigger? Huh, little lizard, how come when the little snake gets bigger, you feel a little bigger too? Su Meng entered the room and concentrated on her climbing pet. Only she didn't realize that the butler in the suit was staring at her back the whole time. He didn't push his eyes out until Suman walked into the room. In a low voice, he murmured, "Miss this time, buying lottery contests and antiques." Not a penny of the money earned was kept, it was all charged into the Book of 10,000 Beasts, and sometimes quite a bit more. Is it related to the Book of 10,000 Beasts that she was able to win? And isn't the white spider on the forums Mrs. Contracted Beast? What's hidden here? His voice became lower and lower, and a touch of greed gradually flashed in his eyes. And not only did Su Meng see what was going on over here, but there were also people who gathered together not long after the post was published, seemingly plotting something. Chapter 33, The Golden Pupil. Inside a hotel box, a man and a woman were sitting opposite each other. They are players who are connected through the posts in the Book of All Beasts. In order to kill that killer spider, and in this way to share the $3 million equally. Are you sure it's the same as what you talked about on the forums? No $3 million reward? The man looked curiously at the woman in front of him. The woman was dressed in a hipster outfit, and she certainly didn't look like she was short on cash. It was only $3 million, which was a lot of money, and he couldn't afford not to ask for it for that reason. Of course. The woman, with her feet wrapped around her legs, nodded her head calmly. $3 million, I've spent more than $3 million cultivating foreign beasts. I want to hunt this killer spider, actually, because I can't stand to see it messing around in the game. It's so disgusting that it hunts players' fae every day. The male nodded at his words, then frowned again and said, "So what do you say? How are we going to find the hiding place of that killer spider?" The contracted player of that killer spider should have already known about what happened on the post, and surely knows that someone is forming a team to try to hunt his fae. Honestly, if it was mine, I wouldn't be out throwing my weight around these days. Isn't that the truth? The woman barked out a response, drawing silence from the man. Yeah. The recent posts are full of those killer spiders luring the rest of the packed fae with weak fae. It pressed on and didn't show. This left all the players unsure of where exactly this killer spider was. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a flash of insight and slapped his thigh. Got one? Oh, tell me? The woman looked up at him with curiosity in her eyes. The man smiled coldly. His contracted player isn't instructing that killer spider to use weakness to lure a powerful fae, and then let that killer spider step in and fix it? At that, the man's voice was much lighter, as if he was afraid of ears through the walls. But as his words continued, a hint of joy was evident on the woman's face. To the end. She even slapped her leg and said with a joyful smile, "Okay, just do as you say." I don't think that Killer Spider's player could have figured out that we'd use this method if he'd thought about it. In the meantime, within the record of 10,000 beasts, the hunt continued. Zhang Yuan quietly hunkered down, and he naturally saw the news on the forum. But after a brief glance, he closed the forum. To him, reading these posts was not as comfortable as waiting for Chasing Moon to bring his prey over. However, Zhang Yuan did not know that the Chasing Moon that he was now waiting for was currently being chased. That was a real chase. How did a foreign beast suddenly appear? Chasing the Moon calmly analyzed while rushing towards Zhang Yuan's location at the fastest speed in his life. Logically, I should be going to my master right now, but my master is a fae that is to be contracted, so if he sees that I brought a fae that isn't contracted, will he be angry? When he thought of Zhang Yuan's furious appearance, Chasing Moon couldn't help but shiver all over his body. Meow. But at that moment, a furious roar came from behind him. When Chasing Moon twisted its head, it saw a creature that looked like a tiger approaching it at an extremely fast speed. This giant cat was bizarre, the whole body was pitch black, but the pupils were flashing with a bit of golden light, looking quite majestic. Ouch! Can't shake it off. Seeing the distance getting closer and closer, Chasing the Moon was tempted to rush up and fight this giant cat to the death. It's just that reason keeps telling it. He is no match for himself. So what should I do now? Take it to the master first. After calmly analyzing the situation, Chasing the Moon made a decision on the fly. As for not completing the task, the master has to beat himself. At the thought of it, an extra flush spread across the ever-polite face of it. It's weirdly embarrassing indeed. It just doesn't have anything better to do right now. Thinking of this, Chasing the Moon let out a whistling sound, followed by no longer being able to press on and run away in the direction of Zhang Yuan. She kept picking up speed on her feet. But, the giant cat behind him clearly had no intention of letting it go. As her speed continued to increase, the giant cat's figure approached little by little. This time it wasn't fake like last time, it was exactly caught up. Why do you keep chasing me? Do you really want to see me get spanked? No, I'm going to dump you. Seeing the giant cat in hot pursuit, Chasing Moon's eyes jumped and her slender limbs alternated back and forth as she ran quickly. At this point, it had already used all its strength. Not a moment too soon. She had come into a meadow. This was the place she and Jiang Yuan had agreed upon. Looking out over the grass, her eyes were more than a little embarrassed. Because, the giant cat wasn't thrown off. Meow. It was also at this moment that the giant cat chasing behind him seemed to perceive a threat, and actually hesitantly stood still without moving. Oh, surprisingly, you have such a keen sense of perception. Just sensed the master's presence? This discovery instantly made Chasing Moon raise an eyebrow. Meow. The giant cat let out an earth-shattering meow, but did not retreat, only hissing and meowing. As if trying to find out the lurking enemy. D+ rank, surprisingly, it hasn't left yet, this cat. After maintaining a safe distance, Chasing the Moon calmly watched the other side of the meadow. Jiang Yuan snapped his eyes open and quickly rushed towards the origin of the sound. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuan saw the cowering moonchaser and the giant cat that kept growling. And as Jiang Yuan saw it, this giant cat also turned its head to look at it. The moment the hair on the giant cat's entire body exploded, and it was obvious that Jiang Yuan was giving it a great sense of oppression. Jiang Yuan looked at it with interest, his heart really surprised. It was the first time he had ever seen a beast that was so fearful that it didn't even escape. The Chasing Moon on the side trembled when she saw Jiang Yuan, but in the end, she forced herself to hold back the strangeness in her heart before obediently sticking her butt up. Air. A few strands of black lines flashed across Jiang Yuan's eyes. He didn't expect Chasing Moon to take his joke seriously. Isn't it a beast that knows it's a joke? How? Chase the Moon so serious? You will retire for now. Jiang Yuan spoke in a deep voice before placing his gaze on the giant cat's body, quickly discovering a splash of crimson on its back. Looking at the wound, it should have been bitten by something. That wound, it looks like it was made not so long ago. To be able to injure a D+ giant cat, it seems like there are strong fey beasts around here. Species, giant cat. Level, D+. Active talents, bite, claw, golden pupil, can take in souls and break through delusions, iron tail. Passive talent, beast might, the longer you stay in combat, the higher your will to fight, increasing your damage by up to 50%. Holy! When he saw the attribute panel of the giant cat, Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Golden pupils? It looks rather like a weakened version of the eye of the evil spider. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but mutter, and that the delusion was surveyed. It's an ability that even he doesn't have. Meow. At that moment, the giant cat let out a growl. Follow closely. Its limbs swung and it was the first to attack at Jiang Yuan. Interesting. Jiang Yuan smiled coldly as wisps of ghostly light instantly blossomed from his lavender eyes. Chapter 34, Upgrading the Evil Spider's Eye. Eye of the Evil Spider. Jiang Yuan hadn't used it for a long time. However, when facing this giant cat, Jiang Yuan moved to use it for a few moments. Brush. As the eye of the evil spider was unleashed, the giant cat trembled and its entire body shook even more like sifting chaff. Meow. However, it lasted for not more than a few seconds before the giant cat returned to its senses with a brilliant light flashing out of its pupils and continued to absorb towards Jiang Yuan. It's kind of funny. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly as he gently raised his forefoot. Bang! With a crunching sound, the giant cat instantly flew backwards and ended up falling heavily on the ground. A strength of D+ rank was indeed considered very good for the rest of the Fae. It was just a pity that it was facing Jiang Yuan. He was a veritable C-rank Fae. Meow. After falling, the giant cat stood up again and attacked Jiang Yuan. Boring. Jiang Yuan shook his head a little, though the giant cat's courage was commendable. But he wasn't defeated by courage alone. And a move like that by a giant cat is nothing less than self-defeating. And so, next, hiss. Jiang Yuan's front foot lifted up and he slashed straight down towards the giant cat as if he was wielding a sharp blade. Pust. A crisp sound rang out as Jiang Yuan's forefoot split the giant cat's ponderous body into two halves without any hindrance. Courageous. Looking at the giant cat, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. Since that's the case, I'll give you the appropriate respect. With that, he moved his steps and feet lightly to the giant cat and opened his huge mouth and began to devour it. The host devours a D+ rank alien beast giant cat and gains 400 evolution points. Detected that the giant cat has the talent golden pupil, which matches the host's talent evil spider's eye, and is in the process of devouring it. For the first time, Jiang Yuan's heart was slightly moved when he heard all different alerts. This is the devouring talent? Jiang Yuan guessed in the bottom of his heart and couldn't help but speed up the progress of devouring as well. When he finished devouring it, the system's voice rang out at the right time. Devouring complete, golden pupil fusion successful. The instant it rang out, Jiang Yuan felt a warm sensation emanating from his 8 lavender eyes. When the warmth dissipated, he noticed that one of the eyes had an extra faint golden glow. Evil spider's eye, purple eye, can take souls, disturb creatures' minds, eat beasts' souls and spirits to nourish their own spirits. Golden eye, can investigate all the illusions in the world, and know yin and yang. The introduction about the eye of the evil spider is different. Eye of the evil spider. Jiang Yuan lightly shouted and directly launched out, wanting to see what was going on, accompanied by a flicker of gold on that eye. The scene presented before Jiang Yuan's eyes was different. It was as if his eyes could see past the barrier in front of him to the back of it. Even holding my breath, I could hear voices in the distance. Not only that, he also realized that his mental strength was quite a bit stronger. Previously, after successive evolutions, it could only spy creatures up to 5,000 meters, but now it was even further. And it's no longer a little red dot on the creature's mark as it was before. Rather, it's more three-dimensional, as if you were in that area yourself. It was just that opening the eye of the evil spider also required more spiritual energy to be used up than before. Is this a fusion? So the rest of my talents, can't they be fused as well? Jiang Yuan fell into deep thought, but clusters of light flashed in his eyes. If there is a corresponding talent, then a fusion will suffice. Not all talents can be fused. Jiang Yuan suddenly recalled that he had originally devoured quite a number of poisonous creatures, but he had not fused them. Then with the two talents of the golden pupil and the eye of the evil spider, it should still need to be highly matched to be able to do so. For example, if my venom wants to enhance, it's useless to devour the weak toxicity. The only way is to devour the level, or even stronger. Or maybe it's only the eye of the evil spider that can perform a talent fusion because I have 8 eyes? Just as Jiang Yuan was mentally speculating on what exactly it would take to be considered a fusion, through the strengthened evil spider's eyes he sensed that 2 C-ranked alien beasts were racing this way at high speed. Oh, a Fae has come through, contracted by a player? There's another one of them hiding its breath? Is this trying to hunt me? That's underestimating me, isn't it? Only 2 heads? But just in time to nourish me too. Jiang Yuan laughed out coldly, and in his 8 eyes, purple and golden light flowed continuously. After utilizing his senses to determine that only these 2 foreign beasts had come over, he did not leave, but quietly crouched in place. Not a moment too soon. An additional foreign beast appeared in Jiang Yuan's field of vision. It was very much like the Komodo gargoyle from its previous life, except that it was significantly larger. Enough about 15 meters of the huge body, not to mention the smooth back of the dark shiny, dense forest on a layer of fine armor. Species, Komodo dragon. Level, C. Active talents, Eclipse of Death, Slime from the Mouth, the Lord corrupts everything in the event, Sharp Claws, Giant Tail, A. Passive gift, Hardened Scale Armor. Corrosion? Looks like you can't get bitten. As Jiang Yuan's mind pondered, he was also observing this Komodo dragon. I just don't know if devouring it will allow my venom to evolve. While he was deep in thought, he also saw that this Komodo dragon had come to the scene with its eyes staring around vigilantly, seemingly searching for something. This scene caused even Jiang Yuan to be flooded with a cold smile. Can't even notice where you are. And what nerve it had to come after itself. What are you looking for? Solely Jiang Yuan didn't wait for it to find it, and simply rushed out directly on his own. Roar! Jiang Yuan's voice exploded out, causing this Komodo dragon to be greatly frightened. Its body tensed up and it twisted its head with difficulty. When he saw Jiang Yuan behind him, the Komodo dragon stumbled and almost fell to the ground. With this, on the blue star, its indentured player couldn't stop shouting to those around him, "Hurry, hurry! I found him, come on, come on! Take it easy." A male voice rang out, "You'll be circling this killer spider first. When I find out its breakage later, won't I be able to meteorize it with a single blow? Then you hurry up." The woman, who was also the player who contracted the Komodo dragon, hesitated for a moment and finally agreed with his decision. It was as if she also felt that this was a good way to deal with Jiang Yuan. I don't know. Everything about the two of them appeared to have no place to hide under Jiang Yuan's powerful perception. The moment Jiang Yuan looked at this Komodo dragon and sneered continuously. He was not expecting that a C-stage foreign beast would be so timid. At the same time, he also detected, through his senses, that the other Fey beast was still hibernating to the side, with no intention to act. Yo! I've even come out, but that foreign beast is still hiding behind it. Then I'll just have to exterminate you first. Chapter 35, Jiang Yuan's Terror. Seemingly sensing the change in Jiang Yuan's aura, the Komodo dragon let out a shocking roar. Follow closely. He actually flashed his body quickly and ran away into the distance. This should avoid fighting this killer spider. Lansing, the contracted player of the Komodo dragon, saw this. Not only did he not have any blame, but instead he let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Hurry up. I can't beat this killer spider." "Okay, I'm coming." A deep male voice rang out beside him. However, just this moment, boom! A sudden muffled sound brought the woman's thoughts back to the screen of the Book of All Beasts. She looked down, only to see a spider silk running through the tail on the Komodo dragon. And as Jiang Yuan's steps and feet gently turned the spider silk, the Komodo dragon's figure not only retreated backward, it was being pulled back bit by bit. Holy, it still plays like that? The woman let out a gasp, her eyes filled with horror. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to calm down before her voice lowered. It seems that it's impossible not to fight. With that, she granted the idea to her contracted beast. Ho 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 ho. The Komodo dragon seems to know that this is not going to work. It then let out a roar and its ponderous body twisted, taking advantage of being pulled by the spider silk and speeding up to impact towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan smiled coldly. He had no intention of retreating, he only gently raised his front feet that had long been modified by his talent. Bang! With the Komodo dragon's rapid speed, in just a few breaths, its huge body collided with Jiang Yuan. It was also smarter. Instead of using the scaled armor of its body to catch Jiang Yuan's double blades hard, it opened its mouth and bit his forefoot dead center. Tick-tock! The channels of mucus with a corrosive aura continuously dripped down on Jiang Yuan's forefoot. It's just a shame. The corrosive properties contained in its saliva did not cause any harm to Jiang Yuan's forefoot. Kinda smart. Jiang Yuan commented rather agreeably, just using these things for me. In my eyes, it's like a class act. Hiss. Jiang Yuan let out a hiss. Above the twin blades, hot inflammatory fire and frosty air continuously spewed out from the front foot. Zigzag. Clickety-clack. At this moment, two distinct sounds came out of this Komodo dragon's mouth. At the same time, a lot of gas bubbled out of his body. Only one side was hot from a hot fire and the other was covered with frost. Ho ho ho! The Komodo dragon let out a dawning roar, its body twisting and breaking as it continued to struggle. It wanted to break free from it, only to forget that Jiang Yuan's 4 feet were covered in barbs. At this point, it had already been deeply contained and could not break free in the slightest. It hurts, doesn't it? Don't worry, this is just the beginning yet. Jiang Yuan murmured out. Just like what he meant by his mouth, Jiang Yuan didn't rush to settle the Komodo dragon, but instead began a series of tortures. He spat out a spider silk that kept attacking the Komodo dragon. The scale armor on the Komodo dragon's body was as if it was made of tofu, completely unable to withstand the thin, cicada-like spider silk. And as the roots of the spider silk embedded, an additional blood flower would appear on the Komodo dragon's body. Just a few seconds. The blood flowers derived from the Komodo dragon's body had dyed its body translucent red. Come on, you hurry up and save me. If you don't come, my contracted beast is going to be mercilessly exterminated by this killer spider. You hurry up. On the blue star, the woman's pupils contracted, and she urged the man beside her with a straight quiver. She found that if reinforcements didn't come again, one's own contracted beast would most likely die on the spot under this layer of torture. Take it easy, I'm coming. Ho ho ho. Within the record of 10,000 beasts, Jiang Yuan also heard the hissing sound coming from not far away. Finally, could have kept me waiting. No, come on over, then the show has officially begun. Jiang Yuan glanced askance at the foreign beasts running not far away. That's a cow. Brown in color all over, it was more particularly pudgy in size. As it galloped along, all 4 hooves trampling on the ground, the earth was triggered into a series of vibrations. And what attracted Jiang Yuan's attention the most were the 2 long horns on top of its head like scimitars. The sharp light that flashed out from the tip was as if it was telling the world just how strong his attacks were. Jiang Yuan also had no doubt that if he was hit, he would definitely be hurt. Except that would have to hit you too. Jiang Yuan kept watching and waited until it neared his side. He moved. His figure left a trail of residual shadows in place as Jiang Yuan leaped over. Bang! In its haste, the bull couldn't brake and crashed headlong into the Komodo dragon behind it. The sharp bull's horns immediately caused the Komodo dragon to let out another mournful scream. Ho ho ho! The giant bull seemed to understand that it had been teased by Jiang Yuan. It let out a jarring growl and was about to pull out its bullhorn to act at that moment. Take it easy. There's still a good show to come. Ho ho ho! As soon as Jiang Yuan's words fell, a shocking sound suddenly exploded. Immediately after, only to see the spider silks on that Komodo dragon's body suddenly tighten up while pulling each other together. Under this force, the Komodo dragon only had time to let out a wail before its poncy body was instantly torn in half. Half of it was translucent with an icy blue color, which were traces of being covered by frost, and half of it was steaming hot, which were traces of being scorched. At the same time, there was also a large amount of blood flowing down, straight all over the body of this giant bull. The hot blood rolled around, making the bull's entire body bubble with heat, as if it had just taken a hot bath. Roar! At this moment, it could be clearly seen that the bull's pupils were filled with fear. Especially when it looked at Jiang Yuan, its body couldn't help but tremble. The Jiang Yuan at this moment was no less than a devil in its eyes. The devil who crawled out of hell. What? Scared? Should we run away? Jiang Yuan danced with his 2 truncated forelegs and let out a low chant as if it was the call of death. Ho ho ho! This giant bull let out a roar. Next moment, it fought and twisted its legs, just to get out of this place. It really scared. Not to mention Jiang Yuan's cruelty, just Jiang Yuan's strength made it terrified. And with a C rank, it already had quite a bit of spirituality. It understood that attacking and killing Jiang Yuan by itself was like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. On the blue planet. Out of the bug? The man's face froze for a moment as he realized the giant bull's actions. How he didn't expect that, without getting his orders. One's own contracted beast would even run away. This is outrageous, isn't it? Get your ass back here. Come back, fight for me. His words didn't make the giant bull come back, but Jiang Yuan within the record of 10,000 beasts seemed to know what he was thinking and realized it for him. Chapter 36, Devouring. Why are all of them so anxious to leave? A soft sigh. Jiang Yuan's figure had already disappeared into thin air. 2 seconds later. Hiss. A crunching sound rang out from right in front of the giant bull. Howl. The giant bull, who was still turning his head to see if Jiang Yuan had caught up with him, subconsciously looked back. This look. Its pupils contracted for a moment. It only saw Jiang Yuan appear right in front of it as if out of nowhere. And there was a monstrous net coming at it fast. Bang! The spider web hit, and the extremely strong stickiness caused it to stagger on its feet and instantly plant itself on the ground. Under the original force, its body rolled several times one after another, before it touched something to timber down. In a daze, it shook its head to clear it. But look up. However, he saw Jiang Yuan lowering his 8 eyes and looking at himself with a cold gaze. Taking another look, the giant bull then realized that he was bumping into Jiang Yuan's step foot. Who gave you the nerve to run away without my permission? Jiang Yuan let out a soft cry and his frost-covered forefoot disliked the giant bull's head like a sharp blade. Ho 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 ho. The giant bull's eyes were terrified. It panicked and tried to stand up, but its speed was not as fast as Jiang Yuan's in the end. But, fortunately, I don't know if I twisted my head in haste or what. Jiang Yuan's forefoot did not stick in his head, it only stuck in the ground on one side. Enjoy your last moments. But before the giant bull could celebrate, Jiang Yuan let out a low chant. Next, he gave his forefoot a slight lift, but the ground was flooded with a layer of frost centered on the point where he had just stabbed. In an instant, the giant bull's body was stained with a layer of frost. Roar! The giant bull was terrified and trembled. But soon, frost descended, completely freezing its body. It was also pressed without any chance to struggle under the constraints of the spider's web. And exterminating the two beasts, Jiang Yuan did not stop there. He also left a few large letters on the ground with spider silk. Only after doing so did he prepare to devour it, wanting to try and see if he could complete the same talent evolution as he had just done. The host devours the C-stage alien beast giant bull and gains 600 evolution points. The giant bull is a contracted beast, gaining an additional 600 evolution points. Host devours Komodo dragon, an alien beast of rank C, gaining 600 evolution points. Komodo dragon as a contracted animal, gain an additional. While Jiang Yuan was gorging himself, the two men in the hotel box, however, had been dumbfounded. The entire fight, watching the two had been at a complete loss for what to say. It was clearly all C rank, but it looked just like a C rank and D rank fight. That killer spider was just too crushing. Unbeknownst to them, these kryptonite-up alien beasts had no experience in fighting against the same class at all. How could they fight Jiang Yuan, a spider that had been wandering between life and death from the very beginning? Not to mention, Jiang Yuan also possessed numerous strong talents. And his bloodline, too, had long since been no ordinary spider under the augmentation of too many series of heavenly materials and talents. I'll go. What does he mean? Just then, the man noticed an additional string of words woven from spider silk on the cell phone screen. What a piece of trash. This kind of goods, how dare you bring it out to embarrass people? Not many words, but extremely insulting. Definitely the contracted player behind it authorized it to do so. Damn, how dare you say that about bullying me? Let's see if I don't strip you. The woman said, not holding back on getting her cell phone out straight away. She was going to act now. Actually, 3 million was not much to her, and she was not overly saddened by the death of the contracted beast. But those words were really pissing her off, and her still-sized breasts were heaving violently with anger. No doubt about it. Whenever news about Jiang Yuan was posted on the record of 10,000 beasts forum, it would spark a lot of discussion among players. Not to mention, this time, it was still two C-stage alien beasts working together to hunt Jiang Yuan together. And after watching the video posted by this woman, almost all the players were not calm. Genuinely, Jiang Yuan was too ferocious. The C-rank Fei can be considered the top battle power that players can contract within the record of 10,000 beasts. But what does this video show? The two major C-stage alien beasts were no match for that white spider. This white spider is really somewhat strong. No, fighting two C-rank alien beasts is so stress-free. This white spider is really something we can tackle? Honestly, whoever wants this $3 million bounty takes it. I'm not holding my breath anyway. Dude, you're not alone. This thread was the subject of much debate among many players, and it also caused many players who had already formed teams to instantly disband their teams. Ha? Not disbanded? Are you kidding me? Neither of the two C-stage alien beasts was a match for this white spider. If you think you have an iron head, then go ahead. Not only this thread, the other thread posted by the woman offering a bounty for the player who killed the spider contract was also very hot. It was obvious that the in-game contracted beasts being hunted by Jiang Yuan had long provoked the anger of countless players. They didn't dare to go and take a contracted beast to that killer spider in the game, but they still dared to go and target a contracted player. It's just a shame. The fact that the player who contracted the killer spider had never made a public appearance resulted in no one recognizing it. All they can do is air their grievances under the post. And among these players, a significant portion of them also flocked to bounty hunter Lu Fugue's live room. Brother Lu, something big has happened. Take a look at the latest video in the forum. *******, Brother Lu, I don't want this reward from you. Keep it up and I feel like I'm going to lose all the money I've charged in the book of 10,000 beasts. Brother Lu, it's really not that brothers don't help. Genuinely, this white spider is not something that can be easily exterminated. What's the situation? Glancing at the clear pop-ups, Lu Fugue opened the record of 10,000 beasts forum with a puzzled attitude. It's okay not to look. One look at him and his whole face instantly pulled down. This white spider is so perverted now? Lu Fugue raised his eyebrows, and his heart gave birth to a monstrous wave. It's only been a little while. From that white spider hunting falcons to now. It's only been a few days at most, right? How did grow to be so outrageous? His heart was horrified, but this emotion he did not show, and on the surface he said with a joyful smile, "Che, brothers. I thought it was something. Isn't it just a little thing? Let me analyze a wave for you guys. It must be the player who contracted the white spider knowing what happened on the forums. She's in a hurry. So all this time frantically giving this white spider kryptonite, trying to fend us off with it." Speaking of this, Lu Fugue would reveal a snicker and said, "But I would say that this abacus he played wrong. It won't make me surrender, it'll stir up my good nature." After a pause, Lu Fugue stretched out a palm and said, "Doesn't the contracted player of this killer spider want more than money? Then I'll compete with it to see who has more money. Here, I'll raise the bounty for this killer spider to $5 million. At that, his heart flickered with pain. Even though he's a rich kid and now he's here as an anchor. But it would be a lie to say that it doesn't hurt when so much money is thrown out of thin air. But swallow this breath, so many people in the live room here. He can't afford to lose face. Chapter 37, a reward originating from the righteous father. Tramp, don't you dare let me catch you, or I'll make sure you pay it back with interest. Lu Fugue swore secretly in his heart, while speaking to the live broadcast camera in a deep voice. Not only will the reward amount increase, I will also gather players from all over the internet to work together. But anyone with a C rank in the equalizer can send me a private message. When the time comes, we can form a team together to hunt this white spider. I don't believe that we, with so many C ranks, can't defeat a single white spider, and as long as it can be hunted down and killed, then the $5 million bounty amount remains valid. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Lu Fugue's words completely blew up the broadcast room. Brother Lu, I wanna sign up. Brother Lu, you're right. As long as all of us act together, I don't believe that we still can't take this killer spider. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts. Didn't get the fusion talent this time. Zhang Yuan, who had finished devouring it, flooded with a mutter. It seems that one needs to experiment a bit more to know whether it is only the eye of the evil spider that can be fused, or can the rest of the talents be fused. Shaking his head, Zhang Yuan did not think much about it. Instead, he turned his head to Chasing Moon and said, "Come on, pack up, let's go back." "Yes, master." Chasing the Moon returned to his original serious appearance, and with a solemn figure, he agreed. By the time he got back to the cave, the Fae under his hand had returned early. Each was crouched on the sidelines, like beatniks waiting for a meeting. "You guys talk first." Zhang Yuan glanced at Chasing the Moon and then looked around. When he saw the streaming firefly, Zhang Yuan saw it turn its head hastily, fluttering its wings and humming in its mouth as if it was singing. After looking around to make sure there was nothing unusual about the flow of fireflies, he added to Chasing Moon, "Come in here for a moment when it's done." "Yes." Accompanied by Chasing Moon's answering voice, Zhang Yuan took the lead and returned to the depths of the cave. "Hey, Chasing the Moon?" Seeing Zhang Yuan leave, Chasing Moon's figure was solemn. It first looked around the room before it said, turning its head to look at Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, Zhang San and even Zhang Si. These were the foreign beasts that had submitted to Zhang Yuan's men only a short while ago. "How many foreign beasts have you hunted in total during this time?" 5 heads. 6 heads. "I'm a little less, only 3 heads." Several beasts gave one after another the number of kills their team had hunted. Chasing the Moon nodded one by one before continuing, "Later on, you guys will go and collect the appropriate rewards according to the foreign beasts you have hunted." And, after finishing everything, Chasing Moon was about to go to the depths of the cave to look for Zhang Yuan, but Luing blocked his way. It fluttered its wings and stared at Chasing Moon with its dark eyes, asking Chatty, "Chasing Moon?" Ryoe Chasing Moon bowed slightly as a sign of respect. "What did you do today, with my dad?" Chasing the Moon recalled today's situation and was about to truthfully retell it, when Lu Ying's eyes rolled and he opened his mouth again. "Just did anything special happen today? What else would my dad be doing calling you deep into the caves this late at night?" When Ryoe said this, he also emphasized on the word special thing. Its words also instantly brought back Chasing the Moon to the image of itself pouting and praying for Zhang Yuan to beat it. Obviously a long time had passed, but recalling the scene at that time, Chasing the Moon's face still gave birth to a flushed red color. "No, master, it's fine. Ryoe, if you're alright, I'll go find the master first." Before the words were finished, it appeared to be afraid of being seen by Luing what had already started walking towards the depths of the cave. Poof. Looking at Chasing the Moon's back, Lu Ying's eyes glared very ambiguously. Chasing the Moon, this is. With my dad. Then won't I have to call her? From now on? When the words were said, Lu Ying's eyes glared, and even his plume dropped a few times in shock. No way, I'm not going to. Moonchaser, you don't wanna have your way. With that said, Streamblow's wings flapped and flew towards the depths of the cave. It's going to stop Chasing the Moon, who was attempting to get to the top. Hey, Ryu, what are you doing here? Before he could walk into the depths of the cave, a voice suddenly rang in the ear of Lu Ying. It's Chasing the Moon. Ha! Whenever he looked at Chasing the Moon, Lu Ying always had the feeling that his heart was being pierced. Its eyes didn't dare to look at the Chasing Moon at all, and it only asked in a low voice, You have been in for so long, why don't you go in yet? Didn't my dad yell for you? Chasing the Moon opened her mouth, a face that couldn't help but redden again. It originally didn't think much of it, but after hearing what Lu Ying had just said, its head was a mess, full of unspeakable things. Even, it couldn't help but think about what it would be like if its master were to actually do something. What's it gonna do? And what to do about it? For a moment, it didn't think of what to do. Because of this, it never dared to go in. Well, in the face of the flow of fireflies, the moon-chasing buzzing voice still spat out, I will wait a while to go in first. On the contrary, what brings you here? Me? At that question, Ryohu stuttered as well. After all, without catching it in the act, it was too embarrassed to give out the little secret in its heart. But when she met Chasing Moon's eyes, Lu Ying panicked for no reason and opened her mouth to give an explanation. I came here to see the scenery. Just after speaking, Lu Ying secretly said that it was not good. Where's the view from deep in the cave? But just when she thought she was going to be poked and prodded, unexpectedly Chasing Moon only answered softly and said nothing more. Sure enough, there's something going on. Listening to Chasing Moon's words, Lu Ying seemed to have discovered a shocking secret. No, I can't let Chasing Moon go to see Dad alone. Chasing the Moon, it definitely can't be my mom either. With that thought in the back of her mind, Lu Ying didn't leave and looked around stiffly, as if she had just come to the depths of the cave to see the scenery, just as she had said. Only if he looked closely, he could notice that the slanted light in its eyes had been vigilantly staring at Chasing the Moon. These two? What are they doing out there? Sensing that both Lu Ying and Chasing Moon were outside, Zhang Yuan was flooded with a little doubt. He didn't use his spiritual power. After all, it was quite a waste of mental energy to keep it on all the time. Of course, more than that, Zhang Yuan understood that Lu Ying and moon chasing would never betray him. Forget it, leave them alone. Zhang Yuan shook his head, and with that, he opened the forum of the record of 10,000 beasts. He knew though that his extermination of the C-rank Fey beast today would spark a discussion among the rest of the players, but he also had to take a good look at how things were going. The only way to fight 100 battles is to know yourself and your enemy. When he saw Lu Fugue offering a higher bounty, and forming a team to come and hunt himself, Zhang Yuan's expression did not half change. For him, as long as the B rank doesn't come out, he's just invincible. Even if it was B rank, he was able to touch it. Of course, Zhang Yuan wouldn't choose this if he could. After all, fighting a B rank, he had a chance of winning, but he himself might be traumatized. But with my current mental power, even if B rank comes, I'll be the first to know, and I'll be able to leave early when the time comes, so there's no panic about that. With that, Zhang Yuan's gaze continued to look down. Upon seeing that someone had put a bounty on his righteous father, Zhang Yuan's brows frowned slightly and unnoticeably. Chapter 38, The Secret Behind the Record of 10,000 Beasts. These players, before trying to pickpocket the righteous father even. Now we're getting into the bounty thing? Zhang Yuan frowned, even though his righteous father hadn't shown his face yet. However, Zhang Yuan was still a little worried in the bottom of his heart that his righteous father would be raked over the coals. In a nutshell, the human heart cannot be tested. This was something that Zhang Yuan had experienced deeply in his previous life when the game descended. There is a good chance that the one who will betray you is the one closest to you, but it should still be a reprieve. Zhang Yuan shook his head and muttered again, when the game descends, that will be my home turf. I won't panic if anyone comes. Then tell your righteous father first. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 200 W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 2 W of evolution points. Just after opening the chat interface, a system beep suddenly swung out in Zhang Yuan's mind. Accompanied by the rise, there were also extra heavenly materials full of treasures all around. The righteous father gave me kryptonite again? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Host, Zhang Yuan. Species, Red Hot Demon Spider. Level, C. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Eye of the Evil Spider, Shadow of 1,000 Shadows, Blaze of Fire, Frostblade. Passive gift, Body of the Evil Spider. Evolution points, 55,000/60,000. I'm still short of 5,000 evolution points. I should be almost done after eating the heavenly treasures given by my righteous father. When he saw the evolution points needed, Zhang Yuan was a little ashamed. If it weren't for his own righteous father's successive kryptonite during this time, his equilibrium would certainly not be as high as it is now. And apart from the lottery and antiques, he himself had pressed his righteous father to bring in any profit. The righteous father was good, and all the money from the lottery and antiques was returned to him. This time, Zhang Yuan noticed a few more flashes on the chat interface. He looked up and saw the message from his righteous father. Little arachnid, you mustn't go out for a while. Never, never, you must listen to me. If you're hungry, tell me first thing. The tone of concern made Zhang Yuan's heart quite touched. It was just that what made Zhang Yuan a little surprised was that, looking at the tone of his righteous father's words, doesn't he realize by now that the murderous spider on top of the posting is himself? No, whether I know it or not, I have to remind my righteous father before I do. In the meantime, Blue Star. Inside the luxury villa, Su Meng's one small face was filled with worry early on. The message on the forum she saw. It was also precisely knowing that Lu Fugue had raised the reward amount as well as was going to form a team to hunt the killer spider. It was only then that she came down in a hurry and simply gave Zhang Yuan a large amount of kryptonite. That said, she was in a weird mood. Obviously she was in extreme mental denial that the little arachnid wasn't the killer spider, but a peace-loving fellow. But when she saw the post, she still had a pang of worry for no reason. Instead of worrying about Zhang Yuan being mistaken as before, this worry was worrying about whether or not Zhang Yuan would be able to escape the pursuit. In fact, she could also go online often enough to know if Zhang Yuan was that killer spider. But she dare not, or don't want to. Little arachnid, mommy's head is a mess. Gently shaking her head, Su Meng looked at Zhang Yuan within the record of 10,000 beasts and murmured in a low voice. Ding dong. That's when a few little red dots flashed up on the chat screen. It was a message from Zhang Yuan. Righteous father, first of all, thanks for the kryptonite. And let me update you on the situation, I'm fine over here. On the contrary, you, righteous father, you must be safe too. When it's later, I'll protect you. Looking at the message, the corner of Su Meng's lips, who originally had a complicated face, slightly hooked up a smile. She wrapped the phone in her arms as if she was hugging Zhang Yuan. Little arachnid, no matter what you look like, you're still mommy's good girl, right? In the meantime, Daxia. In a place unknown to the public sits the newest and soon-to-be established department of Daxia, Ministry of Security. They were founded because not too long ago Daxia realized that quite a few beasts and domesticated livestock and pets on the blue planet were getting bigger in size. Not only that, but even some humans have special abilities. At this point, inside a conference room at the Ministry of Security, there were several figures sitting on the sidelines with serious faces, carefully watching the images of those two C-ranked foreign beasts battling Zhang Yuan in one of the record of 10,000 beasts forums. They looked at it so closely they didn't bat an eye. After they had watched the video all the way through, the atmosphere of the scene fell into an eerie silence. Old Dong, so you're saying that the mutation that happened in our blue star has something to do with this game? Eventually an older man in his 60s looked at the one beside him and was the first to break the silence. His name is Qin Lao and he's the head of the security department. Yes. The man known as Lao Dong nodded his head, but before he could continue, the conference room resounded with an uproar. How can the mutation in Blue Star have anything to do with the game? Old Dong, are you tired and confused lately? Lao Dong, it's not that I don't want to believe you, but this is your claim. Alas. The crowd's skepticism didn't cause Old Dong's complexion to change too much. He casually dropped another video. The video is of a box where a man and a woman are playing the Book of 10,000 Beasts, and the interface on the phone was exactly the same as the one against Zhang Yuan. Out of the bug? Get your ass back here. Come back, fight for me. A handful of male voices fell out of the video. Old Dong continued, in this video, it's clear that the player doesn't want the contracted beast to leave, but the contracted beasts within the record of 10,000 beasts escaped as if they had intelligence, and I queried the developers of the Beast Book game. The weird thing is that this game has not been reported in any way, it's like it came out of nowhere. And I tried, and even if I wanted to take this game down, I couldn't do it. And according to some players, the beasts inside, if they die, are as good as really dead. Will not appear within this game again. Old Dong said this, paused for a moment and then continued, suppose it really has something to do with the game record of 10,000 beasts. Then there has to be a question mark as to whether or not these in-game exotics will subsequently descend on Blue Star. If it would, the strong foreign beasts inside would be enough to make countries feel scared. These remarks caused the faces of the entire room to change one after another. That's true. Especially the killer spider they had just seen. Such a fierce guy would have unimaginable consequences if he appeared in Blue Star. Under the long silence, finally Qin Lao stood up and swept the whole room one by one, and said in a deep voice, if you say so, this game really has a few oddities. Now you guys, what do you think about the game? Elder Qin's words drew a lot of discussion from those present in the conference room. Soon, through their views, Elder Qin clapped his hands to give the final resolution. Reality is evolving as an animal, and it's time to monitor it, as a way of preventing anything bad from happening to any of our nationals. And for some nationals who have demonstrated special abilities, we are still recruiting to serve. As for the record of 10,000 beasts, although it is not yet possible to show exactly what has occurred, it is time to arrange players, or to arrange some players. After a pause, Elder Chin's tone intensified a few points. In short, before the new era of Blue Star arrives, we in the Dragon Kingdom must be prepared for everything. Chapter 39, A New Adversary's Talent. At this point, Jiang Yuan had already devoured all the heavenly materials and treasures that he was surrounded by. Host, Jiang Yuan. Species, Red Hot Demon Spider. Level, C. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Eye of the Evil Spider, Shadow of 1,000 Shadows, Blaze of Fire, Frostblade. Passive gift, Body of the Evil Spider. Evolution points, 59,000/60,000. Still 1,000 evolution points short. But I stored quite a bit of leftover meat before, so if I eat a little more, I should be almost evolved. Think about it. Jiang Yuan immediately gently drank out, chasing the moon. Master. Daddy. As the voice from the door came out, Chasing Moon and Flowing Firefly walked in one after the other. It was just that Jiang Yuan noticed that there was something odd in the way that Lu Ying was looking at himself and Chasing Moon. And Chasing the Moon's face was red and there were a few tensions in her demeanor. What an odd two beasts. Spitting in the bottom of his heart, Jiang Yuan said softly without much thought, Moonchaser, go ahead and take out some of the remnants of the alien beast's meat that was stored before. Yes. Receiving the order, Chasing Moon subconsciously had her figure solemnized, and her originally reddened face faded quite a bit. It seemed to be relieved, but the look was a little sad. Dad? Seeing Chasing Moon leave, Lu Ying took a long breath, but she also knew that Chasing Moon would be back soon. So it immediately flapped its wings and came to Jiang Yuan's side and said, aren't you a little bit that? What? To Chasing the Moon? Flowing Firefly wanted to inquire, but she felt a little ashamed. What the hell is going on? Jiang Yuan was baffled. Dad, are you trying to find me a mom? After holding her tongue for a long time, Ryujin opened her mouth to spit out a sentence. Jiang Yuan looked at Lu Ying in astonishment. Could it be that this Ryohu guy is lacking in motherly love? You want a mom? Jiang Yuan thought lining. No, Oops. As Lu Ying was about to explain, Chasing the Moon's voice came from outside the door, Master, I brought you what you asked for. Yeah. Jiang Yuan gave a soft cry and turned his head to look at Lu Ying. She wasn't opening her mouth, fluttering her wings and flying off to the side, looking like she wasn't communicating at all. Although Jiang Yuan felt that there was something odd, he didn't think much about it. Turning his head towards the remnants of the fey beasts that Chasing Moon had brought with him, he said, then you guys go out first. Seeing Chasing the Moon leave, Lu Ying wanted to inquire about something, but after hesitating for a while she finally followed Chasing the Moon and left together. That's weird. Looking at the backs of the two, Jiang Yuan didn't know what these two beasts were selling. Never mind, advanced chemicalization, they won't betray me if I blame them anymore anyway. Whispering out loud, Jiang Yuan winded up devouring the remnants of the alien beast's meat in front of him. Not a moment too soon. Evolution points have met the demand for evolution. Does the host open evolution? The familiar system sound rang out, and Jiang Yuan quickly responded, evolution. Evolving for the host. A system sound rang out and a strong force was poured into his body. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but let out a hissing sound. Click, click, click. Jiang Yuan, who had long since gone through several evolutions, knew the process well. As the old shell gave birth to cracks, Jiang Yuan drilled out from it with ease. Hiss, hiss. Feeling the powerful force contained within his body, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but let out a long whistle. Same time, his entire body's aura unconsciously radiated out. A strong aura swept through the entire cave, causing all the foreign beasts within the cave to lie down on the ground, looking towards the depths of the cave with horrified expressions. The moment they could sense that Jiang Yuan's aura had become stronger again. Congratulations to the host for successful evolution and obtaining the active talent split. Split, using one's own mental power as a medium, the stronger the mental power, the more splits one has, each split has 50% of one's own ability. A beep sounded in Jiang Yuan's head with the end of this evolution. He hadn't had a chance to feel the wonder of the split. A mysterious feeling suddenly rose up. It became pitch black before his eyes. The blackness obscured all, even his own shell could not be seen or perceived. Good as he became a creature with only a spirit. This is the dream from before. Am I dreaming again? Just like in his previous dream, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but want to feel his shell. However, this time it was very different from the dream. He saw it clearly. Little by little, a ray of light is tearing the darkness before us. His ears were no longer silent, but there were a few more sounds that gradually solidified. Doctor, the patient is moving. Doctor, get over here and take a look. Miracle, a miracle. I didn't expect the patient to wake up just a few days after being adjudicated a vegetable. When the voice completely solidified, Jiang Yuan opened his eyes with great difficulty, only to find himself in an unfamiliar environment. Blinding sunlight, clean white walls, the faint smell of a mixture of drugs that permeated the air. You awake? How do you feel? At that moment, a voice rang out beside him, causing Jiang Yuan to sweep his head sideways, only to see several people wearing masks on their heads and white coats looking at them with surprised faces. This is the doctor? So this is a hospital? Murmuring, Jiang Yuan suddenly widened his eyes and looked at his body, hands, legs, and torso. The unfamiliar construction caused Jiang Yuan to freeze stupidly. This is my original body, so what I did before was all a dream. Jiang Yuan shook his body and fought to get up. Instead, he found his hand dead sticky to the bedpan and couldn't get it off. This is spider silk? My spider silk? Fixing his eyes, Jiang Yuan's eyes widened again. Jiang Yuan, right? This is the 5th day since you became a vegetable. Oh, but you're sober now. Mind if I take you to a therapy session? At this time a soft voice sounded from Jiang Yuan's ears. He gathered up his shock and looked at the source of the voice, though the woman wore a mask and couldn't see her face. However, the dusty aura made Jiang Yuan understand. This woman must be a knockout. What the hell is going on here? Jiang Yuan's eyes were slightly closed, desperately wanting to understand what exactly was going on here. Was my becoming a spider before a dream or not? Only when his mind pondered this, Jiang Yuan's consciousness suddenly reverberated. Hiss. Jiang Yuan let out a hiss. That's when he realized that he had become a spider again. This? Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and experimentally closed his eyes to perceive. Next moment, an additional image appeared in his mind, the very scene where the beautiful nurse had sent herself to be examined. Jiang Yuan tentatively imposed his thoughts on that human. Then, Jiang Yuan made a startling discovery. His thoughts are as good as those of that human being who will do whatever he wants. Chapter 40, Kill to your heart's content. So this is actually my doppelganger? Jiang Yuan smacked his lips after a period of maneuvering. He finally figured it out. That body, the original body of himself. And now it was fully his alter ego. He was able to manipulate himself when he descended into consciousness in that body. If he hadn't descended, that doppelganger would have been an ordinary person. This talent is too terrifying. After clearly figuring it out, Jiang Yuan was shocked. Don't look at yourself as just one more diversion. But this split was simply wonderful for Jiang Yuan. He also remembered that in his previous life, as the game descended, the Fae and humans had almost polarized into two camps. And having a human body, he could use it to disappear well into the human camp. Think about having your own undercover agent in the human camp. Being a Fae himself, he was able to know the movements of humans one step ahead of time. TSK. Thinking about this, Jiang Yuan had an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. After the excitement, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but begin to delve into his own new abilities again. But can my original body perform another split? This thought had only just been born when an illusory shadow of light rose steeply. Immediately after, under Jiang Yuan's shocked gaze, the illusory light shadow gradually solidified and eventually formed a brand new him. Only, this spider's aura was clearly weaker than his. He himself now possessed C+ rank strength, while this spider was at most equivalent to Jiang Yuan who had just stepped into C rank. It's a bit weaker, but it's still scary. Jiang Yuan let out a sigh of relief and could not help but close his eyes slightly. The moment he closed his eyes, two very different perspectives appeared in his mind. One that was none other than his own human body. The other, on the other hand, was the doppelganger at his side. Jiang Yuan maneuvered his spider's body and kept moving away from where he was. Jiang Yuan realized that he could maneuver no matter how far away he was. As he got farther and farther away from his main body, the amount of mental energy he needed to drain was rising exponentially. If he returned his consciousness, he would be just as unable to manipulate it as he was in his previous person. But can give good orders beforehand, and the doppelganger will follow his orders to the letter, and he will be able to see that side of the perspective by closing his eyes. It was a pity that Jiang Yuan also noticed that every time he split his spiritual power would be weakened to a certain extent. If there were more, Jiang Yuan felt that it would be a great burden on his spirit. No wonder, the split is still out. I'm the one who got psychotic first. That's a good talent. After understanding everything, Jiang Yuan deliberated in his mind, if my spiritual power is strong enough, then wouldn't I be able to have hundreds and thousands of doppelgangers? Even if I don't have such strong spiritual power, I can still release my doppelganger and allow myself to escape in the event of a crisis. Speaking of this, Jiang Yuan's eyes shone with a brilliant light. In that case, it's no less than having an extra life of its own. But this is too far away for me. At the moment, there's no player's Fae that can pose a threat to me. In that case, Jiang Yuan shook his head for a moment before giving that spider doppelganger a command in his mind. Go ahead, go kill to your heart's content. As long as you see that it's a contracted beast, kill it to your heart's content. Hiss. Jiang Yuan let out a whisper, and his doppelganger acted at the first opportunity. Since players are trying to hunt him every day on the forums, naturally, he wouldn't let them go. And by going with a doppelganger, not only could he avoid traumatizing himself, but he could also try out what stage his doppelganger's true strength actually was. At the same time, He sucked in his breath and asked Chasing Moon to bring over the plumed deer he had contracted in his previous life. Yoo-hoo-hoo. As soon as he sensed Zhang Yuan's strong aura, this low-grade Sika deer couldn't help but tremble straight through his body. Truly, the difference in equal rank between it and Zhang Yuan was too great. The sense of oppression it was given was too strong. Too weak. Seeing it, a trace of helplessness flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. If, say, I didn't know before that the original was still there, it was just as well that the merganser was put there. But now, the original body was still there, so Zhang Yuan couldn't afford to let it go. When the game comes down to reality, this merganser, no matter how weak it is, it's still the equivalent of a part of the battle force. Moonchaser, get it some leftover meat. Shaking his head, Zhang Yuan could only instruct the Moonchaser beside him. Yes. Although Chasing the Moon did not understand what the significance of Zhang Yuan's approach was, but nodded in agreement. Yo! When a pile of mutilated meat was placed in front of the merganser, Zhang Yuan clearly noticed a flash of longing in the eyes of this plum blossom deer. But perhaps it was afraid of its own aura, causing it to not dare to come forward. It's okay, you eat. Zhang Yuan shook his head and gently drank. Yo! Only after getting the go-ahead did the merganser wince and start to make its way over to the remnants of the meat. Only when it realized that Zhang Yuan indeed did not have half a thought did it start to wolf down its food. Zhang Yuan looked at it quietly. In his heart, he was also constantly pondering on how exactly to make it quickly rise in rank. The plumed deer's low strength was not enough. Even with the remnants of the Fey you feed to it, without kryptonite trying to get a boost in a short period of time is akin to a pipe dream. It seems like it's still a good idea to see if you can do kryptonite within the real world. It's just that I didn't have much to think about in my original body, so how do I go about getting more money out of it? Zhang Yuan was in deep thought. With this, the night was getting late. However, within the record of 10,000 beasts, Zhang Yuan's doppelganger was acting fast and furious as ordered. It's very efficient. With the perception of a C-stage Fey beast, it was able to spot quite a few relatively weak contracted Fey beasts. One time, within the record of 10,000 beasts, there were constantly contracted beasts being targeted by Zhang Yuan's doppelganger. As long as they were targeted, the only end that awaited those contracted beasts was defeat. And dang, a C-stage alien beast launched into a killing spree without a care in the world. This was definitely an extremely scary point for the weaker Fey. It's also a direct result of the fact that it's late at night and obviously a good time to sleep. The forums of the Book of 10,000 Beasts, however, are buzzing with activity. Countless players who had encountered Zhang Yuan's doppelganger attacks had complained about everything about Zhang Yuan on the forums. Holy, that killer spider made its move. I was just attacked by that killer spider. It must be that its contracted players can't sit still when they see the news on the forums. Brothers, where are you? Condemn it to me with a vengeance. I'm really convinced, this killer spider, you're going to pay for it. The forum of the record of 10,000 beasts, this layer of news Zhang Yuan originated from was seen. But in the face of the condemnation, there was no panic in his demeanor, and instead a cruel smirk rose. And you are allowed to hunt me down? To put a bounty on me? Won't you allow me to come and hunt you? Where in heaven's name is this kind of reasoning? Chapter 41, The Betrayer. Early morning of the vertical day. Zhang Yuan, who had been keeping his eyes closed, snapped them open. In his line of sight, a spider not unlike him was speeding towards him. Killing all night. My doppelganger's strength isn't bad, it definitely has C-rank strength. Zhang Yuan's voice carried a few emotions. This night, his doppelganger had been out looking for contracted beasts to slaughter. Zhang Yuan had also been watching through the perspective of his mind all night. On several occasions, he had also encountered C-rank alien beasts, but Zhang Yuan had not been able to maneuver himself, completely letting the subconscious mind of the doppelganger spiders do the fighting. And every time he faced a C-rank Fey, the split spider ended up having a thrilling final victory. It's still the subconscious alone, if it's vertical. Maybe it's not certain that we can kill a C-rank Fey. Recalling everything, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ponder. Even though it was the same body, the difference in combat experience would eventually lead to a change in the outcome of the battle. Boom! Just as Zhang Yuan was lamenting, the split spider had already come to his side and merged with it again. The moment Zhang Yuan's head let out a roar, as if what this doppelganger spider was experiencing was entirely him himself. This feeling is a completely different sensation than viewing it through a perspective. And, it's much more than that. As the doppelganger spiders fused, a voice rang out in Zhang Yuan's mind at the right time. Detected that the host's alter ego gained 5,000 evolution points by devouring a foreign beast. Transforming for the host has successfully gained 5,000 evolution points. It can still be like this? Zhang Yuan was slightly stunned, and an indescribable light of refinement erupted within his eyes. I didn't realize that my talent for bilocation had such a function. In that case, it seems that this bilocation talent is truly somewhat terrifying. Tellingly, a thought also arose in Zhang Yuan's heart. If it is one's own person, can it be fused with oneself? And does one get out of it what one's person has plundered? This was something that Zhang Yuan was not yet going to be clear about. but that answer will soon be revealed. After all, when the game comes down to reality, he'll be able to meet his person. Hiss. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan let out a hiss and once again split into a doppelganger. Go ahead and kill. Well, get more evolution points. Hiss. Zhang Yuan's doppelganger let out a hiss at Zhang Yuan. Immediately after. Then he quickly left the spot. After following Zhang Yuan's orders, he started killing again. In this scenario, time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Right now it's getting closer and closer to the day the game comes down. And all this time, Zhang Yuan had been manipulating the original body as a way to gain a higher sense of familiarity. The other has been letting his spider doppelganger go out and throw his weight around to slaughter contracted beasts. The locations he chose were all farther away from the main body, which allowed not many players to discover Zhang Yuan's hiding place. In the midst of the massacre, Zhang Yuan had also gained an extremely strong amount of evolution points from the bilocation. Not only that, the massacre during this period of time had also caused the forums to be full of posts about Zhang Yuan. Almost all the players hated to kill Zhang Yuan. A number of players were even cursing him. Just to this, Zhang Yuan would only give birth to a cold smile and then hunted even more vigorously. The only thing that caught Zhang Yuan's attention was that quite a few players had already begun to put a bounty on their righteous fathers. And the bounties are getting higher. Fortunately, as before, righteous father did not show his face, and even less did anyone know about righteous father's background. Righteous father, after the game descends, I will definitely make it up to you. Zhang Yuan swore secretly in his heart. Truthfully, he felt that this was a little bit unfair to his righteous father. But again, he had to do it. He remembers all the misery he experienced in his previous life. He now had to harvest the most evolution points within this limited time in order to do so. Meanwhile, Blue Star. Tramp, this killer spider has appeared again. Are there any brothers in the neighborhood? Hurry up and come help me. Su Meng, who was swiping short videos, suddenly swiped a live stream. Inside the live room, the player's contracted Fae was being chased by a spider. This, little arachnid. As soon as Su Meng saw it, her face couldn't help but turn a few shades of white. What the hell is wrong with you lately, little arachnid? Su Meng subconsciously mumbled, but soon she shook her head again. No, not at all. My little arachnid has always been peace-loving. This spider is not my little arachnid. With that said, she simply quit shaking her hand, her eyes staring blankly at the app of the record of 10,000 beasts in the interface of her cell phone. She was tempted to click on it and testify for her little arachnid self. But, again, she was afraid of seeing an image she didn't want to see. Little arachnid, I don't know if you're the spider or not. But anyway, no matter what, mommy loves you. Eventually, she reached out her scallion white jade hand to cradle the phone and mumbled something. However, she didn't realize that in a corner of the luxurious villa, a man in a suit was brushing through the forums of the record of all beasts. He, none other than Su Meng's butler. He didn't bother to look at the posts that had something to say about Zhang Yuan. His eyes kept lingering on the post that offered a bounty to the killer spider player. The bounty has gotten higher and higher in recent times. A low murmur rang out, and the butler then exited the forum of the record of 10,000 beasts before dialing a mysterious phone number. Hello? On the other end of the phone, a pretty female voice soon came out. That's the player you're putting a bounty on for killer spiders, right? Right. I know who the killer spider player is. As the housekeeper's voice fell, the woman on the other end of the line breathed noticeably sharper. After a long time, the woman's voice gradually stabilized. You make a price. 1 million. The butler was silent for a moment and gave a figure. He knew that the players who played record of 10,000 beasts were quite rich, and with so many players dangling the bounty, he didn't think it was too much to ask for the price. Thinking of this, he added, as for the rest of the players' bounties, I won't bother with them anymore, and will just pretend that I don't know about this. Deal. A quick response came from the other end of the line. I can get you part of it first. I'll give you all the subsequent ones when you give me the information about the contracted players of the killer spider. Yes. The butler's throat rolled, and a sound soon came out. Next. Not for a while. The housekeeper's bank account then had an extra 10W soft currency. Hoo. The butler's face was calm, and he also immediately sent the message in his hand to the owner of the phone. It didn't take long for all the remaining money to arrive. He took a deep breath, looked across the room at the location of Su Meng's room, and sighed out softly. Miss, it's not that I want to make it public. It's really because you've done something outrageous. I'm just doing the people a favor. Chapter 42, Su Meng's Choice. Oh, so it's still a teenage girl. On the other side, the woman got the message sent by the housekeeper and checked it at the first opportunity. I didn't realize that a young girl could be so vicious. Between whispers, she opened the record of 10,000 beasts forum in passing, and after weaving in a title she directly uploaded all the messages. Humph, dare to hunt our foreign beasts? Then you'll just have to pay for it yourself. No doubt about it. Once this post was released, it attracted the attention of countless players, and immediately detonated the entire 10,000 beasts record forum. Tens of thousands of players seemed to have found a vent for the anger in their hearts and kept leaving messages at the bottom. Inside the Book of 10,000 Beasts. Another new post? At this moment, Jiang Yuan was staying inside the cave and refreshing the forum. Upon realizing that hundreds of posts had appeared in a single refresh, he thought that his doppelganger, Spider, had done something else that was outrageous to the gods and people. But when he looked clearly, Jiang Yuan froze abruptly. These freshly minted posts are not about him. The title of the post is simple. Killer Spider Player. When you click on it, there is a picture of a cute young girl at the bottom. In the photo, the young girl is wearing a pink knee-length dress with 2 crochets on the side of her head, and her cute look is beyond eye-catching. Jiang Yuan believes that if this post is changed to the rest of the platform, it's expected to attract a large number of lickspittles. But under this thread, there are mostly slurs. Tramp, is this the guy? Someone who looks so cute. I didn't expect to have such a heart. To have one's own contracted beasts hunt my contracted beasts, so damned convincing. It's disgusting. One look at this, maybe it's a mistress raised by some rich brother. Brothers, blast me, blast me. There are many more comments below, but most of them are unpleasant. Jiang Yuan, who had finished reading it, was also a bit dumbfounded. Isn't my righteous father a man? Does that mean I've been kept by rich women all this time? Layers of doubt flooded Jiang Yuan's head. Suddenly he paused. This young girl he seemed to recognize. She stood by when she received her award earlier. Originally he just thought it was just a good-looking passerby. Could it be that this is my true righteous father? Jiang Yuan scrunched his neck, but he didn't think too long, because he saw that there were already quite a few players underneath who had begun searching up news about that lovely woman in reality, wanting to expose her completely. Some even threatened to go door to door to get a statement. Let her hand over her contracted beast as a way to get a $5 million bounty for players who lose their contracted beasts. A cold killing intent flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. These people are so double standard. If he wasn't strong, he would have fallen under their siege time and time again. Now that the siege has failed, they want to ask for justice. Just you wait. When the game comes down, I'll meet you all one by one on behalf of death. Letting out a murmur, Jiang Yuan quietly closed his eyes. Same time. Phew. Blue Star. Inside a rental house. Jiang Yuan's original body shivered. His consciousness returned. I'm back. He looked around at the familiar scene and opened his large hands to take a deep breath. Earlier in the day he had been dragged off for a medical checkup after returning from his vegetative form transformation. And when the physical exam was clean, he naturally left the hospital and went home for treatment. Let's see the post first. Has it been blown out of proportion? After familiarizing himself with his body, Jiang Yuan opened his phone and tapped on the forum of the record of 10,000 beasts. At this point, as the player comments get hotter, the owner of the post also quickly posted a second thread. This thread is even simpler, with just a string of addresses. But with a little bit of association with the last post, it's easy to see what this comment means. And at the bottom of this thread, a number of players have already indicated that this is in their neighborhood and that they must go door to door to get a statement. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan put away his cell phone and in acceleration also rushed over in the direction of the address. Although he wasn't sure if the young girl was a righteous father or not, Jiang Yuan felt it was all necessary to find out. If not, this woman has kind of endured it all for her righteous father. For enemies, Jiang Yuan generally chose to return the favor 100-fold. For the favor, Jiang Yuan was the same. Shoo shoo shoo. Utilizing the spider silk, Jiang Yuan flew through the alleys of the big city. In the meantime, in a luxury villa, Su Meng, who was always observing the forums targeting Jiang Yuan's every move, had since noticed the post about herself. Especially when she saw a number of people hurling insults at her, her rosy little face turned a little more pale. Little spider. She murmured, her mouth lost in thought. As much as she didn't want to believe it, reality had hit her hard. The spider on the forum was none other than his own little arachnid. Eyes staring blankly at the abusive comments directed at her, Su Meng's little face grew white. But when he saw that a player was going to make himself hand over the little arachnid, her pale face took on a bit more of a steely color as she murmured, little spider, little spider isn't like that. Little arachnid, it's peace-loving. When I saw it before, it was peace-loving. Little arachnid, but when you do something wrong, you have to admit it. But don't worry, mommy will protect you. Murmuring, she took a deep breath before posting for the first time on the forums of the record of 10,000 beasts. I think the killer spider contractee you're looking for should me. I'm deeply sorry about this, but I didn't know for long. And as for you guys asking me to hand over the little spider, I'd like to say that the little spider is my contracted beast, and as its contracted owner, I don't want it to come to any harm. But to show my sincere apology, anyone who was unintentionally preyed upon by a small arachnid will be able to approach me to make up for the amount of money lost. Here, I would like the group to give little arachnid a chance to reform. After editing it, Su Meng checked it several more times. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, she then posted it. Once the post was published, it instantly sparked heated debate among countless players. Unlike what Su Meng thought, most of the comments were all cynical. Laughing my ass off, I didn't know to stand up for myself before, but now I'm standing up for myself and screwing up. And unintentionally hunted? Who are you talking about? Are we still intentionally hunted? It's really going to be a laugh. Compensation? That's it? Where's my moral damages? And what about time? Isn't any of that money? Scanning the extra comments under the post one by one, Su Meng's little face grew white. She didn't expect these players to be so hostile to the little arachnid. Speaking of which, weren't they the ones who came to hunt the little arachnids in the first place, and then put a bounty on the little arachnid? Su Meng pursed her lips, her shell teeth clenching the corner of her lips. Taking a deep breath, she didn't look at the posts and directly boarded the record of 10,000 beasts. At a glance she saw Zhang Yuan, who was lying on the ground as usual one by one. Don't worry, little arachnid, mommy protects you. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has made 300W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 3W of evolution points. At the same time, Zhang Yuan, who was rushing towards his righteous father's house in a hurry, suddenly heard a system tone. Chapter 43, The Great Siege in Progress. Host, Zhang Yuan. Species, Red Hot Demon Spider. Level, C+. Active talents, Dragnet, Poison Splash, Eye of the Evil Spider, Thousand Shadows, Blazing Blade, Frostblade, Split. Passive gift, Body of the Evil Spider. Evolution points, 72400/90000. While opening the attribute panel, Zhang Yuan noticed that his righteous father had sent himself a series of messages in the chat interface. Little arachnid, listen to me, during this recent period of time, you must never, ever go out. Be sure to stay in the cave honestly. Mommy will see you again after this time. After reading a few sentences, Zhang Yuan also realized through his perspective that he had a lot of extra heavenly materials on his original body. Righteous father, why are you telling me this for a good reason? Did righteous father see the post on the forum? That shouldn't keep giving me kryptonite. The doubts in his heart made Zhang Yuan couldn't help but check the record of 10,000 beasts forum. Don't look. At a glance, Zhang Yuan's mind lurched as a raging coldness erupted from the surface of his body. Damn, so that's it. And to presume that I'm tied up. Ridiculous. In the midst of the cold sound, an extra warmth also appeared in Zhang Yuan's heart. I didn't expect that at such a juncture the righteous father would not only apologize to himself, it also covers the player's losses on its own, and gives itself kryptonite. Righteous father. With a soft murmur, Zhang Yuan sped up his march. Without realizing it, the sun slowly set. After a long journey, Zhang Yuan also arrived at his destination. Here stands a luxurious villa. It's also the exact address that popped up. Is this it? Zhang Yuan looked up and down. He didn't go in, instead, he sat aside and started to close his eyes. At the same time, he put his mental power to the maximum. Villa. There were a lot of people, a couple of maids. That lovely young girl was among them. To Zhang Yuan's surprise, he sensed that there were quite a few cold-blooded animals in the location where the young girl was. One by one they survive in transparent boxes. That lovely young girl was staring at them in disbelief at the moment. For some reason, the gods were in a trance for a few moments. I didn't realize that the young girl whose appearance looked so cute would like these strange and weird creepy creatures. But from the point of liking to climb pets, this young girl, there is a real possibility that she is my righteous father. After a brief guess, Zhang Yuan continued to investigate the villa. He realized that there were two other people at the villa besides the young girl and the maid. One was a woman who wasn't too far from the young girl's position and looked as if she was a bodyguard. Her appearance, Zhang Yuan remembered. It's the same woman who collected the lottery ticket earlier. It seems like that cute young girl could really be my righteous father. Or rather, the daughter of my righteous father. Zhang Yuan guessed in his heart, his senses did not stop. Sensing it, he realized the other person was a man. He was suited and booted, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and looked kinda classy. At the moment he was directing the maids. It looks like it should be the butler. Depends, those players aren't here yet. Zhang Yuan said in his heart and waited quietly. If no one comes, this is since the best. If someone came over, it was undoubtedly entering Zhang Yuan's forbidden zone. After all, judging from the current situation, the people in this villa indeed had nothing to do with the righteous father. It was just that Zhang Yuan wasn't aware that the people in the neighborhood basically wouldn't be coming over. Because they are looking at the other place with eager anticipation. Inside Lu Fugue's live broadcast room. Guys, we've gathered 6 players so far. These 6 players, all C+ level big shots. Most of them came here because they felt that the killer spider had gone just a little too far. So private message over to me to sign up, as a way to do justice to our players in general. Now it's up to me to report back to you exactly which players. As Lu Fugue reported down one by one, the audience in the live broadcast room fell into a frenzy. It's actually him. I had the honor of running into him before when I entered the secret realm. Easily destroying a C+ rank foreign beast. With him here, that killer spider will surely die this time. It's not just him, there's also those remaining 4, they're also very strong, okay? More than strong, I feel like one alone could easily take care of that little spider. Ha, finally I can kill that killer spider. I don't know how long I've been waiting for this day. Between the audience's comments, Lu Fugue, who had finished his report, was in a good mood. He turned to the live camera and said, "Brothers, I'm counting on you next. Anyone who finds that killer spider, just tell us and we'll be sure to be there first. Of course, for providing the right clues, I myself will give an additional 10W bonus." The video of Lu Fugue's live broadcast was also carried to the record of 10,000 Beasts forum by players at the first time. After watching the video alone, countless players went red. I throw, such a luxurious lineup. No, I've been squatting in Lu's live room for the past few days. I must see Lu exterminate this spider with my own eyes. +1. Brothers, have you gone to track down where that killer spider is? Hurry up and sign up. I want to get the reward given by Lu. My contracted beast died, and now I've recompacted one. Just the thing to use to track down that killer spider. While many players commented, many players had already started to carpet search for Jiang Yuan's location. The reason is also simple. They couldn't beat that killer spider, couldn't they find him? As long as you find it, even if the contracted beast is sacrificed, wouldn't that still be a 10W bonus? This is a huge draw for people who didn't charge much in Book of Beasts. One time, the entire 10,000 Beasts record had become lively because of Lu Fugue's live broadcast. 6C plus rank foreign beasts teamed up to come after me? Boredom reigned, and Jiang Yuan, who was casually browsing through the record of 10,000 Beasts forum, also saw the post. And there's a 10W bounty for finding me? What a great deal. Jiang Yuan lamented out, a touch of teasing crossing his eyes. It's just that I possess a detachment, even if you guys try to find it again. It's all useless in the end. Just as the words fell, an aura was suddenly born in Jiang Yuan's mind. If I die, that means someone got a 500W bounty. If that's the case, why don't you let the contracted beast of the person kill me? This would be just the thing to solve the dilemma of personal contract beasts requiring kryptonite. And I'll also be able to meet those 6C plus rank alien beasts and try to see just how powerful they are when they explode at full strength. Just end up getting killed by a personal contracted beast anyway. Thinking for a moment, the essence light in Jiang Yuan's eyes grew more and more intense. As for the later realization that he didn't die and got the bounty, what did he care about the rest? Chapter 44, Bumping Into. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan evoked a cold smile. Immediately afterward, he gave orders to his person not to let suspicious characters into the villa. Then his consciousness returned to his main body, and he gave the latest order to his spider doppelganger who was attacking outside. Go on, go get the attention of all the contracted beasts and bring them to me. After the order was over, Jiang Yuan called out to Moonchaser and Flowing Firefly again, telling the two of them to keep a good eye on the cave. Jiang Yuan then quickly rushed towards a place that was farther away from the cave. When he arrived at his destination, Jiang Yuan slightly closed his eyes and rested while watching out the split spider's every move through the split perspective. At this point, the split spider is carrying out its own orders. He was hunting all the way as he rushed toward his side. And as he got closer and closer, he even raised his own aura to the extreme, as if he was afraid that the rest of the contracted beasts wouldn't be able to discover him. Good, yes. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan shouted in a row, and the blood-devouring light hidden in his eyes became more and more prevalent. Now he can't wait a bit. Inside the luxury villa, Lu Fugue's live broadcast was a big hit, and Su Meng, who had been staying in the villa, naturally swiped it. She nervously watched the broadcast. The heart also kept praying that the little arachnid would never be found. However, what you fear comes to you. At this time, Lu Fugue made a sound in the live broadcast room. What? Found the killer spider? Alright, brothers, I'll take you there now. As the words fell, Lu Fugue took the lead in authorizing his contracted beast to head towards Jiang Yuan's location. Behind his contracted beasts, a group of foreign beasts followed in great numbers. There was no doubt that these beasts were the ones he had picked out, each and every one of them good. Little spider. Seeing this scene, Su Meng was instantly anxious. She didn't want anything to happen to little arachnid. How the hell am I going to help little arachnid? As if thinking of something, Su Meng's eyes brightened slightly. That's right, kryptonite, just kryptonite, and the little arachnid will be able to power up. It was only when she had just opened the record of 10,000 beasts that a voice was the first to sound outside the door. Miss, the boss called. The visitor was none other than the butler. My dad? Su Meng was a bit puzzled, but still took the phone. Miss, I'll go out first then. The butler exited the room in a warm voice. But, after stepping out of the room, he pulled an oddly shaped headset out of his pocket. It had just been put on, with a flash of electricity. Su Meng's call with her dad rang out. Dream, I heard from the butler that you got some kind of net exposure playing the game? No. Suman shook her head. I'm glad there isn't. You were worried sick about me. Su Ruffing was full of gratitude. Just the next second, he turned his words around and said, Little Dream, from what the housekeeper said, all of this is because you played the record of 10,000 beasts? Without waiting for Su Meng to reply, he added, listen to me on this matter, we won't play the record of 10,000 beasts. As for your what's it inside the foreign beast, leave it to him. He'll take care of everything properly. The butler was thrilled to hear this. It's as if he's already taken the spider and is on his way to the top by hitting the jackpot one after the other through the spider's marvelous powers. I don't. But just then, Su Meng's stubborn refusal came out of the headphones. Dream, you. Dad, you haven't been home. The little arachnid is a pet I have, he's alive too, you can't. Life. Su Rufeng's voice was quite a bit louder. Little dream, record of 10,000 beasts is just a game. Dream, you have to listen to me this time. I knew you charged a lot of money into it before, and I thought it would be okay to spend a little. But now, something so big has happened because of the book of 10,000 beasts. If you don't give it to Butler Zhao, then you won't be able to charge a single penny into the record of 10,000 beasts either. Su Rufeng's words made Su Meng anxious. Dad, no, Toodaloo. Su Meng's voice had only just lifted when the beeping hang-up sound had already come from the other end of the phone. Snap! Su Meng's body went limp and nearly fell to the ground. She couldn't kryptonite, so the little arachnid who encountered all the players under siege had a predictable ending. No, nothing must happen to little arachnid. Don't worry, little spider. Mom would never sit on her hands. Su Meng shook her head vigorously, her face gradually firming up. The other side of the villa. The housekeeper slowly put down the headphones and couldn't help but murmur, Miss, are you so unwilling to hand over the record of 10,000 beasts to me? But don't worry, the spider will be mine sooner or later. With that, he slowly picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. The Book of All Beasts. When Lu Fuguei started to act, Zhang Yuan knew everything that happened through the post long ago. Come on, hurry up. I can't wait a little bit. Zhang Yuan quietly lay on the ground, calling out continuously in his heart. He was excited at the thought that 500W was just around the corner. Hiss! After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yuan's 8 eyes snapped open and looked straight ahead in unison. There, a massive, snow-white spider was speeding towards it. This is Zhang Yuan's split spider. And at the same time as he saw him, Zhang Yuan also sensed that a strong aura was rapidly approaching. If expected, the one emitting these auras was the C+ rank alien beast that was chasing Zhang Yuan. Hiss! The doppelganger spider came to Zhang Yuan's side and flew to merge with him. Detected that the host's alter ego gained 5,000 evolution points by devouring a foreign beast. Transforming for the host has successfully gained 5,000 evolution points. Phew, another 5,000 evolution points added. One step closer to evolution. Hisses. Sensing that they were getting closer and closer, Zhang Yuan could no longer control himself to let out a hissing sound that shook the sky and the earth. Inside Lu Fuguei's live broadcast room, when the hissing sound that shook heaven and earth resounded, all the spectators' entire bodies could not help but tremble. It was a voice that sounded like the call of death. This sound, it's that killer spider. My god, the voice sounds horrible. Luckily this is just a game. If it was in reality, I feel like I'd be pissing myself. I'm not going to lie, I'm pissed out of my mind. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room stagnated for a few seconds before they suddenly surged out like a tidal wave. Come on, let's go. Lu Fuguei, who was looking at the pop-up screen, had his eyes glowing since, and immediately roared out, quickly, let's go. As he spoke, Lu Fuguei had already authorized the contracted beast to quickly rush there. A group of foreign beasts followed behind him. A few moments later, they were getting closer to the source of the sound. The crowd looked over with both eyes. From afar, they saw a white spider that was 15 or 16 meters tall standing there. He was covered in snowy white, his back was covered in barbs, and his two forelegs directly in front of him, in particular, emitted a very distinct glow and looked appalling. And that's not even the scariest part. The most frightening thing was his 8 eyes, which were staring dead on this side. His eyes were permeated with a blood-craving intent, as if he would be devoured without mercy as soon as he got close. Chapter 45, The Great Siege. This scene not only made the audience of the live broadcast stagnate, even the foreign beasts within the record of 10,000 beasts stirred. Killer spiders. It's appeared, holy, it's finally appeared. Holy, that's awesome, it looks really scary. Why, when I see him, I don't feel sure I can settle down. I throw. Dude, you're not alone. There's always a gut feeling in me that says that. It's going to be all over this time. The audience was murmuring, not that they wanted Zhang Yuan to win. It was just the feeling that this aura brought to them. He's the only one, can he be as strong as all of us? Brothers, come with me to hunt this killer spider. Lu Fuguei let out a strange cry and had already authorized the contracted foreign beasts to act. Ho ho ho! With a roar, the fey beast that Lu Fuguei had contracted let out a concussive roar, his C+ rank aura on display. This was a foreign beast that Lu Fuguei had recultivated. At first it was just a 1-meter monkey, after Lu Fuguei's successive kryptonite has been transformed into a 20-meter high huge ape. Zhang Yuan glanced at the ape before his gaze locked onto the 5 foreign beasts behind it. Species, lion and tiger. Level, C+. Active talents, Rage of the Lion and Tiger, Deadly Fangs, Hungry Tiger Pounce. Passive talent, King of Beasts. When fighting, there is a high probability that the enemy will be intimidated, so that the enemy's active talent power will be reduced by 50%. Type, giant elephant. Level, C+. Active talents, Earth Rage, Fangs of Fury, Nose Dance. Passive gift, thick skin. Scanning through them one by one, Zhang Yuan found that the 6 foreign beasts had very different styles. Between that ape's actions, its palms were slightly glowing with a faint light, and it looked mighty. The giant elephant looked thick-skinned and thick-fleshed, and its tusks, which were 5 or 6 meters long, were even more horrifying. The lion and tiger beasts were not only stout in size, but they were even more strangely fast. It was difficult to catch them with the naked eye as they ran along. Roar! Just when Zhang Yuan still wanted to check out the remaining 3 foreign beasts, an earth-shattering roar resounded from the front. Zhang Yuan looked up, only to see the lion and tiger beast coming after it. It surged high into the air and opened its huge mouth, already pouncing towards Zhang Yuan from the sky. Look at its sharp fangs, such as being bitten to Zhang Yuan is bound to be seriously injured. Blazing blade! A flash of blood-devouring intent flashed out of Zhang Yuan's 8 eyes. Next, he crossed his front feet and chose to hard-tough the lion and tiger beasts that were pouncing from the sky. Bang! A strong crash sounded. The location where the fangs and Zhang Yuan's forefoot came into contact with each other actually kept bursting out blinding sparks. Roar! At that moment another beastly shadow arrived. It's the giant elephant. It topped up its fangs and rushed straight towards Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan swung up his 2 front feet to use to resist. Under the terrifying weight of the giant elephant, the ground under Zhang Yuan's feet was cracking by inches. Hiss! Zhang Yuan let out a hissing sound, and with a stern look in his eyes, a monstrous spider web shot out from his mouth and went straight towards its head. Wow! The cobweb covered down the deadening sticking to the giant elephant. Hiss! Seeing that the giant elephant wanted to struggle, Zhang Yuan raised his forefoot and was about to rush over to understand it. Ho ho ho! A sudden hissing sound exploded, and then Zhang Yuan felt his body heavier by a few points. The feeling was like having a huge mountain weighing down on one's heart. What is this? When Zhang Yuan frowned and looked, he saw a goat-headed and humanoid beast raising its arms high. Type, human sheep. Level, C+. Active talent, manipulation, ability to control gravity within 100 meters of the vicinity. Passive talent, levitation, the ability to reduce one's own weight while strengthening gravity within a 100-meter range, thus enabling flight. Or an auxiliary type fey beast. When he saw the attribute panel that was displayed, Zhang Yuan's eyebrows raised fiercely. Roar! Just at this moment, the apes of Lu Fugui's pack rushed over, only to see him stretch out his knee-length arms like pincers towards Zhang Yuan. Heat flames. Zhang Yuan let out a sudden hiss. Boom boom boom. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Yuan's forefoot suddenly shone with channels of hot flames. Once the hot flame appeared, the temperature of the scene continued to rise. Roar! The closest ape even let out a miserable roar, and then retreated backwards one after another. However, Zhang Yuan had no intention of letting it go. His lavender eyes lit up with a sudden burst of ethereal light. Roar! The body of the ape that was just still running away shook violently. The look became even more terrified. Because, just this moment, it felt as if its soul was being pulled by an inexplicable force, like it's going to streak away alone. Even though it was only for a moment, it still left its face covered in horror. After all, once the soul was withdrawn, it could represent a fall. This is the skill of that killer spider. Lu Fugui screamed out in panic in the live room, and he immediately began to authorize the ape, trying to force it to return to its senses. It's too late. Zhang Yuan shot out several thin, cicada-like spider silks quickly. Pust. The spider silk penetrated into his body, and blood gushed out from the ape's ponderous body. Roar! It was then that the ape came back to his senses and let out another cry of agony. 1 against 4, and he even has the upper hand. Seeing this scene through the screen, Lu Fugui was appalled. This killer spider is really kind of strong. Could it be that we won't be able to beat this killer spider this time? Good guy, Brother Lu, can't we withdraw? Yeah, Brother Lu, it's not good if we fall into the hands of a killer spider again. The pop-up sent out by the audience caused Lu Fugui to coldly hum. He droned coldly, brothers, don't hold back. Let's go out together and finish off this killer spider once and for all. Yes. He was answered with a gruff reply. Just as the crowd's words fell, the viewers of the live broadcast saw the rest of the foreign beasts that had yet to make a move all attacking and killing Zhang Yuan. The extremely shocking images made the viewers in the live broadcast room all stare in disbelief. They didn't even blink for fear of missing any of the highlights. Only Su Meng, who was hidden in the live broadcast room, was filled with urgency. Even though Zhang Yuan had the upper hand just now, but it could also be seen that he wasn't too much stronger than the remaining few. Now the remaining 3 fey beasts were out together. Anyone with a brain that isn't stupid can see that. Zhang Yuan is in trouble. No, we can't let them go on. Little arachnid, mommy's here to help you. Su Meng's silver teeth clenched darkly, and in the end, her expression hardened. Now she pressed on, not wanting to bother with her father's words. All she knew was that if she left the little spider alone, that little spider was bound to fall. The little spider was not allowed to fall, even if he gave his all for it. Inside the Book of 10,000 Beasts, the March of the Foreign Beasts was seen by Zhang Yuan. He gently raised his eyebrows, the bloodlust in his eyes solidifying. Going to get it together? Good thing too. Then let me see how much strength you really have. Chapter 46, The Massacre in Progress. Sag sag. This time, the first to run towards Zhang Yuan were two mantises. These two praying mantises, they look exactly the same, so to speak. The only difference was the color of the body. One was dark green and one was brown. Species, flying mantis. Level, C+. Active talents, crosscut, flying attack, shadow divergence, scythe hand. Passive gift, worm's premonition, in battle, can foresee what will happen next. Oh, even the attribute panel is similar? Zhang Yuan was slightly stunned. But he didn't panic, instead he commented with relish, and you can predict the next second? That's quite a talent. And that's when it happened. These two flying mantises killed it. The two of them, one in front of the other, raised their scythe-like arms high up, and the sharp whistling chi that covered the sky came at Zhang Yuan in a vast manner. The attack had yet to fall, as if it was already going to cut Zhang Yuan into 1,000 pieces. Interesting. The corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth lifted into a cold smile. Next, he jerked his forefoot up. Bang! With a simple and dry strike, Zhang Yuan toughened the two beasts with his own strength. He didn't lose the slightest bit of ground and even had the intention of suppressing it. Yet that's not all. Ho ho ho! Immediately after them, two more figures followed. It was the apes as well as the lion and tiger beasts that had just been knocked out by Zhang Yuan. Again! Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, and a truncated light blossomed on his two front feet, directly forcing back the two flying mantises. And after, Zhang Yuan turned around and directly received the attacks of the ape and the lion and tiger beast. At this point, the four beasts used their most vicious attacks to attack Zhang Yuan one by one. But, from the beginning to the end, Zhang Yuan appeared to be at ease. I still have a lot of moves I haven't used yet. If all of them are used, I think it's still not difficult to break them one by one. During the fight, Zhang Yuan was also analyzing his own strength. In the meantime, the ferocious and unusual Zhang Yuan also made the audience in the live broadcast room talk. This spider's strength is really outrageous. 1 for 4, no gaps at all. It's amazing that he can still handle it so easily. It's really worthy of a guy who can be rewarded up to 500W. But don't forget, there are still players left to play. While the audience was talking, Lu Fugue yelled out, quick, add gravity to him. Increase directly by 50 times the maximum. And then giant elephant, you hit him. Yes. With the indentured players of the human sheep responding to the outcry. Inside the Book of 10,000 Beasts, the hand of the human sheep was raised high. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's body stumbled, only to feel his body sink even more. Roar! At the same time, the waiting giant elephant let out a roar. It moved its powerful body as if it were a speeding truck and crashed into Zhang Yuan. Its ponderous body even made the ground tremble. As the target of the attack, Zhang Yuan also saw the giant elephant that was coming in a Mercedes-Benz. Only he didn't mean to hide, instead he revealed a cold smile and said, in that case, I'll send you down to the Yellow Springs first. With a cold shout, Zhang Yuan was seen quickly charging across towards the giant elephant while swinging up his frost-covered forelegs. How dare you compare your strength with a giant elephant? Looking for death, Lu Fugue coldly shouted. He had used his contracted ape to compete with the giant elephant before. Comparing strength alone, his own ape was no match at all. That one time, it almost killed his contracted beast. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two clashed together in a raw manner. Zhang Yuan flew backwards in the blink of an eye, but as he flew backwards a touch of frost filled out from his forefoot. In an instant, the frost froze the giant elephant into an ice sculpture. Clickety-clack! In just a few seconds, a powerful aura erupted from the ice sculpture, and several more cracks appeared in the ice sculpture. It was thought that in a short while, the giant elephant would be able to completely free itself from the ice sculpture. Shoo shoo shoo! Just at this moment, Zhang Yuan in midair shot several spider silks at the giant elephant, directly pulling his backwards flying body to the head of the giant elephant. Ahem! Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. He had not felt good since he was hit by the giant elephant just now. I give too much to fake my own death. Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, as he watched the cracks on the giant elephant's body grow, Zhang Yuan's forefoot was covered with a layer of blazing flame. But this way, I can find a reason to finish you off. As soon as the words fell, he violently raised then slashed directly on top of the giant elephant's head. Ho ho ho! In this instant, the ponderous flames covered the entire head of the giant elephant. Under the thick, hot flames, fear could be seen in the giant elephant's eyes. It frantically tried to extinguish the flames on its face. It just didn't extinguish it, instead the flames became more and more ferocious until it engulfed its entire ponderous body. Roar! Accompanied by a final mournful roar, the giant elephant's ponderous body collapsed. No, this is all over him? This killer spider can really be solved? No kidding? Holy holy holy! The viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded by this scene. Brother Lu, No retreat. Before the player's words could fall, Lu Fugue yelled, he definitely didn't take it well after being hit by the giant elephant just now. Miss this opportunity and it's gone. Don't worry, if anyone else's contracted beasts die in the follow-up, they can come to me for compensation. Brother Lu, since you said so, let's go together. Ho ho ho. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, led by Lu Fugue's ape, the rest of the foreign beasts attacked Zhang Yuan. The several beasts were on each other's horns, wherever Zhang Yuan chose to spar with one of them. Then the next thing you know, you're falling under an endless stream of blows. That's a good way to do it, except why would I want to fight you guys? Zhang Yuan looked at the running over beast shadow, but his ghostly pupils were locked on the human sheep not far away. In the next moment, the demon shadow thousand weight was instantly unleashed. He had come to the human sheep against the tremendous pressure. Bah! The human sheep's face changed drastically as it jumped on its legs, wanting to fly up in the air. But Zhang Yuan could not let it have its way. Several spider silks instantly flew out. Pust! The midair human goat's body blossomed into a cloud of blood, and its body fell down extremely unsteadily. Quick, don't let the sheep die. In the live broadcast room, Lu Fugue let out a growl. No, it's too late. But when he saw the figures of Zhang Yuan and the human sheep getting closer, Lu Fugue clenched his teeth. Instead of rescuing the human sheep, he authorized the apes to launch an attack on Zhang Yuan. Surrounding Wei and Zhao? Zhang Yuan gained the first insight into Lu Fugue's thoughts, only that he did not choose to dodge. Instead, he directly resisted the ape's strikes with his physical body, while once again shooting out several spider silks at the midair human sheep. Bang! As the spider silk exerted its force, the human sheep in midair had already turned into a mist of blood. Snap! As an odor of blood spread out, bits of mutilated flesh fell to the ground in response. Chapter 47, Battle in Progress. Dead. One more dead. Upon seeing this scene, the audience couldn't have been more stupid. The 6 exotic beasts came out together, although they dealt 2 blows to Zhang Yuan. But those 2 strikes were 2 lives traded for each other. Run, he's going to start moving. Right at this moment, within the live broadcast, the contracted beast of the flying mantis let out a roar, subconsciously looking at the live feed. See only. After Zhang Yuan finished solving the human sheep, he didn't stay. Instead, his body shifted, and his entire body disappeared as if he were a ball of streaming light. In the next instant, the sound of a deceptively sharp blade running through the body suddenly rang out. The crowd raised their eyes to see an additional frost on the lion and tiger beast's body. Frost, right from its head to its tail. Click! With a crunching sound, the lion and tiger beast didn't even let out a miserable scream, and its pompous body split in 2 and fell directly to the sides. From this point on, it was clear that the lion and tiger beasts were as dead as they could be. Silly! The audience of this live broadcast really didn't know what to say. A few simple blows directly caused 3C plus Faye to fall. Can this killer spider really be exterminated by sheer numbers? There are 3 foreign beasts left, it's time. What the players in the live broadcast think, Zhang Yuan is not clear. All he knew was that right now was the right time for him to perform his fake death. This is really finished. How is this even a fight? My god, this killer spider's strength is too strong. Anyway, this bounty, I wouldn't dare covet it. From now on, just pretend you haven't seen it. A handful of pop-ups scratched out, showing desperation. Lu Fugue, who was watching this, had a face like a pig's liver. The hallowed 6C plus ranked foreign beasts came out to fight against each other, and the final outcome was actually like this. I'm sure it would be unacceptable for anyone else to come alone. Brother Lu, why don't we withdraw? I don't think it's a total loss if we evacuate. Beside them, a player's voice rang out. Retreat? Lu Fugue's face was full of gloom. It could be said that there was no one on the scene who wanted to exterminate Zhang Yuan more than him. No, he is holding on strong. Let's continue, he's about to be overwhelmed. Suddenly, Lu Fugue, who was watching Zhang Yuan, let out a cry of alarm, while immediately starting to authorize his contracted beast, quick, go up and finish him off. Roar! The ape cowered for a moment, but ultimately chose to listen to Lu Fugue's words. He pointed his toes and his entire body shot towards Zhang Yuan like an arrow off the string. Roar! Coming in front of him, the ape let out a rimming sound, and his palms steeply blossomed with a golden light. Boom! A loud roar exploded as the strike directly sent Zhang Yuan flying. His pompous body flew out hundreds of meters and finally hit the ground heavily, splattering a cloud of dust. This killer spider's power must have run out. Otherwise this strike, with the means he displayed just now, he would definitely be able to withstand it. Lu Fugue looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes releasing a flash of light. Go! Together! In fact, there was no need for Lu Fugue to say anything, his teammates had also analyzed the situation on the scene through the screen. The remaining 2 bellowed out one after the other, and the 2 flying mantises surged towards the center of the dust, one after the other. Hiss! A hissing sound rang out from the dust. Immediately afterward, clump after clump of venom with deadly venom splashed out of the dust. Sag sag! The 2 flying mantises flickered, turning into a trail of shadows to dodge the strike. Immediately after, It too high raised the scythe as if the god of death to collect life generally rushed to kill the human spider swung down. Bang! The killer spider lifted its forelegs to resist, and a loud sound of gold and iron erupted from what was clearly flesh. Sag sag. The two flying mantises didn't stop there, their force increasing. And under this force, the killer spider's body retreated backwards bit by bit. Roar! Seeing this, the ape that had been watching the battle immediately joined the fray. Its joining caused the originally delicate balance to be instantly broken, and the killer spider flew backwards as it could no longer carry it. Ha 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 ha, he's dead this time. Seeing the victory, Lu Fuguei was excited. Holy, holy, holy. So easy, killer spiders won't work. I thought it was so tough. Brothers, shout with me, Lu is awesome. If it wasn't for Brother Lu's foresight, I guess I would have let this killer spider escape again. The audience in the live stream was even more vocal and vocal. Only Su Meng was filled with anxiety. She had originally wanted to recharge, but after seeing Jiang Yuan turn the corner she eventually pressed on. It's just that right now she's really kind of sitting on her hands. Little arachnid, I'm on my way. She murmured and hastily opened the recharge screen. Everyone's emotions in the large live broadcast room were deeply pulled by the killer spider. Except they weren't sure about the killer spiders they were talking about. That is, Jiang Yuan had long ago taken advantage of the fact that he had broken away from the fight when he flew out backwards just now. It was only his spider doppelganger that was fighting them furiously at the moment. It seems that with the strength of the split spider, it's still a bit difficult to take down these three foreign beasts. But with me, it's not a big problem. Looking at the battle not far away, Jiang Yuan calmly analyzed it. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 100 W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 1 W of evolution points. Evolution points have met the demand for evolution. Does the host open evolution? Suddenly, a system voice sounded. Righteous Father, what does this mean? However, it's not over. As the battle at the scene became more and more intense, the spider doppelganger fell further and further into the wind. The beeping in his head was still going on. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 100 W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 1 W of evolution points. Evolution points have met the demand for evolution. Does the host open evolution? The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 100 W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 1 W of evolution points. Evolution points have met the demand for evolution. Does the host open evolution? The series of voices also caused Jiang Yuan to speculate. Righteous Father, wouldn't you think that I can't beat them, so you want to kryptonite me to improve my strength? Boom! Just as the words fell, a shocking sound erupted from the field. Jiang Yuan raised his eyes and saw that the battle on the field seemed to have entered a white-hot stage. The spider doppelganger was completely no match for Lu Fuguei's party without his manipulation. I'll explain to my righteous father when the time comes, I'll settle them first. Jiang Yuan's heart lifted slightly. Ho ho ho! At this point, after flinging the spider doppelganger away once again, the three foreign beasts roared out one after another and quickly ran towards Jiang Yuan. Looking at their actions, it was as if they wanted to take advantage of this strike to completely exterminate Jiang Yuan. Chapter 48, Transmigration and False Death. It's about time. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan's eyes blazed as a spider silk wrapped in venom instantly cut through the air and blasted at the three beasts one after another. When all the attacks of the three beasts landed on the spider detachment, Jiang Yuan's attack came suddenly. With a few crisp thuds, a cloud of blood abruptly appeared on the bodies of the three beasts. Immediately following, Jiang Yuan pulled on the spider silk and directly ripped a large piece of flesh and blood down from the three beasts. Ho ho ho! The three beasts shook and roared repeatedly, obviously injured by this blow, and under the tension of the battle, no one noticed Jiang Yuan's secret hands and feet in the slightest. It's just that the split spiders are more miserable compared to them. His whole body was covered with slap marks and knife marks, and his snow-white body was dyed through red not to mention. It was as if that body was going to shatter, and I was really afraid that if it continued it would fall apart completely. Brothers, victory is at hand. Come on, punch punch punch. Good guy, I call good guy straight up. This killer spider is finally dying. God knows how long I've been waiting for this scene. The live audience was excited. Brothers, take advantage of his illness. Lu Fuguei hissed out loudly with even more excitement. He didn't care about the injuries on the contracted beast and immediately authorized another siege on Jiang Yuan. And Jiang Yuan looked at the image in front of him blandly. Now that all three of those beasts had been injected with their own venom, it was thought that they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Even if it holds up, isn't this still yourself? Thinking of this, the corner of Jiang Yuan's mouth lifted up a smile. It's time for my contracted beast to make an appearance. Jiang Yuan immediately closed his eyes and began to authorize his person to ascend to the record of 10,000 beasts, so that his contracted low-grade plum blossom deer would quickly arrive. After doing so, Jiang Yuan looked back at the scene. At this point, The battle has come to a white-hot stage. Bang, bang, bang. Loud collision sounds exploded continuously. The spider doppelganger was getting worse and worse, and blood was bubbling out of his body. It doesn't look like it's going to work anytime soon. And compared to the spider doppelganger, the situation of those three foreign beasts was not optimistic either. Under Jiang Yuan's occasional strikes and the erosion of the toxins, even though they were C+ exotic beasts, they were still greatly affected. It was thought that if it continued any further, the great probability of ending up meeting the three foreign beasts and Jiang Yuan's doppelganger would be a defeat for both of them. It was also just me who held them off at first, and I've been helping out behind the scenes. Otherwise my spider doppelganger should have fallen long ago. Looking at the scene, Jiang Yuan was still analyzing it. After all, being able to accurately know his own strength was a good thing for Jiang Yuan. Oh, arrived? At that moment, Jiang Yuan sensed a familiar aura coming from afar. The owner of this aura was clearly none other than the low-grade exotic beast plum blossom deer that his own person was contracted to. Now that we're here, let's get it over with. With a mutter, Jiang Yuan closed his eyes and began to take over the control of the spider doppelganger. Hiss! Jiang Yuan moved his body, and he realized that the injuries he had sustained were far more serious than they appeared on the outside. It's worthy of being a team-up of three C+ class alien beasts. Jiang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. But that's as far as it goes. Hiss! Jiang Yuan let out a shocking roar as his two front feet erupted with two distinctly different radiant lights. Immediately following that, he executed the demonic shadow thousand weights, stirring out the remaining spiritual energy in his body to the maximum extent. The three beasts on the other side also sensed Jiang Yuan's intentions. It was just that Jiang Yuan's speed was so fast that the two flying mantises could barely dodge it, but the apes that Lu Fuguei had contracted weren't so fast. Come on, the three of us together. Lu Fuguei's heart jumped hard and he was the first to shout. Just take this blow and he's gone. I don't believe that the three of us can't receive this strike even if we join hands. Okay. Lu Fuguei's words were immediately recognized by the other two players. The three beasts roared out one after another, then released their own breath to the maximum extent to rush straight towards Jiang Yuan. Good coming. Jiang Yuan smiled freely as two very different auras rose up. A chill washed over the sky and a blaze was as hot as fire. Boom! It was immediately followed by a loud bang. Golden palm light, crimson heat flames and icy blue frosty light illuminated the entire darkness. The powerful fluctuation of breath even caused the surrounding earth to shake repeatedly. Inside the live broadcast room, even though the light was blinding, all the viewers were still gazing with bated breath for fear of missing something. Even Su Meng, who had been kryptonizing for Jiang Yuan, was the same. Little arachnid, you mustn't be okay. Boom! I don't know how long it took, but the light gradually faded down. Vaguely, the crowd saw a beastly figure inside. Who really won? The viewers of the live stream cast their eyes around. Next, the crowd's expression froze. This was because they noticed that the beastly figure standing in the glow was clearly Jiang Yuan. At this point, his body was so tattered that it was as if it was going to die out when the wind blew, and at his side lay three ponderous bodies. One was covered in ice and one was scorched black. The last one, on the other hand, is the most amazing. It looked like it had been blown up by a bomb, and not a single piece of its body could be found intact. It could only be roughly distinguished through its face as the ape that Lu Fuguei had contracted. Holy, did that killer spider win? The whole 6 foreign beasts joined hands to surround him, and he still won? Who else can beat this killer spider in the future? I'm numb straight away. Then the player who contracted this killer spider comes out. I solemnly declare. I want to apologize to you. Great, little arachnid one. Su Meng clenched her small fists tightly, excitement written all over her small face. Just the next second. Jingle bells. A bell rang. It was none other than Dear Father that was shown on the screen. Crap, it was still discovered by Dad. As soon as she saw the caller, Su Meng's breath couldn't help but stutter. Dream, are you taking my words for granted? And you're charging it all in one lump sum, as if I couldn't find out, right? I'm telling you, from now on, I'm stopping all your cards. The call had just been answered, and a burst of angry curses came from the other end of the line as expected. Su Meng pursed her lips. Stopping the card didn't really affect her. Anyway, there's a butler at home, a maid, and whatever you want to eat can be arranged. But, seeing Jiang Yuan who was covered in wounds, Su Meng sucked in her breath. Little arachnid is so badly injured now. I want to help him recover. Thinking about this, Su Meng kept thinking about what it would take to get her father to agree to her kryptonite. There! Suddenly, Su Meng's aura flashed. The other side. As the Fey Beast died, a string of large, bright red letters appeared on the live broadcast interface. We lost. Lu Fuguei was stunned and had lost his mind. This killer spider actually won. Yo! A voice came out abruptly from within the record of 10,000 beasts. Lu Fuguei raised his eyes and saw a plum blossom deer in the distance rapidly running over. His eyes just colored with a flash of anticipation, but they quickly darkened again. It was because he could see that the merganser was only of E rank. In the Book of All Beasts, it's the same as meat that runs. No, there's still a chance. Dude, I think you're watching me live, right? As long as you exterminate this killer spider now, I'll give an additional 500 W bounty. After Lu Fugue finished speaking, he stared at the screen of the record of 10,000 beasts with a deadly stare. Chapter 49, Faking Death Successfully. Lu Fugue finished, breathing heavily. Full of thoughts of killing this killer spider. Yo! Within the record of 10,000 beasts, I don't know if it was Lu Fugue's words that did the trick. The merganser deer encountered the killer spider and didn't retreat there, but instead gallantly and quickly ran away. When it came to the side, it leapt high into the air and lifted its front hoof and stomped right down. Bang! This killer spider tried to resist, but his speed was too slow. Finally, under a kick from Plum Deer, it flew straight backward. Hiss! He let out a hiss and struggled to get up. Only just getting to his feet, he slumped back to the ground, motionless. With this, inside the live feed, a dead silence fell over the entire scene. Only after a moment of silence did the pop-ups come out like a tidal wave. I lost it, the unstoppable killer spider is gone. It's just the last one. Why wasn't I the one who exterminated him just now? $10 million, holy. Why am I not the one who gets the $10 million? Help! Fake, right, to end up being picked up by an E-rank merganser? This is even worse than killing me. Unlike the live broadcast audience, Lu Fugue's mood that had been taught instantly loosened. Despite his heavy losses, his heart instincts flowed freely at the sight of the death of the hated killer spiders. It just wasn't clear how he would feel if he knew that Zhang Yuan was not only not dead, but had also been hiding not far from the battlefield. I didn't realize that blazing fire and frost unleashed together would even create an explosion. Zhang Yuan shook his head and muttered, if it wasn't a diversion just now, if it was my main body that used it, I'm afraid that all the foreign beasts present will have to perish. Zhang Yuan smacked his lips and was a bit surprised. This is a marvelous skill if utilized properly. Lu Fugue is really a good person. Not only does it allow me to discover new skills, but it also allows me to collect bounties. Phew! Laughing, Zhang Yuan instantly unleashed the demon shadow 1000 weight and left the battle scene. Here, it's enough to leave it to your own person to clean. Hiss! When rushing back to the nest, Zhang Yuan could no longer hold his tongue and opened his mouth. System, evolve me. Evolving for the host. Accompanied by the system's voice, Zhang Yuan's voice let out a crackling and crisp sound. Hiss! Zhang Yuan, who had evolved many times, kept hissing while quietly waiting for the evolution to end. In the meantime, Dad, I'm going to tell you a secret. Inside the luxurious villa, Su Meng had been waiting for Su Ruffing to finish cursing. Only then did she take a deep breath. Oh, what? Su Ruffing subconsciously returned. It's... Su Meng was about to speak when her eyes inadvertently noticed Lu Fugue's live stream. A screen full of pop-ups cheering the live broadcast of Zhang Yuan being exterminated followed. Upon further inspection, there was no sign of the little arachnid at the scene, only a merganser standing. The moment. She was dumbfounded, frozen in a daze. Dream, what did you say? No. Nothing. Su Meng panicked and said incoherently, Dad, I'll hang up first. Toodaloo. As her voice fell, she hurriedly opened the record of 10,000 beasts forum. She didn't know what had just happened, but if she thought about it, she knew that there must be news flowing out of the record of 10,000 beasts forum. After all, Zhang Yuan was the existence with the most heat within the record of 10,000 beasts. Sure enough, as soon as she boarded the forum of the record of all beasts, at a glance there are dozens of just posted threads. The post was also simple, all about celebrating the fall of the little arachnid. No, it won't, just now the little arachnid was clearly alright. Su Meng shook her head incredulously and clicked on a post with a trembling hand. There is a video in this thread. It was the very image that had the image about Zhang Yuan being hunted. When quietly reading it, Su Meng's small face turned white. How could she not have realized that so much had happened just in the split second it took her to answer the phone? Little spider. The little arachnid is gone. She murmured, her eyes lost in thought. Zhang Yuan, who was in the process of evolving, could not know about Su Meng's side. At this moment, a system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for successful evolution and obtaining the active talent plunder. Looting, can loot talents that originally belonged to him from the rest of the Fae and such. Oh, the system's voice had just sounded and Zhang Yuan couldn't help but grin. Plunder, that's a good talent. Ho ho ho. Congratulations, master, congratulations, master. Daddy, you seem to have gotten stronger again. He had just opened his eyes when he saw that the two beasts, Moonchaser and Flowing Glow, were in front of him. The streamer fluttered its wings with an ecstatic look. Compared to her, chasing the moon was going to seem quite a bit more fearful. It seems to have startled both of them when they evolved themselves. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan slowly collected his own aura and said, you guys go down first. When the two beasts left, he immediately opened the attribute panel. Host, Zhang Yuan. Species, Frost Spider. Level, B-. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Eye of the Evil Spider, Shadow of 1,000 Shadows, Blazing Blade of Fire, Frostblade of Frost, Diversion, Plunder. Passive gift, Body of the Evil Spider. Evolution points, 30,000/120,000. An Inferno Frost Demon Spider? Did I take the skill to cause it? John Yuan looked up and down at his body. Suddenly he made his latest discovery, somehow after stepping into the B order. Not only did the two front feet radiate light, even his stepping feet gave birth to light. The right stepping foot shimmered with a fiery light, while the left one emitted a faint icy blue light. It seems that it should not be a skill, but my body. John Yuan smiled, he looked even better in this appearance. And he could also detect that his own strength was stronger as well. After studying it for a while, John Yuan collected his thoughts and proceeded to open the chat box with his righteous father. Why isn't righteous father online? Seeing that his righteous father's online time was an hour ago, John Yuan left words of thanks on the chat box as usual. Then again, it's only a week or so before the game comes down. Should I explain to my righteous father about the game coming down? After editing it, John Yuan couldn't help but think about it again. So far, he's been strong in the eyes of the general public. But for that, John Yuan had no intention of being satisfied. After all, when the game comes down, he's on the opposite side of humanity. Humans, on the other hand, have no shortage of some extremely lethal weapons. For example, the mushroom egg. Ask yourself, John Yuan feels that the current self cannot resist at all. Forget it, let's wait until righteous father comes online. But when he saw that his righteous father had not yet come online, he could only dismiss that thought for now. Now it's better to read the post on the Book of All Beasts. Making up his mind, John Yuan clicked on the forum of the record of 10,000 beasts. A glance. He then saw countless flaming posts. There was no doubt that all these posts were celebrating John Yuan's meteoric rise. That damn killer spider is finally dead. Thank you, Brother Lu. Brother Lu has really gone through a lot of trouble in order to return a favorable environment to us players. Lu, I love you. Hiya, I can't believe that cute female player saw the contracted beast die. Will it be a crybaby? Chapter 50, Potential Killers. John Yuan grunted coldly. How could his own righteous father be as stupid as them? Moreover, once righteous father logged into the record of 10,000 beasts, but he could see himself. Suddenly, John Yuan let out a soft eek and looked at one of the posts with interest. On that post, it was clearly written that Lu Fugue had offered a reward of $10 million to exterminate the killer spider, which was ultimately picked up by an E-ranked plum blossom deer. Clicking on it, John Yuan was able to understand the ins and outs. This Lu Fugue really wants to kill me, and he even increased the bounty at the end. John Yuan smacked his lips and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. In that case, it's time for me to collect the bounty. Same time, outside the luxury villa, John Yuan personally opened his eyes. Phew! He looked back and swept his eyes at the luxurious villa before he took out his cell phone and contacted Lu Fugue first. After confirming that he was a player of Plum Deer, Lu Fugue called in a hurry. Bro, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, this hunt for the killer spider siege would have been declared a failure. Hearing this, John Yuan was amused. It was really hard to imagine how Lu Fugue would feel if he was clear that he was the killer spider he wanted to hunt. I'm just doing it for the reward, too. Lu Fugue smiled brightly and said, Brother, don't worry. $10 million, Lu Fugue, will do what I say. Where are you? I'm going to bring it to you. I'm in Guanghan province. John Yuan quickly reported the address. You're near me, just wait, I'll be right over for you. I'll have a nice chat with you when I get there. Okay, I'll talk to you then. Seeing Lu Fugue so interested, John Yuan was happy and almost laughed out loud. Lu Fugue, he doesn't really think of himself as a benefactor, does he? He wouldn't be pissed off if he knew what really happened, would he? Next, John Yuan chatted with him a few more times before hanging up. As soon as the bounty arrives, I'll be able to upgrade on the plumed deer. $10 million is estimated to raise several ranks. Once he thought of this, John Yuan's mood was inevitably a bit soothed. But just as John Yuan was about to leave here, his brows suddenly furrowed. There's something weird. At this moment, in John Yuan's perception, he saw that there was a van that was quickly speeding this way. From the van stepped several long, burly geezers. John Yuan could sense that one of them was odd. The aura emitted was completely different from that of an ordinary person. Just before he could think too much about it, he saw a man in a suit come out of the villa and greet the group one after the other. Recognize? Strange? It's a pity that this is just a diversion, and the spiritual power has been weakened too much. Otherwise I can hear them all. Sighing, John Yuan hesitated and did not choose to leave. To be honest, these people were overly eccentric and he was a bit worried about his righteous father. Better to wait, waiting won't take long for me anyway. Villa. After the butler welcomed the group into the villa, he whispered, Don't blame me for not warning you. My young lady has a bodyguard by her side. She was a special forces soldier before, and is said to have won first place in a martial arts competition. You guys be careful. A bearded middle-aged man at the head of the group said with a disdainful face, A mere special forces soldier is nothing in my hands. Said. His palms suddenly exerted force, and his arms abruptly swelled up, the veins on his arms rippled, looking extremely appalling. Then he flicked his hand up, and one of the men beside him had the good sense to bring over an iron rod. Click, click, click. As he exerted his force, he only saw the iron rod twisted into a twisted shape as if it were made of plastic. This, said the steward, his face horrified. You don't know that, do you? This is our boss's power. With all of his power exploding, even a speeding minivan can be forced to stop. No matter how strong that bodyguard is the killing power faster than a speeding minivan? The three juniors beside him were full of smugness, and the butler listened and subconsciously shook his head. To be honest, it was the first time in his life that he had seen someone with this kind of strength. Except then I wouldn't necessarily be able to take the spider from them. Pondering in his mind, the surface butler smiled and nodded. Since you guys possess this kind of strength, then I am relieved. But you must not forget the cooperation between us. Ha 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 ha. The bearded man laughed brightly. Don't worry, as long as we take down that female player, we'll control her to log into the record of 10,000 beasts at the first opportunity, and then wait until we've hunted down that killer spider. It'll split $1 million. Hearing this, the butler laughed in the back of his mind. Splitting $1 million with me? And hunting that killer spider? That's very nice of you guys to think of. These, however, are all mine. Okay, then I'll be waiting here for your good news. The butler's surface was like a spring breeze, and his eyebrows were still looking upstairs, so it was clear that he meant to say that Su Meng was up there. Let's go! With a wave of his hand, the bearded man took a few of his minions and headed upstairs in a hurry. Just as they reached the second floor, they saw a cold woman dressed in a leather jacket and leather pants. Her brow was a bit English, and her eyes were even more particularly stern. She was none other than Su Meng's bodyguard, Sister Lu. Who are you people? Ha ha ha, I didn't realize this beauty was quite good looking. Just by looking at her body, I can tell she's practiced. And I wonder if it would be more comfortable to clip it? Ha, watch out, she'll clip you in one go. A few of the boys didn't respond to Sister Willow's words, but instead looked at her legs nastily, commenting on them with relish. Seek death. Sister Willow let out a cold cry, her long legs moving. Her figure flashed out like the wind, and she charged straight at one of the juniors. The little brother raised his fist and slammed it hard, and Sister Lu crouched down and put the little brother on the ground with one hand. Ouch! A cry of pain elicited the remaining two minions to look at each other before they yelled and rushed towards Sister Willow. It's just that they come and go so quickly. In a matter of seconds, she was all ate up by Sister Willow. For the last time. Who the hell are you guys? Sister Lu coldly swept the people underneath her, then her gaze went to the bearded man. She knew that this was the head. Yo, little beauty, why is your temper so hot? The bearded man laughed softly and said, I just don't know if you're this hot in bed, too. Seek death. With a whisper, Sister Willow took the lead. She dove toward the bearded man. The bearded man acted as if he hadn't reacted, and didn't do anything at all to fend it off. Good chance, Sister Lu said in her heart, and her movements were much more ferocious. Chapter 51, Who are you? The bearded man acted as if he hadn't reacted, and didn't do anything at all to fend it off. Bang! But when Sister Ryu thought that the blow would send him flying, her face changed in fear after the hit. It just hit her like she was hitting steel. The bearded man didn't move a muscle, and in turn, she was in pain. Little beauty, is that all the strength you have? The bearded man laughed. Humph. Sister Lu snorted coldly and raised her hand to roll it, a short blade appearing in her hand. With the short blade in her hand, she gently leapt up and stabbed at the bearded man like a hungry tiger. Her movements were a perfect example of what it meant to be fast and accurate. At this moment, the bearded man moved. He growled out, and the muscles in his entire body instantly expanded. Roar! He let out a hiss like a wild animal. Immediately after, lifting her hand lightly, she grabbed Sister Willow's arm. Sister Lu moved slightly, but it felt as if she was being clamped in a steel vise. But she didn't sit back and wait for it to happen. She spun around and lifted her foot to kick at the bearded man at speed. However, her foot had only just lifted when the bearded man's arm moved and slammed her right out of the way. Bang! Ryu hit the wall with a jarring thud. Ahem! Collapsing to the ground, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Sister Willow's mouth. She looked at the bearded man who looked as if he had changed his appearance, and her horror could not be suppressed from surfacing. Sister Willow, what happened? Also just as Sister Lu was horrified, a voice reached the ears of the crowd. Looking at the voice, it was a pale young girl. It was just that even though her face was pale, she could still tell from her three-dimensional features that this was a big beauty. Sister Willow! Upon seeing everything, Su Meng's eyes widened considerably. Get her! As soon as the bearded man saw her, his eyes lit up and he immediately commanded his men. Because he knew that this was the very same player who had been offered a bounty. As long as they captured her and then logged into the record of 10,000 beasts and authorized the killer spider to offer no resistance, they would be able to obtain the $5 million bounty. Miss Willow gritted her teeth and made a show of trying to get up. Only before she could stand up, a huge force suddenly struck her. Only to see the bearded man take her by the hand and toss her aside like a piece of trash. Bang! Suffering heavy blows one after another, Sister Lu couldn't hold on any longer and paralyzed on the ground panting heavily. And seeing them come over, Su Meng trembled. She tried to escape, but was caught in the twinkling of an eye. You guys, let go of me. Su Meng kept struggling. Little beauty, don't worry, we won't hurt you. The bearded man flashed a smile and said, we're looking for you. And not for anything else, simply just need you to hand over that killer spider within the record of 10,000 beasts. Just hand it over and I promise you'll be fine. Hand over the killer spider? Su Meng froze, just as if she hadn't expected them to come for this reason. How's it going, pretty girl? Is life more important, or that killer spider? Weigh yourself. The bearded man spoke again at this point. The little arachnid is gone. Su Meng subconsciously said, her beautiful eyes more especially dark. She blamed herself so much. If he hadn't been afraid of being found out by his father, earlier, perhaps the little arachnid would have been fine. Dead? The bearded man froze and looked at each other with his many men. No way. The bearded man vetoed first. But when he saw Su Meng's dark eyes, a flash of suspicion flashed through his eyes. Then he signaled one of his men to go and take a look on the record of 10,000 beasts for him. You go and take a look. Yes. One of the henchmen immediately opened the record of 10,000 beasts for him. Without searching, he saw a number of hot posts above him. 60+ beasts join hands to attack the killer spider, completely solving the player's hidden danger. The killer spider was eventually picked up by an E-rank cicadier. The final reward for killer spiders is $10 million. Old boss, she didn't lie to me, that killer spider really died. A few moments later, after skimming, the henchman looked up slightly. What? The bearded man exclaimed in disbelief and grabbed the phone. At this look, he was dumbfounded. Dead. Really dead. Snap. The reward is gone too. Believe it now? I don't have what you want here. Looking at the expressions of a few people, Su Meng pursed her lips, blithely not putting the few of them in her mind. After all, the little arachnid is gone. They can't grab it at all. Only her thoughts were born. The bearded man viciously threw his cell phone to the side and said, treadmill. Since that killer spider is dead, get me the money when you step on it, or I'll take your life. The bearded man's eyes snapped as he raised his hand and grabbed towards Su Meng. Ah! Su Meng trembled and closed her eyes even more in shock. Miss, Sister Lu would like to save Su Meng, but she just couldn't stand up at all with her traumatized body. Bang! Ouch! However, after waiting a few seconds, Willow's voice came to a screeching halt. Su Meng didn't feel any pain either. Instead, a muffled sound and wailing rang in her ears. She opened her eyes bravely. Just in time, he saw a thin figure standing right in front of him, and the bearded man who was about to take a shot at himself just now was covering his arm, falling to the ground and wailing continuously. She looked at the figure in front of her, and for some reason, an extreme sense of security rose in her heart, as if being behind him was the safest area. She stared, a little lost in thought for a moment. Tramp, kid, you're looking for death. That's when the bearded man who fell to the ground reacted. He growled out and raised his fist as big as a casserole and charged straight at him. Look out! Su Meng was about to warn the figure in front of him. Before the words could fall, her eyes snapped open. See only. The figure in front of him moved. His speed was very fast, so fast that it could not be captured with the naked eye. Su Meng only felt a trance, and the figure in front of her seemed to be standing in place without moving, and the bearded man charging at himself fell to the ground again. Boss! At that moment, two more roars rang out from behind Su Meng. Only. Su Meng had only just turned her head to look, when she saw the two of them as if they had been struck by a cannonball, their figures flying backwards at great speed. Finally, he fell to the ground, coughed out a mouthful of blood dryly, and collapsed directly into unconsciousness. Looking again at the figure beside him, it was as if he had been standing right where he was. What is this? This? Su Meng was shocked, not understanding what was happening at all. Tramp! At this time the bearded man who fell on the ground spat, then immediately stood up and ran outside. After one blow after another, he realized that he was no match for this man. If we continue, we may have to explain ourselves here. Wanna go? With a soft shout, the silhouette blocking Su Meng's way chased after him. Who are you? Su Meng couldn't help but ask. Because, she felt that there was something familiar about this person. Like I've seen it before. Chapter 52, The Gifted. Me? The figure shook his head and smiled, not responding for a long time. Because he was none other than Zhang Yuan who had been staying outside. In the rush to get here, he knew it too. The girl in front of her was her own indentured servant, the one she called her righteous father. But in the face of her, Zhang Yuan is really not sure whether he should shout righteous father or Zhang Yuan. Solely Zhang Yuan said his real name and then chased straight towards the bearded man. In fact, if it wasn't for the fear that his righteous father wouldn't be able to accept it, the bearded man wouldn't have been able to run out at all. Zhang Yuan? With this, Su Meng looked at Zhang Yuan's back and murmured in a low voice. Am I having an illusion? How come it feels a bit like the little arachnid? Bang, bang, bang. With this bearded man striding down the stairs, he soon encountered the butler who was waiting outside the door. Well, brother, did you get the reward money? I'll take Nima. The bearded man was furious at the sight of the butler. The mansion has such a great guy sitting in it, and he doesn't say so ahead of time. Is it because you want me to die? And there's a bounty on it. Treadmill was killed long ago in the game and doesn't even know that. The more he thought about it, the more angry the bearded man's heart became. The butler was still puzzled when he was greeted by an angry punch from the bearded man. Bang! A punch landed and the butler screamed miserably. He fell to the ground, his eyes went black, and he went straight to unconsciousness. Humph! Zhang Yuan coldly grunted while continuing to chase after the bearded man. Even though he didn't know what was going on with this butler, bringing this group in was enough to sentence him to death. Now that the bearded man had taken a shot at him, it saved him from taking matters into his own hands and making his righteous family see blood. When he ran out of the villa, Zhang Yuan looked at the bearded man who was continuously fleeing and revealed a cold smile. Once you're out of the villa, it's time for you to report to the Yellow Springs. With a soft shout, Zhang Yuan's figure strangely disappeared in place. Bang! Immediately afterward, a muffled sound rang out not far away. What the hell are you? The bearded man fell to the ground spitting blood. At this very moment, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Zhang Yuan. Obviously, he was already extremely strong, but in the face of the silhouette in front of him, it was actually as if he was facing a blood-craving ferocious beast. Go to hell and ask. A soft voice came into his ears and Zhang Yuan had already taken a step out gently. Bang, bang, bang. There was an eerie rattling sound coming from the ground steeply. When the bearded man looked down, he saw that a path of cold ice was rapidly extending out from the soles of Zhang Yuan's feet towards him. This is... He was horrified and was about to cry out in alarm when the cold ice that spread out froze him into an ice sculpture in an instant. Knock! At this time, Zhang Yuan lightly stepped on the ground and the ice sculpture seemed to be affected, instantly turning into broken ice and falling all over the place. Just then, his cell phone let out a ring. When I opened it, it was Lu Fugue who called. It should be him coming over, then I'll go ahead and collect the bounty. Looking at the villa, Zhang Yuan picked up Lu Fugue's phone. It wasn't bad as he expected. Lu Fugue had already arrived in the neighborhood. After meeting him at the location, Zhang Yuan hung up and rushed to his destination. Zhang Yuan didn't realize that not long after he left, a sinister figure came here. Fluctuations in aura? It's the bearded guy, and another one is Ice, a tribute gifted person? Upon seeing the broken ice scattered underneath, the man's pupils shrank. With this, Zhang Yuan had already walked into a restaurant, and next after reporting Lu Fugue's name, a waiter brought him to a private room. Just as he reached the doorway, Zhang Yuan's powerful spiritual power made his ear weigh a few more subtle sounds. Brother Lu, this is $10 million, Brother Lu, you think I want to give it? Without waiting for the man to speak, Lu Fugue scolded, but I said it all in the live broadcast. If I didn't give it, the internet would have flushed me rotten. Lu Fugue paused for a moment and continued, do you know what I asked you guys to come over for? What? Later on when he comes, we'll fool around together to get him to charge all his money into the record of 10,000 beasts. When the time comes, we'll promise some more favors, and when the time comes, I'll let him go to the secret realm with me, so I can increase the heat of the live broadcast, and I can also take the opportunity to kill his contracted beasts. 2 for the price of 1. But where did we get the secret world? Idiot, don't you know how to set up your own without a secret place? In the box, the discussion continued. Zhang Yuan's eyes outside the door narrowed slightly. So, he's still fighting this. Zhang Yuan smiled, and a flash of ice and cold passed through his eyes. It's just that you guys are underestimating me too. Knock knock. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan knocked on the door of the room. The voices inside stopped at once, and the door opened quickly. Zhang Yuan approached and noticed Lu Fugue, who was dressed in a hipster brand, at a glance. Beside him sat 3 others who looked like they should be his lapdogs. Yo, bro, I didn't realize you were so young. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, Lu Fugue revealed a kind smile. He acted so well that if he hadn't just heard their selfish desires, Zhang Yuan would have had a hard time associating the two together. Here's the $10 million I promised you, brother, so keep it. When Zhang Yuan was seated, Lu Fugue was the first to offer a $10 million bank card. Dude, how are you going to spend this money? Seeing him open up the subject, Zhang Yuan immediately spoke, it must be topping up the record of 10,000 beasts. After all, $10 million is enough to raise my contracted beasts by many ranks. I just need to properly hunt the foreign beasts in there in the future before passing the trade, and I'll definitely reap more than $10 million. Zhang Yuan's words caused the people at the scene to freeze. Each looked at Zhang Yuan with a confused expression. Obviously they didn't expect that Zhang Yuan would be the first to speak out the results before they could even make a move. Ha 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 ha. After freezing for a while, Lu Fugue laughed out loud and enthusiastically patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Little brother, that idea of yours coincides with mine. I really hate to meet you. Tell you what, I found a secret realm in there earlier, but unfortunately I haven't had time to explore it yet in order to hunt the killer spiders. Why don't we go together in a few days? What's the reward? We'll split it together then. Boss, the heavenly treasures inside that secret realm are all worth at least $1 million. You. Shut up. It's just a mere $1 million, so what if it's a welcome gift for little brother? Watching the two perform, Jiang Yuan sneered in his heart. However, on the surface he put on a look of gratitude and said, Brother Lu, you really think highly of me. In that case, I'll take Brother Lu's honor. Ha 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 ha. Lu Fugui laughed loudly and treated Jiang Yuan with even more enthusiasm. Only after 3 rounds of drinking did Jiang Yuan and their party part ways one by one. Jiang Yuan did not choose to go back, but found a place to stay near his righteous father's house. The appearance of the bearded man counted as a wake-up call to Jiang Yuan. He couldn't let anything happen to his righteous father, and after entering the hotel room, Jiang Yuan directly boarded the record of 10,000 beasts, only to see his contracted merganser staying inside the cave. He looked at it, then immediately charged all the money in his bank card into the record of 10,000 beasts. You have recharged $10 million and it is being converted into evolution points for you. Conversion successful. Current evolution point balance, 10W. Evolution points have met the evolution demand. Is it time to upgrade your contracted beast? Okay, add me some. Fill them all up. Accompanied by Jiang Yuan's shouts, the plum blossom deer inside the cave was continuously undergoing mutations. Chapter 53, Harvesting the Bounty. Inside the cave of the Book of 10,000 Beasts. Yoo-hoo-hoo. Shocking cries came out, and countless lights blossomed on the plum blossom deer's body. The aura emanating from its body also rose crazily at this moment. Ho ho ho! Its mutation caused the foreign beasts present to make a commotion. Flowing Firefly and Moon Chasing all came running, looking at the plum blossom deer with horrified faces. Hiss! At this time, Jiang Yuan's consciousness returned to his body as he slowly walked from the depths of the cave. Master! Daddy! What's wrong with this merganser? You stay out of this. Just watch well. Jiang Yuan's voice was calm, but his 8 eyes let out rays of excitement. Charging millions of dollars, and not knowing what kind of scenery his weak contracted beasts from his previous life would turn into. Yoo-hoo-hoo! And I don't know how long it took. The glow around the merganser faded. At this time, it had a drastic change in appearance. Originally a brown fur flash launch, vaguely through the green, crimson 2 kinds of colorful light. It looked, fairy-like, a complete beast of burden. And as soon as it appeared, even the air of the cave was filled with a faint scent. Wow, that smells good. So refreshing, this. What the hell is going on here? Not only incense, I feel like I'm about to break through. My god. Flowing Firefly and Moonchaser opened their mouths in horror, but their faces carried a few moments of intoxication. Actually, not only them, some of the foreign beasts on the periphery of the cave were even more intoxicated on their faces as they sensed the aura. Even the aura emanating from his body had a hidden tendency to break through. Among them, Jiang Yuan was the only one who was the most calm, but even he was a bit surprised to be confronted with a mutated merganser. Yo! At that moment a loud deer sound rang out. This plum blossom deer whose appearance had changed drastically opened its eyes slightly and looked at Jiang Yuan with eyes full of gratitude. Follow closely. Its body shook and the antlers on its head fell to the ground. It slightly arched its body and gave its antlers to Jiang Yuan. 2 colored deer antlers. Consumption enhances all of one's abilities and comes with the power of a sacred deer. Yo! When Jiang Yuan checked it out, it slightly crouched down again at Jiang Yuan as a sign of submission. Master! Ha! This time Jiang Yuan was a bit surprised. Not only because of the Tokido female voice born from this merganser. More than that, it still knows what it is. Type, bicolored deer. Level, C. Active talent, Shimeji, the year of the deer, capable of catching any hint of what's going on and using it to track down the truth. Shimeji's stomp. Ability is determined by the light that shines on his body. Shimeji's descent. Ability is determined by the light that shines on his body. Passive gift, 2 colored light, green for vitality, red for rage. Upon seeing the merganser. No, when the panel of the 2 colored deer, Jiang Yuan realized why it could discover itself. Gifted Shimeji. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, then as he moved down to see its subsequent talent introduction, a look of consternation surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. This talent introduction, how could he somehow not understand it? Bicolored deer, use your talent. Yes, master. The 2 colored deer nodded, followed by a loud deer call. Immediately after, a flash of turquoise light was seen blossoming from the 2 colored deer. Wherever he passed, a little light sprinkled down, and the ground sprouted a lot of shoots, like everything was reviving. Not only that, Jiang Yuan could sense that the aura around him was also growing. Ow! At that moment, Chasing the Moon let out a roar. When he raised his hand to look at it, he saw a green glow converging around it. Under this glow, its breath grew violently. The body became erect, giving it more curves, while its otherwise dark fur became translucent. With its graceful curves, it looked like a noblewoman dressed in black. This is evolution? At this scene, Jiang Yuan could not help but stare in disbelief. A few moments later, ow! Chasing the Moon let out a long whistle, and a panel then appeared before Jiang Yuan's eyes. Type, Blasted Werewolf. Level, C-. Active talents, Wind Claw, Godspeed, Stormroll, Vicious Bite. Passive talents, Crown of Kings, Whispering Moon, will be illuminated by the moonlight, and will gain great self-healing ability under the moonlight. Holy! Looking at the panel, Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. He knew that it was the two-toned deer that brought it all about. Looks like it has a terrifying natural skill. It's only 1000 W to raise it to C rank. If I want to raise my level, I have to find another way out. Zhang Yuan pondered in the bottom of his heart, while Chasing Moon had a brilliant light flowing in his eyes after sensing his ability for a while. You just evolved, eat something to replenish yourself first. Zhang Yuan shook his head, and a haze of light appeared in the field out of nowhere. These are all heavenly treasures given away after millions of kryptonite. As soon as these things appeared, the streaming firefly swooped forward and gobbled them up. Looking at it, it looked like an evil spirit that hadn't had enough to eat for hundreds of years. As she devoured the heavenly materials, her eyes glanced in the direction of Chasing the Moon from time to time. Aha! Why can Chasing Moon evolve and I can't? No, I must raise my strength as soon as possible as well. It's the only way I can keep an eye on it. Otherwise, it's really going to be my mom. The cryptic words in his mind caused Flowing Glow to shiver and devour a lot faster. Zhang Yuan smiled at this. Even though he wasn't sure what was going on in Ryo's mind, this was naturally a good thing. After all, as the time for the game to descend into reality drew nearer and nearer, the higher the strength of the line of Flowing Glow and Chasing the Moon was raised, the better. It's the only way to survive the game when it comes down. Just why isn't Righteous Father online yet? Thinking of the game descending, Zhang Yuan's chat interface with his Righteous Father appeared in his mind. The latest online time of Righteous Father shown above is still the same as before. How am I going to talk to Righteous Father about Gamefall if he hasn't been online? And at this point, inside a villa, Lu Fugue is staying with his 3 dog legs. With the fall of the last Fae, he was quite lucky this time. Contracted a D+ rank beast, after some kryptonite this beast has been promoted to C rank. Brother Lu, I found a place in the record of 10,000 beasts that just happens to be a secret realm. At that moment, the dog's leg beside him suddenly spoke up. Oh, where? Show me. Lu Fugue let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly followed. Not much longer. They came to an area. This area is so different from the surrounding area that it not only gives off a refreshing aroma. When they first came this way, they could still feel a commotion emanating from their own foreign beasts, as if they were eager to step into it. Rather a nice place. Lu Fugue looked back and forth and gave a pertinent evaluation. You go scout. If it's feasible, put a few pricey heavenly treasures here, and then we'll shout for that person to come over. Hunt him down here. Chapter 54, The Eyes of the Back. Yes. As soon as Lu Fugue's words fell, the two of them authorized the foreign beasts to look around. Holy, it's the blizzard wolves. A few moments later, as they came to the mouth of a cavern with the intensity of their scent, the dogleg let out an exclamation of surprise. A mere low-ranked blizzard wolf pack, no leader yet. Just a bunch of trash. Lu Fugue said, authorizing the recontracted C-rank Fey beast to display its breath. When the strong aura rushed out, the originally gathered blizzard wolves were a little frightened, but did not leave, and each stood guard at the entrance of the cave. Ha, still not going? Looks like there really are heavenly treasures inside. Lu Fugue raised his eyebrows slightly, and a piece of ruthlessness was born in his heart. Since you're not leaving, don't blame me for being merciless. However, they didn't realize that a strong spiritual force had easily locked them down when they arrived at the entrance of the cave. A C-rank alien beast? A horse and a centipede? Ha! I can't believe it's still indentured. Was it the two-colored deer that attracted it? Master, should I go and finish them off? Chasing Moon, who was at the side, got up and droned in a cold voice. Take it easy. Get your men into the depths of the cave first. Zhang Yuan's spectral light flashed as he issued a command. Even though the Moonchaser had advanced, if he wanted to tackle two C-ranked foreign beasts, the probability was that both would lose. And he also wanted to know what exactly the two foreign beasts were here for. What a strong attraction the two-colored deer is gifted with, and what a strong attraction it has to the Fae. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan locked onto them dead-on through his powerful spiritual power, just in case they suddenly riot. With this, Brother Lu, they must have been frightened by your scent. It's just that they're not gone yet. Should I go deeper to finish them off? Then bring out the heavenly treasures. On the other hand, seeing the blizzard wolves vanish into the depths, the dog leg beside Lu Fugue slapped a rainbow fart. No, Lu Fugue said with a thoughtful look in his eyes, this group of blizzard wolves is not strong. Not that it matters to us. And there are heavenly treasures inside that can be taken at any time. Instead of taking it now, why don't we take it a few days later? We'll treat this place as a secret realm. By then, when that kid's contracted beast dies, we can plant it on this group of blizzard wolves. Of course, in case this pack of blast wolves can't be exterminated, you'll take the others and hide inside when the time comes. Just think of it as players on the other side discovering heavenly treasures and then fighting over them. He can't blame us for the death of the contracted beast in the scramble. The more Lu Fugue said, the brighter the light in his eyes grew. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Zhang Yuan's meteoric rise. I just don't know how he would feel if he knew that this was Zhang Yuan's venue. Boss, you're so smart. I see. I'll set it up now. The dog-leg man's eyes lit up and immediately threw out a few extremely valuable heavenly materials and began to set up. After hiding the heavenly materials, he collected his aura and hid to the side. Not a moment later, 2 more C-rank aura foreign beasts walked into the cave and crouched in it. With this, Zhang Yuan, who had sensed all this through his spiritual power, was a little dumbfounded. The reason was simple, he could sense through his spiritual power that the heavenly materials he placed carried a strong aura on them. Even though he didn't get close enough to look, he knew that they were definitely worth a lot of money. Even is enough to sell for millions. Dispersing the blizzard wolves without entering the cave, throwing heavenly materials and arranging for people to hide? What the hell do these players want? Nope. Doubtful when the head, Zhang Yuan seemed to think of something. This shouldn't be the secret realm that Lu Fugue and the others set up for me, right? Squatting here to slaughter me here? Speak of the devil. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized through the personal perspective of his mind that Lu Fugue had called. He authorized his person to connect, and Lu Fugue's voice came in. Little brother, it just so happens that I have time today. Do you have time? Why don't we go explore the secret realm now? It's really him who set it up. Hearing this, a flash of eccentricity flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. What a great stroke, luring me with so many heavenly treasures. In that case, I'll laugh it off. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan directly authorized his person to agree. Well then, buddy, I'll just turn on the live stream and I'll invite you later. In the villa, just as the phone hung up a bit, Lu Fugue reminded the remaining 3 people in the room, you guys hide well. I'm turning on the live feed now to take him with me. Seeing the 3 doglegs nodding their heads one after another, Lu Fugue met up with Zhang Yuan's contracted beasts nearby before heading towards the location of the secret realm together. While he turned on the live broadcast, the live stream had just opened, and countless viewers flooded in. Sofa, I'm number 1. Holy, brother Lu, what's that foreign beast by your side? It looks so good. Yeah, with light, my ass. Brother Lu, now that the killer spider has been meteorized, where are we going now? Facing the inquiries from the live broadcast, Lu Fugue faintly smiled and said, brothers, you don't recognize this deer, do you? It is the very thing that reaped my $10 million bounty, and I hated it after meeting its players. No, we met today to explore a newest secret realm together. His words further sent the live audience into a frenzy. I threw, so it was. Before that merganser was still ugly, I didn't realize that now it's straight up ugly duckling to white swan. Yeah, it looks like the deer is so sacred. And I wonder how much kryptonite its indentured servants have. While the audience was talking about the 2-colored deer, Zhang Yuan also checked up on Lu Fugue's latest contracted foreign beast. What he deeded was a horse. It was 15 meters tall, and its body was particularly massive, while the sideburns on its body flickered as if they were flames. It looks like it's not only strong, it's also better looking. The moment. Lu Fugue smiled faintly and said, brothers, this is where the secret realm is. You can see. His words stopped the audience's thoughts as they cast their eyes around. What comes into view is a lush green and vibrant. And there was also a hidden turquoise light rising up from the ground, looking just like an earthly paradise. Little brother, let's go in now. Good. Through the perspective in his mind, Zhang Yuan immediately authorized his person. Then Lu Fugue and the 2-colored deer had already stepped into the area of the secret realm. In the meantime, Zhang Yuan in the depths of the cave snapped his eyes open. In front of him, Munchaser, Lu Ying, and Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, Zhang San, and Zhang Si were waiting patiently. It's up to you guys next. Then we'll go ahead. Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, and their group of 4 beasts looked at each other and took the lead to rush out. Master, I'll go and take a look at them. Seeing this, Chasing Moon requested Zhang Yuan. May. As the words fell, Zhang Yuan slightly closed his eyes as his consciousness gradually shifted. Chapter 55, The Conspiracy Hidden Behind the Scenes. The Other Side. At this time, Lu Fugue's contracted beast with the 2-colored deer had only just entered the cave. I can feel that there are heavenly treasures in here, and it's worth an absolute fortune. Just after integrating into his person, Lu Fugue's excited voice rang in Zhang Yuan's ears. That's some good acting. Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, then Ing also matched him by speaking out, I think so too. The 2 of them said a few words and a few words, and then they began to explore. Not for a moment. Lu Fugue exclaimed out in mock shock, asterisk. Look! The audience in the live broadcast room was attracted by his voice and turned their eyes to look at him. I throw, good stuff. I've seen this thing traded before, but it cost $1 million. This secret realm, I knew it was extraordinary the moment I saw it. But to have this come out. As the audience exclaimed, Zhang Yuan also saw it. Items, Ping of Luo Shui. Water attribute creatures can be greatly enhanced by absorbing it, and the rest of the creatures can be devoured and have the probability of awakening the talent about water. Good stuff. With a simple glance, Zhang Yuan's eyes erupted with a ball of refined light. Before, Lu Fugue could have hidden quite a lot, and I don't know if the rest of the stuff is the same as this. Bro, We'll split this later. I feel sure there will be more goodies as we continue to go deeper. The good stuff is not fake. But there are people hiding in there, do you really think I don't know? Jiang Yuan's gaze flickered, secretly while pretending to be kind, he reminded, I think we'd better be careful. The more precious the things in the secret realm are, I'm afraid the stronger the creatures guarding it will be. Don't worry, I'm not here. Lu Fugui smiled, then authorized his contracted beast to boldly go deeper. Look at him, he looks like he's not afraid of anything. These are all set up by you, of course you're not afraid. Jiang Yuan secretly spoke, but later, let's see if you're still afraid. Dude, come on. I can feel it, there must be something better in the depths. At this time, seeing the two-colored deer stay in place, Lu Fugui let out a gurgling sound. Better be careful, it can really be dangerous. Hearing this, Lu Fugui was a bit anxious. If Jiang Yuan didn't enter, how would he get his dog legs to act like they were going to kill for the treasure? Thinking this, he authorized the contracted beast to trample the ground a little harder, triggering a loud noise. At the same time he opened his mouth and said, see, I was right, wasn't I? There's really no danger here. His words just fell. Ow! A wolf howl that sounded like a ghost cry instantly exploded. Look up. Then he saw a dark wolf shadow coming out from the depths of the cave under the leadership of 4 differently colored beasts. They are each a hideous python, a massive black bear, as well as a snow-white fox and a vulture soaring through the air. Holy! Lu Fugui was confused. Not only was it because he sensed that they were D+ rank Fae, but also because he couldn't think of a reason for these Fae to appear here. Blasted wolves, aren't they xenophobic? How did this get mixed up with the rest of the Fae? Ho ho ho! It was also at this moment that the 4 foreign beasts had already galloped in front of his contracted beast, Blazing Horse. One of the pythons had already opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the fiery horse. This was the prime python in Jiang Air, while the white fox, explosive clawed giant bear and steel clawed vulture behind it were Jiang Yi, Jiang San and Jiang Si. Huffing and puffing. In the face of Jiang Air's attack, the fiery horse let out a neighing sound and raised its foot sideways to strike at it. Boom! D+ and C finally had a class difference, and Jiang Air cried out in sorrow as his figure flew backwards out to the back. Ho ho ho! Just before the blazing horse could catch his breath, the hissing at his side exploded again. It was a giant bear. It opened its huge palm and deadened itself towards the blazing horse. The blazing horse twisted its body and soon collided with it. That's not all. A bald eagle and white fox also came running at this moment. The 4 beasts launched a fierce attack on the blazing horse, while the blizzard wolves swept by. Although the blazing horse was a C-rank Fey beast, it really couldn't cope with so many Fey beasts surrounding it. Holy, so many foreign beasts all surrounding one, is that really a good idea? So cocky? Chicken thief woolly ah, do they have a beast and we don't? Don't forget, we've got a 2-tone deer on our side. When the last pop-up was sent out, the audience suddenly paused at the sight of the environment the 2-colored deer was in. Just see the game and the 2-colored deer as if in another side of space and time. Not to mention the fact that there were foreign beasts attacking it, not even a fly had come near him. The diametrically opposed images made all the viewers lag. Holy, what's going on here? How come none of these beasts are striking out at the 2-colored deer? Outrageous, really outrageous opened the door for outrageous to the core. Damn, what's this 2-colored deer still standing there for? Hurry up and go up and help Lu. The audience saw, and naturally, Lu Fugui also noticed the strange situation. Only unlike the audience, he didn't call out for Jiang Yuan's help. Instead, his eyes lit up with joy as he said, I'll mop up here, so hurry up and go in and see if there's any more heavenly treasures. Let's get it done and leave. Lu Fugui's words caused many viewers to leave complimentary pop-ups. That's funny. Only Jiang Yuan, who knew everything, had constant flashes in his eyes. Where would he not understand Lu Fugui's thoughts, thinking that as soon as he went in, the hidden players would attack and kill him. And when the time comes, he will still have a good reputation if he falls himself. What a great plan. It's just that fantasy and reality can be different. Jiang Yuan said in the bottom of his heart, then followed Lu Fugui's words to authorize the 2-colored deer to go deeper. Seeing the 2-colored deers move, a touch of joy crossed the bottom of Lu Fugui's eyes. It's a good death to make me go through all this trouble. The 2-colored deer that stepped into the depths at Jiang Yuan's behest followed the seething aroma emanating from the heavenly treasures and soon found a flower with fire-colored patterns on a corner. Flaming flower? Devouring it will awaken the fire attribute talent, and fire attribute talent holders will greatly enhance their own abilities when taking it. Another good one. It's just right to give it to the flow of fireflies. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and it was at that moment. Through the powerful spiritual power of his being, he sensed a dangerous aura behind him rapidly approaching the 2-colored deer. Can't wait? Jiang Yuan secretly raised his eyebrows, but on the surface, he pretended to be unaware of the situation and said, Brother Lu, I didn't find it. Didn't find. Alright, keep looking deeper. Lu Fugui took over the conversation quickly, the smile in his eyes getting more and more victorious. Because through the game interface of the dog-legged record of all beasts around him, he understood that the dog leg acted. This 2-toned deer, in the thick of it. Chapter 56, The Showdown Under Live Streaming. Asterisk little brother, there's something behind you. Run. As the foreign beast contracted by Lu Fugue's dogleg got closer and closer, the uninformed spectators inevitably reminded Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan sniffed and immediately authorized the two-colored deer to look back. Only directly in front of him, there was a scorpion with a massive size and black armor attached to its entire body, and it had now closed in on the two-colored deer, lifting its hook like a curved moon and stabbing at Jiang Yuan at speed. At this moment, Jiang Yuan froze. Its contracted beast didn't seem to have much combat experience and froze as well. Die for me. Noticing the situation over there, Lu Fugue's heart was thrilled as if he had already seen the scene of the two-colored deer's meteoric rise. However, just as the hook was about to pass through the bicolored deer's body, ow! A loud whistling sound suddenly exploded. Then he saw a cold aura swiftly flash out from the side and charge towards the black scorpion. Bang! The two collided together. Hiss! The powerful force knocked the black scorpion to the side, and this caused its attack to deflect a few points, narrowly brushing past the two-colored deer's body. The dumbfounded two-colored deer also reacted, and with a stamp of its four hooves, it galloped to safety. Hiss! The black scorpion let out a snarl and immediately gave up its intention of hunting the two-colored deer. Because, through its scent, it could sense that this foreign beast that had appeared was not weak. Staring dead on, the black scorpion saw the full extent of the beast. It's a werewolf. His body was covered in dark, translucent fur, except for a pair of eyes that were crimson red. And it was clearly Jiang Yuan's henchman, Moonchaser. Ow! Chasing the moon let out a roar, and then moved his limbs to attack it at speed. The blasted wolf had always valued the group, and the two-colored deer was still considered its benefactor. This black scorpion wanted to hunt bicolored deer. How could chasing the moon let it go? In the meantime, Lu Fugue looked at the record of 10,000 beasts and had been dumbfounded. He really didn't expect to have his plans disrupted by a foreign beast in the nick of time. The point is, the beast was also a werewolf with dark fur and crimson eyes. This image, he fondly remembered the first time he bumped into it was when he first hunted that killer spider. Tramp! Lu Fugue cursed as he realized that things were a bit out of his control. Luckily, I still have a backhand. In the live broadcast room, Lu Fugue made a wink at the other two doglegs. As long as we hunt the two-colored deer, by virtue of our 3 C-rank Fey, beating them is still a breeze. Between Lu Fugue's dark path, the audience in the live broadcast room also recognized chasing the moon. This Fey beast is the blasted werewolf that followed that killer spider earlier. How did it get here? Holy, guys. The beasts in the cave can't all be under that killer spider. Tap the killer spider henchman. Brother Lu, get on, you can't let go of the killer spider's men. The audience in the live broadcast room was invigorated, and Jiang Yuan was also a little excited as he watched everything on the scene. Honestly, if he hadn't been concerned about the occasion, he would have wanted to clap his hands. Oh, can't you hide that? Suddenly Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Through the powerful spiritual power of his main body he sensed that the two foreign beasts that had been hiding had also begun to move. Ryujin, you go too. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan opened his lavender eyes and said to the flowing firefly beside him. Yes. Streaming Glow's eyes glowed and immediately fluttered its wings and left the depths of the cave. In fact, when it heard Chasing Moon's hissing outside, it had long resisted the urge to rush out and prove that it was not inferior to Chasing Moon at all. With this, Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and turned on his extremely strong spiritual power. Although the group of moon chasers, Flowing Glow and even Jiang Yi, Jiang Er and Jiang San were not weak, but their opponents could each be sea-order existences. Jiang Yuan didn't want anything to happen to the class horse he had just built. In the meantime, the two-colored deer that had been authorized by Jiang Yuan early on gazed around. Ho ho ho! Purposely alert, the one with the Shimakazu quickly sensed two dangerous auras rapidly approaching. The next instant, it then saw two ferocious and abnormal figures not far away flashing by like lightning, attacking and killing it one after the other. It was a centipede with fangs and scaly armor. As he ran, his upper body arched slightly, showing off all of the densely packed steps and feet on his abdomen. Beside it was a humanoid beetle with a unicorn horn on its head, clearly an insect but walking upright like a human. Though a bit odd-looking, they are extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the two-colored deer. At that moment, a beast like Tarzan came crushing down on the two-colored deer. With one hand, he lowered his head and aimed his sharp unicorn horn at the two-colored deer's ponderous body. Apparently they wanted to take advantage of this strike to completely exterminate the two-colored deer. Yo! It's just a shame that the two-toned deer stayed taut. As they approached, its limbs lashed out, and its entire body dodged the two beasts' attacks like an arrow off a string. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall behind the two-colored deer was directly smashed to pieces by the two beasts. Holy, what's with the Fae again? And so vicious at the sight of a two-colored deer, my god. What the hell is going on here? Within the live broadcast room, there were people who were puzzled, and there were also attentive viewers who discovered the point where these foreign beasts were different from those just now. Brothers, look, these two Fae beasts and the one just now, they seem to be both contracted fey beasts. So these are players. It's not the players, can't their indentured servants tell the difference between forms? And taking a shot at the two-colored deer, what scum? Looking at the pop-up screen, Lu Fugue's face changed slightly and unnoticeably. The audience wasn't sure, but to him it was certainly a scolding. Brothers, I think it's because they want the heavenly treasures in the secret realm. That's why it's coming at us. Lu Fugue quickly explained, and then where the camera couldn't shine, he stared at his dog's legs with a fierce and deadly look. He didn't say anything, but the meaning in his eyes was clear. That was for them to quickly finish off Jiang Yuan's contracted beast, the two-colored deer. Ho ho ho! Only when Lu Fugue signaled the end, within the record of 10,000 beasts, the centipede and that humanoid beetle let out a heaven-shaking roar. At the same time strands of strong aura rushed out from his body. However, just as they were about to make a move on the two-colored deer, suddenly the sound of a cry exploded above the sky. As the voice rang out, a fire bird with a reddish plume all over its body, like a flame incarnation, was seen rushing out from the depths of the cave. Shoo shoo shoo! As they appeared, a smattering of plumes with a blazing glow shot towards the centipede and the humanoid beetle as if they were arrows off the string. Roar! These two foreign beasts' complexions changed, and they could only choose to dodge and evade. But as they dodged to avoid it, the firebird in the air let out another cry. It quickly swooped down towards the two beasts, matching the flames that wrapped around its body. At first glance, it looked like a meteorite falling from the sky. Chapter 57, one after another. Holy, this firebird. I remember, the killer spider saved it before. Holy, why is it here too? Was this secret realm discovered by them first? The killer spider is dead and still dares to be so rampant. Brother Lu, get them to go. The appearance of 2 or 3 foreign beasts one after another caused the audience in the live broadcast room to completely fall into a frenzy. They screamed a lot, oblivious to the fact that at this time, Lu Fugue's heart was dying hard. Tramp! How can a random place still be the territory of the previous killer spider? Looks like this place can't stay any longer. Thinking of this, a look of flesh pain crossed Lu Fugue's face. You should know that in order to create this place into a secret realm, he had placed 3 heavenly treasures worth millions of dollars here. Now that's good. These heavenly materials and treasures are pressurized not to get back. Tramp! But even though we can't get it back, it's worth it to hunt the two-colored deer. Lu Fugue murmured darkly, then immediately signaled his dog legs to split one out to exterminate the two-colored deer. Roar! Within the record of 10,000 beasts, the humanoid beetle that had received the signal flickered and quickly rushed to the side of the two-colored deer after one of its sparring sessions with Luing ended. The two-colored deer that had already been authorized had no intention of fighting the humanoid beetle. Its slender limbs kept flickering, dodging the humanoid beetle's attacks. At the same time, at Jiang Yuan's authorization, his person also shouted at Lu Fugue, Brother Lu, this humanoid beetle has its eyes on me. I've only just advanced, I'm not familiar with fighting yet, come over and help me. Wait. Lu Fugue's heart was secretly happy, but his surface work was in place. My side is also a bit troubled. I'll come and help you when I've sorted it out. Just as well, since I'm the one who wants to see a good dogfight. Jiang Yuan, who knew everything in the depths of the cave, had a twinkle in his eye. Then let me solve your troubles for you. In the meantime, inside a luxury villa. Miss, it's not good for you to be like this all day. You might as well eat something. Sister Lu looked at Su Meng, who had a deflated face, and persuaded her bitterly. Ever since the young lady's favored beast contracted in the record of 10,000 beasts, the little spider met its demise under siege. She was just constantly dazed, and even whenever she ate, she lost her appetite after a few bites. Sister Lu, she looked in her eyes, really hurt in her heart. Sister Lu, do you think the little spider it will go to hell and then reborn as a human? Hearing Su Meng's words, Sister Lu paused violently. Even though she knew that Suman loved creepy pets and would have a hard time over their deaths. But the realistic ones are even so. A crawling pet contracted in the book of 10,000 beasts is nothing more than a string of game data? And hell? And reborn? You've read too many fantasy novels, haven't you? Spitting in her heart, Sister Lu was still persuading on the surface. Miss, don't worry, your little arachnid will be transformed into a human. Miss, how about this? How about we go to the record of 10,000 beasts to contract another favored beast? Saying that without waiting for Su Meng to answer, Sister Lu picked up her cell phone. Just re-indenture one, she thought. Su Monk will be in much better shape. Contract? Su Meng's face was full of bitterness, her originally bright eyes full of darkness. I only want my little arachnid. It was only when her words had just left her mouth that Sister Lu, who had just boarded the record of 10,000 beasts, froze in place with her eyes wide open. It was only after a full moment that she spoke out in surprise. Miss, look. It's alive, it's alive. What's alive? Su Meng subconsciously looked up, only to see that a spider was lying on the ground in the interface of the record of 10,000 beasts. The spider was considerably larger compared to the original small arachnid, and even the footsteps underneath it were quite different. Little arachnid, this is my little arachnid. But the moment she saw it, Su-meng still recognized it at first glance. My little arachnid is alive and well. Speaking, can see that she seems to soul over Sheath General, dark eyes bright not to mention, just exudes the temperament have a very different change. Little arachnid, mommy's sorry. Are you hurt now that you're on your back? Mommy's coming to help you, wait a minute mommy. As soon as Su-meng took her cell phone, she tapped on the recharge screen. Little Sister Lu opened her mouth to try to remind Su-meng not to recharge, or else she would most likely be reprimanded by Su Ruffeng. But she who had witnessed Su-meng's transformation could not find any reason for a moment. If this favored beast could bring happiness to Su-meng, what reason did she have to refuse? The Book of All Beasts. Zhang Yuan still didn't know about Su-meng's side. Located deep in the cavern, he was controlling the entire scene through his mental power. It has to be soon, or else it won't necessarily be possible to block it on the side of Ryuhu. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows, weighing it in his heart. It couldn't be helped, although Lu Ying had high potential, her current rank was still too low. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan conducted a wave of divine sense transmission to the four beasts. Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, Zhang San, Zhang Si, you guys pretend to be undefeated and hurriedly fall to the ground. Next you guys find a chance to take care of Blazing Horse. Ho ho ho! As soon as the words fell, the situation in the live broadcast room steeply changed drastically. Only to see that the fiery horse, which originally looked scorched under the four beasts' siege, easily knocked Zhang Yi down and flew out with a single trample. A gap appeared in the four beasts' siege, and the fiery horse roared out. It was like a nimble cunning rabbit using the terrain to leap back and forth to avoid attacks while frantically kicking the remaining three beasts with its four hooves. In a short while, the three beasts were kicked aside. I throw, Lu. Awesome, screaming in broken voice. Brother Lu, sure enough, you're still the strongest. Brother Lu, quick, hurry up and finish them off while you can. These are all the killer spider's henchmen, surely none of them are any good. How come they're all down? Lu Fugui's face was odd, but he didn't think much of it with the audience blowing up. Just want to take this opportunity to settle these 4 weeks once and for all. Brother Lu, you're awesome. Come on, hurry up and get over here and help me, I can't. But he had only authorized the fiery horse to move its body when Zhang Yuan's shouts came out. Lu Fugui twisted his head to look, only to see that the two colored deer had no intention of fighting against each other, only constantly dodging the humanoid beetle's attacks. And with the two colored deer dodging with all its might, the humanoid beetle couldn't find any chance at all. Treadmill, it hasn't been resolved by now. What a waste. You wait until I put on a show. We'll finish you off later. Lu Fugui secretly cursed out. In the face of the majority of live audience, he can only choose to rescue teammates' two-colored deer. Roar! The humanoid beetle let out a growl, then shifted its target to fight Blaze soundly as well. Brother Lu, this humanoid beetle is a bit strong. I'm no match. You take care of it, and I'll stall those 4 foreign beasts. Remember to come over and help me when you're done. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Yuan hurriedly shouted out, followed by authorizing the two-colored deer to charge towards those 4 beasts. Tramp! Lu Fugui's gaze swept over, and his veins burst out. Are you kidding me? The humanoid beetle was one of his own men, so how could he exterminate him? Chapter 58, Lu Fugui's Misery. But this seems not bad. On second thought, Lu Fugui felt it was not bad again. He had just fought those 4 alien beasts, whose strength was considered one of the best at the D+ rank. A two-toned deer fighting against them would certainly be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. If it is resolved, then all is still happy. Thinking of this, Lu Fugui immediately shouted, Brother, it's fine, go ahead. I'll be there to help you as soon as I take care of this humanoid beetle. With that he signaled the lapdogs on the sidelines to start acting up. It was just extremely difficult for him to act on his side. The fight between the two-colored deer and those 4 beasts was even more unpleasant. The two-colored deer remained the same as before, not attacking at all. And after those 4 beasts realized this, the blizzard wolves let out a howl and turned to launch a siege on him and the humanoid beetle. Immediately after that, the prime python and steel-clawed vulture also turned their heads and attacked. For a time, Lu Fugui's pressure grew exponentially. Fortunately, the humanoid beetle as considered his own teammate, did not take too hard on himself, otherwise Lu Fugui felt that he could not survive more than a few seconds. And then on the contrary, on the side of the two-colored deer, it was as if it was having fun with that white fox and the giant bear with explosive claws. Tramp! Lu Fugui's eyes were gloomy. At this moment, he suspected that it wasn't himself and the dog-legged man who were playing Zhang Yuan, but he and the foreign beasts inside the cave were playing him. Brother Lu, I'm dying. At this time, Zhang Yuan suddenly let out a startled sound. Lu Fugui, who was in the midst of a difficult battle, was delighted in his heart and subconsciously looked around. He had expected to see images of two-toned deer not working, but what was displayed in front of them was the two-colored deer narrowly dodging the attacks of the white fox and the giant bear with explosive claws. This doesn't work what? Lu Fugui's eyebrows jumped fiercely and his movements couldn't help but stall. And just in this brief lull, the contracted beast Blazing Horse and the humanoid beetle's alien beasts that were still besieging him launched an attack on Blazing Horse at almost the same time. Pust! With a crunching sound, the blazing horse's back was instantly left with 3 bloody claw marks by the steel-clawed vulture. Immediately after, the blizzard wolves followed like maggots paying for bones, directly biting into the fiery horse's body. Huffing and puffing, the fiery horse let out a cry of pain as blood continued to irrigate out from its body surface. However, it was also at this moment that the prime python opened its bloody mouth and bit the fiery horse. It threw it hard, directly throwing the blazing horse out. Eventually, the fiery horse hit the wall hard and fell to the ground again at speed. Huffing and puffing. At this moment, the blazing horse cried out in pain, and it nearly lost its life as it suffered successive heavy blows. It was too late. In fact, it happened in the space of a few breaths. I counted on it. This group of foreign beasts don't want to fight the two-colored deer at all. They just want to fight Lu. That goes without saying. Brother Lu is so strong. If it were me, I'd target him too. Go, quickly, Brother Lu. This group of foreign beasts is a bit vicious. Hemp, honestly, if it wasn't for this two-toned deer, where did Lu get such a serious injury? Inside the live room, the audience was talking. Each one expressed different emotions, but the only one who didn't question the fact that the two-colored deer was in league with this group of beasts. Now that the good show is over, sensing this scene through his spiritual power, Jiang Yuan slightly opened his eyes and a coldness flashed across his eyes. Then it's time for you guys to drop the curtain on me. Ho ho ho! At the same time, under Jiang Yuan's divine sense transmission, all the foreign beasts exerted their strongest abilities at this moment. Flame of Meteor. Streamfly was the first to let out a cry. Immediately after, the plumes of its entire body instantly ignited on a roaring fire. Hoo hoo hoo! A succession of air-breaking sounds rang out, only to see a plume-like flame slamming into the earth as a plume violently separated from the body of the streaming firefly. Ow! Chasing the moon roared up to the sky, and under its 2 claws only an invisible hurricane was curling up at speed. Brush up! In an instant, 2 small tornadoes formed in chasing Moon's claws. It threw it violently, and the small tornadoes merged into one, swelling together steeply to sweep toward the humanoid beetle and centipede. The rest of the 4 beasts also used their own skills, intending to take down the humanoid beetle and that centipede as well as the black scorpion, impacting away in one breath. The remaining 3 beasts' complexions changed greatly as they flashed out rays of light around their bodies in an attempt to ward off the strike. Rumble! When all the attacks all fall. Miserable hissing sounds continuously resounded between heaven and earth. Not much longer. When the attack all but fell, the figures of those 3 beasts reappeared. At this point they were still alive, but their bodies were covered in scars. As for Lu Fugue's contracted beasts, they had long since fallen when they were unprotected. The only one who did not suffer any injuries in this was the two-colored deer that Jiang Yuan had contracted. This group of foreign beasts, as if they knew that the two-colored deer would not fight, so they didn't even consider it in their attack range. Escape! Run! The image presented in the live broadcast made Lu Fugue's flesh ache. The fae that he had just contracted died just like that. It was just that he knew that today was not the time to be sad, so he yelled out one after the other. On the surface, he was reminding Jiang Yuan, but in actuality, he was reminding the dog legs around him. And at his reminder, the two-colored deer as well as the remaining 3 foreign beasts fled to the outside. The foreign beasts inside the cave wanted to chase after them, but their spirit power was greatly depleted and they didn't chase after them for a while. It seems that the flowing firefly and the others are too weak after all. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan sighed as he looked at the 3 beasts that had escaped. In the next second, Jiang Yuan's words changed. But after coming to my territory, how come you still want to go out? Where, in heaven's name, is this good? As soon as the words fell, 3 thin, cicada-like spider silks instantly shot out of his mouth. Objective. It was the running black scorpion, the humanoid beetle, and the centipede. Finally, we're escaping. At this time, Lu Fugue saw the dog-legged 3 beasts getting closer and closer to the mouth of the cave, and his heart of flesh pain loosened quite a bit. After all, 1 contracted beast dies and 4 contracted beasts die. He could still tell which one cost more. Just as they neared the mouth of the cave about to go out. Shoo shoo shoo. There was a sudden, subtle shuddering sound in the air. Follow closely. Pust. The 3 beasts that were still running away suddenly stiffened up and a dense cloud of blood exploded all over their bodies. Pust. At this moment, they could no longer support themselves and fell to the ground. This bizarre scene caused all the viewers in the live broadcast room to stare blankly. What is this? This? Aren't we running out? Why the sudden explosion of blood? Oops, but they're dead, and the 2-colored deer actually ran out. Did he run out? It's because the beasts don't see him as a fighting force. As much as I want to laugh, it's a good thing the 2-toned deer ran away. We're not all dead. Brother Lu, look away, it's fine. Looking at the dumbfounded Lu Fugue, the audience in the live broadcast room didn't forget to comfort him a few times. Just how would they know that Lu Fugue froze in place? It was not only because of the death of his contracted beasts, but also the death of those 3 whole plants of heavenly herbs worth millions of dollars, as well as the death of the dog's legs 3 foreign beasts. His men and horses are all gone, not to mention the bicolored deer that was targeted survived just fine. Chapter 59, call me next time for this kind of good deed. Brother Lu, I've only just been promoted this time in the secret realm. I don't know any combat skills yet. I'm really sorry. It was also at this moment that Lu Fugui's guilty voice rang out in his earpiece from Zhang Yuan. Hoo. Zhang Yuan's words made Lu Fugui wish to break into a rage. Only in the face of the vast audience, he could only finally hold it down and put on a smile that was worse than a cry and said, "It's fine. Little brother, this time no one expected the secret realm to contain the manpower from before that murderous spider. Next time I'll take you to explore a good secret realm." So good, there's a next time? Zhang Yuan was happy in his heart, while on the surface, he said guiltily, "Brother Lu, don't worry, next time I will definitely not be like this time." Inside the book of 10,000 beasts. Bring back all that loot. After hunting down the 3 foreign beasts with the spider silk, Zhang Yuan spoke to his men through divine sense transmission. While Lu Ying and Chasing Moon went to search for loot, Zhang Yuan also opened the record of 10,000 beasts forum and checked it out. After he faked his death, Lu Fugui, who was the one who decapitated the killer spider, became the hottest character on the forums. At this point, there have been quite a few threads on the forums about what just happened in the live room. Remnants of killer spiders gather in secret places. In the secret realm, the player and Lu sparred, and were caught by the remnants of the murderous spider party. Why are the remnants of the killer spider in a secret place? He clicked on one of them to check it out, and there were actually quite a few player comments in there. Holy, I didn't realize that the killer spider's men were still active after his death. Che, why are you guys worried about this? The killer spider is dead, and his henchmen are just balls. You can't say that. Can't you see that Lu's 3 C-rank alien beasts all died in the end? Especially that last hand, it was so weird. Dying out of thin air. I think I'll have to hunt them down sometime. And I have a feeling that in the secret realm, there are quite a few good things. Oomph, after hunting me, you still want to hunt my men? Zhang Yuan frowned, and a coldness grew in his eyes. After all was said and done, in reality, Zhang Yuan's heart was also born with a piece of worry. Now that the majority of players don't know about Gamefall, they are thinking about hunting themselves and their men. If the real game came down, Zhang Yuan did not think that they would let themselves go. After all, Fae and humans are naturally on opposite sides of the fence. Looking at the post, Zhang Yuan was rarely silent. A moment later, he revealed a hint of a smile and said, "In that case, it seems as if faking my death was the right decision I made. At least after solving this big trouble of mine, with the current strength of the Flowing Firefly and Chasing Moon they aren't getting too much attention. Just in time to take advantage of this last period of Gamefall to boost them properly. It's only going to help me more after the game comes down." With a soft murmur, Zhang Yuan firmly thought within himself. It's not just about being strong in your own right, and to create a powerful force. Only then would he be strong enough to gain a foothold in the Blue Star under Gamefall. Continuing to look down, a new post appeared making Zhang Yuan look more than a little odd. Alarmed, according to my analysis, the secret realm is the treasure of the killer spider. Zhang Yuan clicked on it and couldn't help but be happy. This thread is saying something very simple, which is that he's ascending so fast, so besides kryptonite he must have some heavenly treasures on him that can boost his strength or something. It was in this way that he was able to subdue the group of alien beasts of different races. And now although he had fallen, the treasure was still in the secret realm. That's why the blast wolves and such never left. That's funny. I almost believed it when I analyzed it. This post made Zhang Yuan almost burst out in joy. I have to say that certain marketing numbers can really do anything for traffic. The point is, there are quite a few other players under this thread discussing whether it's true or not. Come on, isn't this a fake glance thingy? Even if there was, it was all digested by me, okay? The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 100 W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 10,000 evolution points. Just as Zhang Yuan was watching the comments with great interest, a long-lost beat pulled him back into his thoughts. Righteous Father, finally online. In that case, let's tell Righteous Father about the game advent first. In low murmurs, Zhang Yuan had already opened the chat interface and edited the words. Inside the luxury villa, Su Meng swung her white legs and looked at Zhang Yuan within the record of 10,000 beasts with relish. She was really happy after it became clear that the little arachnid was back from the dead. At the same time, he was also hating himself for why he never logged into the record of 10,000 beasts after seeing the death of the little arachnid on the thread. Otherwise, she would have realized that the little arachnid was still alive long ago. Little arachnid, this time it's mommy who's doing it wrong. But now that mommy's back, you get well soon, too. In the middle of the whisper, her chat box suddenly flashed. Does arachnid want to talk to me? Su Meng's eyes glowed and she couldn't wait to open the chat box. There were few messages in the chat box, just a few words. Righteous Father. For the record, I have something to tell you. Blue Star isn't safe anymore. After a while the foreign beasts within the record of 10,000 beasts will descend into reality. What? Su Meng was violently stunned, and her eyes widened. If it had been anyone else, she would have had a stomachache from laughing at that. After all, the game comes down to reality and the world changes? Metaphysical novels don't even dare to write like this. But realizing that it was a message from the little arachnid, she actually kind of believed the words. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" Sister Lu, who was at the side, noticed Su Meng's change and she asked curiously. Who? Su Meng returned to her senses slightly and kept taking deep breaths to digest the message. Sister Willow, it's okay. A few moments passed before she put on an air of innocence and said, "I'm full, so I'll just go back to my room." Da. Su Meng returned to her room with her white legs, and then she nervously closed the door of her room tightly. At the same time, she was busy asking the little arachnid about this whole game descent thing. To this Jiang Yuan also answered truthfully. So it takes kryptonite for the little arachnid to become more powerful? And then when the game comes down, it gets even stronger. After running through the ins and outs, Su Meng immediately began to recharge Jiang Yuan. In the meantime, inside the cave of the Book of 10,000 Beasts, the contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 100W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 1W of evolution points. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 100W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 1W of evolution points. Listening to the system's voice, Jiang Yuan was indeed a bit surprised. The first is that the righteous father believes so easily. It took away all the wording he had worked out in his mind. But righteous father believes I'm even. Why are you still recharging in one lump sum? Of course Jiang Yuan spat on it, but he didn't mean to inquire about it. It was nothing more to him than the system's voice lasting longer. Chapter 60, A Tough Kryptonian Journey. Master. Dad. At this time, a voice rang out in Jiang Yuan's mind. Jiang Yuan looked back and saw that Chasing Moon was leading a group of foreign beasts to kneel down in front of him. Only the streaming firefly, fluttering its wings, and I don't know whether it was intentional or not, it also pretended to be a few points closer than Chasing the Moon's body. And in front of them, there were 4 bodies of foreign beasts as well as 3 heavenly treasures radiating a clear fragrance. The first 2 plants, Jiang Yuan had already seen. Jiang Yuan's gaze directly landed on the last heavenly material treasure. Millennium Lungan Grass. Take it to gain a large amount of evolution points as well as boosting your own spiritual capacity. It's all good. Jiang Yuan let out a sigh of relief as his eyes looked towards Moonchasing and Luing. He could tell that although the 2 beasts didn't go overboard, their eyes were full of desire for the remaining 2 heavenly treasures. It seems that these heavenly treasures are extremely attractive to Moonchaser and Luing. Jiang Yuan gave a dark cry and directly placed these 2 heavenly treasures in front of the 2 beasts and said, "Just now you guys performed well in the battle, take this. As a reward for you." In fact, Jiang Yuan was also a little curious about this heavenly treasure that had created such a fatal attraction to the 2 beasts. How much more will it make them stronger when taken by them? Thanks, Dad. Flowing Firefly excitedly flapped his wings and came to Jiang Yuan, kissing and pecking at his face. After doing so she couldn't help but glance at Chasing Moon, her expression full of provocation. Master. Chasing the Moon froze in place, her face reddening a bit. But in the end, it still followed Lu Ying's example and came in front of Jiang Yuan, then stuck out its tongue and licked his face affectionately. Jiang Yuan froze, somehow being kissed by Lu Ying, he didn't feel much. After being messed up like that by Chasing Moon, his heart actually had a few swings. Did dressing as a fae change my orientation? While Jiang Yuan muttered in a generalized manner, Lu Ying on the side stared with wide eyes. Hey, I'm just showing you who's closer to Daddy. Who told you to take after me? Perhaps knowing that he was currently no match for Chasing the Moon, Lu Ying took a deep breath, then quickly pecked up the flaming flower on the side. Ow, Master, thank you. Seeing that Lu Ying had already started devouring it, Chasing Moon had a red face and Jiang Yuan thanked him and hurriedly devoured it as well. Cough. I'm not even red. You're red. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. At the same time, he turned his gaze to Jiang Yi, Jiang Air, Jiang San, and Jiang Si. In the battle just now, you guys didn't shine like Flowing Firefly and Chasing Moon though, but there's no credit to be given. Speaking of which, Jiang Yuan directly picked out 2 C-rank alien beasts and sent them to them. You guys can split these. If, subsequently, you make outstanding contributions, I will also reward you on merit. Jiang Yuan wasn't sure if they could understand such long words, but he just needed to make the Fae understand. Just follow him and have some meat. Fresh. The flowing blow that had finished devouring the flame of fire suddenly let out a loud cry. Jiang Yuan twisted his head to look at it, only to see the plumes on its entire body blossomed with a crimson luster. Fresh. The cries exploded again, and the body of the streaming firefly grew steeply larger, and its light grew brighter and brighter. It is like a rising sun. The light shone on everything inside the cave, and the temperature around it grew higher and higher, as if it was going to turn this place into a red earth. Type, Fire Phoenix. Level, D+. Active talents, Red Inferno Claws, Jet Flame, Meteor Flame, Inferno Explosion, can absorb the heat of the hot sun and turn it into energy that bursts out, and when it strikes the enemy, it will burst into a terrifyingly high temperature that will consume the enemy. Passive gift, Immortality. There is a certain amount of Vermilion Bird bloodline, and after going through the layers of the realm, it is possible to break the bondage and sprint to the Vermilion Bird's body. A Flame Flower, to raise 2 ranks. Not bad for a creature with a bloodline. When he saw the brand new panel of Lu Ying, Jiang Yuan was inevitably a bit dumbfounded. You know it hasn't even reached the C rank today. I really don't know what kind of demeanor Flowfly will have when she reaches the C rank. How tough it is to wade into a higher class. Ho ho ho. At this time, Jiang Yuan's earwig suddenly heard a sound of an anxious beast. They looked at the streaming fireflies above the dome of the sky with fear in their eyes. Is it too hard to be scorched? Jiang Yuan softly murmured out as his ice blue stepfoot gently moved. Brush! In a blink of an eye, a coldness surged out furiously, condensing the ground with channels of frost. This also caused the heat in the arena to moderate dramatically. Ow! At that moment, another hiss came into Jiang Yuan's ears. It's chasing the moon. Only to see it let out a roar in the chasing moon that had devoured the 1,000-year-old dragon rockgrass, as if a thunderbolt had exploded out of thin air. At the same time a strong spiritual energy overflowed from its body surface. Jiang Yuan briefly glanced at it and realized that the Moonchaser had not been upgraded. However, with the spiritual power it currently displayed, it was already a far cry from the original. Dad, I'm going out for a minute. Jiang Yuan was about to nod his head when the stream of fireflies in the air flew outward at great speed. At the same time, he left a concise voice in place, Moonchaser, come out here for a moment. Chasing the moon looked up a little confused as to what Ryukin meant, but accompanied by a light breeze, it followed. Rumble. Not long after, Jiang Yuan heard an extremely loud battle sound coming from outside the door. After sensing through his spiritual power, he realized that Flowing Firefly and Moonchaser were wrestling together. No, not so much wrestling. It might as well be one-sided with Quicksilver trying to fight Chasing Moon. These two little guys. Jiang Yuan smiled, not meaning to stop it. Although he didn't understand why Ryua had been so eager to beat up Chasing Moon, he could tell that Ryua hadn't dealt a death blow. If they are playing around, then let them play around. On the contrary, what form of kryptonite should we go for on the two-colored deer side? Jiang Yuan was in deep thought. He had now explained it to his righteous father. The righteous father also believed his own words. Then it's time to think about what to do about the kryptonite on the two-colored deer side. $10 million to get to C rank. I'm going to need quite a bit of money if I want kryptonite. Then where should I earn this money? How about robbing a bank? Jiang Yuan pondered deeply. There was no way his original body had no money. If you want to harvest a large amount of money in a short period of time, then robbing a bank is undoubtedly the most convenient. It's just that if I utilize my gift, I might run into the rest of the gifted. Associated with this, Jiang Yuan frowned. Although he didn't know there was such a thing as gifted people in his previous life, through the bearded man, he was enough to conclude that the human world had changed a few times earlier. Even though no news has flowed out, it's not unlikely that the various kingdoms have long since noticed and are secretly organizing their manpower. If I go, there's a huge probability that I'll go up against them. And I don't know if I can defeat them with my personal abilities. Or slipping away? Blue Star. Luxury Villa. He, who was agonizing over what to do to make kryptonite for the two-colored deer, had not the slightest idea that the Suman family was in the midst of a major earthquake. Knock knock. A knocking sound suddenly came into the ears of Su Meng, who was staying in the room. Come in. Su Meng, with her eyes on the record of 10,000 beasts, shouted without looking back. Da-da-da-da. Accompanying the footsteps was a low voice. Dream. Su Meng looked back and saw a man in a proper suit with meticulously combed hair walk in. Next to the man, she was followed by her bodyguard, Sister Willow. Dad? She froze, a few shades of joy in her expression. Su Ruffing is always away from home due to his business. As a child, Suman undoubtedly missed her father. But before she could move her feet, she heard a deep voice. Didn't I tell you to not continue recharging into the record of 10,000 beasts? Why did you fill it up again? Did you not take my words to heart? Chapter 61, Treasure of the Killer Spider. The voice with a low tone was like pouring a pot of cold water on Su Meng. She looked at Su Ruffing, her mouth open, but she didn't know how to speak. Ever since she was a child, she didn't really like the way Su Ruffing spoke like this. But Su Ruffing, it's always been like that. Dream. Seeing that Su Meng didn't say anything, Su Ruffing was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, Xiaolu has told me everything about you these past few days. Why did you charge so much into the Book of All Beasts? It's not even enough to charge money, but you've also caused so much trouble on the record of 10,000 beasts. The succession of questioning words caused Su Meng to drum her mouth and slightly cast her head to the side. A look like you go away, I don't want to talk to you. Dream. Seeing Su Meng put on this appearance, Su Ruffing was silent for a moment and said, I know that I have less time to accompany you in the past, so it doesn't matter if you recharge your game and spend a little money, but you can't even disregard your own safety because of the recharge. Our butler, he's still lying in the hospital. Sister Lu understood that Su Ruffing, a big man, had a lot of things that were inconvenient to say, so she took over and said, Miss, actually, after knowing that someone broke into our house, the boss then came back from abroad overnight. It's just that I'm afraid you're in danger. Little dream, during this period of time, just let daddy keep you company, okay? At this time, Su Ruffing continued to drop his words, causing Su Meng's eyes to redden slightly. She twisted her head around to look at Su Monk and said, "Dad, it's alright, it's alright. Little Dream is the best behaved." Su Rufing's stern face softened. "But, the little arachnid is my partner. I can't give him up." Su Rufing was silent for a moment before he finally sighed and said, "Fine. Dream, it's okay for you to play, but don't put yourself in danger." "Yes." Hearing this, Su Meng answered dryly. In the meantime, Blue Star. A workroom. There were 3 people sitting around a small round table. They are players in the Book of All Beasts. The blaze of the Book of 10,000 Beasts didn't just give birth to a career as an anchor. More often than not, an alliance-like organization is formed between players. While they were warming up to each other, they would also team up together to hunt strong beasts, find heavenly materials and treasures, and other things to trade and sell within the record of 10,000 beasts. At this point, the man at the head of the group looked at the 2 below him and said, "Brothers, I think we can do a big job. Boss, tell me." "Yes, boss, you say, whatever we do, we'll listen to you." This man at the head of the group immediately spoke. "I don't know if you guys have found anything. Right in that secret realm originally discovered by Lu Fugue, the sound of a fight actually came out." After a pause, his eyes exploded with a brilliant light as he said, "In my opinion, those 2 beasts must be because of the unequal division of the spoils. There was that killer spider stopping them before, but after the killer spider died, they were in internal disarray. So boss, what you're saying is, still don't get it? Those foreign beasts fought with Lu Fugue before, and now the 2 beasts are fighting again because of the matter of the heavenly treasures." When these words came out, several people in the audience were brightened up. "Boss, do you mean to say that we can go over and sneak in and take the heavenly materials?" "That's right." The leader nodded heavily, then added, "Combined with my dead beast's eyes of death, we're enough to sneak into that secret realm. Maybe we can even hunt those 2 foreign beasts down." "Alright, time is money, let's move now." With that, the person in charge called on the few people present to open the record of 10,000 beasts. "I just saw those 2 strongest fays still fighting. Let's take the killer spider treasure over first, and then sit back and watch the tigers fight, and then give the killing blow." And it wasn't long after their party had just authorized the contracted fey beasts to travel to the secret realm. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan, who was pondering whether or not to carry out a bank robbery, snapped back from his thoughts. "Two strange scents? What are you doing here?" A wisp of doubt flashed between Jiang Yuan's brows, or a foreign beast contracted by a player. Golden pupil. Doubt in his head, Jiang Yuan instantly unleashed the golden pupil in the evil spider's eye. Swish! With a flash of golden light, Jiang Yuan's eyes passed through the heavy walls and locked onto their position as easily as a missile. At this point, it was as if he was at the side of those 3-headed foreign beasts, and images of the 3-headed foreign beasts filled his eyes. These beasts. The strength is not weak, all C-rank alien beasts not to mention, and it's all contracted by the players. Type, 8-foot wooden beast. Level, C. Active talents, fierce claws, branches, mallet. Passive talent, wooden bear's body. Although it is an animal, it is like a plant. It can change its breath to look like a plant. Hold your breath. Type, dead beast. Level, D. Active talents, eye of death, parasite. Passive gift, not yet available. Is he? If I remember correctly, the contractee of the dead beast should be called Lin Yi, right? When he saw the ability of the last fey beast, Jiang Yuan's pupils flashed with a touch of greed. Don't look at the dead beast is not strong, but Jiang Yuan remembers that in his previous life when the game descended, the players who contracted the dead beast by virtue of it every time can evening out the strong, mixing well. In the final analysis, it was still because the dead beast's talent was extremely heaven-defying. Gifted with the eye of death, which not only affects reality, but also has the ability to reboot. The gift of parasitism, on the other hand, is a perfect match for its death's eye. After parasitizing, its gift of death's eye can take the parasitized fey, and even humans, with it to reboot. The Eye of Death. Since I've stumbled upon it, this talent is mine. Jiang Yuan didn't forget that he could still have a predatory talent. Now it seems more than appropriate to loot the Eye of Death. Placed on a dead beast, it can only use it to climb a strong fey. But put it on your own, and there's no doubt that there's more of a ceiling for survival. Let's say it's really going to rob a bank. He's got an extra layer of protection too. Not to mention, after the game came down to reality. Rebooting itself, understand? Oh. Between thoughts, through the golden pupil Jiang Yuan also understood their intentions. Trying to plot against the killer spider treasure with the reboot talent? I didn't realize that anyone actually believed it. With a soft laugh, Jiang Yuan suddenly had a flash of light. The killer spider's treasure, false as it is, doesn't seem like a bad thing to me. If we can spread the word about the treasure, it will attract more contracted beasts over. And since I have fallen in the eyes of the players, there won't be any particularly strong fey. With me watching, it's just the right time to let Flowfly, Chasing Moon, and the rest of them develop a bit. As Jiang Yuan murmured in a low voice, a brilliant light abruptly erupted from his eyes. Feasible is feasible, but this has to be planned for. Ha! At this time, through his strong spiritual power, Jiang Yuan noticed that the two beasts, Luing and Chasing Moon, who were originally fighting, had also discovered the dead beasts and their party. In that case, let them enjoy the killer spider's treasure first. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan's heart sank within him and he immediately stopped the two beasts, Luing and Moon chasing, through divine sense transmission. Show that by letting them in first. Chapter 62, Seizing the Treasure. At the same time, Jiang Yuan called out to the two-colored deer in his mind. A short while later, the two-toned deer walked into the cave. Master, you set it up, make this place look like a secret place. Yes. The two-colored deer ambled slightly in response. Yo! The green light of the two-colored deer's entire body surged up steeply. As it ran, the light on its body flew to all parts of the cave like dandelions dancing in the wind. Yoo! The two-colored deer kept firing and the whole cave was instantly renewed. Especially in the depths of the cave, the aura was even more incomparably dense. Feeling the aura of the air, Jiang Yuan exhaled and directly had Jiang Yi roll up another wave of heavenly materials to place in the depths of the cave. After doing this, Jiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. That makes it a bit of a killer spider treasure. Now just wait for them to come. In the meantime, the first few minutes of Jiang Yuan's setup. Chase the moon. What are you doing hiding all the time? Flowing Firefly was distressed that Chasing Moon kept dodging by virtue of its speed, so much so that they didn't fight at all. Ryu, aren't we on the same team? Why are you fighting me? Chasing the Moon outside cocked his head, very curious. You. Flowing Firefly's eyes glared. Its idea was simple, to beat the fish chaser so that it would recognize itself as a big sister. That way it can never be its own mother. But how could Luing say these words in his heart? Suddenly it looked up at the cave, its brow furrowing slightly. There were three unfamiliar scents. There's a fae coming? Flowing Firefly raised her eyes to Chasing Moon and realized that it was frowning just as much as she was, apparently noticing it as well. Chase the moon. With a twinkle in her eye, she came up with a great idea. Since you won't fight me, how about we compare? Then what? Chasing Moon asked. Flowing Glow's eyes looked in the direction of the cave and said, just then hunt them. Yes. Upon hearing this, a flash of desire for bloodlust flashed across Chasing Moon's crimson eyes. Flowing Firefly and it were on the same side, so it didn't want to compete with Flowing Firefly. But if it was about killing the enemy, Chasing the Moon could be more aggressive than anyone else. The other side. The line of dead beasts contracted by Lin Yi were blissfully unaware that their traces had already been clearly detected before they even entered the cave. At this point, as they got closer to the cave, the three beasts slowed down, holding their breath and lowering their entire body to the extreme. Be careful, don't let them find out. Lin Yi looked at the group of blizzard wolves lying at the entrance of the cave and took a deep breath. Old three, you'll watch those two foreign beasts from outside. I'll go in with my second to check out the killer spider treasure. Yes, the player known as Lao San responded. Then granted its fate to take cover. The fate he had contracted was a rat. With a strength of only C rank, don't look at the rank, but its strength is a bit outrageous. Simply put, it is the ability to hibernate oneself in the shadows so that no one else can detect it. It can also take advantage of this and launch a strong offense. On either side of it, there stood an alien beast that was only 8 feet and resembled the appearance of a plant and an alien beast that floated in the air. Floating in the air of the beast it seems to wear a black robe, into the eyes of the black, only a pair of eyes flashing a faint light. Dead beast, go! And as a few people discussed their tactics, the dead beast floated like a floating weed onto the 8-foot wooden beast's body, and finally melted with it completely. Roar! The 8-foot wooden beast let out a low roar, then it carefully moved its pace towards the cave. As it walked, its breath slowly dropped. By the end of the day its scent was faintly noticeable. It would have been extremely difficult to discover it if it had not been purposely probed. I have to say, the combination of the three beasts is pretty good at going about all this stealing. It was only a pity that the one they had encountered this time was Jiang Yuan. Under its extremely perverted spiritual power, no matter how the three beasts hid there was nowhere to hide. Sure, just because Jiang Yuan could discover it, it didn't mean that the rest of the foreign beasts could discover it. For example, right now, the 8-foot wooden beast led the dead beast carefully through the entrance of the cave without being noticed by any of the beasts. Wow, the scent in here is so strong. Just coming in, Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. No wonder that killer spider was so strong before. If I were to live here on a regular basis, my strength would certainly not be lower than his. As he spoke, the greed in his eyes became more and more evident, but it seems like there must be quite a lot of good stuff over there. If we take it out, then we'll make a fortune. With that said, he authorized his contracted beast to continue deeper into the cavern. The further in, the thicker the aura that filled the air became. Not much longer. The 8-foot wooden beast had led him to the entrance of the depths. Good. Rich aura. Lin felt like getting drunk. He could feel the increase that the 8-foot wooden beasts and the dead beasts produced in their bodies from this aura. Let's go, come on. Get in there and look around. Lin Ye's gaze was dead set on the depths of the cave, his intuition telling that to be able to possess such an aura, the heavenly treasures inside were definitely worth a lot. May. Just as they were about to authorize the Fae to be entering, a strange cry suddenly came out of his ears. Boss, those two foreign beasts seem to have finished fighting. They're back. That Firebird seems to have noticed. His words startled the two men beside him. Lin Yi and the man known as Lao Er immediately turned their heads to look at his cell phone screen. Picture. Fresh. With a cry, that Firebird didn't even look at her, body twisting as flames continuously burst out from her body, hitting the ground like a downpour. Bang, bang, bang. Strong flames crashed into the ground, constantly erupting into a concussive sound. The rat hiding in the shadows eventually couldn't stand the heat and could only scurry out of the shadows in a hurry. Shadows running on the ground, streams of fireflies clearly visible. Fresh. I can't believe Dad got it right. But it's mine. Glancing at Chasing Moon, who was running over to this rat in a hurry, Luing no longer thought much about it. The cry exploded as it fluttered its wings in a speedy dive towards the ground. The rat was fast, but Quicksilver was faster. It flaps its wings like the embodiment of the blazing sun. Immediately after, squeak, a mournful scream rang out, only to see that under the ferocious attack of the streaming firefly, the rat was unable to dodge in time, and its body was pierced through by its crimson sharp claws. When the words "Your contracted beast is dead" appeared in big, bright red letters in the cell phone, the three people who had taken everything in froze. How did how did she find out about my contracted beast? Boss, that Firebird rushed into the cave, or we should retreat? The oldest two on the side also hurriedly opened their mouths. His 8-foot wooden beast was better at hiding his breath though. But fear not. If you get caught, there's nothing left. Take it easy. Lin Yi took a deep breath and calmly analyzed that Firebird didn't notice Lao San. Otherwise she definitely wouldn't have waited for oldest three's contracted beast to appear before attacking. So my idea is to keep going deeper. Chapter 63, The Competition Under the Hunt. Without waiting for them to speak, Lin Yi continued, and, think about it, a heavenly treasure that can make a Firebird so anxious must be a good thing. With the secret treasure in place, it definitely wouldn't dare to make a move against us. Let's take this opportunity to get the secret treasure and get rich. Okay, boss, listen to you. Oldest three gritted his teeth and directly answered. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, the 8-foot wooden beast walked more carefully into the depths. All the way there, it seemed to be consistent with what Lin Yi had said. The originally fiery Firebird had subsided quite a bit after entering the cave. This was a relief to both Lin Yi and the other man. They didn't know that Lu Ying and Chasing the Moon had discovered them long ago at Zhang Yuan's behest. The fact that they hadn't made a move was entirely from Zhang Yuan's authorization, to let them discover the killer spider treasure before striking out to kill it. Chasing the Moon, this time you'll be prepared to obediently recognize me as your big sister. While staring at the 8-foot wooden beast and the dead beast, Lu Ying was wary of Chasing Moon beside him. It's to make Chasing the Moon understand. I'm the big sister. You want to be my mother? Dream on. Just as Quicksilver thought of this, ow, the moonchaser beside him let out a long whistle and turned into a black light that had already gone deeper into the cave. Ah! Moonchaser, you sneak attacked in secret! Streaming Firefly exclaimed, looking at Chasing the Moon where it didn't understand. It was the two beasts entering the depths of the cave. In the meantime, my god, all secret treasures. Just after stepping into the depths of the cave, Lin Yi's party froze. Not only was the aura very dense in the depths, there was also something as tall as a small mountain presenting itself. With a simple glance, they realized that quite a few of them were heavenly treasures that could be sold at high prices in the trading houses. A whole small mountain of heavenly treasures. Quick, move before that Firebird notices. Just move a few things and we won't lose this wave. Lin Yi hadn't finished his words. Fresh. Ow. Two extremely penetrating voices resounded, and even the depths of the cave shook. The two of them turned their heads to look, and they saw a werewolf whose body was as black as ink and whose eyes were crimson, and a Firebird whose entire body shone with a radiant red light were speeding over. Accompanying it was an intense storm as well as a hot, flame-intense light. At this moment, the two beasts they were contracted to froze in place, their entire bodies unable to resist trembling. Holy, damn it. It's all about to be moved soon, and I'm surprised it's been discovered now. Lin Yi couldn't help but open his mouth to curse, while at the same time authorizing the dead beasts to unleash their talents. Boom! A treacherous sound exploded. Chasing the Moon's attack was a step faster, covering both beasts. Aha! How could it be that Chasing the Moon won? Eyes wide open, Quicksilver froze on the spot. Chasing the Moon wins. Doesn't that mean you can't be its big sister? Instead, it wants to become its own mother? Just as Flowing Blow was disappointed, it suddenly detected a treacherous aura floating up. Fresh. Without thinking about it, the anger-ridden Lu Ying opened his crimson sharp claws and grabbed over. Roar! A roar of pain rang out, and the streamer looking over froze again. Because it realized that the hit was actually the 8-foot wooden beast that was trying to escape. What the hell? Aren't they dead? Despite the doubts in its mind, it was also excited, because then it doesn't count as a loss. Just before all the joy in his heart surfaced, an eerie aura rose up again. Looking up, it gave birth to a look of hell. How are you still alive? Ow. Before she could react, Moonchaser had already let out a long whistle. Streaming Firefly was instantly anxious, and pressed forward with his sharp claws before he could think much about it. Bang! Both offenses hit at the same time. This one seems to be over. The figure of the 8-foot wooden beast was not disappearing, and its entire breath was completely gone. I won! Flowing Firefly had an excited look on his face. But at this very moment, a blackened beast appeared out of nowhere beside the 8-foot wooden beast. It's running out the door in a frenzy. In its excitement, Quicksilver noticed, only it was ultimately slower than Chasing Moon. In an instant, Chasing the Moon had already caught up with the beast and delivered a fatal blow. Streaming Firefly's eyes went wide, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. One step short. Just one last step. If she didn't get carried away, it's a win for her. How does this work, Luing? Chasing Moon twisted her head to look at Ryuhu. Flowing Firefly took a deep breath and tried to remain condescending. This time you killed him once, I killed him once, before I hunted that rat and you hunted this thing. We'll take that as a tie. Luing tilted his head and continued in a rather calm tone. Moon Chasing, I didn't expect you to be quite good. I've only utilized 80% of my strength, and you managed to catch up. Looks like I underestimated you before. Okay, enough talk. Dad said he wants this black thing. Go deliver it to him. After saying that, Quicksilver flew away from the cave. She desperately needed to go and vent the hard feelings in her heart before she could do so now. As it flew out of the cave, it suddenly detected a throbbing in the distance. Dare to bump into my lady's gun. Let's see what it is. Lu Ying's eyes turned, and he flew in that direction. In the meantime, Lin Ye's trio stared blankly at the images in their respective cell phones. This is dead? This is completely over? Holy, my dead beast. Lin Yi let out a roar, his voice bleak to the core. Previously, every time the three of them had cooperated under the three beasts, they had been able to find quite a few good things. But now, it's completely gone. All three foreign beasts were dead, and their fortune was completely cut off. Old boss, what do we do now? One of them asked, raising his head in a bemused manner. Lin fell into silence. What to do? He's trying to figure out what to do now, too. Treadmill, boss. Why don't I post this on the forum? Someone spoke in a cold voice, although we won't be able to get our hands on the killer spider's treasure. But they exterminated our Fae. We must not let them go. His words immediately elicited a chorus of agreement from the other man. The work was to get onto the record of 10,000 Beasts forum and try to post about it. Wait. Suddenly, an aura flashed through Lin Ye's mind. Facing the puzzled looks of the two of them, he opened his mouth and said, you guys go and contact the players you know from the record of 10,000 beasts. Let's just say we have a big secret. Those who want to know the secret will trade for $1 million. As long as there's money to keep contracting foreign beasts, I don't believe that we can't keep it up. His words caught the eyes of the remaining few. Boss, you mean don't post the forums, but sell them to others? Right, and to hunt the Firebird for us, as well as that werewolf. A flash of coldness flashed across Lin Ye's eyes, causing the remaining two to light up and immediately make contact about it. They had been trading outward before, and had gotten to know quite a few of the Kryptonian players in the Book of 10,000 Beasts. Not a moment too soon. They then contacted a Kryptonian big shot. This man was also a loyal customer of theirs, and they had small millions of transactions between them. He can definitely shell out millions. And with his strength, it was more than enough to exterminate the Firebird and the werewolf. Chapter 64, The Value of a Killer Spider's Treasure. Ding, your bank card arrives with $1 million. Bank card balance $20,00010. A short while later, a beep came from the phone. Well. Lin Yi shouted, let's continue. With a little more trafficking going out, we can make it back too. And that Firebird and that werewolf will surely die. Yes, boss. Holy, boss, you're too good. Can think of that way. Learning of the transfer, the two henchmen quickly turned their grief into strength and acted quickly. But they didn't realize that Jiang Yuan, who was in the depths of the cave, was now very dissatisfied. It's been so long since the hunt, how come there's no news out on the forums? A piece of doubt arose in Jiang Yuan's mind. As per usual, after the death of a player's Fey beast, the news about the killer spider's treasure should have spread throughout the record of 10,000 beasts in an instant. Could it be that he, like the ones before him, is still thinking of taking it all for himself? Abruptly, Jiang Yuan recalled the situation when he encountered the first wave of enemies from his previous life. Those players just didn't post to the forums. He wouldn't still be thinking about my murderous spider treasure, right? Jiang Yuan straightened and frowned, then wouldn't I have worked for nothing? Jiang Yuan kept scanning the posts on the forum and seemed to be pondering over something. Immediately afterward, his furrowed brow slowly stretched. Never mind, since you won't send it, I'll send it for you. A player who wants to monopolize the killer spider's treasure is not a good player. Zhang Yuan said, and then slightly closed his eyes, then authorized him through the perspective of the person in his mind to release the news within the record of 10,000 beasts about the killer spider's treasure. Although Zhang Yuan was dead, news about him would inevitably receive attention from players. Once published, the post naturally received the attention of countless players as well. And the content of the post Zhang Yuan edited was simple. It's nothing more than a rehash of what happened to those previous beasts, followed by a few screenshots. I throw a whole small mountain high of heavenly treasures. Is this something I dare to covet? Holy, I saw what the owner said about that firebird and blasted werewolf. Earlier, I also saw that the two of them were going to fight within the record of 10,000 beasts, but before they could fight they suddenly hurried towards the cave. It seems to know that the owner went in. Brothers, since it's true, are there any teaming up together? The killer spider is dead, and those two fey beasts are still infighting, so this is a wonderful opportunity. Looking at the increasing number of players leaving comments at the bottom of the post, Zhang Yuan was all smiles. Come and find the treasure of the killer spider. I promise, this treasure, you will remember for the rest of your lives. Master, the fey you asked for. It was also at this time that Chasing Moon walked in with the dead beast. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, you'll talk to the other foreign beasts later. There might be some foreign beasts coming this way lately, and your task is to exterminate them. Yes, Chasing the Moon was in doubt in his heart and hurriedly answered. Then master, I'll go down first. When Chasing Moon left, Zhang Yuan surveyed the dead beast with interest. A dead beast? What a peculiar race that can still awaken such a talent. But all in all, I have you to thank for it. With a soft laugh, Zhang Yuan opened his mouth and started devouring it. The host devours a D-class alien beast, the dead beast, and gains 300 evolution points. The fey dead beast is a contracted beast, and devouring it gains an additional 300 evolution points. Dead beasts with the gift Death's Eye, parasitism, detected, to plunder or not. Plunder the Eye of Death. Zhang Yuan spoke softly. Being plundered for the host. Host looting successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the active talent Death's Eye. The Eye of Death is fusing. As soon as the system's voice fell, Zhang Yuan felt that one of the eyes gave birth to a strange change. The original lavender light suddenly blossomed and rapidly declined, and then a strange scarlet light was seen to emerge from this eye. Eye of Death fusion complete. The Eye of the Evil Spider, Purple Eye, capable of taking souls, disturbing the minds of living creatures, and eating the souls of beasts in order to nourish their own souls. Golden Eye, can break through all the illusions in the world and recognize yin and yang. Red Eye, can visualize the reality of the illusory, and can reboot everything within a 25-meter radius from its own base, restoring it to what it was 10 minutes ago. Note that it takes a huge amount of spiritual energy, and the range will be in a 3-day period of weakness after the reboot. It seems that the Eye of Death has become stronger after undergoing fusion. Zhang Yuan thought back to the introduction and the dead beast just now and murmured in secret. He rolled his eyes restlessly, that red eye looking from side to side, looking extremely creepy. Reboot, I know how it is, illusory figment is? In the midst of the enunciation, Zhang Yuan's rotating red eyes narrowed slightly. Boom! An extremely bizarre scene occurred. Only within Zhang Yuan's line of sight, the terrain deep inside the cave was changing in a treacherous manner. It was as if the terrain began to twist and change with his gaze. Ho ho ho! The change in terrain also caused the beasts inside the cave to roar wildly. This sound made Zhang Yuan immediately put away his red eyes and smacked his lips. The Eye of Death, it's really a bit perverted. Keep in mind that this is just moving the cave. What if it's a living contraption? Isn't it also possible to just twist it when it's launched? If so, I'm afraid he won't even have to make a move in the future. A dry look is enough to kill the enemy, right? It seems like a talent that will have to be honed in the future. No, I have a full 8 eyes. How terrifying it would be if they all possess talent. Never mind, those are still too far away. I just hope that this gift will materialize in people. Zhang Yuan smacked his lips, then quietly closed his eyes. He desperately wanted to know if persons had acquired this ability together. This is about his big plan to rob a bank. As for the reboot, this would be one of Zhang Yuan's bottom cards. Never take it out until you have to. In the meantime, another geographical area of the Blue Star. Boss, we made a fortune. A person beside Lin Yi spoke excitedly. We sell the treasures of the killer spider. It's already made $5 million in a short period of time. A whole $5 million. This is much faster than us grabbing any heavenly treasures in the record of 10,000 beasts to make money. Hearing this, Lin Yi and the other person both had excited smiles on their faces. 5 million. If they were to change before, despite the fact that the three of them were extremely well suited to the Fae, but to make so much money in a short period of time is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Get a grip. Eventually Lin Yi integrated the smile on his face and said in a deep voice, otherwise, this news won't be worth much. By the way, who are some of the people you sell to? It's all about some kryptonite bigot. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded his head and grunted coldly, then when they go looking for the killer spider's treasure, they'll definitely be able to kill that firebird and the damn werewolf. That's revenge for us. Tramp, dare to kill my contracted beast. I'll kill you. Chapter 65, announcing the news of the game's descent into reality. Knock knock. The remaining two were about to agree when a knock on the door took the lead. Who is it? A man vocalized in inquiry. No sound came out of the door, only the knocking was a little more violent. Treadmill. Who is it? Lin let out a roar and got up to open the door to his room. Bang! The door to the room had just opened and Lin Yi was greeted with a sturdy kick. Suffering a huge force, he instantly planted himself on the ground. Boss! His two henchmen were startled and hurriedly ran to Lin Yi's side. Ahem! Who are you people? Lin looked up with difficulty and realized that the man who had hit him was a burly man wearing an undershirt and a carved dragon. Behind him was a group of strong men dressed in black, with big, burly looks. Tramp, dare to fool me, give me a hard beating. The burly man at the head gave a command, and the burly men behind him rushed towards Lin Yi. The three of them didn't last more than a few rounds in the hands of this group of big and strong men. This big brother, we have something to say properly, you. Lin Yi opened his mouth with difficulty, but was interrupted by the burly man at the head of the group. Tramp, have something to say? The killer spider treasure has been publicized on the forums, and you still dare to bring it over to fool me. What? Been publicized? Lin Yi's eyes glared. This big brother, it's not me, it's definitely not us. You're a tough guy, aren't you? The burly man in the lead snorted coldly and directly opened the 10,000 Beasts record forum to find that message posted by Zhang Yuan about the killer spider's treasure. Open your eyes and take a good look. What? Upon reading the contents on his cell phone, Lin Yi's eyes widened in death. The picture tells of something not unlike what he experienced. Can you say coincidence even? The point is, even the picture that carries it features all three of their beasts. Tramp, beat it hard for me. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, the burly man shouted angrily again. Bang, bang, bang. One casserole-sized fist called out to him, and in an instant Lin Yi was battered and bruised, but all he could think about was about the post. Who the hell dares to swing old me? Lousy can't get you killed. The burly man at the head of the group became even more angry. He spat fiercely and said angrily, how dare you give me a shout, give me a beating, into the smoke. With this, Zhang Yuan didn't know the situation on Lin Yi's side, not to mention the fact that he already holds a grudge. But even knowing that, Zhang Yuan would only clap his hands as well. I let you in to get the word out, and you're good. Hide yourself and think about making money? Why don't you share it with me? What's going on? The moment. As his consciousness slowly integrated, a flash of light flashed in Zhang Yuan's personal eyes. The Eye of Death. Zhang Yuan softly shouted out, but there wasn't any change born. Sure enough, Zhang Yuan's expression did not change too much in response to this situation. Zhang Yuan had discovered this as early as when he had performed the split on the record of 10,000 beasts. The strength of the doppelganger does not change as the main body is enhanced. The only way to inherit the latest power of one's own essence is to merge with each other and then continue to split. Then it would seem that my person's current strength is still at the stage where I gained the gift of bilocation before. Zhang Yuan frowned lightly for a few moments without the Eye of Death. Not knowing the strength of Earth's gifted people today, he would lose out if he rashly went to rob a bank and caused the split to break. One has to think of a way to do both. Just as Zhang Yuan was pondering, a beep suddenly sounded in his mind. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 500 W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 50,000 evolution points. Righteous Father gave me kryptonite? As he spoke, Zhang Yuan also realized that his righteous father had sent 3 messages over. The first 2 were inquiring about the forum about the killer spider treasure. The last one caught his attention instead. Arachnid, can I get the word out about the end of days? Zhang Yuan shook his head and smiled. In fact, he could quite understand his righteous father's mood. After all, he had been living in the peaceful era and had not experienced the misery of the game descending into reality. After learning of the end of days, I'm sure that any individual would want to avoid more deaths. But righteous father, even if you announce it, no one else will believe it. Just as he, earlier, had been afraid to talk to his righteous father about the game coming down to reality. Isn't it because you're afraid that your righteous father won't believe you? Zhang Yuan was about to wisp his thoughts with his righteous father when he suddenly had a heartbeat. Indeed. The general public won't believe it, but what about certain people who stand at the top of the kingdom? If I know that, then they're bound to show up, and I can intercede just enough to see just what level of gifted strength the game has yet to descend into reality. This will help me when I go to rob a bank, or even after the game comes down. If you don't know. Zhang Yuan smiled, not knowing wouldn't cause any damage. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan proceeded to start editing the reply. Inside the luxury villa, Su Meng's eyes stared tightly at the chat interface, a nice little face hung with tension. In fact, knowing the end of days burned her heart. She was a peace-loving person and was eager to tell others that the end times were getting the rest of the world ready. It was just that this matter had been told to her by the little spider after all, and she couldn't determine if the little spider was willing to share this secret. But without saying anything, every now and then she thought about it. It doesn't. Today she pressed on with her inquiries. And I wonder if the little arachnid would agree. What if it doesn't agree? Suman whispered, the tension floating on her small face growing. Dodo. That's when a red dot suddenly surfaced on the phone. Sumang immediately looked up and saw an additional entry in the chat interface. Very concise. It's all up to your righteous father. Yay! Little Arachnid agrees. Seeing this message, Sumang's originally nervous face suddenly revealed a touch of a lovely smile. Even the white feet wiggled. I knew it, Little Arachnid is peace-loving too. Hee. Little Arachnid, mommy thanks you. Leaving a final sentence, Sumang immediately edited the good news online then posted it. She seems to be afraid that people won't see it and has paid for a special hot search. Brush up. And after Sumang purchased the hot search, the news she posted was quickly noticed by many netizens. In a short while, her post attracted countless comments from netizens. Sumang saw many more red dots on the post, and she couldn't help but click in to check it out. Even she was mentally fantasizing about telling the many internet users how to save themselves in the apocalypse. Chapter 66, Human Gifted. After clicking on the post, Sumang was dumbfounded. Instead of any panicked comments at the bottom of the post, there was a scramble for banter. No, the game descends into reality and the Fae descend? The end of the world? Owner, with a brain like yours, it's a shame you don't go write novels. Don't be ridiculous. What if there really is an end of the world? Doghead, save your life. JPG. If the end does come, I'll live stream my hair washing upside down. No, washing my hair is so unchallenging, I'll go upside down and eat Shang. Good buddy, intercepted. +1+1+1. Intercepted. Who's afraid of who? Will the world really end? Why don't these people believe it? Scanning through all of the netizens' comments, Sumang's eyes flashed with a flash of gelatinous color. How do I prove this is true? Make them believe it? Frowning in agony, Suman didn't realize that the netizens hadn't believed the words on her post, though. But within Dacia's Ministry of Security, her comments triggered a round of major earthquakes. Kyoto, Ministry of Security. Qin Lao sat in his office, his eyes staring at the latest document presented to him. This document is simple, so simple that this is just an online post. But it was such a simple post that caused Qin Lao to frown. Because what the post indicates out of the heck is that there is something about the game of all beasts coming down to reality. You have to know that it hasn't been long since they discussed about the record of 10,000 beasts. They were only skeptical. And this post is like determining that the book of all beasts will come to reality. Qin Lao fell into deep thought, muttering under his breath, to be able to post it on the internet, it seems he really wants to tell the general public about this. It's just not always a good thing for the general public to know everything clearly. At least not right now. It's going to take a little while longer before it's announced. Phew. Elder Qin took a deep breath, then spoke to a person next to him, who posted this thread. Have you found out yet? Elder Qin, it's been found out. A middle-aged man beside him spoke in a deep voice. According to the IP location, it's coming from Wulong Bay in Guanghan province. There's limited time at the moment to find out just the general area. It takes a little time in precise locations. Hearing this, Elder Qin nodded slightly then said, Guanghan province? Chen is in charge there, right? Have him send someone to see what's going on first. After a pause, Elder Qin continued, remember to tell him not to be impulsive. Regardless of what thoughts he holds, it is thought that there aren't many people who can possess this kind of insight in the entire Dacia, or even the world. He's a talent. Yes. With a solemn body beside Qin Lao, he immediately went down to make arrangements. Qin Lao, on the other hand, had been sitting in his office, looking at this document in his hands. The Book of 10,000 Beasts descends into reality, humans mutate and awaken their gifts. Beast bodies surge. All the countries have launched corresponding measures for this. It seems that the whole blue planet is going to enter a whole new era. Elder Qin shook his head, a smear of refined light gradually converging in his slightly cloudy eyes. Let's hope that with our efforts, Dacia will be able to walk farther down this road of the new era. In the meantime, the night was getting late. The surrounding area was quiet. Zhang Yuan's gaze was deep and landed far away from Su Meng's villa. It was all lit up and didn't look half bad. It seems that the officials of Grand Xia don't necessarily know about the record of 10,000 beasts. Zhang Yuan shook his head and let out a sigh of relief. It's now been a while since Su Dream's post. The fact that no official from Dacia has come until now actually says something. After all, Zhang Yuan, who was a Dacia person in his previous life, could deeply know how swiftly Dacia's official action force was. I had hoped to see the so-called gifted before the game had come down. It doesn't seem to be working. Zhang Yuan's words just rang out, but suddenly his gaze shifted from the villa to another direction. He sensed two auras with spiritual power fluctuations coming this way one after the other. Finally? Just as well, then let me see just how powerful the gifted ones whose games have not yet descended into reality are. Zhang Yuan grinned as the demon shadow thousand weight was instantly unleashed. He disappeared into the rental in moments. Not far from this, there were two silhouettes chasing after each other. In front of him was a bald man dressed in black with an ugly centipede-like scar on his forehead. He was followed by a woman. She had a pretty face and a pair of eyes that seemed to harbor a sea of stars. That's not even the most appealing part. Her main attraction is undoubtedly her hot-to-trot body. It was just that her cold face and the short blade in her hand were extremely mismatched with her hot body. Tramp, didn't you just kill someone? As for chasing so hard? The bald man twisted his head to look at the woman behind him who was constantly pursuing him, and his fierce face flashed with a touch of gravity. If I hadn't been traumatized during the siege last time, little master, I would have made you sing conquests at my crotch a long time ago. Ahem. Just as he was darkening, he suddenly stumbled in his body. He frowned and his hand couldn't help but cover his chest. There was a conspicuous knife mark, from which blood was constantly flowing. Damn, that last injury is starting to kick in. No, I have to find a chance to dump her or I'll really have to answer for it. The bald man said in his heart. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he quickly turned his body to run to the left. He saw it, a man's figure on the left. As long as he grabbed this man as a hostage, he thought that the probability of escaping would increase quite a bit. Hey, get away. Don't ever get caught. The woman behind the bald man noticed his movements and immediately voiced a warning. At the same time she quickened her pace, trying to rush over and shield the man. Unfortunately, in a situation where she was already behind, she couldn't catch up at all. In the end, he could only watch as the bald man ran to the man. The bald man quickly dodged behind the man, then used his strong arms to contain the man, while at the same time turning to the woman in front of him. You step on the horse and stop, or I'll kill him. Am I being taken hostage here? The man asked with interest instead of being the slightest bit nervous about being grabbed. The two men looked a little odd, but the man being held was even odder. He was none other than Zhang Yuan, who had arrived. You let go of him. At this time, another delicate voice sounded. Zhang Yuan looked up with more than a touch of surprise on his face. This woman holding a short blade, Zhang Yuan recognized. If he remembered correctly, this woman should be the beautiful nurse from when his consciousness returned. And then looking at the astonished eyes of the beautiful nurse in front of him, Zhang Yuan understood. He's not mistaken. I didn't expect to see you again, it's a small world. Zhang Yuan completely ignored the man behind him and smiled at her with his teeth displayed. Zhang Yuan's words that woman has not yet responded. The bald man who grabbed him was happy in his heart, since he is recognized, the probability of him escaping is even greater. So his shoulder increased a few points of force and he said, Tramp, kid, don't you fling your slickness at me. If you don't want to die, be honest. Don't be impulsive. The beautiful nurse hurriedly spoke, looking nervous. He's just an ordinary person, you mustn't hurt the innocent. The two of them confronted each other nervously, and no one noticed that Zhang Yuan's face had already flashed with a touch of coldness. Chapter 67, Ice Sculpture. You do realize that the one thing I hate the most is people blackmailing me. Zhang Yuan was very calm and his words were filled with a bone-chilling coldness. What the hell? What if I threaten you? Before the bald man's words could fall, he suddenly felt an abnormal coldness in his body. Numb, why is it suddenly cold? He looked down, and instantly his eyes widened as a flash of intense panic surfaced. Only his arm that contained the man slyly condensed with channels of frost. And the frost spread rapidly, and in an instant the bald man was transformed into a humanoid ice sculpture. In the twinkling of an eye, he made no sound, and only through the lifelike ice sculpture could he be seen that his hideous face was very twisted with a strong sense of horror. Zhang Yuan patted the bald man's body just like a normal person. Snap! Like a fragile item, the bald man's body instantly turned into a piece of broken ice and spilled onto the ground. Zhang Yuan looked on flatly, if he hadn't mistakenly thought that the bald man was a Daxia official at first. This man, long dead. And of course it's just that much later now. This. The beautiful nurse on the opposite side of the room was dumbfounded at this scene. It's all happening too fast and too soon. So fast that her emotions hadn't reacted. After a moment, the beautiful nurse exclaimed and opened her mouth. What you awakened is actually an elemental talent. My god. Elemental talent? The abilities of Zhang Yuan's person were completely inherited from his own body. He has many talents besides frost. Just what are the rest of my talents, again? Looking at this woman, it seems like elemental talent is a very impressive talent? Of course, although Zhang Yuan was puzzled, he wasn't stupid enough to talk to a strange woman about it. Between Zhang Yuan's thoughts, the beautiful nurse in front of him spoke again. You awakened the ice element. Did you kill that bearded man before? Bearded man? Zhang Yuan looked back and shrugged, sort of. What? Are you going to take a shot at me? Zhang Yuan raised his eyes and looked at her playfully, through these two gifted people and the bearded man from before. He still had a lot of unanswered questions, but he had a general perception. These gifted people are not particularly strong. Humans who could only be counted as possessing psychic powers, not to mention the main body, even their own doppelgangers, they couldn't compare. You did us a great favor by settling them. The beautiful nurse integrated her facial expression and smiled. Now I solemnly introduce myself to you. I'm Night Spirit, a gifted from the Daxia Security Department. My power is to blend in. As she spoke, the beautiful nurse's figure flickered, followed by the entirety disappearing from Zhang Yuan's field of vision. Blend in? Into the darkness? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Wouldn't it be similar to that mouse? Only her gift is a little more advanced than simply blending into the darkness. In with some of the human technology, it would be a good candidate to be an assassin. Between Zhang Yuan's comments, Night Spirit's figure had already shown itself in another direction. She smiled and said, "How's that? My talent is not bad, right? It's not as strong as your elemental talent, but it's still extremely strong." Zhang Yuan nodded his head and said, "Not bad. If it's alright, then I'll be on my way." "Wait." The Night Spirit called out to Zhang Yuan and continued, "You should be the one who awakened your ability talent when you awakened from the vegetative state last time, right? A vegetable awakening talent?" Zhang Yuan's brows furrowed slightly again. Seemingly seeing Zhang Yuan's doubts, the Night Spirit explained, "Recently, a group of gifted people with extraordinary abilities have emerged around the world. To be gifted, after analyzing it, we've got the initial speculation. That is, in order to awaken a talent, one must be pushing the limits of the human body to do so. Of course, not everyone is so lucky. Some people, even after breaking through the limits of the human body, are unable to awaken, and instead end up dying from overdrafting their bodies. And not all gifted people, either, are virtuous." When Zhang Yuan nodded in approval, the Night Spirit continued to speak, "Since you possess the talent, it means you are not an ordinary person. I would like to invite you to join the Daxia Security Department together." Zhang Yuan's face was thoughtful. It seemed as if joining the official was more cost-effective than going to rob a bank and then being tragically hunted down. And after joining, he himself will be able to know the latest news on the human side through his person. Actually, when you join the Daxia Security Department, you're usually no different from normal people. As long as you join, you'll also be able to receive the generous treatment given by the Daxia officials. Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't reply, Night Spirit, who was afraid that he wouldn't join in, hurriedly spoke again. Zhang Yuan's thoughts returned as he looked at Night Spirit and revealed a smile. "I need to discuss this with your leader. That's the only way to decide to join or not." "Okay, no problem," Night Spirit answered with her mouth full, "but you have to wait for me first. I need to go probe something." "Is it about the record of 10,000 beasts?" Zhang Yuan asked with feigned curiosity. "You know about the record of 10,000 beasts?" The Night Spirit looked shocked. Zhang Yuan thought about it and didn't deny it. The person who posted this was not him after all, and he was not in a good position to admit it. However, when he didn't say anything, the Night Spirit was the first to affirm, "Come to think of it, not many people know about the record of 10,000 beasts. And with the location of the IP being here, how could it be anyone else but you? You're coming with me. I'll take you to the boss right now." The boss will die of joy when he finds out about this. "May." Spitting out a word faintly, Zhang Yuan followed Night Spirit's footsteps. On the way after Zhang Yuan's consent, Night Spirit also reported his news. "Ministry of Security, Daxia, Guanghan Province." "What?" "Yes, I'm in the security section." "Alright, Night Spirit, hurry up and bring him here." Qin Zhangwo, the minister of the security part of Guanghan Province, hung up the phone. His expression was filled with an uncontrollable excitement. Just a moment ago he had received a call from Night Spirit, saying that he was going to bring over an ability that had awakened the Frost talent. And this person knew about the record of all beasts. This is going to thrill him to death. Frost talent. That's an elemental talent. Until now, there were not even 1 in 10,000 people who could awaken their talents in the huge Daxia. Even fewer awakened elemental talents. Even him. The minister of the Guanghan province branch had also only awakened the talent of being able to turn his body into a sharp blade. But that talent alone was enough to get into the position of head of the Daxia security department in Guanghan province. And elementally gifted ability users, as long as they grow up, there's no limit to what you can do in the future. There is no doubt that Guanghan province has picked up a treasure this time. "Oh Night Spirit, you've really surprised me." Emotionally, he stared intently at the clock on the wall. The moment. How he wished that time would pass faster and faster. Good on. Zhang Yuan and the Night Spirit didn't let them suffer for long. Within moments, he received a call from the Night Spirit indicating that they had arrived. Finally. A brilliant light erupted from Chen's eyes, and he flew up and left the office directly. At the same time, as he ran out, his body was changing rapidly, and he was going to try to see how strong the rumored elemental talent really was. Chapter 68, The Great Summer Official's Hospitality. At this point, Zhang Yuan and Night Spirit stood in front of a roll-up door, the two of them side by side. "This is the place." While waiting for the door to open, Night Spirit introduced herself to Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, be careful later." Zhang Yuan raised his eyes to look at Night Spirit suspiciously. After a period of time, he and Night Spirit had gotten acquainted. "Our Minister of Security in Guanghan Province is a man obsessed with martial arts. When you see him later, remember to turn him down if he wants to spar with you. According to the class division, he possesses the strength of Class C, but he is one of the top experts in Guanghan Province." "I guess it's too late." After hearing the explanation, Zhang Yuan smiled. "Too late for what?" Crunch. The Night Spirit had just flooded with doubts when she saw a middle-aged man with his hands transformed into sharp blades rush out from within the roll-up door. As soon as he saw Zhang Yuan, he raised his double blades and slashed straight at him. "Watch the move. Interesting." Zhang Yuan laughed out softly, his foot stepping lightly. Swish. The temperature in the air dropped dramatically. At the same time, spots of frost flashed out around Zhang Yuan's body. Especially at his feet, the surge of coldness steeply gave birth to a frost-covered path. And at the end of the road, it was none other than Chen Jiangwo, who was frozen in frost. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The night spirit beside him couldn't help but burst out. She who had seen Zhang Yuan's strikes knew that Zhang Yuan's strength was strong, but she had never expected it to be so strong. Chen Jiangwo. He wasn't talking about in Guanghan province. Even if he looked at the whole of Disya, or even the Blue Star, he could be considered a first-class powerhouse. Just frozen? Click, click, click. At that moment a piercing sound rang out. Only a dash of rich spiritual energy was seen surging out of the ice sculpture. Following the ice sculpture, cracks cracked out, thinking that it wouldn't take long for Chen to break free. Zhang Yuan quietly watched. After all, it was not a life and death duel. There was no need for him to make another move. At that moment he pondered in his mind. Just now, through the aura displayed by Chen, Zhang Yuan found that it was similar to the aura of the C rank in the record of 10,000 beasts. But if a Fey beast of the same rank and a gifted person were to battle, it would still be more likely that the Fey beast would win. After all, the powerful physique of a Fey beast just isn't comparable to that of a gifted human. As Zhang Yuan continued to analyze the gap between the two in his mind, with a thud, Chen broke free. Nice one! His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Zhang Yuan. Not bad for someone who has awakened an elemental talent. What a perverted strength! Looking at his shocked look, Zhang Yuan smiled and did not say anything. I also wonder how he would feel if he knew he didn't just have the frost talent. At this time, he extended his hand and said, "My name is Chen Jiangwo. I'm the head of the Guanghan branch of the Daxia Security Department." Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan shook his hand. Zhang Yuan, what you have awakened is that frost is an S-rank elemental talent. At this time, Chen took a breath and continued, and mine is only a B-grade talent. If you join us, with your powerful talent, in the near future, your strength will also be greatly enhanced. At that time, I'm afraid you'll be able to easily freeze the side of heaven and earth, or even a city. Elemental is S-grade? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but speculate in his mind. Then what about my other talents? How are the ranks divided? Doubtful in his heart, on the surface Zhang Yuan did not move and smiled. All these are nothing to me. I have only one request. Chen immediately said, feel free to mention any requests you have. Even if I can't fulfill it, I'll ask for instructions from above as fast as I can. Zhang Yuan nodded. I need money. Oh, Chen was slightly stunned, and after a moment he said, I heard Night Spirit say that you also know about the record of 10,000 beasts. So you want kryptonite? That's right. Zhang Yuan nodded and explained again, actually, I have a secret. Before I obtained this ability, I had only just contracted the foreign beasts within the record of 10,000 beasts. But just deed, I suddenly became a vegetable for some reason. When I came to my senses, I gained the ability. Zhang Yuan's words were half true, but only such words were more likely to make others believe them. And it kind of fit with Night Spirit's earlier explanation. He himself had pushed the limits of his vegetative body which had awakened the gift. Thinking of this, he continued, after I woke up, I've been studying the record of 10,000 beasts, and the more I study it, the weirder I feel. What kind of game is there where you have to start over when you die, and it requires so much kryptonite? Seeing Chen's expression grow more and more grave, he dropped his last words. That's why I felt the need to try it. Seeing that Chen had no intention of speaking for a long time, Zhang Yuan did not urge him and only waited quietly. After a long silence, Chen finally spoke. Zhang Yuan, in fact, I'm not going to hide it from you, our great Xia is already gradually studying the record of 10,000 beasts. Because, we found the beasts inside, suspected of possessing intelligence. Indeed, Zhang Yuan realized in his heart, but on the surface, he revealed his surprise, possessing wisdom? Right. Chen nodded solemnly then said, this matter is a long story. Let's just talk about you joining security. Chen continued, although I can't give you the money, we in Daxia are arranging for manpower to act as players of the record of 10,000 beasts. As long as you join, I promise, one of those spots will be yours. And whatever you do, we in Daxia will not intervene. Only one thing, when there is a crisis in Daxia, you must step in to help. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's heart moved. With a country as his backing, Zhang Yuan didn't dare to imagine how far his contracted beasts would reach. Sessions. The game comes down to having a spider body and a powerful doppelganger. Who else can be your opponent? As for Daxia having a crisis, the point of having to help is about as non-binding to Zhang Yuan. How could he, who was a Daxia man in his previous life, not have feelings for Daxia? With this in mind, Zhang Yuan extended his hand with a smile. Okay, I'm in. As soon as Zhang Yuan spoke, a smile appeared on Chen's face. Zhang Yuan, welcome to the team. You can leave later, I'll report your message first. Night Spirit, first take Zhang Yuan for a stroll and explain to him the situation today. Yes, Night Spirit immediately nodded, and her pretty face was filled with exhilaration. Obviously Zhang Yuan's joining made her very happy. And getting an answer, Chen ran back into his office at a rapid pace. Upon shutting the door behind him, he immediately turned the air conditioning up to maximum. Then as soon as he slumped back in his chair, his whole body shivered, and his teeth chattered in the cold. Not bad for an elemental talent. Ouch, that's going to be cold, I'm glad I didn't fight anymore. Or it's a big shame. It took a good while to ease up before he felt the chill being dispelled a bit. It was then that he picked up his phone and muttered, if Elder Qin knew that I had recruited gifted individuals with the frost element, I'm afraid they would all be shocked for quite some time. No. It's not just Elder Qin, it's estimated that the entire Grand Xia, and even all the kingdoms of the world will be envious and jealous because of this. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he had already dialed Elder Qin's phone, ready to report this side of the situation truthfully. Chapter 69, The Underpinnings of Daxia. The Other Side. The night spirit brought Jiang Yuan to a mysterious place. The place was very wide, the size of dozens of basketball courts, which were divided into several rooms. Jiang Yuan looked a smack, just did not expect to look not more luxurious. Guanghan province, Daxia security part of the department of the head actually have a hole in the sky. Jiang Yuan, let me show you our newest weapons room first. Seeing Jiang Yuan curiously looking around, Night Spirit faintly smiled and took the lead in leading him into a room called the weapons room. Upon entering, what presented itself to Jiang Yuan was a wide array of weapons. There are modern technology guns and the like, but also similar to the ancient model of long knives, short blades and other cold weapons. The bullets emitted by these guns are all different, and there are bullets that can limit the utilization of the psychic powers of gifted people and even beasts. The Night Spirit acted as a narrator, pointing at the weapons in front of him and explaining them one by one to Jiang Yuan. There are also fog bombs that weaken muscles. Most of these are given to people in the Daxia military, and those cold weapons and such are for some gifted people who have powerful bodies. Each cold weapon is made from different materials, in different ways, and has different abilities that can be demonstrated. Like my short blade, it looks plain. However, it is crafted using a meteorite from the sky, and after instilling spiritual energy into it, it will greatly increase armor breaking. And the short blade is constructed with intricate blood grooves, so that as long as you are hit by the short blade, the blood will not stop like a gushing spring. It also fits right in with my talent. These are all the latest weapons developed by our great summer for beasts, gifted ones and the like. The more Jiang Yuan heard, the more his heart palpitated. Fortunately, he did not go to rob a bank. Otherwise it's not really a simple task to escape by yourself who doesn't know anything. And after the introduction of the weapons room, Night Spirit took Jiang Yuan to the rest of the various venues. Simply put, it's full of all the essentials. There was a field for the gifted to exercise, as well as a place for all kinds of potions that had been developed. According to what Night Spirit said, each potion had a different potency. There were those that enhanced spiritual power, those that restored and so on and so forth. And to what extent has the mutation about humans and even the mutation of the beasts reached now? After quietly listening to Night Spirit's explanation, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but ask out. These were things he had to learn about before the game came down to reality. It is the only way to be invincible when the game comes down. To be honest, it's not promising. Night Spirit sighed and said, I can't say anything about this kind of thing. Let me take you to the archive room. Okay. As Jiang Yuan answered, the Night Spirit led him into a room piled with all sorts of documents. You can see for yourself that it's all marked. Jiang Yuan nodded at the words and casually flipped through the documents inside. The more he looked at Jiang Yuan, the more his heart palpitated. One of the things that appalled Jiang Yuan the most was a dossier on the alienation of zoo beasts. From the archives. It was one night when the zoo beasts were alienated and they banded together with each other to brutally murder the humans inside. Though this matter was suppressed and resolved by the team sent out by Daxia, but eventually got away with a gorilla, and to this day is still unaccounted for. Of course, what horrified Jiang Yuan was not the mastodon alienation. These alienated beasts, not to mention anything else, were no match for some of the D-rank alien beasts he had at his disposal. What shocked Jiang Yuan was that the orangutan had run out and had not been found until now. Being able to do this is something that normal beasts can't do. Unless possesses uncommon wisdom. It seems you've thought of it as well. Night Spirit said in a rather serious tone, and this is just the beginning. Perhaps in the future, we will need to face much more horrific situations than we do now. But for that, countries have taken measures accordingly. It's rumored that the island side is researching biogenetic changes and seems to have created a strange snake with 8 snake heads. And over in Pretty Country, working on some kind of mechanical beast. Nodding his head one by one, Jiang Yuan understood a lot. Looks like I'm going to want to be invincible in the game Advent reality. Being powerful by virtue of my one beast won't be of much use. I'll have to hurry up and cultivate forces before I can do that. While continuing to listen to the Night Spirit's introduction, Jiang Yuan was mentally contemplating how he was going to respond. Jiang Yuan. I don't know how long I stayed in the file room, but Chen walked in. He excitedly handed Jiang Yuan a bank card and said, the above passed your quota. There is $10 million in this bank card. It's the first to hit you. There will be more to follow. By the way, what kind of fey did you contract? I need to go to the papers. 2 colored deer. Jiang Yuan took the bank card and said truthfully. Okay. Chen Jianghuo nodded, so Zhang Yuan spoke, then Minister Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yes. Returning to the rented room, Zhang Yuan took the lead in checking Su Meng's side of the villa and found no abnormalities. It was then that he was ready to open the record of 10,000 beasts and get a good dose of kryptonite for his contracted beasts. Ha! Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's eyes stared as he noticed that there was quite a lot of news about the killer spider treasure on the forum of the record of 10,000 beasts. Have any players gone exploring in the meantime? Zhang Yuan clicked on a random post. This is a thread for a player who failed to steal a murderous spider's treasure. By now a number of players had converged at the bottom of the post. Tramp, who told me that Firebird and that blasted werewolf were fighting? Still suffering from massive injuries? The old man went over, how do you feel that it too or even stronger? It's a pity that old C-rank Fei. Dude, you're not alone. I was going to pick up the pieces, but I didn't expect to lose my fortune, so I'm really convinced. I blame the damn guy who broke the news earlier. Even though these comments were scolding himself, Zhang Yuan was incredibly happy to read them. Naturally, it's not because he's cheap, but he understands what can make a player so angry. There was no doubt that their contracted Fei had fallen. Continuing to check a few posts, Zhang Yuan also found a number of annoyed players threatening to join together to explore the killer spider's treasure. While grabbing the killer spider's treasures he also had to eat Lu Ying and chasing the moon alive. It seems that during the time I've been away, Lu Ying and chasing moon have gained a lot. The corners of Zhang Yuan's mouth hooked up slightly, and suddenly a system sound rang in his ears. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has 500 W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 5 W of evolution points. Evolution points have met the demand for evolution. Does the host open evolution? Holy, another $5 million? Righteous Father, what are you doing? Whatever, advanced chemical. Murmuring out in a low voice, Zhang Yuan authorized his person to make a strong kryptonite into the record of 10,000 beasts before detaching his consciousness to revert back to his body. System, hurry up. I want to evolve. Add points. With a soft cry, Zhang Yuan's essence steeply blossomed with an intense light. Same time, the two-colored deer beside him also let out a crisp rattle. Under kryptonite, the two-toned deer also opens up to evolution. Chapter 70, The Covetousness of Evolution. Between the double evolution of the river source and the bicolored deer, Su Meng was looking at Zhang Yuan's essence carefully. Little arachnid, why are you hurt so badly? All this time and you haven't moved a muscle. You have to get well soon, or else it's going to be bad. The more Su Meng spoke, the lower her voice became, while the color of worry on her face intensified a few points. After posting the post online, Suman Roben has been pondering what it would take to convince a wide audience. It turned out well. Before she could think of anything else she saw a group of players on the record of 10,000 beasts forums going for some kind of killer spider's treasure. At first, seeing that the rest of the players had gone without returning, Su Meng wasn't too worried about the little arachnid. But then she turned her head and saw a number of players indicating that they wanted to team up together to find the killer spider treasure. Su Meng was instantly worried. After all, the current Zhang Yuan was injured and could not resist the group of players' contracted beasts. If they found Zhang Yuan while being searched for the treasure, it would be a disaster. Little arachnid, you didn't even mess with those players this time. Why are they even looking for any more of your treasure? Wouldn't it be nice to be together and peaceful? Inside the book of 10,000 beasts. Buzz off. At this point, clusters of shining light surged out from the bodies of both Zhang Yuan and the two-colored deer. Hisses. Yoo-hoo-hoo. Deep in the cave, the hissing sounds of the two beasts exploded continuously. Terrifying auras burst out from the two beasts' bodies, causing the foreign beasts within the cave to look at the depths of the cave with trembling. These two auras were indeed a bit too terrifying for this group of creatures that were only of D rank. Yo! The first to evolve to completion was the two-toned deer. It let out a roar up to the sky, while at the same time a brilliant earth-colored light emanated from its body. Yoo-hoo-hoo! Seemingly sensing the powerful energy contained within its body, the two-colored deer let out a roar and ran back and forth on the cave. As it ran, 3 distinct lights on it shifted back and forth. The light was so dazzling that not only did it illuminate the entire cavern, but even the periphery of the cavern could see the radiant light it emitted. Hiss. The moment. Zhang Yuan's breath was still climbing. It was only when he came to an extremely terrifying zone that Zhang Yuan's breath gradually smoothed out. At this moment, he was surrounded by a piece of frost and a piece of blazing fire, two very different kinds of light ravaging the tens of meters in a circle centered on him. Swish! As Zhang Yuan's several pairs of distinct eyes opened, all the surrounding vision's trance never happened, and the scene was instantly restored to its original appearance. Congratulations to the host for successful evolution and obtaining the passive talent, Immortal Spider. Immortal Spider, a soul that does not die will not perish, and even if it falls, it can borrow a bilocation to succeed in reincarnation. After reincarnation, life and spirit will drop drastically. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. This Immortal Spider, this talent is not bad. Although it was said that the side effects of this talent were obvious, having this kind of talent coupled with the death side that was previously acquired, Zhang Yuan was confident that there were very few creatures that could meteorize him. Even if the game comes down to reality, that's still the case. But I don't want me to fall if I can help it. This can only be described as an additional layer of life preservation. Zhang Yuan nodded his head, in a joyful mood. Host, Zhang Yuan. Species, Immortal Spider. Level, B. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Eye of the Evil Spider, Shadow of 1,000 Shadows, Blazing Blade of Fire, Frost Blade of Frost, Diversion, Plunder. Passive gifts, Body of the Evil Spider, Immortal Spider. Evolution points, 30,000/360,000. As I evolve, I need more and more evolution points. Looking at the attribute panel, Zhang Yuan sighed. A full 36W converted to kryptonite would not be enough to spend 30 million. It's not a small amount. Yo! At this point the two-colored deer that had finished their run also returned to the cave. Zhang Yuan looked at it and realized that there was also a big change in the two-colored deer's appearance. The antlers, which were originally only a small poke, became much larger, and there was also an additional earth-colored light flowing from the body. 3 very different kinds of light flowed through its body, and it looked beautiful. Looks like you've evolved too? Species, tricolored deer. Level, C+. Active talents, Shimeji, Kagura's Stomp, Kagura's Descent. Passive gift, 2-colored light, green for life, red for fire, and earth for earth. So just having an extra light is considered evolution? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows, just as if he didn't know what to say about this point. Master. The tricolored deer pursed her lips gently then said, look. Boom. The tricolored deer gently trampled the ground. The ground steeply emitted a deafening sound, followed by a wall of earth floating out of thin air from in front of the tricolored deer. It doesn't look too bad. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but Jinsho, from the current situation, it seems that your subsequent ability in evolution might be what it will look like in the future. Is it hard to believe that in the end you can evolve into a 9-colored divine deer? And every time you evolve, you gain a different ability? As Zhang Yuan was making wild guesses, Chasing the Moon's voice came into his ears. Congratulations to Master for his strength being enhanced once again. As soon as she came in, she first expressed her joy for Zhang Yuan before she continued, Master, during this period of time, there have been quite a few foreign beasts trying to intrude into our territory. But they were all fended off by me and Lu Ying, as well as Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, Zhang San, Zhang Si, and them. And for that we hunted a lot of foreign beasts. Not bad, well done. Zhang Yuan nodded. You remember to give each foreign beast a corresponding reward according to its merits. Yes, Master. Ha, where's Lu Ying? Zhang Yuan nodded his head, suddenly letting out a question. He didn't sense the flow of fireflies in the cave. Lu Ying is not often within the cave this time. Chasing the Moon truthfully replied, according to her she was out fighting. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan didn't inquire any further. It backfired on him. Anyway, with the passive talent of Lu Ying in place, she couldn't die even if she did. Alright, you guys go on down. After the tricolored deer and the moonchaser left, Zhang Yuan's eyes stared. A light blossomed steeply from his body, and by the time the light dissipated a foreign beast exactly like him had appeared beside him. It's his alter ego. As Zhang Yuan reached the B rank, the strength of the doppelganger also came to the C+ rank. Go on, get on with it. Go find new powerful fey beasts to come back and take them under your wing. Hiss. The split spider let out a hiss and turned its eyes and flew away. Zhang Yuan had been watching its departing back. In fact, he had been thinking about this matter after knowing the changes in the human world. Right now, with the two beasts, the flowing firefly and the moonchaser, it can't be enough to support a huge power after the game descends. And without the power to support him, even if he was strong, he would never be able to trigger the scruples of humans, but would instead be coveted. This was something Zhang Yuan could not tolerate. He had to improve himself as well as the power of his forces as soon as possible. The only way, when the game comes down to reality. It is only then that he can have the confidence to talk and laugh while being the enemy of the world. Chapter 71, The Great Siege. However, Zhang Yuan didn't know that. At this point there is already a group of Kryptonian bigots eyeing the killer spider treasure. There were 3 people sitting opposite each other in the large room. All 3 of them were dressed in hipster fashion, and all that was laid out on the table were some luxury car keys. There is no doubt that each of these people has a very strong family background. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at each other, and no one was the first to speak. Da-da-da-da. At that moment there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, followed closely by a burly man pushing his way in. He was the same burly man who had gone to Lin Yi's home earlier. Boss Lu. When they saw him, the 3 men sitting down shouted respectfully. Boss Lu nodded his head gently and then took his seat as well, following which he opened his cell phone and threw it onto the desktop, signaling them to look over. The 3 subconsciously looked at their cell phones. The cell phone showed up a newly posted thread about the killer spider's treasure. There are already a number of player comments below. I don't know if you noticed? There was a strong flash of light on the original cave of the killer spider just now. I think there must be something good showing up. More than good, I can feel the ground nearby shaking. It's worthy of being a heavenly treasure that firebird and the blasted werewolf are dying to protect. If it were up to me, I'd be sure to protect it too. Without further ado, brothers, does anyone have a team? Go exploring together? Scanning along, the comments of the players at the bottom were all about the message that the killer spider treasure was going to appear. Boss Lu, what do you mean? One of the three inquired. I know that you've all been tricked by Lin Yi, and now that he's got his money, it's all with me. Boss Lu said indifferently, what I mean is that we're looking for the killer spider's treasure together. Boss Lu grinned, anyway, that firebird and that blizzard werewolf, I think if the four of us join forces, they're not enough to fear, right? It's not the firebird or that blizzard werewolf I'm worried about. Someone shook their head. I read those posts, and the ones who went before were the same as Lin Yi's group of goods who wanted to steal the killing spider's treasure. Their strength is not enough to worry about, and it's normal for them to be resolved. After a pause, his tone grew grave. My concern is that it will attract other strong players. That's the threat. That's why I need you guys to help me. Boss Lu responded with a cold smile. The four of us have contracted beasts that are all of C+ rank, enough to kill all the players coming over, and when the time comes, the four of us will split the killer spider treasure equally. How? With these words, the box fell into a silence. Each one had a thoughtful look on their face. Boss Lu wasn't the least bit surprised by this. After all, the 100W they had handed over to Lin Yi was right there in his hands. He wasn't afraid that the group wouldn't agree. Sure enough, the remaining three looked at each other before saying, Boss Lu, since you've said so, then we'll make a partnership. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the smile on Boss Lu's slightly ferocious face widened as he said, in that case, then we'll form a team first. When the time comes to return the 1 million, whether it's the players' contracted beasts or the murderous spider treasure, we'll split it equally one by one. As they spoke, the four had already ascended to the record of 10,000 beasts, and there were not a few scenes similar to this and this. The rich light that had just erupted from the original cave of the killer spider tugged at the hearts of countless players of the record of 10,000 beasts. The murderous spider that was all the rage in the first place, how many goodies does it have in its treasure? If you loot it, you'll have a few 100,000 less kryptonite, to say the least. The book of 10,000 beasts, deep in the cave. Zhang Yuan was suddenly stunned. Under his extremely strong mental power control, he sensed a group of foreign beasts rushing this way in groups of 3 or 5. Only the aura of this group of foreign beasts wasn't considered strong, most of them were only of the C rank, and a small portion came to the C+ rank. The only thing that was the same was that they were all Fae that had been contracted by the players. What are they trying to do here? Doubt in his head, Zhang Yuan quickly opened the record of 10,000 beasts forum. With so many players acting together, the forums are definitely in the wind. Sure enough, as soon as he opened it, he saw quite a bit of news about the killer spider's treasure. Slightly clicked on a few one by one to view down, Zhang Yuan somewhat crying and laughing. No way? The commotion triggered by the evolution of the tricolored deer and I was actually thought by players that a heavenly treasure had descended into the world? And it's right in the killer spider treasure? Even if you guys want to take the treasures, why are there so many players? And a wave, there's only one copy of the heavenly material. After reading it, Zhang Yuan sighed. So many players came together, are they trying to fight for blood? Zhang Yuan sked his mouth with a look of intolerance, but the laughter hidden under his eyes was about to overflow. Well, since I'm here, as the host, I'll have to leave all of you players here. Hiss. Exiting the forum, Zhang Yuan let out a hiss up to the sky. Ow. At the same time, the moonchaser outside the cave was slightly stunned, and a bloodthirsty light flew across his eyes. Phew. In the next second, chasing the moon rose up against the wind and ran outside the cave to inform all the foreign beasts inside the cave of Zhang Yuan's latest order. Ho ho ho. Hisses. Ow. Not long after, countless foreign beasts in the field let out a hissing roar. From chasing Moon's mouth they got Zhang Yuan's order. Guard the entrance to the cave tightly and never let any Fae in. Zhang Yuan, to treat them to a good show. Though with their intelligence, they're still a little confused about what it means to see a good show. But, as loyal subordinates, they will definitely carry out Zhang Yuan's orders to the end. Under the strict weight, Zhang Yuan in the depths of the cave had not moved. He didn't know how long it had been, but Zhang Yuan abruptly opened his tightly closed eyes. His eyes looked far into the distance, through the layers of walls that would be the entrance to the cave. At the entrance, Zhang Yuan could sense two waves of contracted beasts gradually converging together. Soon, through his golden pupil, Zhang Yuan saw the two waves of foreign beasts converge and confront each other vigilantly. Zhang Yuan also sensed that dozens of waves of alien beasts were following behind the two waves of alien beasts. It was thought that it wouldn't be long before this wave of contracted beasts would completely converge. A few moments later, these two waves of foreign beasts seemed to have sensed the movement in the rear and began to hiss at each other uneasily. Roar! As the waves of Fey beasts behind them grew closer, the Fey beasts on one side suddenly let out a jarring roar. Over there, a foreign beast launched an attack. The show is finally on. Then let me see who will finally capture my treasure. At this very moment, Jiang Yuan, who had lived in the depths of the cave for a long time, had a touch of humanized playfulness on his face. Chapter 72, The Beast with a Human Mouth. Ho ho ho! It was a giant tiger. It was massive, 15 meters tall. Stepping past it was like a gust of wind, whistling past. In the face of such a massive beast, the Fae opposite it simply didn't dare to take it on hard, and could only dodge to the side. Ho ho ho! The giant tiger clearly had no intention of letting it go, letting out a roar and galloping towards it with its teeth and claws open again. Moo! Next to that foreign beast was a bull-shaped foreign beast with a thick hairy neck. It saw the giant tiger coming one after the other and let out a roar while impacting against the bull's horn. With its entrance, the rest of the foreign beasts in the arena couldn't sit still and scrambled to join the fight. Both of them were attacking especially ferociously, obviously wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to bring down the opposite Fae beasts, and then loot the killer spider treasure while the Fae beasts in the rear had not yet come over. Soon, as their raging fight unfolded, the battle had started only half a minute ago, and blood continued to flow from several of the alien beasts. Ow! Hiss! Roar! At the entrance of the cave, the beasts under Jiang Yuan's command watched the battle with rapt attention, and from time to time, they even hissed as if they were the ones who went to war. Shut up! The master said, look good and don't talk. On the side, Chasing Moon heard the roar and let out a long whistle to alert the group of beasts. There are already players starting to fight. With this, those three Kryptonian big men led by Boss Lu also arrived near the cave. However, they weren't the least bit worried about the killer spider treasure being taken. Not stepping forward to join the fight, only quietly watching the battle from the sidelines. Keep a good eye on it for now. When the time is right, we'll go on. That's right. Someone echoed up to Boss Lu and said, now we're starting to fight without even exterminating the killer spider's previous henchmen. These people are so stupid. Boss Lu shook his head. This is the best. If something does happen to that firebird and blasted werewolf, we'll be the ones who should be in a hurry. After all you have to do is sneak inside and grab the treasure while the players are fighting. Alright, let's have a good look. I'm afraid there's a hard battle waiting for us next. Boss Lu took a deep breath. He could detect that there were not a few players hiding in the shadows just like them. This play is so tasteless. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan, who had watched for a moment, couldn't help but spit. Originally I thought all the players were going to join. Dare I say that's it, looks like we'll have to push them a bit more. Jiang Yuan was about to act, suddenly his gaze looked into the distance, and the corner of his lips hooked up a smile. It seems that someone knows that I am bored. Come on, step it up. Roar! While Jiang Yuan was speaking, an earth-shattering hiss suddenly came from the distance. Accompanied by a hiss, only a white stream of light flashed swiftly. His speed was extremely fast, and the beasts that were fighting were successively penetrated by white light before they could react. Bang! A subtle sound was suddenly emitted, and the foreign beasts that the white light had traversed came to a halt, with terror and disbelief in their eyes. But that didn't stop their bodies from planting themselves on the ground as a result. Hiss! As the white light stayed in place, the crowd got a good look at the figure of the beast. It was huge, but if you ignored the hideous barbs on its back and just looked at its head, it had a cute look to it. But the moment it appeared, it really made the players hiding in the shadows lag. The reason is also simple. This alien beast they recognized was as C+ rank alien beast. The strength of this Fae is considered strong in C+. That's all that matters. The key its players are very high profile online. Where there's heat, there's heat. And then because the foreign beast he contracted looked like a hedgehog, the people also jokingly called him and this hedgehog the White Great Immortal. Is it? The White Fairy? I'll be damned, he was even attracted to the killer spider's secret treasure as well. Looks like there's been a change of plans. We must act quickly. It's too late. It's already headed for the cave. We have to stall him. It's so fast that if it takes care of the firebird and that werewolf, it'll immediately pick up the killer spider treasure and get out of here. Seeing that White Decian was heading towards the cave, the players who were originally hiding in the shadows couldn't sit still. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 waves of foreign beasts hissed and charged out at it from the shadows. Hiss! The White Dyson seems to be there to force players hiding in the shadows to show up. Upon seeing them appear, the White Great Immortal let out a hiss and turned his body directly towards the group of foreign beasts in a hard and tough manner. Bang, bang, bang. The entrance of the numerous foreign beasts caused the entrance of the cave to emanate a shuddering sound. The point is that this group of compact beasts players are not fit for purpose. After stopping by Decian, a number of indentured players had struck out at the rest of the indentured players, wanting to use this to weaken the rest of the players so that they could reap the benefits. One time, the hissing and screaming of the foreign beasts were constantly born. Terrifying spiritual energy, blood-raged and nourished out. At this moment, the scene was already in a big melee. That's only slightly more watchable. Deep in the cave, sensing all of this, Jiang Yuan successively attained his head. But just as Jiang Yuan was watching with great interest, somewhere near a lake in the Book of All Beasts, a foreign beast with its entire body dyed in fire was fighting back and forth with a foreign beast near the lake. And this fire-stained beast is not a beast. It was none other than Ryuhu. Fresh Flowing Firefly let out a roar as a flame erupted towards the beast below. Roar! The beast on the ground let out a roar at Lu Ying, and spiritual energy continued to erupt around it, forming a faint mist of water around it. Bang! It was also at this moment that the flames spewed out by the streaming fireflies crashed on top of the water mist. The water mist surged one after another, sending out ripples. But in the end the flames didn't break up the water spray. Fresh! Streamfly's eyes glazed over and he let out a cry once more. Its body twisted, and ferocious fiery flames constantly surfaced from its body. But just as it was about to attack again, it suddenly heard a burst of hissing roars of a foreign beast from the far back. Is that the direction of the cave? Is there another beast coming? With such a big commotion, that guy chasing the moon definitely won't be able to hold up without this young lady. I have to go back and look. Ryuhu, who heard the commotion, frowned lightly. Forget it. Streaming Firefly slowly retracted his attack, fluttered his wings and shouted to the foreign beasts below, "This is the end of our battle today. Wait for the next time, we'll fight again." Between the words, Lu Ying just transformed into a crimson light and rushed towards the cave's location. The fey beast at the bottom looked far away in the direction where the flowing blow had left. It wasn't until its figure disappeared from view that its gaze turned in the direction of the cave. Flowing Firefly could hear the movement of the fight, and it naturally heard it as well. Fighting? I'll check it out too. Contemplating for a moment, this beast actually spat out human words, and then slowly followed the steps of the stream of fireflies. Chapter 73, The Greed Hidden in the Eyes. The battle at the entrance of the cave had already come to a white-hot stage by the time Ryuhu rushed back. Not only the white great immortal who was under siege, the rest of the players' contracted beasts also had many more injuries on their bodies. Each beast carried blood-soaked wounds on its body, and a strong bloody odor filled the entire scene even more. Fresh! And just then, a cry rang out from the sky, while the temperature in the air was still climbing dramatically. Phew! Before his figure reached the venue, he saw a monstrous pillar of fire rushing straight towards the earth like a gushing spring. It's a firebird? Tramp, why is it out there? Duck. Numerous players saw that rushing adjusting fire pillar through the cell phone screen, their hearts picked up fiercely, and they also hurriedly authorized their own contracted beasts to dodge. Swish! Several beast shadows immediately broke away from the fight, trying to dodge from red. But the speed of the pillar of fire was so fast, and they were originally gathered in one piece, so it was inevitable that some of the beasts would be hit while dodging. Even after dodging the deadly attacks, many of the Fae were injured by the flying sparks. For a while, the field hissed and roars of pain shook the sky. Roar! That white great immortal that had been surrounded at the beginning let out a roar, its body towering as it rushed at Lu Ying and steeply erupted several long thorns as if they were arrows out of a string. Shoo shoo shoo! Fresh! Streamfly let out a growl and quickly dodged. But its appearance seemed to have collectively angered the players' true fire, and all of them tacitly began to authorize the Fae to be the first to exterminate the flowing firefly. For the players, the streaming fireflies aren't outside the cave, so even if they are resolved, no one will be able to take advantage of the opportunity to get the killer spider's treasure. In that case, why not fix it first? In a nutshell, the rest of them are players too, and any more fighting is infighting. Fancy that. Flowing Firefly flapped his wings and his entire body transformed into lifelike flames. It dodged the crowd of players while checking out the many foreign beasts below. Soon she was dumbfounded. Because she hadn't seen Chasing the Moon at all. No, not only Chasing the Moon. It's not a single familiar face, and the bottom is full of Fae that have been contracted by the player. I was in too much of a hurry. Flowing Firefly wanted to cry, and couldn't wait to retreat now. It's just a shame that its idea was good, but the player didn't give it the chance in the slightest. And as all the players surrounded Lu Ying, Zhang Yuan also sensed it. Alas, Lu Ying, his character is also too impatient. Zhang Yuan sighed. He had long since spotted the figure of the streaming firefly speeding by. He would have liked to warn it, but it was too fast and too quick. Before they even arrived at the scene, they were the first to spew a column of fire. Master, Lu Ying is in danger. I asked permission to go out and help. At this time a breeze brushed by and Chasing Moon appeared in front of Zhang Yuan and shouted in a sharp voice. In that case, go ahead. Zhang Yuan's mind buckled and he had no choice but to agree. At the same time, he increased the release of his mental power. After all, he couldn't watch the show now. If Chasing Moon and Flowing Glow were undefeated, he would naturally have to step in to rescue them. Ho ho ho! Hisses! Moo! Under the siege of the beasts, even though Lu Ying was burdened with a bloodline, its rank was still too weak after all. If it hadn't been able to fly, I'm afraid it would have fallen. However, just when Lu Ying thought he could still hold out for a while, waiting for the right time to escape, several more long spikes came flying backwards. Just as it was about to dodge, a wave of foreign beasts exuding an extremely appalling aura leapt up and lunged straight at it. Although it was not flying low, the 2 or 3 foreign beasts, even one beast jumped, and the other beast directly borrowed its back to leap up again. Fresh! The eyes of the firefly widened, and as it cried out in alarm, it saw several waves of beasts follow suit and leap up brazenly, blocking off all of its retreats. No, you guys still play like that? The image in front of him made Ryu's heart sink. It understands that its only advantage is that it can fly, but it only needs to be injured. That flight will drop dramatically, and then the real crises should come. It's just, what do we do now? Like there's really no place to hide? Holy, which talent was that just now? I can't believe I thought of that. I've been looking at this firebird with displeasure for a long time. I'm going to take advantage of this blow and pull it into the ground and rub it hard. While Lu Ying was anxious, the various players who were playing the record of 10,000 beasts were excited. It seemed that he had already seen the scene where the stream of fireflies fell into the ground and was trampled by all the foreign beasts. The players who were fully focusing all of their attention on Ryu did not see the originally closed cave door open wide. A group of humongous figures quickly flew out from it. The leader of the pack was clearly chasing the moon. At this time, under the illumination of the night light, its pitch-black fur was tinted with a faint silver light, and its already crimson eyes became bloodshot. As it ran, sharp claws continued to extend out from its hands, displaying an appalling aura. Ow! A wolf's howl came out abruptly, only to see Moonchaser accelerate violently. When it neared its side, it brazenly leapt up, and its claws swung to strike a wind wave that looked like a substantial wave. Brush up! The wind and waves were like tearing through the air, emitting a sonic boom-like ringing sound. I'll go! The Blizzard Wolf Pack! It's the Gale Wolves! And the werewolf! Holy! Numerous players were shocked and wanted to resist, but being in midair they didn't even have a place to lend their strength, and their bodies were twisting with difficulty, so how could they resist? Swish! It was also at this moment that the wind and waves hit the group of foreign beasts like waves of light, like sharp blades leaving traumas on the bodies of the foreign beasts. At the same time, Chasing the Moon suddenly arrived. Without hesitation, it raised both claws and swept across the air. Many of the alien beasts were penetrated through their bodies by the twin claws before they could react. Bang, bang, bang. Countless foreign beasts fell to the ground, resounding with a shocking roar, as if they had triggered a wave of great earthquakes. Roar! Ow! Some of the foreign beasts that were not too seriously injured struggled to stand up and looked at Chasing Moon and Lu Ying with crimson eyes. Being beaten 2 or 3 times one after another, they have moved on. After each of them let out a shocking roar, they all unleashed their strongest talents to attack and kill Chasing the Moon and Flowing Firefly. For a while, the roar of the beasts in the field continued, and all sorts of bright lights became even more dazzling. Together! Chasing the Moon with a serious face, he roared out angrily at Lu Ying as well as the foreign beasts behind him. It not only counter-advanced, it took the lead in the charge. Fresh! The flow of fireflies is also not ambiguous. The whole body heat inflammation is constantly manifested spurt to and out. It was just that even though Lu Ying and Chasing the Moon were strong, and there was a group of D-ranked Fey beasts helping out, they were ultimately facing all C-ranked and above Fey beasts. Among them was also an unusually ferocious white-grade immortal. Under their siege, the streaming firefly for a moment still gradually stepped into the wind. You guys watch your timing. All the foreign beasts in the cave should have come out by now. It's time for us to find the killer spider treasure. At the same time, Boss Lu, who was involved in the siege, quickly opened his mouth to the few people around him. His contracted beasts were fighting, but one of his eyes had long since fallen into the empty cave. In the bottom of those eyes, there was greed. Chapter 74, The Turtle of Pushy Style. Looks like I'll have to do it after all. Deep in the cave, Zhang Yuan sighed with emotion. Of course, Zhang Yuan was already satisfied with the fact that the two beasts, the Flowing Firefly and the Moonchaser, had managed to hold out for so long. At the end of the day, the highest they can get is only C rank, and most of the ranks they face are higher than that. Zhang Yuan opened his mouth and was about to shoot out the spider silk when his sudden expression was stunned. Through its golden pupil, it saw a turtle-like beast rushing towards it. It had a fierce face, and its shell was covered with barbs, around which were also carved dark lines. It looks rather peculiar. What's with the Fae coming over again? Or one that hasn't been contracted? Under observation, Zhang Yuan also had a few moments of curiosity. With such a large melee of so many foreign beasts, the rest of the foreign beasts that had not been contracted would have long ago ceased far away, fearing that they would be affected. And this beast was so good that it even moved up. I'd like to see what you're here for. Zhang Yuan murmured in secret, while tensing his body and locking onto the battle scene with deadly accuracy. It's in case, if something happens to you, you can be the first to arrive at the scene. Battle scene. Ho ho ho! Hisses. A group of foreign beasts were launching their fiercest attack on Moonchaser and Lu Ying. Roar! Chasing the Moon's eyes glared as she subconsciously tried to dodge. However, when it saw the group of blizzard wolves following closely behind it, Chasing the Moon let out a growl and swung its claws to quickly sweep out several wind waves. Bang, bang, bang! The group of foreign beasts let out a shocking hiss, but they did not dodge it, but instead, a brain with its bloody mouth open came crashing towards it. Fresh! Not far away from the flow of fireflies' eyes glared, it has the intention to block, but itself is also entangled by the beast cannot get out of the way. Ow! Chasing the Moon let out a long whistle, its body towering as if it had made the decision to use its body to fend off the next. Looks like I'm going to have to make a move after all. Then let me show you all just how terrifying I am after elevating to B rank. Jiang Yuan muttered out, an extremely cold and stern light emanating from his 8 eyes. Roar! However, just as he was about to strike, a growl was the first to sound. It's the turtle. It straightened up and blocked chasing the moon's side. Facing the siege of the beasts, it opened its mouth and sprayed out a stream of water mist. Once it was revealed, the water mist quickly transformed into a pale water mass enveloping it and the moonchaser line. Bang! It was also at this moment that the group of foreign beasts either bit, utilized their claw machines, or sent out barbs, all of which were fended off by the water mist. But this also let the water mist output shock ripples, ice blue light decline and seemingly immediately want to break generally. Roar! However, before the group of foreign beasts could react, this turtle's whole body breath rushed up, and the dark lines on its shell suddenly shone with a light blue light. Brush up! The ground in front of them steeply gave birth to cracks, and before the group of beasts could panic, a rolling and monstrous column of water rose up from the ground. Rumble! The sound of water rolled, and countless foreign beasts were instantly knocked up by the water column, and then instantly swallowed up by the surging water. The crumbling earth and the raging water spray looked as if a great flood had occurred at the scene. Newbie, you're here? Before the crowd of foreign beasts could come to their senses, the turtle twisted its head and said to the airborne Luing, quickly, Luing, you quickly land on my back. Ah, you did it again. Flowing Blow's eyes glared as she turned her head and grunted, but given that you just protected this young lady's little brother, I'll barely satisfy you once. Little brother? What is this turtle trying to do? On the side, Chasing Moon was a bit curious. Next, it lived in consternation, only to see that after the stream of fireflies fell onto the turtle's shell, the turtle's front limbs, which were as thick as pillars, lifted up high, and at the same time let out a concussive roar. It looked a bit menacing, but just with its body, it really made it a bit of a crowd pleaser. Pust! Chasing the Moon had only just let out a laugh when the turtle on the side looked at it coldly. What? Don't you think it's cool and pushy? Is that how you see your savior? Hi, and especially handsome too. Chasing the Moon sniffed and nodded rather agreeably. It wasn't afraid of the turtle. It just thought it had a point. One doesn't really deserve to joke about a lifesaver like that. Nice. You're classy. Upon hearing this, the cold color on the turtle's face dissipated, revealing a self-satisfied smile. Whenever you encounter anything in the future, you can call me. Ahem. At those words, Chasing Moon couldn't help but tug at the corners of her mouth again, only this time she hid it well enough not to be noticed. Roar! That's when the indentured beasts, who had been knocked unconscious by the water, finally came back to their senses. Each of them gasped for air, their eyes crimson as they looked at Lu Wing and his party. Each time, he was about to get his hands on the beast, but he was obstructed by the rest of the beasts one after another, regardless of whether it was the contracted Fey beasts or the players. Each heart had long been on the verge of exploding with anger. Be careful, they're strong, Ryo carefully shouted to the turtle, who was still tilting his head. You've got to get into an offensive stance. I know, but it looks a little more pushy to defy them like that. Roar! The players naturally couldn't hear the discussion of the flowing firefly line, but as one beast took the lead in attacking, the rest of the players prepared to authorize the contracted beasts to attack. Yo! But just then, a roar was the first to come out. It was coming from deep within the cave. The many players couldn't help but turn their heads to look, only to see a tricolored deer rushing out from the depths of the cave. Instead of charging this way, it ran out in the opposite direction. This deer? It seems to be the same Merganser deer that got the $10 million bounty before. I didn't realize it was here. No, how did it get away? It wouldn't have gotten the killer spider's treasure and tried to escape. That boss Lu was first stunned when he saw the image in front of him, and then reacted by quickly authorizing his own foreign beast to turn around and dart towards it. After he reacted, the rest of the players also reacted one after another, and granted their contracted beasts to go after the tricolored deer. After all, being able to walk out of the cave and go in the opposite direction, they couldn't think of a single reason other than getting the killer spider treasure inside now. I'm sure that even if they thought through their heads, they wouldn't know that this tricolored deer contracted by the player was in league with Jiang Yuan, and while they were chasing them over, it had already quietly returned to the cave under Jiang Yuan's guidance. How about that? Let's just say I'm pushing it. And looking at the departing group of foreign beasts, the turtle tilted its head high, with a kingly aura sideways, saying, they're afraid of my aura after all. That tricolored deer, it's ours. In response to this, Luing rolled out a big blank stare. Ah, your friend is my friend. Quicksilver, let's hurry up and catch up. Wait. Ryo stopped the turtle and shook his head. I think it was my dad. We don't have to bother with it. Why don't I take you to meet my dad? No go. Turtle shook his head. Are you sure you don't want to go? Luing raised his eyebrows and said with a wry smile, then you won't be able to meet a Fey whose pusillanimity is higher than yours. What? Turtle's eyes glazed over. Is there anyone more pushy than me? following it seemed to realize that it was a bit out of line. It put on a high-profile look again and said, "That. You're my best friend. It's not good for me not to go when you're so kindly invited." Chapter 75, Handsome, It's for Life. Tramp. Where the hell did that tricolored deer go? Lu Fugue's face was full of gloom, and he was the first to rush out. Seeing the tricolored deer disappear, just like a cooked duck flying away, he couldn't mention how hard it was. How could it suddenly be gone? Grass, tricolored deer, right? Dare to swallow my treasure. You wait for me. The more Boss Lu spoke, the more gloomy his face became. Not to mention that he didn't get anything good this time. His own fey beasts were also heavily injured as a result. It's going to take a lot of money to cure it again, and the more I think about it, the worse it's going to get. And there were few players who shared the same emotions as Boss Lu. They were all players who hadn't gotten any benefit from this big melee. So much so that many of them had hung up the tricolored deer on the forums of record of 10,000 beasts. Tricolored deer's contractor. Come out. If you want to kill the spider's treasure, come out and get it if you can. What's the matter with stealing behind your back? A related thread came out of nowhere, and the comments section was filled with players. Pick up the slack. Last time you hunted for killer spiders. This time, I seized the killer spider treasure and tried to pick up the pieces. People like that are disgusting. Gross me out. Puke puke puke. Inside Lu Fugue's live broadcast room, there are also many netizens who have told Lu Fugue about the latest news from the forum. Looking at a pop-up screen that came out across the sky, Lu Fugue's face looked odd, combined with the fact that one of the random places one finds is where the killer spider was before. Not to mention, there's really a treasure of killer spiders in there? This is impossible, right? Earlier though he had seen a post pop up and only thought it was just someone trying to hunt the firebird and the werewolf. Because although he had never been to the depths of the cave, having heavenly treasures and not having them were two completely different sense. Okay, how could he possibly be wrong? But so many players believed it? Now there's a treasure hunt? The doubts in his heart made him impatient to open the 10,000 Beasts record forum, wanting to find out what was going on. The moment he saw the three-colored deer come out, Lu Fugue froze, and the heart was sure of it. There really is a killer spider treasure, because he noticed that the two-colored deer's aura had changed. No one else had ever seen a tricolored deer indentured, but he had. All he wore was very ordinary clothes, so it was obvious that his family was not very well off. As for kryptonite, Lu Fugue had kryptonized quite a bit, so he could know how difficult it was to raise the level. 10 million he should have squandered last time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As soon as this thought popped up, Lu Fugue couldn't help but burst out. Tramp, that's okay? Between exclamations of surprise, his eyes continued to flow. For that short while, the tricolored deer definitely didn't finish eating all the heavenly materials. It must have had a lot left in it, and he and I were pretty close. Now it seems that if I can really hunt the tricolored deer, not only will I be able to get the heavenly treasures of the killer spider, but I'll also be able to get back what I've previously placed a bounty on. That's an opportunity. An idea surfaced in his mind. There's no way around it. The genus is too much kryptonite for the Book of Beasts. Although he was rich, he was not a cutie pie. If it wasn't for the fact that he would be able to earn back his capital later on in the live broadcast, he would have long since stopped wanting to play the record of 10,000 beasts. Deep in the cave, Zhang Yuan was also reading the forum of the record of 10,000 beasts, and after reading it he faintly exhaled. In fact, he himself wanted to make a secret move, but on second thought if he did so, he would surely trigger more players to compete for the killer spider treasure. At that time, he will definitely not be able to hide it and will be exposed. Exposure was not a good thing for Zhang Yuan at the moment, as the time for the game to descend into reality was getting shorter and shorter. He might draw a stranglehold in the real world if he was exposed. And how could Zhang Yuan, who knew that the human world possessed strong weapons and such, be so stupid? Granted, with the talent of his abilities, he didn't see how it could be pleasing, but ultimately there are risks. Zhang Yuan didn't want to put himself at risk. It's better to develop power and strength now, Zhang Yuan pondered in his mind. And the appearance of the three-colored deer is considered to have attracted the attention of players. It's more conducive to my development. Daddy, Master. At this time, Luing and Chasing Moon walked in with a large wave of alien beast blood and meat. Zhang Yuan glanced at the two of them before his gaze fell on the turtle behind them that was tilting its head just like Long Aotian. It looked as if he was trying to put up a condescending front, only paired with the way he was doing it. It always felt a bit comically naive. Species, mutant basilisk turtle, level, C-. Active talents, hydrotherapy shield, who can change into a shield to defend themselves against enemies while healing themselves. Wrath of the turtle, which shoots powerful jets of water out of the ground. And water pillar, which can shoot powerful jets of water out of your mouth. Passive gift, the body of the genteel turtle, with majestic spiritual power inside. Nice little guy. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Zhang Yuan returned to his senses slightly and raised an eyebrow. Little one. Submit to me, will you? Just submit to me and this is yours. As Zhang Yuan spoke, a heavenly treasure appeared in front of the Xian turtle as if out of nowhere. It was a light blue grass. The whole body is glowing with a light blue light and it looks great. And this was the ping of luo water that Zhang Yuan had obtained earlier. Now it seems just right to give it to a mutant basilisk turtle. However, to Zhang Yuan's surprise, the Xian turtle's eyes only lit up for a moment at first. Following that, he shook his head and said, a mere heavenly material. It's nothing. I don't want it. Zhang Yuan was a bit puzzled. Looking at the appearance of the previous Luing, it is obvious that things with the same attribute have an extremely strong attraction to them. This Xian turtle even did not want. And submissive? What an ugly word. I won't have it. Zhang Yuan frowned as light flowed continuously in his 8 eyes. So, can I please? No, please. One thing? At this time the gentle turtle looked up again. Oh, Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. Not to submit to himself, and to ask for a favor. For the sake of Luing. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Yuan spoke. I'll give you a chance to talk about it. I heard from Ryukin that you're pushing it. Can I worship you as my teacher and you teach me well how to improve my pussy? The Xian turtle said and had continuously kowtowed to Zhang Yuan. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was confused. The reason is also simple. As the Xian turtle kowtowed, a voice sounded in his head. The system has detected that the mutant basilisk turtle is submitting to you, whether or not the host signs a contract with it. Interesting. After taking a full breath, Zhang Yuan eased back. He himself used heavenly materials and treasures to lure him into submission, and he did not submit. And it says it wants to be worshipped. It wants to be submissive instead. Key worshipping even if you let yourself be taught how to raise the pussy? Seeing this kind of beast for the first time, Zhang Yuan's mouth tugged at the corners and couldn't help but ask, why are you raising the bar? Because handsome. Xian turtle said rightfully. Strength is a momentary thing. And handsome. But for life. Chapter 76, A Shocking Secret. These words made Zhang Yuan not know what to say. If one were hard to say, Zhang Yuan could only nod in agreement. After all, this mutant Xian turtle had submitted to himself because of this. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan did not hesitate. Then I will take you as a figure. And as the voice fell, Zhang Yuan also felt a mysterious force descend. Having gone through all this long ago, he knew that this represented a complete contract between him and the Genta turtle. Master. Once he succeeded in worshipping his master, the Xian turtle couldn't help but open his mouth. Quickly teach me how to raise my style. I must study hard. This. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and put the Luo Shui Ji Ping in front of him and said, you eat this first. Master. Who knows that the Xian turtle did not look at Luo Shui Ji Ping, but instead asked with glowing eyes, you this out of thin air to bring things over. Can I learn? You eat first. The teaching will come later. Yes, master. When the Xian turtle heard this, it immediately nodded before devouring the Luo Shui Ping. Ho ho ho! Just as the Xian turtle finished devouring it, its figure suddenly shuddered violently, and the dark and sunken lines on the turtle's back steeply blossomed with an intense blue light. Hoo hoo hoo! A strong sound of water accompanied the rise. Is it the same as the last time we had a stream of fireflies? As if to corroborate Zhang Yuan's words, the ground suddenly cracked out with gaps. Wow! With a muffled sound, several sky-rushing water pillars broke through the ground, looking to rise up into the sky. Fresh! Ow! Moonchaser and Flowing Glow let out a cry of alarm. They could have seen this move before. However, before they could make a move, a calm, light drink was the first to ring out. Frozen Miles, brush up, in the line of sight of all the beasts, only to see a cold aura from Zhang Yuan's footsteps borne along the ground spread out at a rapid pace. Snappy 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 snappy. In the blink of an eye, a thin layer of frost covered the dimly lit cavern, and those columns of water that had just broken out of the ground condensed even more in a moment. Master's strength is strong again. To the side, Chasing the Moon saw a deep intake of breath, his face filled with shock. It remembers the scene when it first met Zhang Yuan and then reflects on the present. Roar! Just as it was thinking, a roar came out. The faint icy blue light on the Xian turtle's body slowly converged. It is none other than the Genta turtle. Compared to before, its body looks even thicker. The barbs on the back were very solid, and the tips were vaguely glittering with a bit of light blue light. And its originally thick limbs also had a few more light blue lines. Type, Luo Shui Xian turtle. Level, C. Active talents, Hydrotherapy Shield, who can change into a shield to defend themselves against enemies while healing themselves. Wrath of the Turtle, which shoots powerful jets of water out of the ground. And Water Pillar, which can shoot powerful jets of water out of your mouth. Passive talent, Luo Shui Divine Turtle, contains majestic spiritual power in his body, and with the body of Luo Shui, he is born with a light affinity for water, and his strength in water is enhanced by 20%, and he is good at controlling water. Passive talents and races have changed. With his strength nowadays, even if he is placed in the C+ rank, he still has the power to fight. Looking at the attribute panel, Zhang Yuan let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. "Oh master, thanks a lot." Zhang Yuan's words caused Luo Shui Shin Turtle to return to his senses slightly. He first looked at the changes around him and a flash of horror swept across the bottom of his eyes. Then he bent his forelimbs full of excitement and crouched down on his knees towards Zhang Yuan. "Nice, not bad." Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Since you are my disciple, I will give you a new name. Luo Shui. Luo Shui. From now on I'll call you Luo Xian." "Luo Xian? Thank you, master, for the name." Luo Xian roared, his expression filled with delight. "It's just that, master. I want to go back first." "May." Zhang Yuan didn't bring any hesitation and directly answered. There was nothing for him to keep Luo Xian here. Furthermore, he had already submitted and the contract had been signed. So what reason did Zhang Yuan have to refuse? "Thank you, master. When I have everything arranged, I'll come and find master to learn the art." Luo Xian answered excitedly. Then he turned his head and said to the line of Luing beside him, "Luing, and that wolf, and this deer, I'll leave first." Before he even stepped out of the cave, Zhang Yuan heard Luo Xian's broken voice. "Luing really didn't lie to me. Master's pushing it pretty hard. This time I've made a fortune by worshipping him as my teacher. No, when I go back, I must learn about master's compulsion. Just now master seems to have turned the cave into ice just by moving his feet. Holy, that's a lot more handsome than my blind yelling before. By master's side, if I study hard, I'll definitely be the most handsome guy in the future. No, the most handsome is master. I'll just be second. Ahem." Although Luo Xian's voice was small, how strong was Zhang Yuan's spiritual perception? When he heard this voice, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but have a few strands of black lines flash across his face. Luo Xian, what a guy. I don't know how Ryuan knows such a strange guy. As Zhang Yuan lamented, Luing put on a look of inviting credit and said, "Dad, I'm the one who found this Luo Xian." Well. Receiving Zhang Yuan's appreciation, Luing looked proud of himself, but his eyes could not help but glance at Chasing Moon. That look was spoken as if it were a favored princess. "Look at that. Look good. I'm the favorite. You'll never compete with me." "Luing, how did you recognize this guy?" On the side, Chasing the Moon was a bit confused by the expression on Lu Ying's face, but still asked curiously. It really wanted to know. After all, it was the only way to expand the ranks. "Who am I to tell you? Tell you so you can get one too, and then keep trying to be my mom? Humph. Darn Moonchaser, do you really think I can't figure out your little scheme?" With that in mind, the streaming firefly fluttered higher, and it glanced at Chasing Moon first. The look was as if to say, "Even if I tell you everything, you can't catch me." Then it spoke up. "The last time I went out, it saw that I had pussy, so want me to teach it to be pushy. That's how we met." "Nice guy, what a great guy." The few words made Zhang Yuan's heart cry out. Honestly, before the streaming fireflies could even speak, it thought many things in the back of its mind, but the only thing it didn't think of was because of the whole pushy thing. Inside the luxury villa, Su Meng was watching the creepy pets she had in her room intently. "Ha, little snakes, they feel bigger again. Is this something I've been feeding too well lately? That's great. You just have to eat well so you can grow and grow tall," said Su Meng's little face smile can't help but be a few points thicker. The little head can't help but twist back and forth. Even with the two crochets swinging, it seemed that she was happy because the climbing pet had grown fat, and that was true, but it was only a small part of the story, and more because of the little arachnid. Because, just moments ago, she got a shocker. Chapter 77, The Ability to Foretell the Future. Just a moment ago Su Meng saw a post on the Record of 10,000 Beasts forum. The post clearly states that the killer spider treasure has been taken, and it was taken by that tricolored deer. She could have been excited for a while when she learned the news. Now that there's no treasure, players won't know that the little arachnid is still alive. Then no one can disturb little arachnid from recuperating. Every time she thought about this, Su Meng couldn't stop the emotions in her heart. Knock knock. But just then, Su Ruffing walked in with a slightly sunken face. "Dream, Dad." Suman raised her eyes and smiled. "Little Dream, did you charge money into the Record of 10,000 Beasts again?" "Dad." Su Meng's complexion flashed through a few strands of a little girl's panic at being poked and prodded in the heart. "You." Su Rufing's voice was low, and just when Su Meng thought that another scolding would be inevitable, his voice gradually softened. "Dream, I don't object to you charging up, After all, charging up is the only way to have a better gaming experience, but you can't be used as a leak, Su Ruffing said in a serious tone. As you know, our family is in the game business. The raffle and all that is in there is a pit. Listen to me, and don't be charging up the raffle in the future. Dad. Su Ruffing pursed her lips and said in a thin voice, I didn't draw any prizes. I simply wanted to give little Arachnid a better life. When these words came out, the corners of Su Ruffing's mouth twitched. Dare I say that what I said just now was all nonsense? No way. Never charge another penny into it. Upon hearing this, Su Meng was instantly anxious. To not be able to make kryptonite, in case the little Arachnid is in the process of getting hurt, then he or she can't be rescued. At that thought, she said stiffly, Dad. No, I must. I don't want any more harm to come to little Arachnid. Little spider. It's just a string of data in a game. Not at all. Su Meng immediately retorted. Little spider. It's a living being. It has emotions. It's the same as us. Looking at Su Meng, whose face became red due to her stalking neck, Su Ruffing gasped and laughed. Life? Emotions? Still the same? Well, then, come on, you tell me. What exactly is it like us? I'll let you keep your kryptonite as long as you can convince me. If you can't, then you shouldn't fill it up again. Su Meng pursed her lips, and it was clear in her heart that Su Ruffing was giving an ultimatum. So while she pondered everything about Zhang Yuan, she spoke. It really isn't a pet. It will eat and sleep and talk to me. Su Ruffing, who was on the side, snorted out a laugh in his heart. These are nothing more than things that take a little time to get right. Oh yeah. Seemingly thinking of something, the corner of Su Meng's mouth hung a wisp of a light smile and said, I bought soccer bets before, and antiques, all of which were told to me by the little spider. Also when bad people came to our house before and someone came and saved me. I have a feeling that person had something to do with the little Arachnid as well, said Su Meng with an involuntary smile on her face. What? However, before her words fell, Su Ruffing suddenly exclaimed in shock. Su Meng stopped her voice and raised her eyes to look at Su Ruffing. Only his face was covered in shock, and his breathing became more and more rapid. Dream. Are you sure all of this was told to you by what's his name little Arachnid? Yeah, it still tells me before. You could also ask Sister Willow, who knows all of this. Su Ruffing shrunk her neck, somewhat surprised that Su Ruffing would be so shocked. Seemingly worried that Su Ruffing didn't believe it, Su Meng boarded the record of 10,000 beasts while saying, Dad, look, I don't know if that mystery man is or isn't, but soccer quizzes and antiques, and I still have chats with the little Arachnid. Su Ruffing subconsciously raised his eyes to look. For a moment, his entire body was stunned, only his eyes grew wider and wider, his face overflowing with shock. After a long enough time, he was able to slightly integrate his facial shock and muttered out, Foreknowledge. Foretells the future. This is foretelling the future. We're making a killing. The more he spoke, the more agitated his voice became. Little dream. This is a bank card. There's $100 million inside. You take it. Make a good kryptonite into that what's his name book of all beasts. And then can you sidestep it and ask him what's going to happen in the future? Like which game will be hotter or something. Ha 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 ha. Su Ruffing yelled excitedly in the room. Su Meng froze and looked at Su Ruffing, secretly muttering, it's fortunate that she didn't tell the news of the little spider's doom. Otherwise, by the looks of Dad, I guess he'd be all excited and in the hospital, right? Is it just Dad that's so excited? Su Meng's agitated nose wrinkled slightly, somewhat not understanding Su Ruffing's change. But Daddy finally doesn't object to my kryptonite. Little Arachnid. So you'll have to grow up well. Su Meng looked at Zhang Yuan in the record of 10,000 beasts, and a smile hung at the corner of her mouth, bringing out two shallow pear swirls on her cheeks. Then, she immediately opened the recharge screen. Previously, she had been worried that Su Ruffing would object, and she didn't even dare to give Zhang Yuan too much kryptonite. Now it's good to not have to worry about it at all. A little kryptonite then, to make up for the little Arachnid. The Book of All Beasts. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has made 1000 W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 10 W of evolution points. Asterisk. Inside the cave, Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice given by the system. Time to say no. My righteous father is a really rich woman. $10 million, just silent kryptonite. Looking at the evolution points that had risen sharply, Zhang Yuan was excited and at the same time, as usual, he thanked his righteous father after saying a few words of thanks. He then had Chasing Moon take out a batch of heavenly materials and the remnants of foreign beasts ready to devour them. Since his righteous father was like this, how could he fail her? It's natural to devour for evolution before the game descends. After all, right now it's not long until the game comes down. What's Night Spirit calling for? Jiang Yuan devoured it while using the perspective in his mind to try to observe where the split spider had gone. As a result, before he could notice where the doppelganger spider was, he instead saw the phone call of the night spirit ringing on his person. Go see, what's wrong with her? Determined to be good, Jiang Yuan let his main body devour at ease within the cave and then subsequently degenerated his consciousness into his person. Hey! The phone was connected and Jiang Yuan coldly let out a voice. Jiang Yuan, where are you now? Our detection department has detected a pack of beasts heading over to where you live. We're in pursuit now, so if you're there, help us block it. As the night spirit spoke, Jiang Yuan seemed to have discovered something, his gaze looking far out of the window. There, he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy. That's right, not one, but a stream. A blue star mutant beast? Then I'll go and see just how different they are from the fey beasts in the record of 10,000 beasts. Jiang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Then he said to Night Spirit, leave it to me. As the words fell, Jiang Yuan hung up the phone. With a leap, he ran toward the window. Chapter 78, it's over. Not far from Jiang Yuan, what came into view was a beast with a strong body. Unlike unusual beasts, they were more than several times larger. In particular, they were all hideous, and their eyes were red, and their bodies were stained with blood. At first glance, it looked like an evil beast crawling up from hell. The leader was a crocodile, and unlike ordinary crocodiles it was huge and its back was covered in sharp scale armor. That mouth was full of sharp teeth. Not only that, it also had a bit of black gas on its body, which looked rather odd. Roar! It let out a long whine, and a host of beasts behind it echoed it. And behind the pack of beasts, a dozen well-equipped warriors were in close pursuit. Never let them escape. Otherwise, the populace is in danger. Fire! Fire on me! Suddenly a female voice sounded in the darkness. Swish swish swish! A dozen or so warriors pulled their triggers, and countless tongues of fire spewed out. Bang! 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 Directly in front of them, the beasts running away let out a miserable howl, with blood constantly blooming out of their bodies. Apparently these beasts were not yet able to defend themselves against human firearms with their physical bodies. Roar! However, right at this moment, the crocodile that had originally rushed at the forefront let out a roar, and then it actually turned around and opened its huge mouth to pounce on the warriors at the front. Fire fire fire! In the darkness, the woman's cold voice exploded again. Ta-da! Countless fire snakes covered out, but the rigid bullets didn't penetrate its armor, and instead, a warrior was bitten by its bloody mouth. This moment was filled with blood mist. Ah! The warrior let out a scream as the crocodile lifted his head and threw the warrior as if he were a sack. Bang! With a muffled sound, the powerful force caused him to directly hit the wall not far away. His breath gone. Compared to the mutated beasts, human power was really too weak. Roar! After making the blow, that crocodile didn't stop. Its body turned and its huge tail swept aside towards the warrior. Humph! A grunt flashed through the darkness. Immediately after, only a pretty figure solidified from in front of that warrior. It's the night spirit. She raised her short blade to block the blow at speed. Bang! The short blade and the crocodile's tail collided, and a series of sparks were deceptively born. You are no match for this crocodile. Leave it to me. Night Spirit fell backwards one after another. After dislodging the crocodile's power, she let out a cold grunt and commanded the warriors behind her. It was just surprising that the crocodile seemed to understand her as well. Ho ho ho! The crocodile's roar rang out, and the stampeding beasts fled even faster, and it turned around and lunged at the group of warriors. I told you, your opponent is me. Night Spirit droned out, spiritual energy surging from her body. She quickly raised the short blade in her hand and hard-humped this crocodile. Ho ho ho! This crocodile's eyes were glazed over, as if it knew that it couldn't act without resolving the Night Spirit. Then he let out a beastly roar and twisted his strong body to press towards the Night Spirit. Bang! Under the crocodile's strong force, Night Spirit could not resist at all. Her body's internal organs seemed to be shifting, and she even fell backward one after another. The power is too much. As the blow landed, Night Spirit drew back quickly, an unspeakably heavy color flashing in his eyes. In fact, with Night Spirit's talent and the weapons in his hands, he was not very good at going head-to-head with his enemies. Intuition told her that her best would be to blend into the darkness and then wait for an opportunity to deliver a blow. If it really went on, she was bound to not last more than a few rounds. However, facing the crocodile that only wanted to attack and kill the warrior, Night Spirit could only choose to resist. But as long as I dodge when it attacks, it's going to leave. So I'll just show up and stall it. It should still be able to hold out for a while. Ho ho ho! At that moment, the crocodile let out a roar and opened its bloody mouth to attack and kill the Night Spirit. Humph! This time, Night Spirit didn't choose to fight hard. and immediately merged into the darkness between flashes of his body. Roar! Seeing this scene, the crocodile seemed to have seen what the night spirit was thinking, and a touch of humanized mockery appeared in its eyes. Then his body flung out and his powerful tail struck at the surrounding buildings like a long whip. Boom! There was a loud bang and the building collapsed. Roar! At this time, the crocodile's tail flung out, and the huge chunks of the building that had collapsed in midair instantly turned into countless crumbling rocks. Under the force, the stones shot like bullets toward the distant warriors. What? The night spirit, who was hiding in the shadows, stared. What a high level of intelligence! As she spoke, she gritted her teeth and stepped out of the darkness, quickly catching the darting rocks with the short blade in his hand. Bang! 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 Short blades and stones collided, and countless stones crumbled one after another. The number of stones was simply too many, and there was no lack of some of them passing through the night spirit's defenses and hitting the night spirit's body heavily. Pust! In the blink of an eye, a few wounds were inevitably added to the night spirit's body. No! The night team can't hold up over there. We have to go help him. Good point. If we're not okay, the night team can't be okay. Brothers, charge! The fighters in the distance noticed the situation over here, and several of them immediately gritted their teeth and rushed towards Night Spirit. Stay back, you guys! Before he could take a few steps, Night Spirit spoke out to stop it. I can stop it. If you guys really want to help me, take care of that beast as soon as possible. We'll deal with it together then. Night team. No, keep going you. Some warriors wanted to retort, but Night Spirit's complexion was cold as she shouted, I'm the captain. Everything is under my command. At these words, the original warrior stopped hard in his tracks. Brothers, listen to the night team. Kill. This time the crowd of warriors gritted their teeth and turned around to light up countless tongues of fire at the still running beasts. That's right. Night Spirit nodded. However, before she could break into a smile, the crocodile in front of her let out a growl. Ho ho ho! The death of the beast seemed to have greatly stimulated it, and its tail was like a long whip as it more rapidly agitated and shattered the collapsed building towards the night spirit. Turn the moment. The rocks that came at the night spirit were like locusts in the sky covering the sky. Seeing this, the night spirit clenched her silver teeth and raised her hands to keep waving. Bang! 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 One stone after another was shattered by the short blade agitation. Just the recoil coming from the short blade also caused Night Spirit's tiger's mouth to send out tremors one after another. In a short while, the injuries on her body added a few more, and the blood that burst out dyed her entire body red. Roar! It was also at this moment that the crocodile's body shook and took a powerful step to fly away. When it came to the night spirit, its bloody mouth opened wide, and it obviously wanted to take advantage of this to swallow the night spirit in one gulp. Ahem! Looking at the bloody mouth close at hand, Night Spirit tried to maneuver his body to dodge, but just now, the constant crumbling of stones had consumed a great deal of her spiritual energy and physical strength, causing her speed to be incredibly slow. She was no match for the crocodile that was coming straight at her. Is it going to end? The night spirit's heart trembled, but just then, she felt a chill raging from afar. Chapter 79, Parasitic Gifted. It was chilling, cold to the core. Surrounding the temperature plummeted. In a trance actually gave a person a kind of come to a world of ice and snow. But the night spirit, who sensed all this, rose up in joy over it. Through the chill, she knew help was coming. Fruity, swish swish swish, the monstrous coldness surged in all directions, and the running crocodile's body was steeped in more spots of frost. No, it's not just crocodiles. The ground, the surrounding buildings and the beasts not far away were silently wrapped in a layer of frost. Roar! At the same time, the crocodile sensed a flash of intense crisis, and it turned its body around, immediately giving up the night spirit that was in its hands. Bang! Just as the crocodile's body settled down to the ground, it was only accompanied by a thick chill. A silhouette appeared out of thin air beside Night Spirit. It was the person of Jiang Yuan who arrived. Of course, right now, his consciousness on the other hand was Jiang Yuan's essence. Roar! When the crocodile saw Jiang Yuan, its eyes suddenly glared, then immediately turned its body to attack and kill Jiang Yuan. Oh, looking at the attacking crocodile, Jiang Yuan secretly said, "We've met before? So much for killing me?" Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's voice paused as an incredible scene appeared before his eyes. Type, Crocodile. Level, D+. Active talents, Trample, Bite, Mega Strength. Passive gift, Back of Thorns. Type, Human Lin Yi. Level, D. Active talent, Parasitism, can integrate itself into the opponent's shadow and gradually erode the opponent's sanity. And after parasitism will gain some strange abilities and can increase the parasite's physique. Note, the stronger the other party's spiritual power, the greater the difficulty of parasitism. such as the failure is very likely to let itself fall, and long-time parasitism under the nibbling, will replace the other side of the divine consciousness, passive gift. How interesting. Zhang Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile. Parasitism? The ability of a dead beast? Is he the Lin Yi who contracted a dead beast? In a low murmur, Zhang Yuan moved. His legs were like springs, and he flicked to the side with a soft relief. Night Spirit, you're injured. Rest and relax here first. I'll play with him. After saying his words, Zhang Yuan turned his body around and quickly ran off into the distance. Zhang Yuan, it won't go after you. The Night Spirit was about to remind Zhang Yuan, but he saw that the crocodile seemed to be overwhelmed by anger and even flew after him. Night Spirit was suddenly stuck in his throat. Isn't this crocodile trying to defend the beasts? How come Zhang Yuan just left as soon as he appeared? The Night Spirit didn't think too much about it. The hissing of the beast behind her had pulled her back. Not far away, a fierce beast was pouncing on a warrior to the side like a hungry tiger. And the warrior was in the middle of a battle with a fierce beast, and didn't even notice. Zhang Yuan's talent is stronger than mine, so he should be able to hold out for a while. I'll help them first. As he spoke, Night Spirit pulled out a white pill from his pocket and swallowed it directly into his stomach. This was a spirit power potion that Daxia had researched. Swallowing it when there was no spirit power would allow one's spirit power to slowly recover. Roar! And it was only as the beast neared his side that the warrior, immersed in the battle, sensed an aura of danger descending upon him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He twisted his head to look and saw a cheetah close at hand. His face changed greatly, but at close range he was too late to dodge. Just when the warrior thought it was hard to escape death. Pust! The sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh and blood was the first to ring out, and this cheetah's movements lurched as it let out a miserable howl of pain. Immediately afterward, under this warrior's gaze, an illusory figure gradually solidified from the side. It's the Night Spirit. Bang! With one leg, she directly sent the cheetah in front of her flying several meters away. Finish them off with me first. While this warrior froze, Night Spirit's cool voice rang out. Then come with me to support Team Jiang. In the meantime, Zhang Yuan ran all the way and had arrived at a sparsely populated suburb. He slowed to a stop and waited silently for the sprinting crocodile. The only reason he was here was to verify that he could take on humans. Zhang Yuan's purpose for wanting to do this was also very simple. He was fascinated by Lin Yi's talent. Otherwise, how could Lin Yi have survived until now? When the crocodile came nearby, Zhang Yuan's lips curled up and asked curiously, Lin Yi? Zhang Yuan, roar! A human voice as raw as a ghost's cry came out of the crocodile's mouth. That post about the murderous spider earlier. It was you who posted it, wasn't it? You entered a long time ago, afraid of being discovered. That's why you posted a thread for us to hunt the firebird and that werewolf. And then hello to having the contracted beasts inside absorbing the killer spider treasure. Ah, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Hearing these words, Zhang Yuan's smile won the more. While it was true that this was all by his own hand, Lin Yi's guess could be too inaccurate. Just before he could reply, Lin Yi said as if he had gone mad. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have turned into this ghostly state. Asterisk 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 you. As the words fell, the crocodile opened its bloody mouth and already darted towards Zhang Yuan. That's funny. Zhang Yuan spoke out coldly, a monstrous coldness instantly surging out recklessly from his body. Snap! He jerked his hand up against it. Seek death. When Lin Yi saw this, a flash of madness flashed across his eyes. Then he opened his bloody mouth and directly bit Zhang Yuan's arm. He felt that the sharp teeth in his mouth were enough to tear Zhang Yuan's arm to pieces, but when he actually bit down, Lin froze. His own teeth, which had always been invulnerable, seemed to bite into steel. Not only that, he could also detect a coldness erupting from Zhang Yuan's hands, spreading out at an eerie speed. Roar! Lin Yi's heart was alarmed, and wisps of black gas spilled out of his mouth to stop the spreading frost. This hand of Lin Yi's caused Zhang Yuan to be a little surprised as well. Well, does it feel like you can't use your talent? I'd like to see what else you have up your sleeve without talent. Between the words, its figure turned and a giant tail instantly attacked Zhang Yuan. Is this peculiar ability suppression? Not a bad ability at all. Murmuring in this manner, Zhang Yuan smiled. But who told you that I only have one talent? A cold shout rose, and a bad thought abruptly arose in Lin Yi. Sure enough, Zhang Yuan's other hand suddenly gave birth to a blazing flame that was completely different from the extreme frost. Roar! Roar! At this moment, Lin Yi let out a miserable wail. It couldn't be helped that he could only rely on the black aura to stop one ability, but was completely unable to suppress two. Spare me, please spare me, Zhang Yuan. As long as you spare me, I will never look for any trouble from you again, and I will never go west if you tell me to go east. Hearing this, the coldness in Zhang Yuan's eyes did not diminish at all. because he didn't hear anything from the system. In other words, Lin Yi didn't really want to submit. Looks like you're still defiant. While Jiang Yuan was speaking, he suddenly noticed that the crocodile that had been struggling violently had suddenly gone silent, while a black figure had deceptively merged onto his shadow. That's Lin Yi. Ha ha ha, Jiang Yuan, so what if you possess 2 talents? I'm going to destroy your divine sense now and then completely possess your body. Jiang Yuan noticed it at the same time an excited voice of Lin Yi then sounded in his mind. From now on, I am a gifted person with 2 major talents. Chapter 80, The Last 7 Days. Ha 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 ha. The more Lin Yi spoke, the more excited he became. And Jiang Yuan also sensed that his body seemed to have given birth to a whole new consciousness. That's Lin Yi. Seems like a good means to an end. Jiang Yuan didn't have any worries. Instead, he even commented with relish. It was as if, instead of being invaded, he was just a spectator. Ah, Jiang Yuan, you're dying and you still don't realize it. His reaction gave birth to a strong wave of frustration in Lin Yi, who coldly and sternly droned. If that's the case then don't blame me for being impolite to you. As he spoke, Lin Yi had already acted. He wanted to use this opportunity to completely possess Jiang Yuan, but just the moment he started to move, hiss, Jiang Yuan suddenly let out an eerie hiss. At the same time a lavender glow blossomed in his eyes. This was Jiang Yuan's talent. Eye of the Evil Spider, can take in souls and spirits. Facing Lin Yi in spirit form could undoubtedly inflict the most grievous blows. Sure enough, the next second, Lin let out a miserable scream. Then only Jiang Yuan's shadow shrugged and a silhouette emerged from it. What kind of monster are you? You. Lin covered his head and shivered. At this moment, he did not even dare to look at Jiang Yuan. For some reason, when he tried to eat away at Jiang Yuan's divine sense just now, he eerily saw 8 eyes that were emitting purple light. The eyes were evil and extremely cold. He couldn't see at all who the owner of the 8 eyes really was, but just the 8 eyes alone made a strong impact on his spirit. Without even knowing what I am, you presume to parasitize me. Accompanied by a low voice, Jiang Yuan slowly walked over to Lin Yi. He looked down at Lin Yi, his pupils filled with an evil lavender glow. You. Lin Yi was terrified. He was really scared. It wasn't just because Jiang Yuan was stronger than him, more so because of the creature with 8 eyes. When facing it, Lin Yi actually felt as small as an ant that could be crushed at random, and for some reason, at this moment, he looked at Jiang Yuan. In a trance, it actually felt that Jiang Yuan was the owner of those 8 eyes. Submit, or die. Jiang Yuan didn't give him much of a chance to choose. His cold as ice voice rang out in due time. I submit. I submit. Lin Yi's entire body was shaking like a sieve. He's really scared. The system has detected that Lin Yi is submitting to you, whether or not the host signs a contract with it. The deed. As soon as Jiang Yuan spoke, he sensed a mysterious connection between him and Lin Yi. Lord. Lin Yi cried out subconsciously as he fell to his knees. Very good. Jiang Yuan revealed a smile. Lin Yi looked at Jiang Yuan, blissfully unable to connect the person in front of him who was showing a cheerful smile with the owner of those 8 eyes just now. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan sensed that an aura was speeding this way. It's the night spirit. You hide first. Jiang Yuan immediately said. Lin Yi, but his latest recruit. He didn't want anything to happen to Lin Yi. Where do I hide? Just hide under my shadow. Hearing these words, Lin Yi trembled. Now whenever this matter was brought up, Lin Yi had an unspeakable panic in his heart. Yes, master, but he also knew that this was the best option at the moment. So he finally answered with a trembling voice. Zigzag. As he spoke, he carefully approached Jiang Yuan's shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he became one with it. Jiang Yuan looked at the shadow and realized that apart from the shadow being a little more ghostly black, it didn't look half as changed. Even Lin Yi's aura had disappeared. This parasitism, it's a good talent to hide. Jiang Yuan smiled, then walked over to the crocodile. Now that Lin Yi had been dealt with, it was time to deal with this crocodile. The current him didn't want the matter of him having the rest of his talents to be exposed. He gently stroked the crocodile's back, feeling its thorny barb-covered back. Looks like I'll have to hurry. The beasts of the blue planet have also produced a mutation. Although it's not as strong as the foreign beasts within the record of 10,000 beasts as of now, it's still worth paying attention to. Between the words, a touch of frost abruptly arose, instantly covering the entire body of this ponderous crocodile. Snap! Jiang Yuan gently kicked on it, and the crocodile was turned into broken ice and scattered on the ground. Jiang Yuan, are you alright? That crocodile. In a few moments, Night Spirit had already led a group of warriors to Jiang Yuan's side. Only before her words fell, her body suddenly shook. She saw it, not far from the broken ice. Shattered ice is thinned out all over the place, and inside you can still vaguely see flesh and even blood that has been frozen in place. The warriors on the side obviously also realized this, and each of them couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Holy, this, crushed ice, crocodile? But honestly, don't you guys feel the cold temperatures around you? It looks like there's a big battle going on here. Although I didn't see the fight, I know how strong Team Jiang is through the scene. More than that, frozen. Look at that crocodile. Not only is its body frozen, even its blood has solidified. Holy, is Team Jiang that strong? The cries of the crowd brought Night Spirit back to her senses slightly, and she smiled. Just finish this crocodile. Otherwise, being run out could be a big problem. Where did this come out from? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Zoos, Night Spirit sighed. We've sent quite a few people to zoos all over the place lately, but I didn't realize that this crocodile would be so tough that it wasn't even afraid of bullets. Zhang Yuan smiled. Knowing the truth, he didn't say anything. To be honest, if it weren't for Lin Yi, this crocodile wouldn't have been so strong. At this time, the Night Spirit exhaled heavily again and said, perhaps when the next aura revival occurs, it will be impossible to hide the matter about the fierce beasts and the gifted. Aura revival? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows curiously. The Night Spirit explained, aura revival is the collective term for these types of mutated beasts and gifted people in our various kingdoms, because every time there's a mutation, there's an advance signal from Blue Star. This signal, on the other hand, appears to us as aura, which corresponds exactly to the psychic power in our gifted and mutant beasts. In fact, we humans and even beasts originally carry spiritual energy in our bodies. It's just that it's weak enough to be ignored. And during this time, the aura on the blue planet is still intensifying. And according to the monitoring, it says that the aura will reach its peak in 7 days. At that time, the aura will be completely revived. Maybe there will be an increase in both mutant beasts and gifted people by then. At that time, the entire Blue Star will have entered a whole new generation. Isn't that exactly when the record of 10,000 beasts game descended? Zhang Yuan was endowed with a heartbeat. It's just that in my previous life, how come I haven't heard of this matter? Is it because of the butterfly effect of my rebirth? Chapter 81, The Mad Housekeeper. Think about it. Just like Lin Yi, he hadn't awakened his talent in his previous life, and he only used his contracted beasts to do his bidding. And this time, his contracted beast died and awakened his own talent. And by mistake, he was even included in it. After thinking about it, a touch of gravity appeared in Zhang Yuan's pupils. I'm sure that when the aura recovers, it will be a chaotic world that descends. It's not an easy task to survive in a chaotic world. Even though his own person was currently in Daxia, his main body had also formed forces in the record of 10,000 beasts, and he had released a Lin Yi with an unbelievable talent. But these are not enough. It seems that I must raise my own strength and even the strength of my forces as quickly as possible during this last period of time. This is the only way to survive the chaos peacefully, and even to be the last king. Zhang Yuan, are you going back with us later? At this time, Night Spirit asked again. You guys go back. He hadn't forgotten that he still had to settle Lin Yi. Furthermore, even if it wasn't for Lin Yi, he's got too much on his plate. Too. That's fine. The Night Spirit nodded and then said, then I'll leave first. Walking out a few steps, Night Spirit suddenly stopped and turned her head to Zhang Yuan. Oh, right. There's something that Minister Chen asked me to tell you. What is it? Inside that what's-his-name bank card, another wave of money has been granted down by Daxia. Okay. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's eyes had an unspeakable joy in them. The record of 10,000 beasts was about to descend into reality, which was definitely good news for him. After waiting for the Night Spirit to leave, Zhang Yuan also flew away from the scene. Phew! With the magic shadow 1000 unleashed, Zhang Yuan flew back to his rented room. After carefully checking around and making sure there were no outsiders, Zhang Yuan then softly said, come out. As he spoke, his shadow took on an extra shade of thick ethereal blackness, gradually separating from the shadow. It finally transformed into Lin Yi's appearance. Hoo. Lin Yi gasped for air, but at the first opportunity, he knelt down in front of Zhang Yuan and said, many thanks, Master. Zhang Yuan slightly Jinsho asked, can you perform parasitization now? A flash of embarrassment flashed across Lin Yi's face as he said, Master, my spiritual power is taking a serious hit right now. I'm afraid that if I want to parasitize again, I'll have to parasitize a child as well. Any stronger spiritual power? And I reckon I'd be backfired. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan frowned. Kids, can't be much use to him. Master, seeing Zhang Yuan frown, Lin Yi trembled and hurriedly said, just wait for me to recuperate, and then I'll be able to parasitize again. Zhang Yuan smiled and pondered for a moment. If the spiritual power is similar to that of a child, you can also parasitize, right? Yes. Lin Yi was afraid that Zhang Yuan would be dissatisfied and said firmly, okay, that's enough. You rest here. I'll be right back. Between the words, Zhang Yuan had already left the rented room and headed towards a hospital. He remembered that the butler who had brought the gifted into his father's villa before had been hospitalized for his injuries from the last incident. He didn't know exactly which hospital that butler was in, but don't forget that he also had extremely strong mental powers. Dare to betray your righteous father. Now is the right time to collect some interest. Swish swish swish. Having unleashed the demon shadow thousand weights, Zhang Yuan's speed sword, completely invisible to the naked eye, even a high-definition camera captures an extremely blurry image at best. Weaving his way through, Zhang Yuan crossed over one hospital after another. Soon, through his powerful spiritual power, he sensed a familiar aura. The First People's Hospital of Quanghan Province? Zhang Yuan stood slightly and looked at the entrance of the hospital before his figure was introduced into the darkness. Not much longer. Following the familiar scent, Zhang Yuan walked into a ward. The ward was a single room, perhaps because of the late night. The butler was also the only one sleeping in the room. This was convenient for Zhang Yuan's operation, so he walked over quietly and patted the butler on the head. Who is it? He opened his eyes in a daze. What came into his eyes was a face covered in coldness, and this scene made his pupils shrink violently. Save. Before the call could fall, a spider web instantly covered his mouth. I say, you do, or die. Zhang Yuan's voice was not loud, but it carried an unspeakable coldness. The housekeeper even felt a chill running straight from the soles of his feet to the sky, and his entire body couldn't help but shake. Did you understand what I said? The butler nodded his head in panic. He was sure that Zhang Yuan was definitely not as simple as talking. He was literally going to kill himself. You call the phone and give it to someone similar to the bearded guy. Whatever you say. Anyway, you're going to ask him out to a place where no one's looking. If you don't do what I say, then die. Only after seeing the butler nod repeatedly did Zhang Yuan loosen the spider silk in his mouth. He also did not ruin the words. Directly dialed the phone, seemingly to prove something to Zhang Yuan. He also specifically put the speakerphone on. Hey! A slightly shady voice soon came out from the other end of the phone. How dare you call me? My old man's brother doesn't know if he's dead or alive until now because of this mission of yours. Brother, I really can't be blamed for this. The butler smiled a few times and said, I don't know exactly what happened, but don't worry, I'll take what's mine to take. That's more like it. Brother, this time I came here to ask you for another assignment. Kill another one for me. This one's a bit tricky. You remember to dispatch a slightly more powerful one. A mission? Yes, but the price has to be doubled. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment and a reply was given. Yes, the butler immediately nodded at his words before giving the agreed location as Zhang Yuan had said. Okay, you wait. Toodaloo. Listening to the sound of the phone hanging up, the butler nervously said, Brother, I've done everything you ordered. Great. If I promise I won't let you die. I'm sure I won't let you die. Hearing this, the butler's heart loosened. He looked up and was about to thank him when he saw a pair of lavender eyes suddenly light up in the darkness. The eyes were staring straight at himself. Ah, ghost. At this moment, the butler's face had an extra dash of thick fear, as if he had seen something extremely frightening. What's wrong? Is something wrong with bed 3? The screams attracted the hospital staff on duty, but when they rushed into the hospital room, they didn't see any of the rest of it except for the housekeeper. Only the butler, who had recovered reasonably well, seemed to have gone mad and wouldn't let anyone get close. The mouth also kept screaming, Ghost, there is a ghost. There is a ghost. Help, the ghost. Ghost is trying to kill me. Chapter 82, Parasitism. The duty officers looked at the steward and each looked at the other. There was something indefinably odd about the look. Ghosts? Where's the ghost? Why do people still believe in this in the age of technology? Even if they thought about it, they couldn't figure out that it would be Zhang Yuan who caused all this. And Zhang Yuan, who was the instigator, had long been running towards the agreed location. In fact, looking for gifted people, he could have gone and asked the night spirit. As a member of the Daxia security department, she must know quite a lot of inside information, but that would certainly increase the risk of exposing yourself. So after some thought, Zhang Yuan still approached the housekeeper. At least when faced with the butler, he had every confidence that he could downplay his influence. For example, just now, under the eye of the evil spider, the butler was completely reduced to madness. It seems that the evil spider's eye is still quite useful. It's just that when I used the eye of the evil spider just now, it seemed like a wisp of blackness floated out of his head. Thinking back to just now, Zhang Yuan developed some doubts. Yo, surprised you came earlier than me? Under doubt. Suddenly Zhang Yuan looked as if he had sensed something and raised his eyes to the distance. There, silence reigned all around. The only other person was a lone, large human who was sitting there in a crouch. At a single glance, One could feel a ferocious aura coming over them. The man is a gifted man, but definitely killed people before they became gifted. And there were quite a few of them, or else they definitely wouldn't have such a strong hostile aura. After a brief glance, Zhang Yuan already had an analysis. It looks pretty strong. It's just right to give Lin Yi a parasite. Who, come out to me. As Zhang Yuan got closer and closer, the burly man also sensed it. The burly man's eyes glared, and with a stamp of his feet, he had already raised his fists and charged towards Zhang Yuan without hesitation. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Not that this strike contained much of a killing move. Instead, a panel floated up in front of him. Type, Human Lin Yen. Level, D. Active talent, Shadow, can manipulate and utilize the surrounding shadows to form effective means of attack and defense. Passive gift. Nice talent. It's absolutely terrifying when it grows up. If Lin Yi can make good use of it, it might be a great help to me in the future. Seek death. As Zhang Yuan spoke, Lin Yan let out a loud shout. He raised his hand violently in midair and waved it, only to see the shadows on the ground gradually converge into a long whip towards Zhang Yuan. Blaze! Zhang Yuan smiled and quickly activated his own spiritual energy. A touch of extreme flame rose from the surface of his body, and the temperature of the surroundings rose dramatically with it. The darkness, too, was dispersed by the scorching hot flames at this moment. Zigzag! The flames directly crossed over the long shadow whip and flew towards Lin Yan. Not good. It's a fire elemental gifted person. His aura is still stronger than mine. I'm definitely no match. Before the blazing flames even approached his side, Lin Yan was as if he had been placed in a fire and roasted. Escape! Escape! A strong sense of crisis grew wildly from Lin Yan's heart. He growled frantically before wrapping the shadows around him and darting outward. Fleeing before the battle? Waste? But no matter how far he fled, Zhang Yuan's voice kept echoing in his ears. He held back his fear and looked back to find Zhang Yuan still standing in the same place with good intentions. What's going on? Lin Yan had just had doubts, when the smear of dense fiery flames behind him came devouring vastly like a fiery dragon. Ah! In a blink of an eye, Lin Yan changed into a fireman. Through the thick flames, a figure was vaguely visible struggling. That's Lin Yan. Zhang Yuan completely ignored his screams and just watched so quietly. After a few moments, when his voice gradually lowered, Zhang Yuan got up and said, "This is too much to bear? I thought it was so great. Who the hell are you?" The flames gradually dispersed, and Lin Yan's figure reappeared. At this moment, his entire body was covered with scorched blackness, looking incomparably gruesome. But to Lin Yan, the injuries on his body were far less than the fear that this person in front of him brought to him. "Who am I? You can call me master." With a soft laugh, Lin Yan suddenly shuddered. He saw a pair of eyes that radiated a lavender ethereal light. The eyes were incomparably evil, yet they seemed to be seared into his mind and soul in a raw manner. "Ah! Help! Help! Ah! Ah ha ha ha!" Not long after, Lin Yan's whole body stopped trembling and only let out a strange cry. "How noisy!" Zhang Yuan shook his head and utilized the spider silk to wrap Lin Yan into a dumpling before quickly leaving this side with him. And not long after Zhang Yuan left this area with Lin Yan, there was a group of armed and well-equipped warriors approaching. The warrior in the lead first carefully surveyed the surroundings, then quickly pulled out a cell phone and said, "Report to Minister Chen. The gifted have left. According to the investigation of the scene, there should be 2 gifted fighting, and one of them is a gifted with flame ability." "Okay, I got it." On the other end of the phone, Chen calmly hung up. Another elemental talent. It seems that as the aura recovery approaches, the number of talents is increasing everywhere, Chen muttered out, but his gaze toward the computer in front of him grew more and more intense. On the computer was a full map of Guanghan province, with a very powerful red dot slowly fading away on the screen. If Zhang Yuan was here, he would have realized that the red dot was the place where he fought with Lin Yan. This is the monitor. Being able to monitor the fluctuation of spiritual energy everywhere is also possessed because of this. It is the Daxia security department that knows firsthand where there is a crisis and where it is safe. We still have to find him, or else an unknown elemental aptitude is a potential danger to the general public and even to Daxia. With this in mind, Chen immediately gave some orders. No matter what, we must find that fire attribute gifted person to find out. Another elemental talent appeared. When this order was sent out, the entire Guanghan security department was shaken by it. You know, they're in the same unit as Zhang Yuan. It was a frost elemental talent, and his strength could be seen for all to see. With this, Zhang Yuan had already brought Lin Yan back to his rented room. Bang! Zhang Yuan threw Lin Yan in front of Lin Yi as if he was throwing garbage and said, "See if this can parasitize." This, Lin Yi, who heard the ringing, immediately looked at Lin Yan. When he sensed Lin Yan's aura, Lin Yi's face revealed a touch of difficulty. A being as strong as this, not to mention the present him, between the thoughts in his mind, he suddenly froze, only to see that as Jiang Yuan tore the spider silk down, he realized that the man's entire body was pitch black, as if he had been burned by the flames not long ago. It would be reasonable to assume that being burned so badly would be painful. A kid on an airplane. You shoot too. I shoot too. 2 kids. His words threw the room into an eerie silence. Lin Yi opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with a sense of horror as he looked at Jiang Yuan. Chapter 83, Lu Fugui's Schemes. This, his spiritual power. Lin Yi was a bit incoherent, looking at Jiang Yuan with eyes that were shocked with a touch of shock. Looking at him, it wasn't hard to see that Jiang Yuan had dealt him the same blow as himself, only that he had borne it himself and the man had not. What are you waiting for? Couldn't this one? Seeing that Lin Yi was slow to move, Jiang Yuan shouted. Ah, master, no need. This body is good enough. Lin Yi's heart jumped and he immediately spoke. Many thanks for the great favor, master. As he spoke, Lin Yi let out a strange scream, followed by a surge of his spiritual energy, and his figure transformed into a slimy black thing. Gradual. This black stuff kept moving on the ground and finally fused with Lin Yan's body. Ah! At this moment, Lin Yan's stagnant eyes flashed through a few wisps of clarity. As if he had sensed something, he shouted out, his body's spiritual energy rushing out crazily as if he wanted to use it to drive Lin Yi out. Humph! However, his spiritual energy had only just unfolded when a cold snort was the first to come out. Swish! Lin Yan's eyes, which had just regained their senses, quickly fell again, and even his entire body couldn't stop trembling. The only thing that was imprinted on the demented eyes was a thick purple light. It was obvious that Jiang Yuan had unleashed the eye of the evil spider. Under the shock of the evil spider's eye, Lin Yi moved quickly. Only Lin Yan's shadow twitched as his face became hideous and his body twitched, as if something extremely painful was happening to him. However, under Jiang Yuan's shock, although his mouth was wide open, he could not utter a single word. Gulp! I don't know how long it took, but a wisp of blackness crept into Lin Yan's demented eyes. Many thanks for the reward, master. Lin Yan climbed up and quickly knelt down towards Jiang Yuan. Ha 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 ha, yes. Jiang Yuan let out a burst of laughter as he realized that Lin Yi had succeeded at this point. Since you have successfully parasitized, then I will give you a task. Hearing this, Lin Yi lowered his body even lower. The first task I give you is to create or occupy a power. Don't you ever let me down. Lin Yi's answering words rang out at the right time. Lin Yi, definitely follow my master's orders. Okay, there you go. With a wave of Jiang Yuan's hand and a surge of spiritual energy, Lin Yan, who was originally kneeling on the ground, had disappeared into the rental room out of thin air. I should have done all I can do by now, shouldn't I? I also wonder if my doppelganger spiders have found any face suitable to be contracted. Jiang Yuan muttered a low voice, and a flash of light erupted from his eyes. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. In this life he must become the master under the doomsday to do so. Now that everything is done, let's give the double first. Nope, tricolored deer kryptonite. While 10 million wasn't particularly much, it was enough to raise the tricolored deer to B rank. In a sense, it also counts as a boost to one's power. I think that 2 B rank foreign beasts, even if we really wait for the game to descend into reality, it's still a battle force that can't be ignored, and with the recharge rebate, you should still be able to capture quite a few heavenly treasures. It'll feed Chasing Moon and the others. 2. After a brief plan, Jiang Yuan opened the record of 10,000 beasts and prepared to recharge. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. It's Lu Fugui calling. What did he want with me? It's not like you're trying to find me to break into the secret realm again, is it? Recalling that there was news about the secret realm, Jiang Yuan immediately connected to Lu Fugui's phone. After all, what reason does he have for not receiving evolution points when others come up the pole to deliver them? Jiang Yuan, I heard that you seized the killer spider's treasure? Luck, just luck. Jiang Yuan responded mildly. Ha 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 ha, could be. You kid, Lu Fugui continued with a smile. It's like this. Recently I found another good place. Of course it's not a secret realm. It's just a foreign beast that I'd like to invite you to hunt with me. I promise. It's got some good stuff in it. Jiang Yuan frowned lightly. If he went, he would have to accompany Lu Fugui in his act, not to mention that he would not get much in return. Might as well improve myself at the cave. After thinking about it, Jiang Yuan refused. Brother Lu, if you're hunting foreign beasts, forget it. As you know, my tricolored deer is not strong. Ouch. Upon hearing this, Lu Fugui hurriedly admonished. Jiang Yuan, consider it a favor to your brother. That Fei has something I want on it, and I really haven't found any good teammates lately. You're here, and you'll also add a lot of popularity to my live room. Lu Fugui's words were full of sincerity. If it wasn't clear what kind of person he was, Jiang Yuan was all set to be swindled. Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't say anything, Lu Fugui added, being a brother, to tell you the truth, I hunted that turtle. It's the turtle that came to help the last time the killer spider treasure was there. That turtle? Zhang Yuan revealed a flash of surprise. Yes, Lu Fugui nodded his head and laughed. I guess, the last time you went looking for the killer spider treasure, you definitely didn't take all of it. I see that turtle went inside and came out again already evolved, so it must have gotten part of the killer spider treasure too, isn't that right? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was happy. I didn't expect Lu Fugui to have such a meticulous mind that he could analyze so many things. Except his guess was completely wrong. Tell you what, hunt the turtle, and all the killer spider treasure it takes with it is yours, and all you need to do is to be in the live room, accompany me live, and help me increase my popularity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan changed his mind. Luo Xian is one of his men. Moreover, the conditions offered by Lu Fugui were so generous that Zhang Yuan felt that it was a bit unreasonable not to go, so he nodded his head and said, yes, brother Lu, then I promise you, but after hunting that turtle, you'll have to give me the rest of the treasure. Success, Lu Fugui responded. Tomorrow then. Tomorrow we'll hunt that turtle together. Zhang Yuan nodded and then hung up the phone. Wanting me to go so badly, it seems that not only is Luo Xian coveted, but also me, right? Trying to use this to completely pocket all of the killer spider's treasure. Are you? What a smiler. It's just a shame that you're facing me. Zhang Yuan looked at his cell phone and grinned. He's seen a lot of people who have gone to the pole looking for a breakthrough opportunity, but haven't really seen it. Up the pole for death. Gently shaking his head, Zhang Yuan did not say anything more. Turning to the tricolored deer in the book of 10,000 beasts. He's going to have another wave of evolution now. I also wonder what ability the B rank, two-colored deer gets. In the murmur, Zhang Yuan has opened the recharge interface and recharged the 10 million to nothing. Chapter 84, Harbinger of Doom. Just after the recharge, the tricolored deer that was inside the cave glowed with a flash of light. Yo! The tricolored deer let out a loud hiss. The light flowed continuously on his body, immediately attracting the attention of the rest of the foreign beasts within the cave. Dad, is this deer evolving again? Flowing Firefly's words had an indescribable envy. If she could evolve that fast, then she would have already pressed Chasing Moon. But luckily it's a tricolored deer, not a moon chaser. Otherwise I can't really beat Chasing the Moon. While Luing looked at the three-colored deer, his gaze also glanced to the side of Chasing Moon from time to time. Ow! Compared to it, the moonchaser's eyes were filled with joy. Obviously for the tricolored deer's breakthrough, she was incomparably happy inside. Yo! Buzz off! The three-colored divine light continued to twist and turn on the tricolored deer's body, eventually extending an extremely bright glow. That's light blue. At the same time, the tricolored deer let out a shocking roar, and the breath of its entire body continued to rage out. The expressions of Flowing Firefly and Moonchaser changed abruptly. At this moment, they could perceive just how strong the aura bursting out from the tricolored deer was. Ho ho ho! In fact, these two beasts were fine. The rest of the foreign beasts outside the cave hissed out as if they had encountered a threat to their lives. Zhang Yuan looked on indifferently. He had already expected this point. After all, a tricolored deer with B-rank strength. No, it should be called a four-colored deer now. The gap between his strength and those D-ranked alien beasts inside the cave was too great, and it made sense that they would react this way. Yo! As the last sound fell, a faint ball of refined light erupted from the four-colored deer's eyes, seemingly sensing the commotion of the foreign beasts in the cave. Despite the excitement of the four-colored deer that had just broken through, it immediately put away its aura as a B-rank foreign beast and crouched down on its knees towards Zhang Yuan. Thank you, Master. Get up. Zhang Yuan smiled, looking at the four-colored deer with a rather satisfied expression. Oh yeah, there will be contracted beasts going with you tomorrow to hunt Luo Xian. You should know what to do, right? I know. The four-colored deer immediately nodded at his words. Now that it had stepped through rank B, its intelligence was no longer weak. Dad, Luo Xian is my good friend. Flowing Firefly immediately fluttered his wings at his words and said, I'm going to follow too. No. Zhang Yuan simply refused. Ha! Streaming Firefly was a bit stunned. Followed by its small mouth. It wanted to open its mouth to say something. Without waiting for her to speak, Zhang Yuan blocked her words. With the four-colored deer and Luo Xian himself, they won't be in danger. I have more important any to give to you in Chasing Moon. Luing smashed his tongue and glanced at Chasing Moon. Seeing that it was solemn, like a general waiting for orders, it was a bit defiant at once, and immediately learned to solemnize its body, and then also tilted its head high and said, Yes, Dad, I promise to complete the task. Looking at the two beasts, Zhang Yuan was secretly happy in his heart. This little guy, Lu Ying, is really no different from a little girl. although he didn't understand why it had to fight with Munchaser. Jiang Yuan knew that it didn't have a bad heart. Dad, come on. At this time, Lu Ying urged, and Jiang Yuan laughed. Eat. Ha, eat? Flowing Firefly obviously didn't expect this answer, and the word dumbfounded was written all over her little face. The original combative face shrugged down. Anyway, you listen to me and you'll understand when the time comes. That's fine. Hearing this, Ryu nodded his head in counted recognition. As for chasing the moon, it left the scene after hearing Jiang Yuan's words. In a moment's time, Chasing Moon had already walked in with a bunch of sealed remnants of foreign beasts and said, Master, are we eating these? That's right. Yes, Master. As Jiang Yuan's words fell, the moon chasing had already begun to devour it. Hey, Moon Chaser, what you ate before doesn't count. Seeing this, Lu Ying also immediately pounced on him. We have to say start before it counts. Looking at the two beasts, Jiang Yuan had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, but a closer look would reveal a heavy color in his pupils. Let's hope that during this last period of time, you can all maximize your strength, so that we can better face the chaos to come. Murmuring darkly in his heart, Jiang Yuan then closed his eyes. It took over the control of the doppelganger spiders, wanting to use it to see if it could find any strong fey beasts to use since the contract. The nighttime flew by as Jiang Yuan searched for it. Several mornings. Blue Star. None of Su Monk's family was in a particularly good mood, for early in the morning, they had learned from the hospital staff on duty that the housekeeper had gone mad. For some reason, there's been talk of ghosts and things like that, and after seeing the housekeeper and rushing home, compared to Sister Lu and Su roofing silence, Su Meng tensed her face, not knowing what she was thinking. Little arachnid. This can't be the sign of doom you're talking about, can it? Then am I going to go crazy later? At the thought of going crazy, Su Meng's small face tensed up more and more. Girls, they all love beauty. She is no exception. The thought of the possibility of her becoming insane after Armageddon was a headache. No, I'm going to ask the little arachnid later. Secretly making up her mind in her mind, Su Meng took a deep breath to avoid that she would break her defense as a result. Dad, I'm going up first. When the car drove to the home, Su Meng tensed her little face, lifted from the onion white jade tender little feet and immediately ran back to her room. Little arachnid, I realize the end seems to be near. Jiang Yuan, who was in the record of 10,000 beasts, was the first to see Su Meng's message. He sniffed. Could the mutation have developed so quickly? Didn't the night spirit say there were still 7 days left? How is it that righteous father sensed this? With this in mind, Jiang Yuan didn't hide it and simply told his righteous father about the date he had learned from night spirit. Ah, that's all there is to it? Su Meng's face tensed again, her large eyes filled with panic. Foot-deep inhalation of several breaths, Su Meng before tight face asked, That little spider. I will go crazy? Crazy? Crazy about what? Now Jiang Yuan was puzzled. It wasn't until he fully heard Su Meng's explanation that Jiang Yuan was a bit dumbfounded. The feeling is that the righteous family has found out about the housekeeper's madness. It's just how the righteous father's brain circuits actually grow. How can you relate going crazy to doomsday? Jiang Yuan secretly laughed in his heart, but he didn't tell his righteous father that the butler's encounter was made by himself. But talking about the end of days, he also happened to want to talk to his righteous father about the end of days. Jiang Yuan, he wanted to take advantage of this time of doom to continue with a good wave of kryptonite. Aim to raise both your own strength and that of the Fae under your hand by a notch. So after mentally thinking about the wording, Jiang Yuan spoke. Righteous father, can I borrow a little money from you? Jiang Yuan didn't say that he would let his righteous father make kryptonite for himself. That was because the genera he needed was a bit much. To say kryptonite would be a bit shameless indeed. Who knows? His message had only just been sent when a familiar and unfamiliar system sound followed. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has made 9,000 W of kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 90 W of evolution points. Evolution points have met the demand for evolution. Does the host open evolution? Chapter 85, The Turtle as Lonely as Snow. Asterisk. Even Jiang Yuan, who had already seen his righteous father's kryptonite through a lot of gold, was still stunned. No other, is really 90 million is Jiang Yuan, and even this life together have never seen the money, hoping that the righteous father's family is rich and powerful. Right at this moment, a few jumping red dots on the system pulled Jiang Yuan back to his senses. That's all I have in hand right now. I can ask my dad if you still need it. Let him take a little more. Oh, yeah, okay. In response, Jiang Yuan only returned in a daze. Looking further, he realized that his righteous father had gone offline. Obviously should have gone to her father for money. Forget it, evolve. Jiang Yuan let out a long sigh. As for righteous father's great kindness, I can only return it to her after descending into reality. Buzz off. As Zhang Yuan's words fell, an extremely terrifying aura officially spread out. Evolution has officially begun. At the same time as he evolved, Zhang Yuan also vanished his consciousness into his person. He hadn't forgotten that he still had to pit a handful of Lu Fuguei today. With this, inside Lu Fuguei's live broadcast room. Brothers, I know you've been talking about the killer spider's treasure lately. Today, we have the honor of inviting Zhang Yuan, the winner of the killer spider treasure, to descend on our live broadcast. This time he will come with us to hunt that turtle. Lu Fuguei's words completely blew up the audience in the live broadcast room. Not a few of these diving players have come out of the woodwork. Holy, just the lucky one? I've been looking for that three-colored deer for the past few days and haven't found it. I thought he would keep hiding, but I didn't expect to be invited over by Brother Lu. Brother Lu, why are you still inviting this kind of person? Grabbing treasures and then hiding. I really don't like this kind of pickup king. Just being honest, it wouldn't have gotten it before if we hadn't slowed down Firebird in Wolfman. Now that's a good thing. You can't even come out and show it. A comment that made Lu Fuguei's heart happy. Zhang Yuan had incurred the wrath of the public, so he thought that if he killed his contracted beasts openly, the audience and even the players would be on his side. After all, it's doing the people a favor. Thinking of this, Lu Fuguei immediately invited Zhang Yuan to connect the mic and then asked him to join the team. Four-colored deer. Brother Jiang, you've evolved again? Looking at the four-colored deer whose luster kept flowing, Lu Fuguei's heart was dying of regret. Before he went to explore the depths of the cave, that killer spider's heavenly treasure was about to fall into his hands. But it's not too late. A hidden light flashed in Lu Fuguei's eyes. It's Zhang Yuan's time to die. Alas. At this time, Zhang Yuan sighed and said, evolution. It's not much use. I haven't had much combat experience until now. I feel like my Fei are completely unfit for battle. Brother Lu, we still need to rely on you later. It's fine. Just cheer from the side. Lu Fuguei smiled and said, now let's go meet that turtle for a while. After a pause he swept his eyes at the pop-up screen and said again in a voice that only Zhang Yuan could hear. Zhang Yuan, don't blame the players. When this is over I'll explain it and forget about it. This is because you're afraid that I'll run away, isn't it? Zhang Yuan secretly laughed, and on the surface, he even expressed that he didn't care. Along the way, Zhang Yuan and Lu Fuguei were talking and laughing. He was also observing Lu Fuguei's latest contracted Fey beast. The beast was very odd. Humanoid, yet with the head of a snake. And there was more than one head. It had 3 heads, 2 of which grew on each arm. At first glance, it looks like it has hands, and it's only when you look at it up close that you realize it turns out to be 2 heads. Species, 3-headed human snake. Level, C+. Active talents, 3-headed siege, 3 heads attacking together. Capable of firing destructive beams from their mouths. 3-headed soprano, 3 heads letting out a lone, penetrating roar that is powerful enough to pose a threat. Serpent's tail. Passive gift, 3 heads. As long as the 3 heads remain intact, it can recover and even be reborn in a very short period of time. A 3-headed human serpent. Looks a bit tough for talent. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he hadn't been contracted. To be honest, Zhang Yuan wanted to recruit this foreign beast into his account. But since you've submitted to Lu Fuguei, the only thing I can do is to send you to the west. Zhang Yuan murmured secretly. A murderous intent swept across his eyes. The other side. By a lake. Boom boom boom. Strands of terrifying aura spread out in this place. Vaguely visible in the very center of the aura was a foreign beast. The beast was a turtle. It was also none other than Luoxian, Zhang Yuan's disciple. The moment, Luoxian's eyes looked flatly at the lake as its foot gently stepped on it. Bang! 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 The calm lake suddenly rose up in a monstrous column of water. It was fortunate that there were no birds of prey in the sky above the lake, or else this strike alone would have been enough to bring down the birds of prey in the sky. Not bad. Luoxian, who was in the very center, murmured out softly, and the lines on his back steeply lit up with a pale blue shimmering light. Wow! The water column that rushed up across the sky instantly turned into rain, and a raindroplet like Jean did generally flew fast and hit the lake, splashing up layers of ripples. Seeing this scene, Luoxian was filled with self-satisfaction. It's true that it still masters pushy style. With these hands, I don't know how much more pushy I was before. As he spoke, he looked at the lake that was gradually falling into calmness, and lamented with a look of a supreme superior. Now, except for master, where else would there be a beast that is more handsome than me? It's so lonely as snow. This world, how could it possess a turtle as handsome and powerful as me? Suddenly, Luoxian's eyes froze for a few moments as he looked far away to a spot. There, he sensed a familiar scent. It was the tricolored deer that he had seen the last time he had been inside his master's cave. Coming? he murmured out softly, his gaze pooling with a coldness. Early this morning, Luing had told it that there would be two fey beasts coming over to hunt itself today. One end was his teammate while the other was the target he needed to exterminate. Humph, just in time. As he spoke, Luo Xian was already diving into the water while tensing his body. A few moments later, hiss. With a hiss, it saw the three-headed mansnake quickly racing towards the lake. Seeing this, Luo Xian quickly activated the spiritual energy in his body. A blue light surged from his back shell, and a powerful column of water rose steeply from the calm lake. Bang! The defenseless three-headed human snake was instantly struck by the water column and flew high and backwards. Ha! At this time, Luo Xian was like a tall man as he slowly floated up from the center of the lake. It wanted to put on a good show, but when it saw the figure above the water column, its gaze took on a bit more gravity, because it realized that its strike hadn't even caused any damage to the alien beast. It was as if it was only a simple shower. It seems that this pussy tickler is not weak. I have to be serious about this. As he murmured, Luo Xian's back glowed greatly. Chapter 86, Hunting Under Siege. Roar! Luo Xian lightly enjoined. The three-headed human snake body shape bucket turned, just like a stringed arrow general speed to Luo Xian attack. Its mouth opened wide and it dryly bit towards Luo Xian. Hey, garbage! Luo Xian lightly shouted out. Water! With a muffled sound, the lake below Luo Xian quickly condensed from its circumference into an egg-like shield. Bang! At this time, the three-headed human snake attacked and killed. There was a strong clash between its bloody mouth and the shield, but the shield only rippled a little, and there was no change beyond that. Ho ho ho! The three-headed human snake wasn't discouraged either. The other two snake heads opened up greatly, revealing teeth full of sharp teeth as they continued to attack and kill Luo Xian. Humph! Luo Xian didn't mess up in the slightest. The light blue light on his back flickered as it once again rolled up water waves from the lake to attach itself to his body. When the heads of the three-headed human snake all bit through, the water shield finally couldn't withstand it after holding on for a few seconds and turned into raindrops that spilled into the lake. But just these few seconds allowed Luo Xian to turn his head and vanish directly into the water. Inside the live feed, Lu Fugui's eyes were shadowy as he coldly shouted. Three-headed man snake, get your ass up here. This is a turtle, not your match. Finish him off for me as fast as you can. Roar! The three-headed human serpent that received the authorization let out a roar, but not before it continued to act. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard as a sky-rushing water column rushed up, hard smashing into the body of the three-headed human snake. Ho ho ho! This strike did not deal a strong blow to the three-headed human snake, but it sent it flying tens of meters. Roar! That was when Luo Xian's head emerged from the lake. It opened its huge mouth and immediately spat out another mouthful of thick water bombs at the three-headed human snake. This water bullet was fast, but one could clearly tell that Luo Xian wasn't focusing on attacking. As soon as it came into contact with the three-headed human snake, it turned into rain and drenched it. Ha ha! Garbage! After doing this, Luo Xian heatedly smiled and turned to vanish directly into the lake. Ho ho ho! The eyes of the three-headed human serpent were crimson, and his body rose and fell violently. It's pissed off, so it no longer cared about anything else and closely followed Luo Xian as it also fell into the lake. It was obvious that it wanted to finish Luo Xian off in the water, so that it knows who the real king is. And at this point it was clear to see through the live feed. Don't think that just because Logan is a turtle, it's slow. Instead, its figure was extremely flexible in the water, and from time to time, it also twisted the water waves to send out attacks against the three-headed human snake that was in hot pursuit behind it. Although it was said that it didn't cause too much strong damage to the three-headed human snake, there was no doubt that it was even more furious. This turtle is disgusting. Totally afraid to go head-to-head. Laughing my ass off. Does it think it's going to get the win by dragging it out? The one Lu contracted is a C+ rank Fey beast. What can it turn over if it's a C stage foreign beast? Just wait quietly. I've concluded that this turtle will definitely fall in the end. That's it. If I don't fall, I'll eat. Guys, take it easy. Lu Fugue scanned the pop-ups and laughed. This is just the beginning. Later on, I'll definitely show you guys what it means to be thunderstruck. While Lu Fugue spoke, Zhang Yuan, who had been observing, revealed a smile. He saw it. Being in the water and not being in the water Luo Xian were two completely different concepts. Although Luo Xian's strength wasn't a match for the three-headed mansnake, with his control over water, the three-headed mansnake couldn't really help him for a while. That's pretty much what the live viewers thought. But what was different was that Jiang Yuan felt that the one who would win in the end would be Luo Xian. Lasting battles are Luo Xian's strong point. Scanning the pop-ups, Jiang Yuan smiled. He hadn't forgotten Luo Xian's passive talent. In the water, Luo Xian didn't say that he could beat the three-headed human snake, but there was absolutely no problem with wearing it out. Then, Now it's time to wait for the person hiding behind it to show up. Zhang Yuan secretly pondered. Although he hadn't sensed any rest of the aura yet, Zhang Yuan didn't believe that Lu Fugue would be so kind as to bring himself to the group. Behind it, there is definitely a conspiracy. With this thought, Zhang Yuan's mouth couldn't help but grin. I really don't know what kind of expression they will have when the group of players come over and then show their tough side. It seemed to be just as Zhang Yuan expected. Inside the live broadcast room, Lu Fugue looked at the cunning Luo Xian and his gaze gradually rested on the four-colored deer standing to the side. It's ready to go. A thin, fly-like voice came out of his mouth. Immediately afterward, a few people off camera were seen quickly starting to move. After these people quickly boarded the record of 10,000 beasts, they flew and rushed according to the location of the live broadcast. If Zhang Yuan was over here, he would have said that the world was really too small. Because this group of people was clearly none other than Boss Lu and his group who had previously tried to seize the killer spider's treasure. Same time, the four-colored deer within the record of 10,000 beasts seemed to have sensed something and began to topple back and forth in place. Is it coming? Zhang Yuan turned his head to look at the source of the scent. I didn't expect Lu Fugue to get involved with them. When he noticed that the breath belonged to a foreign beast, Zhang Yuan was somewhat dumbfounded. Although he had yet to see the figures, Zhang Yuan could already sense that they were flying towards him. Looking at that appearance, it was obvious that he just couldn't wait to exterminate himself earlier. It's just a pity that your reckoning is coming to an end. Roar! In between the words, Zhang Yuan heard an angry roar coming from his cell phone. When he raised his eyes to look, he saw a mammoth-sized beast attacking the four-colored deer at a surprisingly fast speed. It was a crocodile dragon with a triangular head and a lizard-like body. It was just that as fast as it was. The four-colored deer as a B rank was even faster. The four-colored deer flicked backward easily enough to dodge away. Ho ho ho! The crocodile dragon missed with a single strike, and its eyes stared ferociously at the four-colored deer as if it was itching to eat it alive. The scene also made the live viewers stare for a moment with it. Obviously, they hadn't even expected another foreign beast to suddenly appear out of nowhere. So the three heads hiding in the shadows, when else will they come out? Just as the viewers returned to their senses and wanted to send out pop-ups, Zhang Yuan's light laughter suddenly came out from the live broadcast room. The live viewers who had just returned to their senses froze again. What's going on? Is there someone else? However, as if to confirm Zhang Yuan's words, after the crocodile dragon let out a beastly roar, the viewers of the live broadcast saw that three ponderous figures were speedily arriving from the distance. Not a moment too soon, the silhouettes of the three beasts then stood by the side of the crocodile dragon, their gazes greedily staring at the four-colored deer in front of them. These three beasts were an ant that walked upright and a humanoid beast with love-faced fangs and sharp nails, as well as a huge tree with a huge body and a human face. Most notably, the three foreign beasts that appeared all exuded the same ferocious aura as the crocodile dragon that only C+ rank foreign beasts possessed. The appearance of the three foreign beasts caused the entire atmosphere of the live broadcast room to condense. After all the spectators could be well aware that the four-colored deer was completely inept at fighting despite its B rank. In their eyes, the four-colored deer, in addition to hiding, is only fast running worthy of praise, and no matter how fast it ran, how could it escape under the blockade of 4 C+ rank alien beasts? Chapter 87, Can't Help It. Asterisk 4 C+ rank alien beasts. What's this for? Even though the four-colored deer is a B rank fae, he's not good at fighting. Intuition tells me that he will definitely fall here today. But there's something inexplicably soothing in my heart. Ha 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 ha, brother. No kidding. Me too. The viewers in the live broadcast room all began to gloat after a brief moment of dumbfoundedness. In fact, this is normal. After all, the rise of the four-colored deer is to make the record of 10,000 beasts. Many players are envious of the existence of jealousy. Lu Fugue naturally saw the pop-up and his face turned green. This was due to the fact that he was trying hard to hold in his laughter mentally, especially when he imagined Zhang Yuan's embarrassed expression right now. He was even more delighted. After slowing down for a full moment, he pretended to be sad and said, Zhang Yuan, you drag it out for a while. I'll come and help you when I've finished with this turtle. Ho ho ho! Within the record of 10,000 beasts, after facing off for a while, the crocodile dragon let out a roar, followed by leaping up its ponderous body to take the lead in attacking the four-colored deer. At its side, the remaining 4 C+ fae beasts mobilized their entire body's breath. They didn't attack, but stood to the side, their gazes dead set on the four-colored deer, ready to wait for an opportunity. Hey! Lu Fugue couldn't tense up any longer. The corner of his mouth lifted up a cold smile. Now, the four-colored deer will definitely die. I guess right now, Zhang Yuan wants to die, smashing tens of millions of foreign beasts, but in the end it's hard to escape death. However, he didn't realize that Zhang Yuan wasn't as uncomfortable as he had imagined. Looking at the rushing beasts, The corners of his mouth instead hung a cold smile. All want to exterminate me. Since that's the case, let's show you the terrifying aspects of the buffet beasts. The four-colored deer. Zhang Yuan was about to authorize the four-colored deer to attack, but suddenly he noticed a white stream of light speeding this way. Its speed was extremely fast, just like a stray bullet, and before it came close to his body, Zhang Yuan saw several flying spikes shooting like cannonballs. Bang! 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 The excited crocodile dragon was not aware of this strike, and when it reacted, the flying spikes were already close to its side. Roar! The crocodile dragon let out a concussive roar, urging the spiritual energy in his body to use it to resist. Only, it couldn't fend off the flying spikes with this hand all over the place. In just the blink of an eye, several streams of blood spurted from its body. What is this? This? How come there's another foreign beast coming over and striking out at the crocodile dragon? Shouldn't we take a shot at the four-colored deer? I threw it. It's the white Decian. What's it doing here? When the figure of the flying spikes owner was revealed, the audience in the live broadcast room all exploded, only to see the white light gradually dispersing as he approached his body. And inside was the white great immortal who had been so high profile in the record of 10,000 beasts. The white fairy? How did it come over to help me? Is there a feud between them? That's not right. I don't see them doing battle when we're at the cave entrance. Like the audience, Zhang Yuan was also very surprised, whether it was his own body or his human doppelganger. He didn't know any players from the record of 10,000 beasts. Ho ho ho! When Zhang Yuan was puzzled, the traumatized crocodile dragon let out a roar and immediately turned its body to pounce at Bai Decian. With its bloody mouth open, it looked as if it was about to swallow Bai Decian whole. It was clear that the crocodile dragon wanted to tear this guy apart who had done him harm. Ho ho ho! Facing the onslaught of crocodile dragons, White Great Immortal was not the least bit flustered. With a twist of its body, it simply wrapped itself into an orb and struck at the crocodile dragon, especially since it was so fast that the crocodile dragon couldn't even react in time. Bang! Roar! A miserable sound exploded, only to see Bai Decian advance instead of retreating and simply fall into the crocodile dragon's bloody mouth. But surprisingly, the crocodile dragon didn't inflict any injuries on it. Instead, it was covered in blood from the vertical thorns that covered the white Dacian's body. Ho ho ho! White Dacian seemed to have offended the public with this one. The foreign beasts led over by the crocodile dragon let out roars of fury and launched a fierce attack on Bai Decian. The ants walking upright then transformed into a stream of light and quickly struck at the white Dacian. Behind it was the humanoid beast. It raised its sharp 10 claws and advanced towards the white great immortal with open teeth and claws. Sharp claws that left channels of sharp aura in the air. It seemed that if you were lightly scratched by it, you would surely be disemboweled. As for the large tree, it maneuvered its countless branches like a poisonous snake lurking in the shadows to surround the white great immortal in a deadly manner, attempting to find a moment to launch a fatal attack on it. Ho ho ho! At this time the slowed down crocodile dragon also let out a shocking roar. It wasn't opening its mouth, but instead stabbed it Bai Decian with the 3 sharp pointed horns on top of its head. The viewers in the live broadcast room were somewhat energized in the face of the 4 beasts' strong strikes. Each stared at the live feed, watching the battle carefully. Tramp! How come this white immortal thing is out again? Looking at the white great immortal who was in a fierce battle with the 4 beasts, Lu Fugue couldn't help but curse out. Really, just rub it in wherever there's a hot spot? Can't you see I'm doing my job here? His mouth spat, but his emotions were fairly stable, because even though the white great immortal was strong, it gradually fell under the siege of the 4 beasts. I don't think it will take long for it to be completely defeated. Looks like it was just a hiccup. Only when he just thought of this, a rushing water column instantly from the water invisible born. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and the body of the 3-headed mansnake was instantly swept into midair by the water column. Roar! The 3-headed human serpent let out a growl, his face uncharacteristically embarrassed. Although the water column didn't do much damage to it, it not only made its heart angry for a long time, but also more or less hurt. Tramp! Turtle! Don't hide from me if you're capable, Lu Fugue scolded out, immediately authorizing the 3-headed human snake to act quickly. In the meantime, Zhang Yuan was observing the battle in the field. Zhang Yuan wasn't particularly worried about the battle between the 3-headed human snake and Luo Xian, possessing a majestic aura and being in the water. Luo Xian, the 3-headed human snake, could not help it for a while. On the contrary, the white Dacian that resisted in front of him was strong, but it was still in the C+ category, and under the siege of the 4 C+ Fey beasts, its body was more or less more injured, and its breath gradually declined. Simply looking over it, it's pretty obvious that it's dying. Roar! It was at this point, while dodging the 3 beasts' attacks, that the white Dacian was found by a large tree on the side. Its powerful branches came across the air and instantly threw the white Dacian out of the air. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhang Yuan could already see that blood was spilling from the corner of Bai Dician's mouth. It was also covered in uncountable bruises. Those were inflicted by a blow from that big weird tree. It seems that this so-called white great immortal is dying. It's not clear why you're helping me, but it always helps. Leave the next battle to me. Seeing that the four beasts were going to attack while they were at it, Zhang Yuan can't help it. Chapter 88, The Strength of the Four-Colored Deer. Tramp. This hedgehog, he really thinks that if someone calls him a white immortal, he's called a white immortal. Get it for me. I've been looking at it for a long time. Damn. Didn't look for it, and this time it dares to come to us. What a hell of a way to live. At this moment, the Crocodile Dragon's contractee, Boss Lu, looked at the game screen of the record of 10,000 beasts, and his eyes were filled with a cold and stern light. Yes, it's actually good for us. After all, the White Great Immortal is also a powerful Fey beast, and we can gain a considerable amount of profit by exterminating it. Beside Boss Lu, a group of rich buddies began to persuade Boss Lu. Humph. Boss Lu coldly hummed out a breath and said, you guys are saying the same thing. Now finish it off for me, and then we'll finish off that four-colored deer. Yes. Several of them nodded their heads one by one, making a gesture to have their Fey beasts attack again. Ho ho ho. However, looking at the imminent arrival of their contracted beast attack, boom! With a muffled sound, they then saw a wall of earth rise abruptly in front of Bai Dician. The wall was flowing with earth-colored light, and also very easily resisted their attacks. What's the situation? Why is a wall of dirt rising for good reason? What the hell is going on? Boss Lu and his party let out a gust of doubt, and with that, they raised their eyes to look. It was then that behind the White Great Immortal, the earth-yellow light on that four-colored deer flowed continuously, as if the wall of earth just now was struck by it. Is it that four-colored deer? Boss Lu and his party were stunned, just as if they hadn't expected this strong earth wall to be made by the four-colored deer. Sharing their emotions were the viewers in the live stream. The moment. Watching the four-colored deer strain out a wall of earth to fend off the four beasts' attacks. After a brief moment of silence, pop-ups poured out like a tidal wave. I throw. What the hell? This four-colored deer is going to do it again? I've been watching the show from the sidelines before and I'd forgotten about it. To be honest, if I were Zhang Yuan, I would have run away a long time ago while I was just there. What's the result of staying here with no strength at all? Except to be destroyed? Ha 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 ha. Lu Fugue's heart was even more straight up happy. Only he hid it well and didn't show it. And sharing the same emotions as the audience and Lu Fugue were Boss Lu and his party. A cold color flashed in their eyes as they watched the four-colored deer charge. Together. Finish him off. Inside the book of 10,000 beasts, after Boss Lu's authorization, the four beasts let out a shocking roar, followed by charging towards the White Great Immortal and the four-colored deer. Hiss. Seeing this, White Daxian struggled to still get his body up. However, the four-colored deer that had been hiding behind it was the first to rush out. Holy, what kind of madness is Zhang Yuan having? Is he so impatient for death? No, a B-rank alien beast that can't fight. He doesn't think that AB rank will do. Does he? Is this an attempt to kill me with laughter? The live viewers were talking. Just as quickly, all the pop-ups abruptly stopped, and the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but look at the live broadcast screen with wide eyes. See only. Picture. The four-colored deer ran out, and as the distance between it and the four beasts grew closer and closer, the crimson light that was draped around its body suddenly bloomed, rawly masking the rest of the light on its body. In a trance, the four-colored deer seemed to have turned into a divine deer whose entire body was as red as fire. Not only that, as the red light grew thicker, a palpitating aura swept out with it at its center. That is, the terrifying aura of a B-rank foreign beast. Yo! Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the four-colored deer's crimson hooves continuously trampled the ground. Rumble! Every time its slender hooves stepped down, just like a meteorite hitting the earth let out a roar and instantly gave birth to cracks. Not only that, the ground also seemed to be rendered by its red light, and the earth-colored ground became crimson, and it kept crumbling toward the location of those four beasts. Ho ho ho! When the land around the four foreign beasts was dyed a crimson color, they suddenly let out bursts of miserable cries, rolling over and over on the ground, screaming. It seems like the ground is unbelievably hot lava, and it seems to be true, only to see the tumbling. Their ponderous bodies were stained with a layer of blazing, extreme fire. Just a few moments, these four beasts then completely turned into a charred corpse. When this scene unfolded before their eyes, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Time seemed to stand still. Not a single pop-up was born from the hundreds of thousands of people on the air. Roar! Yo! And after doing so, the four-colored deer twisted its head to look at the White Dyson. It let out a beastly roar and quickly headed towards the white great immortal. Just when the crowd thought that it would be difficult for the white great immortal to escape death as well, they only saw the red light on the four-colored deer flicker, instantly being replaced by a flash of turquoise light. Yo! The four-colored deer's cries returned to normal, and as it did so dots of green light continued to be born from the surface of its body, landing on the white Dacian's body. Immediately after, an extremely appalling scene appeared. Under the illumination of the green light, the white great immortal's originally quite injured body was recovering at a treacherous speed. In an instant, its breath returned to normal. My God, what am I seeing? No, is this really not an illusion? Is this really what I can see? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What happened to the promise that the four-colored deer wouldn't fight? Is the strength so outrageous that it's a joke? A gentle step directly turns four foreign beasts into ashes, and with another movement, the endangered foreign beasts are restored as before. Is this the strength of a B-rank foreign beast? After a long silence, the audience in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. Lu Fuguwei, who was the owner of the live broadcast room, also froze raw. He was at a loss as to what to say about this. Roar! It was also at that moment that a miserable beastly roar caught his attention. It's the three-headed man snake. Only to see that while the three-headed human snake froze just now, Luo Xian searched for an opportunity. Swimming and coming, it opened its huge mouth and directly rushed at it with a vicious bite. And from its mouth, an extremely thick column of water also shot out, hard hitting its injured body. Jiang Yuan, come over and help me. Let's exterminate this turtle together. At this time, Lu Fuguwei panicked and opened his mouth to shout. Help you? Sure. Jiang Yuan nodded. A cold light swept across his eyes. With this in mind, Jiang Yuan immediately began to authorize the four-colored deer. Yoo-hoo! Along with it, the red light on the four-colored deer reappeared. Seeing this scene, the many spectators held their breaths deeply. They want to see the four-colored deer's strong to treacherous abilities one more time. Chapter 89, The Weird Lin Yi. Roar! Accompanied by the running, the four-colored deer's body again steeply released a very bright red light. Zigzag. As the four-colored deer approached amber, the water of the lake seemed to boil over, and channels of hot air rose. Hiss! Seeing this, the three-headed human snake immediately stepped out of the lake. Seeing this scene, Lu Fuguwei lifted a smile. Being able to take care of Luo Xian first was also a good choice. As for Jiang Yuan, the relationship between the two of them is here. How could a four-colored deer run away? But just as Lu Fuguwei thought of this, Jiang Yuan suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Not good. What's not good? Lu Fuguwei gave birth to a bit of doubt, raised his eyes to look, and his entire body suddenly shook. See only, as soon as the three-headed human serpent appeared, the four-colored deer seemed to have gone crazy, charging at it with its slender hooves. Before he even approached his side, he saw the ground where the three-headed human snake was located give birth to cracks, and a reddish color spread rapidly from the direction of the four-colored divine deer. What's going on here? Shouldn't we do it to that turtle? Jiang Yuan, what are you doing making a move on Lu? Asterisk 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 Jiang Yuan, you don't want to be gracious and revengeful. Jiang Yuan, you hit the wrong person. Hurry, I'm asking you to exterminate that turtle. Lu Fuguwei's heart jumped eagerly shouted. Just now, he was present for the entire time, and his own contracted beast, the three-headed human snake, would never be a match for the four-colored deer. Brother Lu, it's not that I want to make a move on you. Rather, the four-colored deer is out of control. It seems like the red light would make the four-colored deer lose control. Jiang Yuan quickly gave a response, panic in his voice. Four-colored deer, come on, stop right there. Jiang Yuan's voice resounded in the live broadcast, but he saw that the four-colored deer did not stop. Instead, the red light displayed on its body became thicker and thicker. Even the eyes of the four-colored deer were stained with a red color, as if it was a bloodthirsty and ferocious beast. Ho ho ho! The four-colored deer let out a sound, and with the sound the aura it reeked out became more and more intense. Asterisk 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 escape, flee. Seeing this scene, Lu Fuguwei's heart trembled, and it was too late to complain about anything, rushing to authorize the three-headed human snake to flee out. No matter how much the three-headed man-snake ran away, the four-colored deer just kept chasing it closely. It was as if the three-headed human snake was its enemy. As for the white immortal and the turtle lurking in the lake on the side, the four-colored deer acted as if they hadn't seen either of them. And under the terrifying heat, the three-headed human snake let out one miserable scream after another. Obviously, the high temperatures of the B rank were also not something that it, a C+ rank alien beast, could withstand. Damn it! This scene caused a wave of anger to rise in Lu Fuguwei's heart. and he wanted to scold Jiang Yuan. However, the voice of Jiang Yuan exclaiming in alarm to authorize the four-colored deer to stop was enduring on the live broadcast. He couldn't find any reason to angrily rebuke Jiang Yuan at all. Instead, in order to maintain his own persona, he could only comfort Jiang Yuan and said, "It's fine. It's fine. You're not to blame for this. I believe in the three-headed man-snake, it will escape unharmed. Brother Lu, I told you that my four-colored deer is not good at fighting. I didn't think it would go crazy after one battle after another." Jiang Yuan screamed in panic, but in reality, he was all happy inside. Four-colored deer, as Jiang Yuan's contracted beast, how could it possibly lose control? This is all just him directing himself. There's no way around it. As the time for the game to descend draws nearer and nearer, himself currently joined the Dasha security department again, and he naturally couldn't do things in person as he did in his own body, but there was no way around it. Jiang Yuan needed the identity of person, and with Jiang Yuan in pursuit, the three-headed human snake ran in panic. At this moment, it completely just used its milk strength, but despite this, it was unable to shake off the out-of-control four-colored deer, and as the four-colored deer chased the three-headed man-snake, Boss Lu and his party, who had fallen under the hooves of the four-colored deer, were sitting in a box. None of the four of them looked very good, each one of them raw with the emotions of the phase defeat. The atmosphere of the box froze to freezing point. Tramp! That four-colored deer. In the end, it was Lu Fugue who took the lead in breaking the silence. With crimson eyes, he angrily rebuked, "Numb nuts, I'll never let him go. That four-colored deer is so strong, how can we possibly beat it?" One of them spoke bitterly. "Can't beat it?" Boss Lu coldly hummed out. "We can't beat the four-colored deer. Couldn't we beat its contractors? What's wrong with stepping on a horse and letting my crocodile dragon die? So what's wrong with me going to ask him for some compensation? Crocodile dragons can cost me millions." The more he said, the more angry Boss Lu became. In his opinion, if the four-colored deer didn't attack, then his own crocodile dragon wouldn't have died in this way. Click! But right in the middle of Boss Lu's furious chiding, the door of the box suddenly pushed open. "Tramp! Come in without knocking. You want to die." Boss Lu, who was worried about not having a place to vent his anger, suddenly roared out in anger. But when he turned his head and saw the silhouette, his body trembled violently. In came a figure. The silhouette's entire body was shrouded under a black robe, only revealing a pair of all-black eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that it was in broad daylight, Boss Lu and his party would have thought they had encountered a ghost. "Tramp! Pretending to be a ghost to scare me? Do you really think I'm intimidated?" Returning to his senses, Boss Lu immediately rushed to the figure's face in order to hide his embarrassment at being stunned. Then with a big hand, he immediately ripped off the mask that was covering the silhouette, and at the same time, he also snapped, "If you dare to scare the old man, I'm going to make you worse than life." Before the words fell, Boss Lu's voice came to an abrupt end as the mask was removed. The original hideous face was instantly replaced by a wave of fear. As far as the eye could see, the man's face was filled with traces of being scorched by flames, and there was not a trace of good flesh to be seen at all. "Deceive me, deceive my master again. You deserve to die." That's when the figure's throat rolled to speak. His voice was very hoarse, as if it was a ghostly howl from a stern ghost from below hell. "Damn! Still the master. Give me here to pretend to be a god. I'll get you killed." Boss Lu forced back the fear in his heart, and with a stern expression, he raised his hand and made a gesture to strike at this silhouette. Just before his hand fell, a black shadow suddenly condensed out of the ground lightly next his hand. Follow closely. It then saw a rope as if it was made up of black shadows clasping its neck raw. You. As the ropes began to tighten, Boss Lu's eyes glazed over and he opened his mouth to make some kind of noise, but his throat was choked and he couldn't make a single sound at all. He tried to break the ropes, but found that no matter what, the ropes felt like they were part of his body, and he couldn't tear them off at all. Eventually, Boss Lu's face was suffocated and he collapsed to the ground unwillingly. The figure lowered his head to look at the wide-eyed Boss Lu, his fire-scorched face revealing an extremely bizarre smile. "Boss Lu, I, Lin Yi, have come to claim my life from you." Not far away, the three rich brothers who thought nothing was wrong at first saw this scene. Trembling violently, they subconsciously wanted to scream out. However, a dark shadow quickly rose from beneath them and covered their mouths. Well, immediately after, under the three people's horrified gazes, this silhouette slowly walked toward them with a wry smile. Chapter 90, The Difficulty of Promoting to the A ranks. "Hello guys, we meet again. Introduce yourself. I am Lin Yi." Upon walking up to them, Lin Yi smiled and introduced himself, but with his horrified face it was horrendous. Oh, just then, Lin Yi seemed to have sensed something as he shook his head inside. So soon already? With that he looked at the three men in front of him. Originally I wanted to continue talking to you guys about something else. It's a shame people come so fast. As he spoke, a rope transformed by black shadows had already climbed up their necks. Woohoo! As the ropes tightened more and more, the faces of the three men grew more and more ironic. And Lin Yi didn't care about them and simply rolled over the window and left this way. Bang! However, just as he neared the window, a short blade suddenly struck out of nowhere. Pust! With a muffled sound, Lin Yi rolled down the window, his body brushing against the short blade, but still leaving a scar. Chick! You wait for me! Leaving a final word behind, Lin Yi's figure disappeared inside the box. Humph! With a dainty cry, Night Spirit's figure emerged from it. She looked out the window, then turned her head to the four men who had fallen to the ground. The four men were sprawled out on the ground, their eyes terrified, and there was a bruise-filled strangulation mark on their necks. Night Spirit sighed as soon as she walked over and sighed her nose. The more she sighed, the more grave her expression became. When she reached the last person, a flash of brightness flashed in her eyes. There's still breath. As she spoke, Night Spirit hurriedly took out her cell phone and called for an ambulance. After doing so, she took a deep breath, and after finally leaving some warriors to guard the scene, she turned around and headed towards the Guanghan Provincial Security Department. Her face was grave as she walked back. In fact, this incident is not an isolated case. As the aura recovery approached, many people who had awakened their talents ran out, and the odds are that ordinary people will do something with their special abilities when they have them. At this point, the most untestable thing is human nature. When he returned to the Dasha Security Department, Night Spirit reported what he had just encountered to Chen as it were. Chen took a deep breath and recorded it all on a document word by word. Talent, shadow. Strength assessment, D+. Ability, can manipulate shadows. 6 people have been killed with the gift since it first appeared. Wanted, B. After writing the document, Chen placed it on a side shelf. There it was, along with stacks of documents. These are all documents on the alienation of gifted people and beasts of prey since the revival of the aura. Looking at the thick document, Chen Jiangwo did not say a word, only heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In the meantime, Zhang Yuan had already ended his pursuit of the three-headed human snake. None other. It was really the recovery power of the three-headed human snake that was too terrifying. There were several times when the four-colored deer had to burn it down, but as long as the three-headed human snake showed the slightest bit of weakness, Lu Fugue would frantically give it some heavenly material that could restore its spiritual power. And with the heavenly materials and the terrifying recovery power of the three-headed human snake itself, the four-colored deer had not been able to completely exterminate it. And maintaining the crimson body all the time was a load for the four-colored deer, especially since it had wasted too much spiritual energy out of it in order to act out of control. Of course, that's not to say it can't be exterminated, but if he really did that, it would not be good for Zhang Yuan. Right now, his identity was that of an official of the Grand Xia, and he still knew about the record of 10,000 beasts. Lu Fugue, on the other hand, was ostensibly a friend to it, so how could it lay its hands on such a person? Forget it, next time. Anyway, as long as it's within the record of 10,000 beasts, it won't be able to escape me. In the end, Zhang Yuan made a decision with a twinkle in his eyes, then slowly degenerated his consciousness into his essence. The Book of 10,000 Beasts, deep in the cave. Hiss! Zhang Yuan let out a whisper as if he was a god of death. As it opened its eyes, an extremely appalling aura filled his body. It was an aura of unspeakable strength. After Zhang Yuan, who had regained his consciousness, felt the strong energy contained within his body, he let out an exclamation. Hiss! I've made another breakthrough. It's only $90 million, and I can't believe it hasn't been promoted yet. Noticing the current rank, Zhang Yuan disbelievingly went to check the required evolution points. A full million? Does it take this many evolution points to advance to a rank? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrunk. A whole million evolution points. When converted into soft money, that's $100 million. And is it so easy to obtain? But with my current abilities, even if I descend into reality, there won't be many people who will be my opponent. Seemingly thinking of something, Zhang Yuan's eyes slowly regained their calm. Following that, he turned his head to look at Chasing Moon and Luing, who were vigorously eating heavenly materials not far away. After this period of devouring, the strength of both beasts had grown, although he had not yet broken through. The aura emanating from his entire body was much thicker. Want to come? It's not a problem to raise them all to C rank when the game comes down to reality. Even if it's a B order, it's highly unlikely that you'll be able to perform a touch. Lu Ying, go and call Luo Xian over. Let it perform devouring piece by piece. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed as he shouted at Lu Ying. He hadn't forgotten about his disciple Luo Xian. Yes, Daddy. Flowing Firefly immediately fluttered his wings and flew out happily at the sound of his words. Seeing it leave, Zhang Yuan slightly closed his eyes. Now he was, after a succession of uplifts, was really wanting to try out how terrifying his current strength was. If he held back any longer, Zhang Yuan felt that he was really going to be suffocated, but there was no way around it. There were too many players within the record of all beasts. He's currently in a dead state. If he shows a little, with today's toughness, it's bound to get players' attention. Session's gain descended. There was a good chance that he himself would be swarmed by humans. Even if he was a Fae with a player contract, he couldn't avoid this outcome. Having relived his life, Zhang Yuan understood very well how terrifying the human form that lurked in the hearts of humans really was, even though he was able to survive in the cracks by taking advantage of the player's contracted beast. But, completely afraid to show their true colors in the face of humans. Wouldn't that be the life Zhang Yuan wanted? But, is getting close. Zhang Yuan resisted the urge and slowly closed his eyes. Soon the game will descend into reality. The other side. Inside the luxury villa, Su Meng was staring blankly at Zhang Yuan within the record of 10,000 beasts. Is the end really near? Thinking back to the mad housekeeper. Until now Su Meng couldn't help but shudder. No, I mustn't. And the whole world is becoming like this. Taking a deep breath, Su Meng murmured, as long as it's valued by the state, with Daxia's means, we should be able to avoid this, said Su Meng, learning from the last time, trying to post the matter from the internet again. Can't help it, being a little flower growing in a greenhouse. It was the only option she could think of. But also this one method brings results that appear in stark contrast to the previous one. Chapter 91, a new era in which everyone is at risk. Suman took a deep breath then started editing. She was very serious and said exactly what was currently happening around her. When it was edited, Su Meng double-checked it again before posting it online. Perfect. You must believe me. Releasing it, Su Meng took a deep breath. She was about to throw some money under the post to promote it first, as she had done before, when she suddenly saw several small red dots appear at the bottom of the post. Subconsciously, Su Meng clicked on the little red dot. Just clicking on it, he saw several comments at the bottom. These comments appear in stark contrast to the comments posted in the previous thread. Truth be told, the pet dog I have has gotten bigger in the last few days too. I thought I was raising them well before. It was only later that I realized that all the beasts had gotten bigger. My neighborhood is owned by the zoo, and lately I've been seeing a lot of military people stationed over here. My gut tells me something big is happening. People are abroad, and the same thing happened to me as to you. When she saw the pop-ups at the bottom of the post, Su Meng's breath couldn't help but stutter. She didn't realize that there were so many people in similar situations to her own. And, she realized that with a casual refresh, the comments underneath had grown more than several times. Without exception, the comments on these increases are all similar. So, there are so many people like me. So that means this is a sign of the end? Checking all the comments one by one, Su Meng looked at the reptile pets that were kept in the transparent box in the room, with a complicated expression on her face. At first she thought about letting the network help itself, but judging by what's being shown now, Doomsday doesn't seem like a big deal. Instead, because of these, people gain superpowers, and the reptile pets kept can grow up. As for the game coming down to reality, it hasn't happened yet though, but at the thought of seeing the little arachnid, Su Meng was still quite happy. No way. Having always lived in peaceful times, Su Meng was just like a hothouse flower. No association with anything deeper at all. If only Doomsday didn't go crazy. After gazing for a long time, Su Meng withdrew her gaze and sighed. I also don't know if Daxia has anything against going crazy. There should be, right? If so, then the end of the day doesn't seem like a big deal. In the meantime, Kyoto Daxia Security Department, Elder Qin, that account posted news about the end of days on the internet again. In the office, a young man with a grave expression placed the post released by Su Meng in front of Elder Qin. It again? Didn't Shen say they'd already found the guy? Or a gifted one with the gift of frost? The young man smiled sardonically. That frost-gifted talent should have guessed about the record of 10,000 beasts as well. So they mistook that gifted person for the person who posted the post online. That means that there are already quite a few people who have speculations about this matter. Elder Qin's eyes were deep in thought. Minister, why don't I put a block on her post? Seeing that Elder Qin didn't say anything, the young man busily asked again. Hearing these words, Elder Qin did not reply for a long time. After a few moments of contemplation, Qin Lao then raised his head, a flash of light flashing through his cloudy eyes and said, no need. It's not a good idea to keep this matter of aura recovery under wraps. The general public has a right to know too. After pondering for a moment, Elder Qin continued. As for the matter of the record of 10,000 beasts, there are people in the rest of the kingdom who have discovered this. Then let's publish it all together. But of course just state truthfully that it's just a guess. Upon hearing this, the young man's figure was solemn and he wanted to speak. The matter of the record of the 10,000 beasts is still only speculation, and it would be bad if it were publicized in case it didn't happen. Although it has been stated that it is speculation, such as if someone is kryptonite to the inside, the follow-up has not descended. Daxia's national prestige will certainly be damaged as a result. In the end, the news was ultimately released by the official Daxia, Elder Qin. This, seemingly knowing what he wanted to say, Elder Qin took the lead and said, "As the Minister of Security of Daxia, I need to be responsible for the general public of Daxia. So now things are getting serious and they have to know everything. You go down and get ready." Yes, the young man was silent for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and agreeing. When the young man left, Elder Qin exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. "That's all I can do." And it wasn't long before this side of the story was released. In just a short while, the official Daxia released a dynamic theory, Blue Star Aura Revival. A headline made up of simple words but instantly blew up the internet. What's more, it has attracted countless internet users to click in and check it out. The contents were full of explanations and processes of the matter of aura revival and speculations on the record of 10,000 beasts. When it was all watched, all netizens retweeted it while leaving comments underneath. "Does that mean I can become a legendary superpower?" "Don't think so. Dude, there was a recent incident at my house where a pet dog mutated and hurt someone. I would advise the guys to be careful. Yes, our village was a stockyard before. When those animals mutated, in the twinkling of an eye, they trampled our village into ruins. Listening to you guys, I feel like I'm about to become the strong man who will save the day. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Take off straight away." The dynamic has attracted countless comments from netizens. It's just that the vast majority of the internet doesn't take it seriously in the face of the horrors illustrated on the dynamic. Nothing else. Previously under the official protection of Daxia, even if there were beasts changing or even gifted people doing evil, they were quickly suppressed, and the vast majority of the people did not have a clear perception of this. For this reason, Daxia wanted to let the people of Daxia know the seriousness of these matters. It was also dedicated to posting videos of some of the previous gifted hunting the beasts. Yet in the face of some of this, though, there are some netizens who realize the gravity of the situation, but the vast majority of the internet is still very excited. After all, how can it not be exciting that these things that only existed in fantasy can actually happen in reality? It was only on the 6th day after Daxia announced the recovery of the aura, with the increase of gifted people everywhere as well as the major mutant beasts all launching riots exponentially. The official army of Daxia came out of their troops one after another to the general public, leading them to experience a rain of bullets. The crowd then realized a tragic reality. There are less than 1,000 people who can become gifted. Most of the ordinary people, although their physique had improved under the revival of aura, were still far from being a match for those mutated beasts, at least for a short time when it was no match for the Fae. Understanding this thought, the general public was then put at risk by everyone. After all, right now, according to the official Daxia's presumed time of doom, it's just one short day away. How will they, as ordinary people, survive then? Chapter 92, The Eve of Gainfall. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't realize that the aura recovery would be so severe. I've seen quite a few military guys out there in the last few days. Those beasts or gifted people are so powerful. Are we ordinary people their match? How could it be? I'm now persuading my family to put their entire fortune in the book of all beasts. The record of 10,000 beasts? That's just a guess. In case it's not the whole family, it's over. In just a few short days, the internet was clear of all the discussion about the topic in question. As for everything else, the heat is plummeting. After all, the recovery of the aura. This was something that concerned the entire human race. The news on the Blue Star was known to Zhang Yuan. This hand of the Grand Xia officials is doing a bit of a ruthless job. Zhang Yuan smacked his lips, his heart a little dumbfounded. To be honest, he had thought about the official announcement of the aura recovery by the Great Summer, but it hadn't really occurred to me that it would also publicize the 10,000 beasts record. But, that doesn't seem like a bad thing to me. Hiding inside the cave, Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed. With this period of time of frantically devouring heavenly treasures, the strength of Lu Ying in chasing the moon, Luo Xian and even the foreign beasts underneath him possessed exponential growth. The Fire Phoenix, for example, had arrived at the C rank after piling up a large number of heavenly materials and treasures. The two beasts, Moonchaser and Luo Xian, had also improved accordingly, and Moonchaser had just broken through C+. Luo Xian also came to C+, but its aura was far more intense than chasing moons. It gave Zhang Yuan the feeling that Luo Xian might break through to the B stage at any time. Everyone on Blue Star is in danger right now, and more than a few are choosing ways to save themselves, whether it's ordinary people or various kingdoms. They're all moving in response to the revival of the aura. As Zhang Yuan murmured out, His eyes brought out a rich bloodlight. Then it's time for me to take advantage of the last day to start moving. Hiss. With these words, Zhang Yuan then asked Moonchasing, Lu Ying, and Luo Xian to lead a portion of the foreign beasts within the cave out for a hunt. That's right, it was the hunt, and he had targeted the contracted players of the record of 10,000 beasts for the hunt. Only in this way can he maximize his own interests. Although this looks like Zhang Yuan is a bit selfish, but how can Zhang Yuan, who has been relived in a new life, go and be a saintly mother? And it can be just one last day before the game comes down. Him. And how could you not take advantage of this opportunity? Hisses. Upon seeing that Lu Ying, Chasing Moon and even Luo Xian had all acted at the first opportunity, Zhang Yuan quietly hibernated in the depths of the cave. Zhang Yuan didn't move, and that was because the benefits and risks were too disproportionate for his main body to go out and hunt foreign beasts, and he had more important things to do. The game is about to come down to reality, and he has to find a worthy place to settle down. Only in this way could he better develop the forces that belong to him. In the meantime, Blue Star Luxury Villa. Inside the luxury villa, according to this station's report, the mutation of mastodons on the blue planet is now getting worse. ICE is here to make a few serious points to the general public. According to experts' speculation, tomorrow Blue Star may enter the stage of aura revival. Please pay attention to the general public to avoid. If you find a beast mutation or even a gifted person who is doing wrong, please always remember to hide safely and call the Dasha Security Department at 1XX at the first opportunity. When the TV report ended, Su Rufeng, Su Meng, and the few people sitting in the living room all looked a little silent. In the past few days, there were things about gifted people and mutant beasts happening in all corners of the cities. Even though it was said that there were official Dasha people sanctioning it, they acted very quickly. But ultimately, it takes some time to come over. Also in that short period of time, the general public faced that group of mutant beasts in a completely lopsided trend. Dream. Taking a deep breath, Su Rufeng raised his head and said, in the meantime, let's just get out of here, come back after a while. Though that said, we've had no encounters with beasts of prey here so far, but it's never safe to stay here. Doomsday? Hearing this, Su Meng was silent for a moment as she raised her head and said, Dad, I'm not leaving. Su Rufeng, who was preparing to leave to pack up his things, was stunned and looked at Su Meng incredulously. Dream. You. Just as Su Rufeng wanted to persuade Su Meng, she took the lead and said, actually, I have long known about this matter of aura recovery. How did you know? Su Rufeng opened his mouth in shock. Sister Lu, who was on the side, also looked over in a daze. The eyes of the two men looking at Su Meng had incredulity written all over them. Abruptly, Su Rufeng seemed to think of something. Is that spiders? That foretells the future? That's right. With the words having come to this, Su Meng didn't hide them and simply opened her mouth. This matter was told to me by little Spider. Su Meng spoke for a long time, and when her voice dropped completely, the shock on the faces of both Sister Lu and Su Rufeng increased instead of decreasing. It was only after a long silence that Su Rufeng, who had experienced great storms, was the first to return to his senses and said, Little Dream, you mean to say that spider had told you about the end of days a long time ago? And he also said that in time he would descend into reality? This. After repeating it briefly, the corners of Su Rufeng's mouth straightened. Honestly, if the end wasn't right around the corner, the first thought in his mind would be that this was a total scam. How long has Blue Star been running? And how could the end of days possibly happen? But now that the facts were before him, there was no room for him not to believe for that. Just the other day it seems the little arachnid felt it too. And it borrowed money from me for kryptonite. Snap. Just as Su Meng's words rang out, Su Rufeng simply lined up a bank card in front of Su Meng. What is this? Su Meng looked up in a daze, somewhat unclear as to what Su Rufeng meant by this. Little Dream, there should be another $500 or $600 million in here. It's all the cash I can get out at the moment. All your kryptonite to that spider. Without waiting for Su Meng to open her mouth, Su Rufeng added, although I don't know whether that what the 10,000 beasts record advent is true or false, but I think we can bet on it, boss. But if it's fake, Sister Lu on the side tried to persuade. Whether it's true or not, there's no need to put all your money on the line, is there? If it's a fake, then we've only lost some money. Everything can start over. But what if it really is the end times? Is money still really money? Hearing this, Sister Willow fell silent. Su Rufeng, on the other hand, revealed a smile and said, Little Dream, you go and give that little spider kryptonite a try. As for whether it's true or not, that's up to God. Actually, Su Rufeng had a lot left to say. Assuming all of this is true, wait for the beasts of the Book of 10,000 Beasts to descend. Does that Fae really listen to the Pactors? Su Rufeng, who had been in the business world for more than 10 years, didn't believe that with the identity of a simple contract on the game, he could restrict a foreign beast that possessed intelligence and was strong. But he was willing to try for it. At least it is considered to have left Su Meng the last ray of life. Chapter 93, Lu Fugue Who Wants to Steal? The Book of All Beasts. Deep in the cave. There are now the last few hours left before the game descends into reality. Where am I going to be situated when the time comes? Zhang Yuan was frowning in thought when suddenly a system tone rang in his ears. The contractor, Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex, has made 400 million kryptonite for you, which is being converted into 400 W evolution points. Your evolution points have met the demand for evolution. Do you want to evolve? 400 million? Righteous Father, you are truly my God. It's the last day, and give me kryptonite, Zhang Yuan said. Then he couldn't help but say, System, evolve, evolve, evolve for me. There's no way around it. As the time for the game to descend into reality draws closer, Zhang Yuan also desperately wanted to improve his strength. Hisses. As Zhang Yuan's voice fell, the aura emanating from his body grew stronger and stronger. Hisses. Zhang Yuan let out a hissing roar. His voice was extremely penetrating, causing the cave to tremble. It was fortunate that there weren't any foreign beasts inside the cave, otherwise the shocking sound would have been enough to cause some foreign beasts with low strength to explode and die. In the meantime, Su Meng, who had just brainlessly recharged 400 million, suddenly froze in place. Even Zhang Yuan's evolution, she had forgotten to check, because the very moment the recharge ended a treacherous voice actually rang in her head. Congratulations to the player Cosmic Tyrannosaurus Rex for recharging a total of 500 million in record of 10,000 beasts. Acquired the natural ability Fountain of Spiritual Power. Fountain of Spiritual Power, the body produces spiritual power all the time, which can feed the contracted beasts and even the surrounding gifted ones. Bang! The instant the voice fell, a greenish glow appeared around Su Meng's body. Countless rays of light frantically converged into his body, but as a result, a more powerful green light bloomed from her body. From afar, she looked like an elf who had stepped out of a painting. It was only after a few moments of effort had passed that the green light around Su Meng's body gradually faded. A fountain of spiritual power? I'd become a gifted person too? Su Meng's face carried a touch of naivety, as if she hadn't recovered from it yet. Dream. What happened to you? Outside, Su Rufang and Sister Lu rushed into the room as soon as they could, coming roaring, but the two suddenly froze, only to see that the already beautiful Su Meng seemed to have become even better looking, just like a powder-carved porcelain doll. People can't help but feel a sense of pity at first glance, and most crucially, they found that when they inhaled the air within this room, somehow their bodies throbbed along with it. Often training Sister Lu for this point of feeling is not particularly large, but perennial smoking cigarettes and alcohol fell a body of problems Su Rufang can obviously feel with the inhalation of air. His body seems to become younger. Little Dream, what's wrong with you? I seem to have awakened. Su Meng looked at her hand with a stagnant expression, only to see that as she waved her hand, a light green glow evolved with it. What? Awakened? When these words came out, both Su Rufang and Sister Lu froze in place. Just now Su Meng was still good. How did he suddenly awaken? I want to tell this matter to the general public. Seemingly thinking of something, Su Meng's mind moved and immediately took out her cell phone and started editing it out. She hadn't forgotten how she had acquired this gift. In Suman's opinion, as long as everyone has access to the gift, then the end may no longer be the end. In the meantime, Lu Fugue's home. The moment he was perusing the news about the record of 10,000 beasts forum, when the Daxia officials raised the possibility that it was related to the record of 10,000 beasts, the original players had also been gazing at it and exploring it, and with a few days of exploration under their belts, a number of players have posted a series of threads in response to the Book of 10,000 Beasts. The Book of 10,000 Beasts Fae are likely to have intelligence. Within the record of 10,000 beasts, the death of a contracted Fae is literally not found within the record of 10,000 beasts. My roommate and I tested it and realized that the Book of 10,000 Beasts is a real world. These highly gimmicky posts have also prompted numerous players to view as well as comment on them. Brothers, based on my observations, the creatures within the record of 10,000 beasts seem to actually possess intelligence. I was very unconvinced before, but just after my housemate and I went through some trials, had his Fae bite mine to death, and then I recontracted the Fae. Guess what I found out? After I contracted it, I was able to see with my own eyes the corpse of my previously contracted Fae. I always feel that the official information given by Daxia is correct. Is there anyone willing to dump their money to try a wave? Sweeping through the comments underneath them one by one, Lu Fugue's face flashed with a strand of entanglement. Honestly, he wanted to charge up and try it out. but was afraid of pressing on and not getting anything in return, although he was said to be an anchor. But right now it was all going to be the end of the world. Who would have the leisure to watch the live broadcast when it was hard to protect themselves? And in case you don't get a return, you can lose a lot of money. The killer spider's original henchmen are completely out in force, wantonly abusing contracted beasts within the record of 10,000 beasts. Is this a loss of morality, or do the beasts know what's up too? Just as Lu Fuguei was entangled, he suddenly noticed a newly composed dynamic. Upon seeing this dynamic, Lu Fuguei's eyes suddenly lit up. Have all of Killer Spider's original henchmen left the cave? He looked at the post and let out a soft whisper. He remembered that before, the four-colored deer was the one that had seized some of the Killer Spider's treasures, thus completing its evolution. That turtle had also completed its evolution right after entering the cave. And the foreign beasts that had recently come out of the cave also clearly possessed a lot of enhancements. This was enough to show that there must be quite a few remnants of treasure within the Killer Spider cave. Thinking about this, a flash of light suddenly erupted from his eyes. Since they've all left now, does that mean there aren't any terrifying foreign beasts within the cave? If I go, I might even find some remnants of the Killer Spider treasure. In joining to this, the essence light in Lu Fuguei's eyes grew deeper and deeper. That way, he wouldn't have to continue his kryptonite worrying about losing his money. And if the game does come down, with the treasure he captured in the Killer Spider, he won't be false to any fae or even gifted. With this in mind, Lu Fuguei immediately boarded the record of 10,000 beasts and then traveled in the direction of the Killer Spider's cave. Not a moment too soon. Under his authorization, the record of 10,000 beasts had already come to the front of the Killer Spider's cave. Sure enough, there aren't any foreign beasts in there. Raising his eyes slightly to look at it, Lu Fuguei's eyes showed a strong color of joy. No, I have to order it soon. Take advantage of that group of foreign beasts' absence to plunder the Killer Spider's treasure first. In that case, no matter where I go to devour, I'm safe. As he spoke, Lu Fuguei had already authorized his contracted beast, the three-headed human snake, to fly towards the depths of the cave. Lu Fuguei, who was filled with joy, was not aware of the fact that the foreign beasts within the cave had all left though. But there is also a most terrifying foreign beast sitting inside the cave. That is Zhang Yuan, who had just been promoted to a rank. Chapter 94, Calamity Rain and Fog. Hiss. Deep in the cave, Zhang Yuan had slowly withdrawn his aura. In this moment, he finally completed his evolution, dabbled from the B order to the A order. As an A rank, even if the game descends into reality, I still have a place. Right. Feeling the surging power in his body, Zhang Yuan let out a hiss. On the contrary, this latest acquired talent seems a bit scary. Calamity Rain and Mist. You have been promoted to the rank of A. You are the king of the Spider Clan, and the embodiment of calamity. You are able to release rain and fog within a certain range, which can effectively mask the strong aura and produce calamities in the rain and fog. Any creature that enters within the Calamity Rain Mist will suffer the curse of calamity. Hisses. Not being able to hold back, Zhang Yuan let out a long whistle and urged his strong spiritual power to release this terrifying rain mist. Zigzag. A misty breath visible to the naked eye spread out from Zhang Yuan's body, and in just tens of seconds it expanded by hundreds of kilometers in a circle. In this moment, hundreds of kilometers were covered in a rainy mist. The rain and fog obscured the road ahead, and you couldn't see your fingers. Anyone who looks at it will have a strong sense of discomfort rising in his heart, as if these rains and mists are evil spirits and calamities. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes and perceived it all. He realized that not only could he observe it in the same way as God's perspective, he was also able to borrow his spiritual power to perceive everything that was happening within the rain and fog incomparably keenly. And under the effect of the rain and mist, the consumption of his mental power was almost negligible. Like right now, for example. He then sensed that the moment the Calamity Rain mist filled the past, a weak foreign beast residing within the cave seemed to have encountered some heavenly crisis. Immediately afterward, its figure trembled straight, and its breath declined, as if it was rapidly moving from a youth toward twilight. Is this the Calamity Rain mist? Zhang Yuan slightly opened his eyes and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Despite the fact that the strength of the beast was said to be very low, if one descended into reality now, with this rain and fog, think of a city that will soon perish under the curse of the. After all, not everyone is like a dragon. Just as quickly, Zhang Yuan came back to his senses from it. This was because he realized that outside the cave there was a foreign beast carefully walking towards the depths of the cave under the cover of the mist. And this foreign beast, Zhang Yuan recognized. It was none other than Lu Fuguei's contracted beast, the three-headed human snake. Did he come here to take my murderous spider treasure? I didn't realize that he wouldn't die and kept thinking that there was a treasure of killer spiders here. But in that case, don't blame me. It just so happens that I've been inactive for so long too. With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan then began to move around. In the meantime, Lu Fugui authorized the three-headed human snake was carefully walking inside. What is going on here? How come so much fog has suddenly risen? For some reason, Lu Fugui's heart rose with a bad thought, all feeling that the air around him was quite depressing. Forget it, whatever. Soon Lu Fugui made up his mind in the bottom of his heart. Anyway, I'll leave as soon as I find the killer spider's treasure. With that he authorized the three-headed man-snake to continue charging inside. However, Lu Fugui didn't notice that as the three-headed human snake went further and further inside, many more tiny spots appeared on its body. These can be referred to as age spots or as dead spots. That is, the three-headed human snake strength is good, otherwise it would have fallen under the fog. But just as the three-headed man-snake was getting closer and closer to the depths of the cave, he detected an unusual aura. This breath always had a familiar feeling to him. It just didn't occur to him for a moment. Pust. But just then, as the very strange sound suddenly came out, the three-headed human snake's figure suddenly flew backwards at a rapid pace. Hiss! The three-headed human serpent let out a bellowing cry of grief. At the same time, Lu Fugui clearly noticed an additional bloody hole in its body. Spider. Spider silk? Is this scent a killer spider? Lu Fugui, who had fought with Jiang Yuan many times, had his pupils shrunk and opened his mouth in shock. That's not all. Shoo shoo shoo. A number of air-breaking sound once again exploded, only to see the three-headed man-snake body once again more several blood holes. Blood cannot stop flowing out of the ground will be dyed blood red incomparable. Spider silk. It must be spider silk. Lu Fugui looked terrified. Go, quickly go. Don't stay here. Lu Fugui said, rushing to authorize the three-headed human snake to leave here. It was good that the three-headed human snake's head wasn't destroyed, and its recovery power was still quite amazing. In a short moment, it returned to normal and fled towards the outside of the cave. Just as the three-headed man-snake was about to reach the outside of the cave, it seemed to have seen something. Its hurrying body suddenly stopped, and its entire body shook even more like sifting chaff. Lu Fugui followed his eyes and saw 8 eyes hidden in the foggy picture. These 8 eyes, with their different radiance, looked evil. Next, zigzag, a bizarre sound was made, and one of the three-headed human serpent's heads was suddenly solidified by a wave of frost. Frost! Lu Fugui let out a cry of surprise. Hisses! The three-headed human serpent then let out a strong cry of sorrow. Only a tiny flame landed on its other head. At that moment, the small flame instantly became a red sky rage, devouring that one head. Asterisk 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 it must be that spider. That spider is definitely still alive. Tramp! Lu Fugui's eyes were terrified as he let out a shriek. Just how did he feel that this killer spider had gotten stronger? It was nowhere near this tough before. Ho ho ho! That was when another hiss came from the three-headed human snake. Just before it could slow down from the frost and fire, a splash of deep purple as if it were raindrops dripped onto the last of its head. Tick-tock! The moment the voice came out, only the three-headed human snake's body twisted and its face was hideous. Its last remaining head, however, quickly became black and blue, and in the end completely lost any vitality. In less than a short second, the 3 heads of the three-headed human serpent were net destroyed, completely losing any hope of resurrection. Eyeing the large blood-red letters that surfaced on the record of 10,000 beasts, Lu Fugui froze in place in a daze, his lips twitching completely at a loss for what to say. After a full moment, he muttered and opened his mouth. The killer spider is still alive. Tramp Jiang Yuan dared to cheat me out of $10 million, and the player who contracted the killer spider before. I will definitely expose you guys online. With this, Jiang Yuan didn't know what Lu Fugui was thinking, but even if he did he wouldn't take it seriously. Because Jiang Yuan, who was able to do all this, had already given it a lot of thought. At the stage when the end times were coming, he was not afraid of Lu Fugui's counterattack at all, and after exterminating the three-headed human snake, Jiang Yuan closed his eyes again. It should only be an hour or two now based on the time the game descends, so I have to hurry up and get ready too. The game comes down to reality. It could be said that no one would be more attached and excited than Jiang Yuan. Chapter 95, Waiting for the Battle Under the Mutation. The Other Side. Jiang Yuan also received a call from Chen Zhangwo. It says that when the aura recovers, in order to avoid a riot from the beast's mutation, he's needed to keep order in Quanghan province for a while. To this Jiang Yuan was full of promise. All departments in position. The next time is when the aura is expected to revive. At that time we must do our best to maintain order in the city. With this within a city, a middle-aged man with a general star on his shoulder was standing in a large square and shouting. Beneath him stood rows of uniformed soldiers. Each of them looked solemn, with stern eyes. These were the warriors sent down by the official Disya to prepare for the upcoming aura recovery. Not only this city, but all the cities of Disya had stationed some powerful armies as a way to wait for the coming of the aura recovery. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just the Great Xia. In fact, as early as after the Great Xia had announced the recovery of the aura, various kingdoms had also scrambled to be the first to announce it. And today, with the onset of the aura's revival, the warriors of every kingdom were tightly attired and waiting with bated breath. Because they understand, this matter, if not handled properly, will be a fatal blow to humanity. With this, inside the Book of 10,000 Beasts, Zhang Yuan was also prepared early. His 8 eyes calmly looked at the group of foreign beasts underneath. Inside were Lu Ying, chasing the moon, Luo Xian, as well as Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, Zhang San and even Zhang Si. Behind them sits a blizzard wolf. These were all the henchmen that Zhang Yuan had recruited since his rebirth in the record of 10,000 beasts. Dad, what did you call us over for? Lu Ying, who was Zhang Yuan's daughter, took the lead in asking, and its voice also caused Chasing Moon, Luo Xian, and a group of foreign beasts to cast their eyes over. Something major is expected to happen in an hour. Zhang Yuan took a breath and said, we will be entering the otherworld. Otherworldly? What's that? Luo Xian asked suspiciously. To put it simply, that's a whole new world. Zhang Yuan didn't know how to explain to them about the blue star. He could only say, as it were, there will be aborigines there. There's only one thing you have to do, and that's to see where it's situated. If you can sense my scent, then just slaughter as many of the beasts inside as you can, and then find me. If you can't sense my breath, then kill. Kill without mercy, and make as much noise as you can. That way I'll be looking for you. Zhang Yuan remembered that the contracted beasts within the record of 10,000 beasts descended into reality and would descend into the vicinity of the contracted player. If one followed one's descent into Daxia, that was all one could do in one's previous life as a Daxian. It was just that Luo Shen, Lu Ying and even Chasing the Moon, Zhang Yuan wasn't sure he could count himself as their contracted player. If they couldn't keep up with themselves, there was a good chance that they would randomly descend on all corners of the blue planet. Zhang Yuan wouldn't care in that case. To other countries, especially Sakura, Free Federation and these, no matter whether it was in his previous life, or now, Zhang Yuan could not have a single good feeling, and the more noise they made, the more Zhang Yuan would be able to spot them. There was no way. The entire blue star was too big, and with Zhang Yuan's current spiritual power, he couldn't do it to cover an entire blue star. I respectfully obey my master's command. Chasing Moon was the first to step forward and state his position after hearing this. Me too. Seeing this, Lu Ying immediately followed Chasing the Moon, glancing at Luo Xian who seemed to be in a daze. It even reminded Luo Xian by patting his head with its wings. Master, no problem. Being hit, Luo Xian also nodded his head repeatedly. Just descending into the other world. If I can't make a big commotion, what can I do to be pushy in the eyes of the otherworldly delight natives? After saying his words, Luo Xian murmured darkly and fell into deep thought. After seeing them nodding their heads one by one, all indicating that they understood, Zhang Yuan closed his eyes again and silently counted down the time for the game to descend in his mind. Honestly, as the time for the game to come down to reality gets closer and closer, for some reason, after experiencing a series of events, Zhang Yuan's emotions were also on edge. There was the nervousness about descending to the blue planet, and the nervousness about meeting his righteous father in person. I also wonder if my righteous father will be afraid of my appearance when he sees me in the real world. And with all parties waiting intently, time flew by. When it's just past midnight, the blue star comes to the second of a brand new day. Rumble! A shocking roar emanated steeply from the sky above. Accompanying the rise was a rich, 9-colored light. The light was unbelievably brilliant and eye-catching. Fade the darkness of the entire city as if the dawn will come. It's just a totally different thing than a beautiful view. Ho ho ho! Ow! 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 Moo moo moo! Beasts, whether domesticated or in the wild, let out a hiss at this moment, their bodies growing in a way that was unfathomable to ordinary people. At the same time, they seemed to sense something and went crazy as they charged towards the zone of 9-colored light. They were frantic, pressing on, not caring what was in front of them, all in a headlong rush. Even if there are people, they can't be stopped. Ah, my cat! How he mutated. Help! Help! Somebody help me! In the city's residential buildings, there is no shortage of domesticated pets that have undergone mutations and started attacking their former owners in a frenzy. Stop them! Shiva, don't let them reach the general population. And city pets, send someone to stop it as soon as possible too. Meanwhile, the fighters stationed within the city had acted at the first opportunity. Inside a territory in the province of Kwanghan. Brush up! As a silhouette walked quickly, The temperature of the surroundings then dropped drastically. Bang! 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 He traveled through the city with great speed, and wherever he passed, countless pets that had only just undergone mutations were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. So, who is that? A silhouette? Is he gifted? My god! It's the official gifted people of Daxia. Many people in the city stared at the silhouette in a daze, their expressions unusually uplifted. The silhouette was actually Jiang Yuan's person. Of course, currently, Jiang Yuan didn't manipulate him. Everything was for the doppelganger to take the orders given by Chen as the main focus. As the Minister of Security of Guanghan Province, the order she gave Jiang Yuan was to escort the security within the city of Guanghan Province. As for the wilderness, it was handed over to the Daxia warriors, and some of the people within the city have suffered attacks from their pets. There are also those who have benefited greatly from the revival of the aura. Their physiques began to grow and they also gained some unimaginable abilities as a result. It is the gifted who are born in response. Ah, what is this? I suddenly feel much better physically. Asterisk. Just a moment ago I seem to have awakened a talent. When I jumped just now, I actually jumped straight up 10 meters high. Is this the legendary aura recovery? My god. At the same time the internet was flooded with countless excited comments from netizens. This scene did not only happen in Daxia. This is true of the various kingdoms on the blue planet. In the blue star when the change occurred, 10,000 beasts record within. Has been waiting for a long time. Jiang Yuan also led a group of foreign beasts began to set foot on the blue star of the journey. Chapter 96, Killing Intent Under the Vortex. Hiss. A 9-colored light suddenly rose within the cave. The light flowed around instantly enveloping Jiang Yuan and his party. When we get out of here, you guys must see if you can detect my scent. If you can, come to me first thing. Jiang Yuan raised his eyes to look at his men who were all surrounded by 9-colored light and let out a hiss. Then, he and his group of men completely disappeared with the 9-colored light. And within the record of 10,000 beasts, there were countless situations like Jiang Yuan's side. When Blue Star underwent an aura recovery, they were transported along with it. On the other side, inside the luxury villa, looking at the 9-colored light tinted on the distant mountain, Su Meng only felt that the already rich aura in her body had risen another notch. She understood that it was the aura nourishing her body. The aura has recovered. Su Meng watched from afar, her hand holding the cell phone clenching quite a bit. Early on in her awakening, she had actually spread the word about her ability to gain her gift. Only not many people believed her. Instead each one was happy. And that she's bewitched. How is it possible to gain talent because of this? After all, this was completely different from the official way of obtaining talents as announced by Daxia. Just as Su Meng was thinking back to everything that had originally happened, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from outside the door. It's Sister Lu. Su Meng returned to her senses and subconsciously looked outside, only to see a colorful glow tinting Sister Ryu's entire body outside the door. A look of pain was written all over her cold face. Even her bones were crackling. It's the same as what the Daxia's official announcement looks like for ordinary people to obtain the gift. Sister Willow is giving birth to a gift. As soon as she saw Sister Lu, Su Meng froze. It was clear that all of them were born gifted from ordinary people. How come Sister Lu seemed to be so much more difficult than herself? What's going on? Forget it, whatever. Soon Su Meng shook her little head. It wasn't clear why Ryu was in a different situation than herself, but she understood one point. One must help Sister Willow. Spirit Spring. With this in mind, Su Meng gently drank out, and the blue light in her hands continued to gush out, landing on Sister Lu's body. This was Su Meng's natural ability. The ability to dissipate the spiritual energy in his body and transform it into various abilities, as a way to nourish the gifted and even the fae around him. Buzz off. At this moment, Sister Lu's originally hideous face due to her pain gradually eased, and the aura she carried on her body was a few points thicker. Only when Su Meng was helping Sister Lu with all her might, she didn't notice that the reptilian pets in the room, which were originally locked in a transparent box, began to rise insanely in size, and as they looked at the 9-colored light outside the window, their eyes were gradually replaced by a flash of crimson. But soon, as if they sensed something, their gazes all fell outside the room, as if the ones outside the room are more attractive to them. Outside the room. After waiting for a few moments, Sister Willow's grimace slowly calmed down. Miss, her body tensed, and the rippling spiritual energy on the surface of her body gradually eased. Seeing this scene, Su Meng curiously asked, Sister Lu, what ability have you awakened? What I awakened should be. Sister Lu was about to open her mouth, when suddenly her complexion froze. Miss, behind you. Su Meng subconsciously turned her head to look, only to see a ponderous figure lunging at her. These figures were incredibly familiar to her. It is the very same reptile pets that you own. Little snakes? And the little lizard? You guys have mutated too. Su Meng's eyes lit up as she watched, but when she paced and tried to walk over, she saw that the group of reptilian pets opened their mouths and tore over after coming to her side. It was as if it was going to devour her. Ah! As the crawling pet continued to zoom in front of her eyes, Su Meng, who had never experienced this kind of battle at all, had a blank mind. Miss, look out! Fortunately, Sister Lu, who was a bodyguard, reacted very quickly. She took a step and directly dodged to block Su Meng's side. Bang! She raised her foot quickly, a flash of golden light flashing instantly, sending the onslaught of crawling pets flying to the ground. Just before she could rest, the rest of the reptilian pets behind her came racing back. Miss, you go first. Sister Lu's face changed. Her legs shrugged and flashed out a flash of light towards the group of crawling pets. No, I can't go. Suman was a little scared, but she didn't want to leave Sister Ryu here to deal with it alone either. Sister Lu, let me help you. She let out a chirp, light surging from her hands, and when it landed on Sister Willow, she could tell that her spiritual energy was a few shades thicker, and even the damage she caused was a lot more. Bang! 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 Under Sister Lu's powerful attack, the group of crawling pets really couldn't help Sister Lu and Su Meng. The group of crawling pets were clearly not targeting Sister Lu, and were frantically attacking and killing Su Meng while fighting her. There were so many crawling pets that even though Sister Lu had been strengthened by Su Meng, she was unable to stop all of them with her own strength. It doesn't. Fizzle. That snake-like crawling pet that had just mutated found an opportunity and actually lunged with its body, directly bypassing Sister Lu to attack and kill Su Meng. In less than a second, the snake-like reptilian pet had already approached Su Meng's side, and it opened its bloody mouth to bite at Su Meng. If he was bitten, not to say Su Meng would die, but he would definitely suffer a serious injury. Dream. At the entrance of the stairs, Su Ruffing had just gone up the stairs, but he suddenly saw this scene. He let out a startled cry and subconsciously rushed towards Su Meng. Miss, watch out. Get out of the way. Sister Lu let out a cry of alarm and also turned around to charge towards Su Meng, but her figure was being dragged by the rest of the crawling pets in a dead heat, and she was too late to make it. As for Su Ruffing, even though he had a spiritual power boost, he was still an ordinary person, so how could he catch up with that little mutated snake? But just as the little snake was getting closer and closer to Su Meng's body, suddenly a treacherous to the core vortex rose up behind her. The vortex is so deep that you can't see the bottom from a distance. Hiss. Accompanying the vortex floating out, there was a very low hissing sound. Accompanying this voice, a terrifying aura raged out from the vortex. The crawling pets in the surroundings were all trembling after sensing this aura. Even the snake-type crawling pet that was originally going to attack Su Meng was lying on the ground as if it had encountered something great and terrifying. Hisses. As the hissing sound grew thicker, only a frost-covered stepping foot slowly stepped out from the vortex, and then an incomparably red stepping foot was seen extending out from the vortex once again. Seeing this, Su Ruffing and Sister Lu's bodies were tightly tensed, and even more bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from their foreheads. Looking at those crawling pets, they understood that this was definitely an extremely terrifying creature. If it is not resolved, it is possible that they will die. Resolvable. This beast has not yet appeared. Just the aura displayed will make their hearts fear.